The Project Gutenberg ebook of Shakespeare's Family. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. Title: Shakespeare's Family. Author: C.C. Stopes. Release date: August 14, 2008. Ebook number 26315. Language: English. Credits: produced by Jonathan Ingram, Josephine Paolosi, Janet Blankenship, and the online distributed proofreading team at http://www.pgdp.net. This file was produced from images generously made available by the Internet Archive/Canadian Libraries. Start of the Project Gutenberg ebook. Shakespeare's Family. Shakespeare's Family. William Shakespeare. From the Drogshout painting now in the Shakespeare Memorial Gallery at Stratford-on-Avon. Shakespeare's Family being a record of the ancestors and descendants of William Shakespeare with some account of the Ardens by Mr.C.C. Stopes, author of the Bacon Shakespeare Question Answered, Shakespeare's Warwickshire Contemporaries, British Free Women, etc. London Elliot Stock, 62, Paternoster Row, EC New York. James Pott and Company. 1901. Preface. When I was invited to reprint in book form the articles which had appeared in the genealogical magazine under the titles of Shakespeare's Family and the Warwickshire Ardens, I carefully corrected them, and expanded them where expansion could be made interesting. Thus to the bald entries of Shakespeare's birth and burial I added a short life. Perhaps never before has anyone attempted to write a life of the poet with so little allusion to his plays and poems. My reason is clear: it is only the genealogical details of certain Warwickshire families of which I now treat, and it is only as an interesting Warwickshire gentleman that the poet is here included. Much of the chaotic nonsense that has of late years been written to disparage his character and contest his claims to our reverence and respect are based on the assumption that he was a man of low origin and of mean occupation. I deny any relevance to arguments based on such an assumption, for genius is restricted to no class, and we have a Burns as well as a Chaucer, a Keats as well as a Gower. Yet I am glad that the result of my studies tends to prove that it is but an unfounded assumption. By the spear side his family was at least respectable, and by the spindle side his pedigree can be traced straight back to Guy of Warwick and the good King Alfred. There is something in fallen fortune that lends a subtler romance to the consciousness of a noble ancestry, and we may be sure this played no small part in the making of the poet. All that bear his name gain a certain interest through him, and therefore I have collected every notice I can find of the Shakespeares, though we are all aware none can be his descendants, and that the family of his sister can alone now enter into the poet's pedigree with any degree of certainty. The time for romancing has gone by, and nothing more can be done concerning the poet's life except through careful study and through patient research. All students must regret that their labors have such comparatively meager results. Though sharing in this regret, I have been able, besides adding minor details, to find at last a definite link of association between the Parkhall and the Wilmcote Ardens, and I have located a John Shakespeare in St. Clement's Danes, Strand, London, who is probably the poet's cousin. I have also somewhat cleared the ground by checking errors, such as those made by Halliwell Phillips, concerning John Shakespeare, of Ingon, and Gilbert Shakespeare, haberdasher, of London, see page 226. I hope that every contribution to our store of real knowledge may bring forward new suggestions and additional facts. In regard to his mother's family, I thought it important to clear the earlier connections. But it must not be forgotten that until modern times no Shakespeare but himself was connected with the Ardens. Yet, having commenced with the family, I may be pardoned for adding to their history before the 16th century the few notes I have gleaned concerning the later branches. The order I have preferred has been chronological, limited by the advisability of completing the notices of a family in special localities. Disputed questions I have placed in chapters apart, as they would bulk too largely in a short biography to be proportionate. Hence the coat of arms and the Arden connections are treated as family matters, apart from John Shakespeare's special biography. I have done what I could to avoid mistakes, and neither time nor trouble has been spared. I owe thanks to many who have helped me in my long-continued and careful researches, to the officials of the British Museum and the Public Record Office, to the Town Council of Stratford-on-Avon and Mr. Savage, Secretary of the Shakespeare Trust, to the worshipful company of the Haberdashers, for allowing me to study their records, to the late Earl of Warwick, for admission to his Shakespeare Library, and to many clergymen who have permitted me to search their registers. Charlotte Carmichael Stopes. Contents Part I Chapter Page I The name of Shakespeare 1-2. The localities of early Shakespeare's 4-3. Later Shakespeare's before the poet's time 10-4. The Shakespeare coat of arms 17v. The impalement of the Arden arms 24-6. The Ardens of Wilmcote 35-7. John Shakespeare 58. William Shakespeare 61-9. Shakespeare's descendants 87 ex collaterals 110-11. Cousins and connections 113-12. Contemporary Warwickshire Shakespeare's 118-13. Shakespeare's in other counties 132-14. London Shakespeare's 142 Part 2 I The Parkhall Ardens 162-2. The Ardens of Longcroft 183-3. Other Warwickshire Ardens 188-4. The Ardens of Cheshire 196v. Branches in other counties 213. Terminal notes 222. Index 239. Illustrations Page Portrait of William Shakespeare Frontispiece Shakespeare's Arms 17 Old House at Wilmcote, by some supposed to be Robert Arden's to face 35. Present view of Shakespeare's birthplace 55. The Guild Chapel, from the site of New Place 67. The Chancel, Trinity Church 83. Shakespeare's Epitaph 84 and Hathaway's Cottage to face 88 and Shakespeare's Epitaph 90. Snitterfield Church to face 113. Norton's Map of London, 1593. 142. Warwick Castle 162. Swan Theatre, by Dr. Gaterdy, 214. The Bear Garden and Hope Theatre 216. Swan Theatre 216. When, from the midst of a people, there riseth a man who voices the life of its life, the dreams of its soul, the nation's ideal takes shape, on nature's old plan, expressing, informing, impelling, the fashioning force of the whole. The spirit of England, thus Shakespeare our poet arose, for England made Shakespeare, as Shakespeare makes England anew. His people's ideals should clearly their kinship disclose, to England, themselves, the more true, in that they to their Shakespeare are true. Shakespeare's family Part I Chapter I The name of Shakespeare The origin of the name of Shakespeare is hidden in the mists of antiquity. Writers in notes and queries have formed it from Sigisbert, or from Jacques Pierre I or from Haste Vibrans. Whatever it was at its initiation, it may safely be held to have been an intentionally significant appellation in later years. That it referred to feats of arms may be argued from analogy. Italian heraldry too illustrates a name with an exactly similar meaning and use in the Italian language, that of Crolla Lanza. English authors use it as an example of their theories. Vertegen says 3, Breakspeare, Shakespeare, and the like, have been surnames imposed upon the first bearers of them for valor and feats of arms, and Camden 4 also notes, some are named from that they carried, as Palmer, long sword, broad spear, and in some respects Shakespeare. In the Polydoran 5 it is stated that names were first questionless given for distinction, faculty, consanguinity, desert, quality, as Armstrong, Shakespeare, of high quality. That it was so understood by his contemporaries we may learn from Spenser's allusion, evidently intended for him, seeing no other poet of his time had an heroic name 6, and there, though last, not least is Eetion, a gentler shepherd 7 may nowhere be found, whose muse, full of high thoughts invention, doth like himself heroically sound. If the parts of the name be significant, I take it that the correct spelling at any period is that of the contemporary spelling of the parts. Therefore, when spear was spelt spra, the cognomen should be spelt Shakespeare, when spear was spelt spear, as it was in the 16th century, the name should be spelt Shakespeare. Other methods of spelling depended upon the taste or education of the writers, during transition periods, when they seemed actually to prefer varieties, as one sometimes finds a proper name spelt in 3 different ways by the same writer on the same page. Shakespeare was the contemporary form of the name that the author himself passed in correcting the proofs of the first heirs of his invention in 1593 and 1594, and Shakespeare was the court spelling of the period, as may be seen by the first official record of the name. When Mary, Countess of Southampton, made out the accounts of the treasurer of the chamber after the death of her second husband, Sir Thomas Henneig, in 1594, she wrote, to William Kemp, William Shakespeare 8 and Richard Burbage, etc. I know that Dr. Furnivall 9 wrote anathemas against those who dared to spell the name thus, while the poet wrote it otherwise. But a man's spelling of his own name counted very little then. He might have held romantically to the quainter spelling of the olden time as many others did, such as Dudley, Cromwell, Elmer. Footnotes, 1 Notes and Queries, 2nd Series, 9. 459, x 15, 86, 122, 7th Series, 4. 66, 8th Series, 7. 295, 5th Series, 2. 22c Works of Goffredo di Crollalanza, Segretario Archivista dell'Accademia Heraldica Italiana, which were brought to my notice by Dr. Richard Garnett. 3 Verstegen's Restitution of Decayed Intelligence, ed. 1605, p. 254. 4 Camden's Remains, ed. 1605, p. 111. 5 Undated, but contemporary. Notes and Queries, 3rd Series, I 266. 6 Spenser's Colin Clout's Come Home Again, 1595. 7 It was a fashion of the day to call all poets shepherds. 8 Declared Accounts of the Treasurer of the Chamber, Pipe Office, 542, 1594. See my English article, the earliest official record of Shakespeare's name. Shakespeare Jahrbuch, Berlin, 1896, reprinted in pamphlet form. 9 On Shakespeare's Signatures, by Dr. F. J. Furnivall, in the Journal of the Society of Archivists and Autograph Collectors, Noailles, June, 1895. Chapter 2 The localities of early Shakespeare's. We find the name occurs in widely scattered localities from very early times. Perhaps a resembling name ought to be noted in the hamlet of Pruslow-Bury, Gloucestershire 10, where there were 4 tenants. This was at one time an estate of the king, who gave it to his valet, Simon Shakespeare, who afterwards gave it to Constantia de Legge, who gave it to William Solar, the defendant. If this represents a 1260 Shakespeare, as there is every reason to believe it does, this is the earliest record of the name yet found. This belief is strengthened by the discovery that a Simon Shakespeare was in the service of the crown in 1278, as herderer of the Forest of Essex 11 in the hundred of Wathorn, 7 Edward I. Between these two dates Mr. J. W. Rylands 12 has found a Geoffrey Shakespeare on the jury in the hundred of Brixton, Co-Surrey, in 1268. 13 The next 14 I have noted occurs in Kent in the 13th century, where a John Shakespeare appears in a judicial case, 1278-79, at Frendon. The fifth notice is in the north. 15 The Hospital of St. Nicholas, Carlisle, had from its foundation been endowed with a thrave of corn from every ploughland in Cumberland. These were withheld by the landowners in the reign of Edward III, for some reason, and an inquiry was instituted in 1357. The jury decided that the corn was due. It had been withheld for 8 years by various persons, among whom was Henry Shakespeare, of the parish of Kirkland, east of Penrith. This gives, therefore, really an entry of the Shakespeare's existence at that place as early as 1349, and an examination of court records may prove an earlier settlement of the family. There was a transfer of lands in Penrith described as next the land of Alan Shakespeare, and amongst the witnesses was William Shakespeare 16 April 21 Richard II 1398. In the records of the borough of Nottingham, 17 we find a John Shakespeare plaintiff against Richard de Cotgrave, Spicer, for deceit in sale of dyewood on November 8, 31 Edward III. 1357, Richard, the servant of Robert L. E. Spondon, plaintiff against John Shakespeare for assault. John proves himself in the right, and receives damages, October 21, 1360. The first appearance yet found of the name in Warwickshire is in 1359, when Thomas Sheppey and Henry Dilcock, bailiffs of Coventry, account for the property of Thomas Shakespeare 18 felon, who had left his goods and fled. Halliwell Phillips 19 notes as his earliest entry of the name a Thomas Shakespeare, of Ewell, 49 Edward III. 1375, a writer in Notes and Queries 20 gives a date 2 years later when Thomas Shakespeare and Richard Portingale were appointed controllers of the customs in Ewell, 51 Edward III. 1377, this would imply that he was a highly trustworthy man. Yet, by some turn of fortune's wheel, he may have been the same man as the felon. In controlment rolls, to Richard II. June, 1377, to June, 1379, there is an entry of Walter Shakespeare, formerly in jail in Colchester Castle. 21 John Shakespeare was imprisoned in Colchester jail as a perturbator of the king's peace, March 3, for Richard II, 1381-22 at Pontefract. Robert Shuxper, Cooer, and Emma his wife are mentioned as paying poll tax, to Rich. 223 The Reverend Mr. Norris 24 working from original documents, notes that on November 24, 13 Richard II, 1389, Adam Shakespeare, who is described as son and heir of Adam of Old Edeke, held lands within the manor of Bad Esley Clinton by military service, and probably had only just then obtained them. Old Edeke, or Woldick, now commonly called Old Ditch Lane, lies within the parish of Temple Balsall, not far from the manor of Bad Esley. This closes the notices of the family that I have collected during the 14th century. The above noted Adam Shakespeare, the younger, died in 1414, leaving a widow, Alice, and a son and heir, John, then underage, who held lands until 20 Henry VI, 1441. It is not clear who succeeded him, but probably 2 brothers, Ralph and Richard, who held lands in Bad Esley, called Great Chedwins, adjoining Roxall. Mr. Norris says that no further mention of the name appears in Bad Esley, but one notice of the property is given later. Ralph and Joanna, his wife, had two daughters: Elizabeth, married to Robert Huddishby, and Isolde, married to Robert Cicely. Elizabeth Huddishby, a widow, in 1506 held the lands which Adam Shakespeare held in 1389. The family of Shakespeare appears in the register of the Guild of Knowle, one a semi-religious society to which the best in the county belonged, 1457. Pro anima Ricardi Shakespeare et Alicia Uxor Aegis de Woldic 25 1464. Johanna Shakespeare. Radulfius Shakespeare et Isabella Uxor Aegis et Pro anima Johanni Uxoris Primi. Ricardus Shakespeare Duracle et Margeria Uxor Aegis. 1476 Thomas Shakespeare et Christian Consu de Roneton. Johannes Shakespeare de Rowington et Alicia Uxor Aegis. 1486 1 Hen. 7 Tomé Shakespeare, Paiaei. Thomas Shakespeare et Alicia Uxor Aegis de Balsali. Mr. Yeatman has studied the court rolls of this period. It is to be wished he had published his book in 2 volumes, one of facts and one of opinions. He says that the earliest record of the court rolls of Roxall 26 is one dated 5 Henry V, 1418. It is a grant by one Elizabeth Shakespeare to John Lone and William Prince of Ameswich with 3 crofts. The same rolls tell us that in 22 Henry VIII, Alice Love surrendered to William Shakespeare and Agnes his wife a property apparently the same. In 1485 John Hill, John Shakespeare, and others, were entheft in land called Harvey's in Rowington, and John appears as witness in 1492 and 1496-27 there were Shack-Espers at Coventry and Meriden in the 15th century. John Dwale, merchant of Coventry, left legacies by will to Annis Lane and to Richard Shakespeare, March 15, 1499-28. Among the foreign fines of the borough of Nottingham 29 Robert Shakespeare paid 8d for license to buy and sell in the borough in 1414-15. The same Robert complains of John Falconer for non-payment of the price of wood for making arrows. And French 30 tells us there was a Thomas Shakespeare, a man-at-arms, going to Ireland on August 27, 18 Edward IV, 1479, with Lord Grey against the king's enemies. John Shakespeare, a chapman in Doncaster 31 paid on each order 12d. Among the York wills, John Shakespeare of Doncaster mentions his wife, Joan, 1458. In the same year Sir Thomas Chaworth leaves Marjorie Shack-Esper 6 marks for her marriage 32 in 1448, William Shakespeare, labourer, and Agnes, his wife, were legatees under the will of Alice Langham, of Snailswell, Suffolk 33. A family also belonged to London. Mr. Gollange told me of a certain William Shakespeare who was to be buried within the hospital of St. John of Jerusalem, in England, in 1413-34. On reference to the original, I found there was no allusion to profession, locality, or family. He left to an unnamed father and mother 20 shillings each, and 6 shillings and 8 pence to the hospital. The residue to William Birdsale and John Barber, to dispose of for the good of his soul, proved August 3, 1413. There was also a Peter Shakespeare who witnessed the deed of transfer of the Hospitium Vocatum Le Greyhounda, Shoe Alley, Bankside, Southwark, February 16, 1483. 35 footnotes, 10 Coram Reg Roll, St. Barthol, 45 Henry III, Mem. 13, number 117. Notes and Queries, 5th Series, 2. 146 11 Fisher's Forest of Essex, p. 374. Notes and Queries, 9th Series, 2. 167 12 Records of Rowington. 13 Coram Reg Roll, 139, M1, 52-53 Hen. 314 Roll of 7 Edward I, Placida Corone Coram Johanna Derogate et Socius Sui, Justitiaris Itinerantibus in October. Saint Hill. 7 Edward I, Apud Cantuar. See also Notes and Queries, 1st Series, Volume 11, p. 122. Mr. William Henry Hart, FSA, contributes a note on the subject and gives the entry. 15 Notes and Queries, 2nd Series, Volume X, p. 122. 16 Notes and Queries, 6th Series, 4. 126 17 Records of the Borough of Nottingham, by Mr. W. Stevenson. 18 See Dr. Joseph Hunter's Manuscripts, added. Manuscripts, British MUS 24484, Art. 246 19 in Shakespeare's Life, prefixed to the folio edition. 20 Notes and Queries, JFF, 2nd Series, X 122, see Rod. Pat. Claus. Cancellarii Hiberniae Calendarium, Volume I, Part I, p. 996. 21 Notes and Queries, 5th Series, I-25. 22 Close Rolls, for Richard II, Notes and Queries, 7th Series, 2. 318 23 Yorkshire. Archaeological Journal, Volume 6, p. 3. Lay Subsidies, 206/49, Osgood Cross, West Riding. 24 Notes and Queries, 8th Series, Volume 8, December 28, 1895, Shakespeare's Ancestry, by the Reverend Henry Norris, FSA 25 Mr. W. B. Bickley's The Register of the Guild of St. Anne at Knoll, 1894. Mr. Bickley, in the Stratford-on-Avon Herald, November 9, 1895, shows that Woldick, Oldich and Oldwich are the same, being a farm in the hamlet of Balsall, in the parish of Hampton in Arden, and about 3 miles from Knoll. 26 Mr. Yeatman's Gentle Shakespeare, p. 135. 27 Mr. J. W. Ryland's Records of Rowington. 28 Proved May 26, 1500, Somerset House, Moon, F2. 29 Stevenson's Transcript of Records of the Borough of Nottingham. 30 French's Shakespeareana Genealogica, p. 350, and 39 48's Ancient Miscellanea Exchequer, Treasury of Receipt, Muster Roll of Men at Arms going with Lord Grey. At Conway, 18 Edward IV, August 24. 31 Records of the House of Greyfriars. Yorkshire. Archaeological Journal, Volume 12, p. 482. 32 Notes and Queries 6th Series, 4. 158 33 Camden SOCPUBL, 1851, Notes and Queries, 6th Series, 6. 368 34 Commissary Court of London Wills, Reg 2, 1413, F12. 35 The deed is preserved at Cordwainers Hall. Chapter 3 Later Shakespeare's Before the poet's time. In the 16th century there were Shakespeares all over the country, in Essex, Staffordshire, Worcestershire, Nottingham 36 but chiefly in Warwick. There the family had spread rapidly. But it is only the first half of the century that concerns us at present. There have been Shakespeares noted in Warwick, Alcester, Berkswell, Snitterfield, Lapworth, Hazley, Ascote, Rowington, Packwood, Bosall, Temple Grafton, Salford, Tamworth, Barston, Tatchbrook, Hazeler, Rugby, Budbrook, Wroxall, Norton Lindsay, Wolverton, Hampton in Arden, Hampton Lucy, and Knoll. 37 Most students, recognizing Warwickshire as the ancestral home of the poet's family, exclude the town of Warwick from the field of their consideration, and select the Shakespeares of Wroxall. Partly because more is known about them, and partly because what is known of them suggests a higher social status than is granted the other branches. From the Guild of Knoll records we learn that in 1504 the fraternity was asked to pray for the soul of Isabella Shakespeare, formerly prioress of Wroxall. 38 That the name of Alice Shakespeare was entered, and prayers requested for the soul of Thomas Shakespeare, of Ballishally, in 1511, and in the same year Christopher Shakespeare and Isabella, his wife, of Packwood, Meriden, are mentioned. The name of Domina Jane Shakespeare appears late in 1526. She is often spoken of as another prioress. Now, it is important to notice that Dugdale mentions neither of these ladies. He records that D. Isabella Astley was appointed July 30, 1431, and that D. Jocosa Brome, daughter of John Brome 39 succeeded her. She resigned in 1524, and died on June 21, 1528. Agnes Little was confirmed prioress November 20, 1525, and at the dissolution of the house a pension of £7 was granted her for life. The rest of her fellow nuns were exposed to the wide world to seek their fortunes. Now Dugdale, with all his perfections, occasionally makes mistakes. He either mistook Astley for Shakespeare, or another Shakespeare prioress intervened between the two that he mentions. The Guild of Knoll records give unimpeachable testimony as to the existence and date of the prioress, Isabella Shakespeare. In the edition of Dugdale's Warwickshire by Drive W. Thomas, 1730, and the edition of his Monasticon, published 1823, there is mentioned in a note that a license for electing to the office was granted Johanna Shakespeare, sub-prioress, September 5, 1525. So she might have had the empty title of Domina, without the usual pension allowed to the prioress on dissolution. 40 After the name of Domina Johanna Shakespeare in the Knoll records occur those of Richard Shakespeare and Alice, his wife, William Shakespeare and Agnes his wife, Johannes Shakespeare and Johanna his wife, 1526, Richard Woodham and Agnes his wife, who was the sister of Richard. This Richard Shakespeare was probably the bailiff 41 of the priory, who shortly before the dissolution collected the rents and held lands from the priory. He, however, was replaced in his office by John Hall, who received a patent for it on January 4, 26 Henry VIII. Among the tenants of the dissolved priory were mentioned 42 Richard Shakespeare, William Shakespeare, and land in the tenure of John Shakespeare, demies to Alice Taylor, of Hanwell, in the county of Oxford. Mr. Yeatman 43 transcribes a grant of land in Wroxall by the prioress Isabella Shakespeare to John Shakespeare and Ellen, his wife, in 23 Henry VII. Richard Shakespeare on the jury, 44 But there seems to be some error in the date, as the Guild of Knoll records distinctly state that Isabella the prioress was either dead in 19 Henry VII, or had retired from office. Elena Coates, widow, late wife of John Shakespeare, and Antony, her son, appear about this land in a court held by Agnes Little, prioress of Wroxall, April 21, 25 Henry VIII. William Shakespeare and Agnes were concerned in it, Alice Lone, and many other connected names. A Richard Shakespeare was on the jury, and a Richard Shakespeare was appointed ale taster. The subsidy rolls do not give a John resident in Wroxall at any date, but in 14, 15, and 16 Henry VIII. John, Sr., and John, Jr., were resident in the adjoining village of Rowington, and in 34 and 37 Henry VIII. There was one John Shakespeare there. In 16 Henry VIII 45 there was a Richard Shakespeare in Hampton Corley. The name also occurs at Wroxall in that year and in Rowington in 34 to 5 Henry VIII. There were also a Thomas and a Lawrence, mentioned as a cousin in a will of a John Shakespeare, 1574, at Rowington at that time, and the name of William appears repeatedly in Wroxall. A Robert Shakespeare was presented for non-suit. Reverend Joseph Hunter 46 gives a rental of Rowington to Edward VI. Among the free tenants of Lowston End was John Shakespeare, at Mousley End, Johanna Shakespeare, a widow, who seems to have died 1557, as her will, though lost, is mentioned in the index at Worcester. A William Shakespeare and a Richard Shakespeare are also mentioned. In 3 Elizabeth Thomas Shakespeare held a messuage in Lowston. In Rowington End John Shakespeare held a cottage called the Tweecroft, and Richard Shakespeare a messuage in Church End at the same time. In the reign of Edward VI, a Richard Shakespeare was on the jury for Hatton, a court in the manor of Wroxall. The Wroxall parish registers begin too late to be of any use, 1586. The Wroxall court rolls mention in 1523, Richard of Hesley, 1530-36, Richard and William, 1547, Ralph of Barston. Ralph 47 Shakespeare was on the jury for Berkswell November 11, for Edward VI. And 5 Edward VI. In 1560 Lawrence was presented, because he overburdened the commons with his cattle. John is mentioned in a transfer of property. Mr. J. W. Ryland gives us invaluable help in his publication of the Records of Rowington. John Shakespeare and Robert Fulwood, Gent, are mentioned as fefis in the will of John Hill of Rowington, September 23, 1502. John Shakespeare elder and younger are frequently mentioned in the charters of Rowington as fefis or as witnesses, and a John had a lease of the Harveys for 21 years in 1554. A Joan Shakespeare, widow, and her son Thomas, lived at Lyons in Hatton in 1547. In the rental of Rowington, 1560-1, there are mentioned Thomas, William, John, and Richard. Mr. Hunter mentions a Richard Shakespeare, at Mansfield, Connaughts, about 1509, a Peter, in 1545, and a John at Derby, 36 Henry VIII. A Richard Shakespeare was assessed at Hampton Carlew 16 Henry VIII. Richard Woodham and Richard Shakespeare had a farm at Hasley. The Hasley registers begin in 1538, and are interesting for the fact that they record on October 21, 1571, the death and burial of Domina Jane, formerly a nun of Wroxall, who would seem to have been the last sub-prioress, probably connected with Richard Shakespeare, the bailiff. In 1558 a Roger Shakespeare was buried by some supposed to be the old monk of Bordesley 48 who received 100s. Annuity. The earliest Shakespeare will at Worcester, proved at Stratford, was that of Thomas Shakespeare, of Alcester, 1539, who left 20s. Each to his father and mother, Richard and Margaret. He had a wife Margaret and a son William. 49 among other Worcester wills is that of Thomas Shakespeare of Warwick, shoemaker, May 20, 1557, who left his wife Agnes lands in Balsall for life, his daughter Joan, wife to Francis Lay, £4, to his sons Thomas and John 4 nobles each, and his son William was to be his heir. Richard Shakespeare of Rowington, weaver, June 15, 1560, left his property to his sons Richard and William. His brothers-in-law John and William Reve were executors and Richard Shakespeare was a witness. In 1561 this William Reve in his will left a sheep to Margaret Shakespeare, and in 1565 Robert Shakespeare of Rowington made his will. But among all these Shakespeares we cannot certainly fix upon any one that is directly connected with our Shakespeare. It seems almost certain that John Shakespeare was son of Richard Shakespeare, of Snitterfield. And yet many doubt it on grounds worthy of consideration, which are treated later in the notice of John Shakespeare. Mr. Yeatman found that an Alice Griffin, daughter of Edward, and sister of Francis Griffin of Braybrook, married a Shakespeare. He takes it for granted that she married Richard of Wroxall, and that it was he who came to Snitterfield. We must beware of drawing definite conclusions, of making over-hasty generalizations. We only collect the bricks to help future investigators to build the edifice. The Sir Thomas Shakespeare, curate, of Essex, Bristol, and London, who died 1559, is treated later among the Essex Shakespeares. There is one curious mention of the name which no student seems to have worked out. A certain Hugh Saunders, alias Shakespeare 50 of Merton College, Oxford, became principal of St. Albans Hall in 1501. He was vicar of Meopham, in Kent, rector of Mixbury, canon of St. Paul's, and prebendary of Ald Street, in 1508, and rector of St. Mary's, Whitechapel, in 1512. He died 1537. Now, such an alias was common at the time, when a man's mother was of higher social station than his father. We may therefore, seeing he was somehow connected with Shakespeare, imagine Hugh Saunders' mother to have been a Shakespeare. He is styled vir literis et virtute per celebris. Footnotes: 36 George Shakespeare complains against Agnes Marshall that she detains 2 rosaries, June 18, 1533 common trained soldiers in Nottingham, Peter Shakespeare, etc., 1596-97. Stevenson's Nottingham Records. 37 Halliwell Phillips Outlines, Volume 2, p. 252. 38 Guild of Knowle Register. 39 John Brome was lord of the manor of Bad Esley Clinton, but was murdered in the porch of the Church of the Whitefriars, London, November 9, 1468, leaving a wife, Beatrice, 3 sons and 2 daughters, one of whom was Jocosa. His son Thomas succeeded, and died without heirs, and his second son Nicholas then inherited the property. 8 of his children are registered in the Guild of Knowle. His son-in-law was Sir Edward Ferrers, who married Constance, to whom the property afterwards came. Their son was Henry Ferrers, the great Warwickshire antiquary, who succeeded at 16, and was lord of the manor for 69 years, Bad Esley Clinton, Reverend H. Norris, p. 234. 40 Nam licentius concs afoot Johanna Shakespeare sub prioris ad. Elegant, 5 September, 1525, et November 20, 1525, Agnes Little confirmata foot prior Isidore Roxall. VAC per resign. Jock. Brome. Dugdale's Monast Icon, ed. 1823, Volume 4, p. 89, and Warwickshire, ed. 1730, p. 649. 41 Valor Ecclesiasticus, 26 Henry VIII. 1535, 42 Ministers' Accounts, April 24, 28 Henry VIII, and Augmentation Books, Public Record Office. 43 Yeatman's Gentle Shakespeare, pages 138 to 142. 44 Court Rolls, General Series, Portfolio 207, Number 99. 45 Added. Manuscripts, British MUS, 24,500. 46 Mr. Yeatman's Gentle Shakespeare, p. 142. 47 Court Roll, Number 10, p. 207. 48 Nash's Worcestershire, Volume 2, Account of Tardbig. See Augmentation Books, October 14, 1539, 233, f8. 49 Hunter's Prolutions, p9. 50 Woods Colleges. Fasti Oxoniensis, Bliss, 1815. Wood, Antique Oxon, L2, 341. Bose, Reg University Oxon New Courts Repertorium. Chapter 4 The Shakespeare Coat of Arms non sans droit. None of the family seemed to have risen above the heraldic horizon till John Shakespeare applied for his coat of arms. Into the contest over that application it is well to plunge at once, and thence work backwards and forwards. 4 classes of writers wage war over the facts: the Baconians, like the late Mr. Donnelly, who deny everything; the Romanticists, who accept what is pleasant, and occasionally believe manufactured tradition to suit their inclinations; the agnostic Shakespeareans, like Halliwell Phillips, who really work, but believe only what they can see and touch, if it accords with their opinions; and the ingenuous workers who seek saving truth like the agnostics, but bring human influences and natural inferences to bear on dusty records. Now, Halliwell Phillips does not scruple to affirm that 3 heralds 51 the worthy ex-bailiff of Stratford, and the noblest poet the world has ever produced, were practically liars in this matter, because they make statements that do not harmonize with the limits of his knowledge and the color of his opinions. From his grave the poet protests good name in man or woman, dear my lord, is the immediate jewel of their souls. Who steals my purse steals trash. But he who filches from me my good name robs me of that, which not enriches him, but leaves me poor indeed. Othello, Act 3, Scene 3. We must therefore at least start inquiry with the supposition that these men thought they spoke truth. There was no reason they should not have done so. Sir John Fern 52 writes, "If any person be advanced into an office or dignity of public administration, be it either ecclesiastical, martial, or civil, the herald must not refuse to devise to such a public person, upon his instant request, and willingness to bear the same without reproach, a coat of arms, and thenceforth to matriculate him with his intermarriages and issues descending in the register of the gentle and noble. In the civil or political state divers offices of dignity and worship do merite coats of arms to the posses sowers of the same offices, as bailiffs of cities and ancient boroughs or incorporated towns." John Shakespeare had certainly been bailiff of Stratford-on-Avon in 1568-9, the draft states that he then applied for arms, and that the herald, Cook, had sent him a pattern. Probably he did not conclude the negotiations then, thinking the fees too heavy, or he might have delayed until he found his opportunity lost, or he might have asked them for his year of office alone. No doubt John Shakespeare was deeply impressed with the dignity of his wife's relatives, and wished, even then, to make himself and his family more worthy for her sake. The tradition of this draft, or the sight of it, may have stimulated the heart of the good son to honor his parents by having them enrolled among the army-jerry of the county. John had appeared among the gentlemen of Warwickshire in a government list of 1580-53. The Warwickshire visitations occur in 1619, after the death of the poet, without male heirs, and are no help to us here. In the first 1596 draft the claims are based on John's public office, on a grant to his antecessors by Henry VII. For special services on marriage with the daughter and heir of a gentleman of worship, i.e., entitled to armorial bearings. Then a fuller draft was drawn out, also in 1596, correcting antecessors into grandfather. Halliwell Phillips only mentions one at that date, but Mr. Stephen Tucker 54 Somerset Herald, gives facsimiles of both. Halliwell Phillips calls these ridiculous assertions, and asserts that both parties were descended from obscure country yeomen. The heralds state they were solicited, and on credible report informed of the facts. We must not forget that all the friends intimately associated either with the Ardens or the Shakespeares, with the exception of the Harts, were army jerry. Nobody now knows anything of that earlier pattern, nor of the patents of the gifts to the antecessors. But seeing, as I have seen, that sacks full of old parchment deeds and bonds, reaching back to the 15th century, get cleared out of lawyers' offices, and sold for small sums to make drum heads or book bindings, and seeing that this process has been going on for 400 years, it does not seem to me surprising that some deeds do get lost. Generally, it is those we most wish to have that disappear. Lawyers do not, as a rule, concern themselves with historical fragments, but with the soundness of the present titles of their clients and their own modern duties. I do think that historical and antiquarian societies should bestir themselves to have old deeds included among the ancient monuments of the country and entitled to some degree of protection. We must also consider how illiterate the inhabitants of the country were in the reign of Henry VII, how the nation was bestrid by officials of the Empson and Dudley type, and we have reason to believe that various accidents, intentional or otherwise, caused many an old grant to disappear at that period. It has struck me as possible that John Shakespeare may have intended ancestors through the female line. The names of his mother and grandmother are as yet unknown, and the supposition has never been discussed. But in support of John Shakespeare's claim, and in opposition to Halliwell Phillips's contradiction, we can prove there were Shakespeares in direct service of the crown, not merely as common soldiers, though in 28 Henry VIII. 1537, Thomas, Richard, William and another Richard were mentioned as among the king's forces 55, but one Roger Shakespeare was yeoman of the chamber to the king, and on June 9, 1552, shared with his fellows Abraham Longwell and Thomas Best, a forfeit of £36 10s. This post of yeoman of the chamber was one of great trust and dignity. It was the same as that held earlier by Robert Arden, of Yoxall, the younger brother of Sir John Arden, and the election to it suggested either inherited favor, court interest, or signal personal services. His ancestors might have been also the missing ancestors of John Shakespeare. He himself may be the Roger who was buried in Hazeley in 1558, supposed by some to have been the monk of Bordesley. He may also have been the father of Thomas Shakespeare, the royal messenger of 1575, noticed later. This record proves nothing beyond the inexactitude of Halliwell Phillips's sweeping statements, but it gives us a hope that something else may somewhere else be found to fit into it and make a fact complete. One of the facts brought forward as a reason for the grant of arms to John Shakespeare was that he hath married Mary daughter and one of the heirs of Robert Arden in the same county, Esquire. Gent was originally written, and was altered to Esquire. 57. Some have doubted that the grant ever really took place, but Gwilym, in his Display of Heraldry, 1660, notes, or, on a bend sable, a tilting spear of the field, borne by the name of Shakespeare, granted by William de Thick, Garter, to William Shakespeare the renowned poet. Shakespeare's crest, or cognizance, was of falcon, his wings displayed, argent, standing on a wreath of his colours, supporting a spear, gold. His motto was, Non sens droict. It is said there were objections made to this pattern on the ground that it was too like the old Lord Maule's 58. Probably they were only notes of a discussion among the heralds, when it was decided that the spear made a payable difference, and a resume of the qualifications was added. This was answered on May 10, 1602, before Henry Lord Howard, Sir Robert Sidney, and Sir Edward Deer, Chancellor of the Order of the Garter, the Ansara of Garter and Clarence Yus Kings of Arms, to a libel louse scrowl against certain arms supposed to be wrongfully given. Right Honourable, the exceptions taken in the scrowl of arms exhibited, do conc earn these armes granted, or the persons to whom they have been granted. In both, Right Honourable, we hope to satisfy your lordships. They mention 23 cases. Shakespeare. It may as well be said that Harley, who beareth gould, a bend between two coatis sables, and all other that, bear, or an argent a bend sables, usurpy the coat of the low. Molly. As for the spear in bend, is a payable difference, and the person to whom it was granted hath borne Magus Tracy, and was Justice of Peace at Stratford upon Avon. He married the daughter and heir of Ardern, and was able to maintain that estate, Ms. off. Arm, W.Z., p. 276, from Malone. It has struck me that the attempt to win arms for his father was in order to continue them to his mother. In the Record Office I found the other day a note that explains what I mean. At a chapitra holden by the Office of Armes at the Embroiderers Hall in London anno 40 Regini Elizabethi, it was agreed, that no inheritrix either maid wife or widow should bear or cause to be born any creast or cognizance of her ancestors otherwise than as followeth. If she be unmarried, to bear in her ring, cognizance, or otherwise, the first coate of her ancestors in a lozenge. And during her widowhood to set the first coate of her husband in pale with the first coate of her ancestor. And if she marry one who is no gentleman, then she to be clearly exempted from the former conclusion. 59 footnotes, 51 Cook, Dethick, and Camden. In the description of England prefixed to Holinshed's Chronicles it is stated, a gentleman of blood is defined to descend of 3 descents of nobleness, that is to say, of name and of armes both by father and mother, p. 161. Moreover, as the king doth dub knights and create the barons and higher degrees, so gentlemen whose ancestors are not known to come in with William Duke of Normandy, for of the Saxon races yet remaining we now make none account, much less of the British issue, do take their beginning in England, after this manner in our times. Whosoever studieth the laws of the realm, whoso abideth in the university giving his mind to his book, or professeth physicalic and the liberal sciences, or beside his service in the room of a captain in the wars, or good counsel given at home, whereby his commonwealth is benefited, can live without manual labor, and thereto is able and will bear the port, charge, and countenance of a gentleman, he shall for money have a coat and armes bestowed upon him by heralds, who in the charter of the same do of custom pretend antiquity and service, and monnier things, and thereunto being made in good cheap be called master, which is the title men give to esquires and gentlemen, and reputed for a gentleman ever after, ed. 1586, pages 161-2. The same is repeated in the Commonwealth of England and Manner of Government thereof, by Sir Thomas Smith, London, 1589-1594, chap. XX. In a contemporary play, quoted by John Payne Collier, the herald is made to say, "We now are fain to wait who grows in wealth, and comes to bear some office in a town, and we for money help them unto armes, for what can not the golden tempter do?" Robert Wilson, The Cobbler's Prophecy. 52 Sir John Fern in The Glory of Generosity, 1586. 53 State Papers, Domser, Elise, 30I. 68 The Gentlemen and Freeholders in the County of Warwick. Among the freeholders of Barlachway, John Shakespeare, father of William and Thomas Shakespeare, 69. In Stratford-on-Avon John Shaxpera, and at Rowington Thomas Shaxpere, April, 1580. 54 Miscellanea Genealogica et Heraldica, 2nd Series, 1886, Volume I, p. 109, since published in a volume. 55 The Musters. Archers of Rowington and Wroxall, SPDS 56 State Papers, Domestic Series, Edward VI, Volume 14, Docket. 57 Nichols's Herald and Genealogist, Volume I, p. 510, 1863, and Missal. General E. T. Herald, Series 2, Volume I, p. 109. 58 See the papers in the Bodleian Library, Ashmole. Ms. 846, Art. 9, F. 50a, b. The Answers of Garter and Clarence Yus Kings of Arms, to the Scrowl of Arms, exhibited by Ralph Brooksmouth, Cald York Herald, wherein they state that there is a patable difference. 59 State Papers, Domestic Series, Ellies, XXVI. 31, 1561. Chapter V. The impalement of the Arden arms. In the later application to impale the Arden's arms in 1599, the 1596 draft is repeated in only slightly altered terms. Antecessors is changed to great-grandfather, and the dignity of Mary Arden's family further elucidated. Some writers consider that, following a custom of the day, John Shakespeare treated as his antecessors his wife's ancestors. The word great-grandfather tends to exclude this notion, as may be seen later, but the word grandfather would imply, if this had been intended, that Thomas Arden himself had had the grants. It has always been supposed that Brooke, York Herald, had exhibited some complaint against this grant also, as he very possibly did. 60 He was severely critical of the heraldic and genealogic matter in Camden's Britannia, and very bitter at the slighting way the author speaks of heralds. He wrote a book called The Discoveries of Certain Errors in the edition of 1594, which he seems to have begun at once, as on page 14 he states, "If the making of gentlemen heretofore hath been greatly misliked by her Majesty in the Kings of our mess, much more displeasing, I think, it will be to her, that you, being no officer of our mess, should erect, make and put down earls and barons at your pleasure." It must have been peculiarly galling to him that by the influence of Sir Fulke Greville, afterwards Lord Brooke, Camden was advanced over his head to the dignity he himself desired. After being appointed, for form's sake, Richmond Herald for one day, Camden was made Clarenceuse, October 23, 1597, between the first and second Shakespeare drafts. This probably decided Brooke to publish his pamphlet of errors, which, as he dedicated it to the Earl of Essex, Lord General of the Royal Forces in Ireland, must have appeared in 1599. He wrote another book against Camden, which was forbidden to be published. The draft for the impalement is also heavily corrected, probably in comparison and discussion. Of the Shakespeare Shield a note adds, "The person to whom it was granted hath borne magistracy in Stratford-on-Avon, was justice of the peace, married the daughter and heir of Ardern, and was able to maintain that estate." The heralds first tricked the arms of the Ardens of Park Hall, ermine a fess checky or an az, but scratched them out, and substituted a shield bearing 3 crosslets fichi and a chief or, with a martlet for difference. I put forward several suggestions concerning this question in an article in the Athenaeum 61. The critical strictures against the Shakespeare Arden claim are best summed up by Mr. Nichols 62:1. That the relation of Mary Arden to the Ardens of Park Hall was imaginary and impossible, and those who assert it in error. 2. That the Ardens were connected with nobility, while Robert Arden was a mere husbandman. 3. That the heralds knew the claim was unfounded when they scratched out the arms of Arden of Park Hall, and replaced them by the arms of the Ardens of Alvanley, of Cheshire. This was equally unjustifiable, but as the family lived further off, there was less likelihood of complaint. Now we must work out the case step by step on the other side. Robert Arden, of Park Hall, spent his substance during the Wars of the Roses, and was finally brought to the block, 30 Henry VI, 63 1452. His son Walter was restored by Edward IV, but he would probably be encumbered by debts and waste. At least, he had but small portions to leave to his family when he made his will 64, July 31, 17 Henry VII, 1502. Besides his heir, Sir John, Esquire of the body to Henry VII, he had a second son 65 Thomas, to whom he leaves 10 marks annually, a third son, Martin, who was to have the manor of Netford. If not, then Martin and his other sons Robert, Henry, William should each of them have 5 marks annually. This is an income too small even for younger sons to live on in those days, so it is to be supposed the father had already either placed them, married them well, or otherwise provided for them during his life. Among the witnesses to the will are Thomas Arden and John Charnels, squires. Thomas, being the second son, might have had something from his mother Eleanor, daughter and co-heir of John Hampden, of Great Hampton, County Bucks. This Thomas was alive in 1526, because Sir John Arden then willed that his brothers Thomas, Martin, and Robert should have their fees for life. Henry, and probably also William, had meanwhile died, though a William seems to have been established at Hans, in Bedfordshire. Seeing that Sir John was the esquire of the body to Henry VII, it seems very probable that his brother Robert was the Robert Arden, yeoman of the chamber, to whom Henry VII granted 3 patents. First, on February 22, 17 Henry VII, as keeper of the park at Altcar 66 Lancashire, and second, as bailiff of Codmar, Derby 67 and keeper of the royal park there. The third 68 gave him Yoxall for life, at a rental of £42 afterwards confirmed. Indeed, Leland in his itinerary mentions the relationship 69 and the administration of Robert's goods proves it. Martin's family became connected with the Easts and the Gibbons, and his name and arms appear in the Visitations of Oxfordshire. Where meanwhile was Thomas? There is no record of any Thomas Arden in Warwickshire or elsewhere, ever supposed to be the son of Walter Arden, save the Thomas who, the year before Walter Arden's death, was living at Wilmcote, in the parish of Aston Cantlow, on soil formerly owned by the Beechams. On May 16, 16 Henry VII, Mayow transferred certain lands at Snitterfield to Robert Throckmorton, Armiger, Thomas Trussell of Billesley, Roger Reynolds of Henley in Arden, William Wood of Woodhouse, Thomas Arden of Wilmcote, and Robert Arden, the son of this Thomas Arden. This list is worth noting. Thomas Trussell, of an old family, is identified by his residence 70. He was sheriff of the county in 23 Henry VII. No Throckmorton could take precedence of him save the Robert Throckmorton of Cotton, who was knighted 6 months later 71. These men were evidently acting as trustees for the young Robert Arden. Just in the same way this same Robert Throckmorton was appointed by Thomas's elder brother, Sir John Arden of Park Hall, as trustee for his children, in association with John Kingsmill, Sergeant at Law, Sir Richard Empson, and Sir Richard Knightley 72. That a man of the same name, at the same time, in the same county, retaining the same family friends, in circumstances in every way suitable to the second son of Walter Arden, should be accepted for that man seems just and natural, especially when no other claimant has ever been brought forward. But we know this Thomas Arden was Mary Arden's grandfather, this Robert was her father, this property, that tenanted afterwards by the Shakespeares, and left by Robert's will to his family. As the deed of conveyance of the premises at Snitterfield from Mayow to Arden has been often referred to, occasionally quoted, but never, so far as I know, printed in extenso, I should like to preserve the copy. It may save trouble to future investigators, and help to clear up the connection between the Shakespeares and the Ardens. It certainly strengthens very much Mary Arden's claim to connection with the Ardens of Park Hall, and her descent from a gentleman of worship, a claim the heralds allowed. Sciant presens et futuri quod ego Johannes Mayaudus Niederfeld dedi, concessi, et hac presenti carta mea confirmavi, Roberto Throckmerton Armigero, Thome Trussell de Bill Esley, Rogero Reynolds de Henley in Arden, Will Elmo Wad de Wadhouse, Thome Ardern de Wilmcote, et Roberto Ardern filio eistum Thome Ardern, unum mesuagium cum sui pertinentius in Snederfeld predicta, una cum omnibus et singulis terras toftes, croftes, prodis, pasces et pasturis idem mesuagio spectantibus pertinentibus in villa et in campis de Snederfeld predicta cum omnibus sui pertinentius, quod quidem mesuagium predictum quandam fut willilmi Mayow et postea Johannes Mayow et situatum est in tertarum Johannes Palmer ex part una et quandam vanellam ibidem vocatam mero lane ex part altera in latitudine et extended se in longitudine via regia ibidem usque ad quendam rivulum, secundum metas et divisus ibidem factus. Habendum et tenendum predictum mesuagium cum omnibus et singulis terras toftes, croftes, prodis, pasces, et pasturis predictus, ac omnibus sui pertinentius prefatis Roberto Throckmerton, Thome Trussell, Rogero Reynolds, Will Elmo Wad, Thome Ardern et Roberto Ardern heredibus et assign atis sui de capitalibus dominis feudi ilius per servicia in debita et de jure consueta in perpetuum. Et ego vero predictus Johannes Mayow et heredis me mesuagium predictum cum omnibus et singulis terras toftes croftes, prodis, pasces et pasturis predictus ac omnibus sui pertinentius prefatis Roberto Throckmerton, Thome Trussell, Rogero Reynolds, Will Elmo Wad, Thome Ardern et Roberto Ardern heredibus et assign atis sui contra omnes gentes warrantisibimus et defendimus in perpetuum. Et in super sietis me prefatum Johannem Mayow assignas, constituis et in loco meo possuis delectos mici in Christo Tomum Clopton de Snederfeld predicta gentleman et Johannem Porter de idem meos viros et legit emas alternatos conjunctum et divisim ad intrandum vice et nomini meo in predictum mesuagium cum omnibus et singulis premissus et pertinentius sui quibuscunc et ad plenum et pacificam cis inum pro me ac vice et nomini meo in capiendum et post quam huiges modi season addicta. Capta fuerit ad deliberandum pro me ac vice et nomini meo prefatis Roberto Throckmerton, Thome Trussell, Rogero Reynolds, Will Elmo Wad, Thome Ardern et Roberto Ardern plenum et pacificam possessionum et cis inum de et in eadem mesuagio ac omnibus et singulis premissus, secundum vim, formam et effectum huius presentis cart me. Radum et gradum habens et habit juris totum et quicquid dicti aternati me vice et nomini meo fecerent scue orum alter fecerit in premissus. In quis rei testimonium huic presenti cart me et scripto meo sigillum meum apis y. His testibius Johanna Wagstaff de Aston Contiloi Roberto Porter de Snederfield predicta Ricardo Russ Hebe de Edom, Ricardo Atkins de Wilmcote predicta, Johanna Alcox de Neuenham et alias. Datum apud Snederfield predictam die lune proximo post festum inventionis Sanct Crucis anno regni regis Henrici septimi post conquestum sexto decimo. 73. Mr. Nichols' second objection was that in records he is styled husbandman, but the word is an Old English equivalent for a farmer, in which sense it is often used in old wills and records. And in the examination of John Somerville 74, Edward Arden's son-in-law, also of high descent, he stated that he had received no visitors of late, but certain husbandmen, near neighbors. The Arden husbandman of Wilmcote in 1523 and 1546-75 paid the same amount to the subsidy as the Arden esquire of Yoxall 76 in 1590, when money was of less value. Mr. Nichols' third assertion, that the heralds scratched out the arms of the Ardens of Park Hall, because they dared not quarter them with those of the Shakespeares, shows that he omitted certain considerations. That family was under attainder then. Drummond 77 exemplifies many arms of Arden, and traces them back to their derivation. He notices that the elder branch of the Ardens took the arms of the old Earls of Warwick, the younger branches took the arms of the Beauchamps, with a difference. In this they followed the custom of the Earls of Warwick. The Ardens of Park Hall therefore bore ermine, a fess checky, or, and az, arms derived from the old Earls of Warwick, and this was the pattern scratched out in John Shakespeare's quartering. But the reason lay in no breach of connection, but in the fact that Mary Arden was an heiress, not in the eldest line, but through a second son. A possible pattern for a younger son was 3 lets Fichy and a chief or. As such they were borne by the Ardens of Alvanley, with a crescent for difference. They were borne without the crescent by Simon Arden of Longcroft 78, the second son of the next generation, and full cousin of Mary Arden's father. It is true that among the tombs at Yoxall the fess checky appeared, but there is evident confusion in their use. Martin Arden of Euston was probably in the wrong to assume when he did the arms of his elder brother, William Arden of Hons, if the sixth son, County Bedford, bore the same arms as those proposed for Mary Arden, and it is implied that Thomas, her father, had borne them. In the Herald's College is the draft, Shakespeare impaled with the ancient armes of the said Arden of Willingcote, volume marked R21 outside and G13 inside. If the 3 lets Fichy were the correct arms for Thomas Arden as the second son of an Arden, who might bear ermine, a fess checky or, an az, the crescent would have been the correct difference, but it had long been borne by the Ardens of Alvanley, in Cheshire, who branched off from the Warwickshire family early in the 13th century. The heralds therefore differenced the crosslets with a martlet, usually, but by no means universally, the mark of cadency for a fourth son at that time 79. Thus, Glover 80 enumerates among the arms of Warwickshire and Bedfordshire, Arden or Arderngu, 3 lets Fichy or, on a chief of the second a martlet of the first. Crest, a plume of feathers charged with a martlet or. If heraldry has anything, therefore, to say to this dispute, it is to support the claim of Thomas Arden to being a cadet of the Park Hall family, and thereby to include Mary Arden and her son in the descent from Aylwin, Guy of Warwick, and the Saxon King Athelstan. Camden and the other heralds were only seeking correctness in their draft of the restitution of the Arden's arms. The hesitation as to exactitude among the varieties of Arden arms was the cause of the notes. See the Book of Differ, 61, see Knights of E.I, folios 2, 28, etc., on the draft. It has been considered strange that, after the application and even after the grant, preserved in Ms. Coll of Arms, R21, no use thereof can be proved, though the heralds added to the former grant, and we have likewise upon another escutcheon impaled the same with the ancient arms of the said Arden of Wellingcote, signifying thereby that it may and shall be lawful, for the said John Shakespeare, gent, to bear and use the same shields of arms, single or impaled, as aforesaid, during his natural life, and that it shall be lawful for his children, issue, and posterity, to bear, use, quarter, and shew the same with their due difference, in all lawful warlike fates and civil use. Ibid. G. 13. John Shakespeare did not live long after his application, dying in 1601. Whether or not the grant of the impaled Arden arms was completed before his death, there is no record of his using them. Whether his son ever used the implement we do not now know, but it does not appear on any of the tombs or seals that have been preserved. But the Shakespeare arms have been certainly used. William Shakespeare was mercilessly satirized by his rivals, Ben Jonson and others 81 about his coat of arms, but it was the recognition of his descent that secured him so universally the attribute of gentle. As Davies, addressing Shakespeare and Burbage in 1603, says, "And though the stage doth stain pure gentle blood, yet generous yet are in mind and mood." 82 We must not forget there would be possible ill-feeling among the families of the Arden sisters, when the youngest, whom they had probably always pitied and looked down on, because of her comparatively unfortunate marriage, should have the audacity to think of using the arms of their father, to which they had never aspired. Old House at Wilmcote, by some supposed to be Robert Arden's to face p. 35. Footnotes, 60 He tried in every way to prove Camden wrong, but his bitterness only hurt himself. His strictures were confused before the highest authority. 61 August 10, 1895, p. 202. 62 Herald and Genealogist, Volume I, p. 510, 1863, and Notes and Queries, Series 3, Volume V, p. 493. 63 Dugdale's Warwickshire, p. 925. 64 Preserved at Somerset House, 8 Porch. 65 Dugdale places the sons in another order. 66 Pat. Henry VII, Second Part, MEM. 30, February 22. 67 Same series, MEM. 35, September 9. 68 Pat. 23 Henry VIII, September 24, First Part, MEM. 1269 Arden of the Court, brother to Sir John Arden of Park Hall. Itinerary, 6. 20, about 1536 to 42. 70 Sir Warren Trussell held Bill Esley 15 Edward III. The will of Sir William Trussell of Cubleston, 1379, mentions a bequest to his cousin, Sir Thomas D. Ardine, Testamenta Vetista, Sir N. H. Nicholas, Volume I, p. 107. William Trussell was made a brother of the Guild of Knowle 1469, and there is an entry in 1504 of a donation for Sir William Trussell and for his soul, to Thomas Trussell, farmer of the said Bishop of Worcester, in Knowle for the work a silver 4/4, 37 Henry VIII, Report. Register of the Guild of Knowle, Introduction, PXXVI, by Mr. W. B. Bickley. Alured Trussell, born 1533, married Margaret, daughter of Robert Fulwood, and their daughter Dorothy married Adam Palmer, Robert Arden's friend. French thinks that the wife, either of Thomas or of Robert, was a Trussell. 71 His son George succeeded him in 1520. Edward Arden, of Park Hall, was brought up in his care, and married Mary, his son Robert's daughter. 72 CP 184. 73 Deed of conveyance of premises at Sneederfield. Transcribed from the miscellaneous documents of Stratford-on-Avon, Volume 2, Number 83. 74 State Papers, Domestic Series, Elizabeth, 1583, Clesiath, 21. 75 In the subsidy rolls 15 Henry VII, Thomas Arden was assessed on £12, and Robert Arden on £8, 192/128. Subsidy, Aston Cant Low, March 10, 37 Henry VIII, 1546, Robert Arden, assessed on property valued at £10, Walter Edkins, £10, John Jenks, £6, John Scarlett, £8, Thomas Dixon, £8, Roger Knight, £8, Richard Ingram, £6, Thomas Gritwin, £5, Margaret Scarlett, £5, Richard Edkins, £6, Robert Fullwood, £5, Nicholas Gibbies, £5, Richard Green, £5, William Hill, £5, Mr. Hunter's Prolutions, 37, note. Thomas Arden of Park Hall at the same time was assessed on £80, but Simon Arden was only assessed on £8, 192/179. 76 French, Genealogica Shakespeariana, p. 423, and Nichols' History of Leicestershire. 77 H. Drummond's Noble British Families, Volume I, 2. 78 C. Fuller's Worthies of Warwickshire. 79 The several marks of cadency which have of late years been made use of for the distinction of houses, for the second son a crescent, the third a mullet, the fourth a martlet, Glover's Heraldry, Volume I, p. 168, ed. 1780. 80 Ibid, Volume 2, ed. 1780. 81 In the Return from Parnassus, 1606, Studiosa says of the players, vile world that lifts them up to high degree, and treads us down in grovelling misery, England affords these glorious vagabonds that carried erst their fardels on their backs coursers to ride on through the gazing streets, sweeping it in their glaring satin suits, and pages to attend their masterships. With mouthing words that better wits have framed, they purchase lands and now esquires are made. Act V, Sc. 1. The satire in Ratsey's Ghost also may refer to Shakespeare, though Aline and others might be intended. Freeman, in his Epigrams, 1614, asks, why hath our age such new-found gentles found to give the master to the farmer's son? But his high praise of Shakespeare elsewhere shows he does not refer to him. 82 John Davies of Hereford's Microcosmos, The Civil Wars of Death and Fortune. Chapter 6 The Ardens of Wilmcote. It is unfortunate that we know so little about Thomas Arden, Mary Shakespeare's antecessor. A quiet country gentleman he seems to have been, marrying for love, and not for property, or his wife's descent might have helped us to clear his own. I do not think she was a Throckmorton, but I think she was very probably a Trussell, which Mr. French also suggests. Joan was a Trussell name, and Bill Esley held some attraction to the family. We are not sure of anything about Thomas except the purchase of Snitterfield, the year before Sir Walter Arden's death, and his payment of the subsidies in 1526 and 1546. It is probable he was the Thomas Arden, squire, who witnessed the will of Sir Walter in 1502, it is possible he was the Thomas Arden who witnessed the will of John Lench 83 of Birmingham in 1525, though it is more likely that this latter Thomas was his nephew, the heir of Park Hall. Thomas of Wilmcote is supposed to have died in 1546, but no will has been discovered. Probably he had handed over his property to his son in his lifetime. There is no trace of another child than Robert. Robert was probably under age when his father purchased Snitterfield, and hence the need of trustees in association with the purchase. On December 14 and 21, 1519, Robert Arden purchased another property in Snitterfield from Richard Rushby and Agnes his wife 84, and he bought also a tenement from John Palmer on October 1, 1529-85. One of his tenants was Richard Shakespeare. He and his tenant were both presented for non-suit of court in 30 Henry VIII. He contributed to the subsidy in Wilmcote in 1526 and 1546. We know no more of his first wife than we know of his mother. She might have been either a Trussell or a Palmer. But we know that he had 786 daughters, who all bore Arden family names: Agnes, who married first John Hewins, and secondly Thomas Stringer, by whom she had two sons, John and Arden Stringer; Joan, who married Edmund Lambert, of Barton on the Heath, who had a son, John Lambert; Catherine, who married Thomas Edkins of Wilmcote, who had a son, Thomas Edkins the younger; Margaret, who married first Alexander Webby of Bearley, by whom she had a son Robert, and secondly Edward Cornwall; Joyce, of whom there is no record but in her father's settlement and will; 87 Alice, who was one of the co-executors of her father's will, but of whom there is no further record; and Mary, the other executor, who married John Shakespeare. The exact dates of their birth are not known. Robert may be supposed to have been married about 1520, and it is probable that Mary was born about 1535. It is likely that she was of age when made executor in 1556, but not at all necessary. Robert Arden married again when his family had grown up, probably in 1550. Agnes Webby, who had been assessed as the widow of Hill of Bearley on £7, in 37 Henry VIII, 1546. On July 17, 1550, Robert Arden made two settlements of the Snitterfield estates, probably upon his marriage. 88 In the first 89 he devised estates at Snitterfield in trust to Adam Palmer and Hugh Porter, for the benefit, after the death of himself and his wife, of his three married daughters Agnes, Joan, and Catherine. In the second, a similar deed 90 in favor of three other daughters: Margaret, then married to Alexander Webby of Bearley, Joyce, and Alice. Mary is not mentioned, probably because the Aspys estate was even then devoted to her. Robert Arden, sick in body, but good and perfect of remembrance, made his last will and testament 91 November 23, 1556, and he must have died shortly after. This will of itself answers the question as to his worldly position, and as to the meaning of the word husbandman in his case. The wage of a working husbandman at the time was from 25s to 33s a year. 92 His will discloses property on a level with many gentlemen of his time and his county. It gives a strong suggestion that Mrs. Arden was not on the best of terms with her stepchildren. Robert bequeathed his soul to God and the Blessed Lady Saint Mary, and all the holy company of heaven, and his body to be buried in the churchyard of St. John the Baptist at Aston Cantlow. Also I bequeath to my youngest daughter Mary all my land at Willencote Collide Aspys, and the crop upon the gronda sown and tithed as it is, and villies eis thuriad of money to be paid her or ere my goods be divided. Also I give and bequeath to my daughter Ailes, the third part of all my goods movable and unmovable in Filda and town after my debts and legs cease performed, besides that good she hath of her own all this time. Also I give and bequeath to Agnes my wife villies eis thuriad upon this condition that she shall suffer my daughter Ailes quietly to enjoy half my copyhold in Willencote during the time of her widywude, and if she will not suffer my daughter Ailes quietly to occupy half with her, then I will that my wife shall have but thuri livus aided, and her ginter in Snederfeld. Item, I will that the residue of all my goods, movable and unmovable, my funerals and my debts discharged, I give and bequeath to my other children to be equally divided among them by the discretion of Adam Palmer, Hugh Porter of Snederfeld, and Johann Skerlet, whom I do ordain and make my overseers of this my last will and testament, and they to have for their pains taking in this behalf xxs apes. Also I ordain and constitute and make my full executors ales and marry my daughters of this my last will and testament, and they to have no more for their pains taking now as afore given to them. Also I jive and bequeath to every house that hath no team in the parish of Aston, to every house thuriid. Thes being witnesses Sir William Boughton curate, Adam Palmer, Johann Scarlett, Thomas Jenks, William Pytt, with other M.O. Proved at Worcester, December 16, 1556, by Alice and Mary Arden. It is interesting to learn from the inventory the nature of the furniture, and the prices of the period. There were 11 painted cloths in the various rooms, the substitutes for ancient tapestry even in good homes. The value of the goods, movable and unmovable, independently of the landed property, was calculated to be £76 11s. 10d. This was a large sum for the period. Probably even then the goods were worth much more, as the prices entered are relatively low for the date. Certainly it is necessary to multiply the value by 10 to translate it into modern figures, and that would give a good estimate for the saleable value of a house full of furniture now. After her sisters and her stepmother's legacies of £6 13s. 4d, after the payment of 4d. To every family in the parish, and of 20s. To the overseers, all debts being paid, Alice was to have a third, that is, the third that by Old English law belonged to the dead. She would thus have at least £13 worth in kind, along with her interest in Snitterfield and what goods she had of her own. The others would have about £5 each. It may be noted the widow was left no furniture or goods. She may have claimed the widow's third, though the effect of her jointure was to disturb the law of dower. She seems to have had furniture of her own. She evidently stayed on in her husband's home, and apparently brought her own children there. Mary Hill was married to John Fullwood, November 15, 1561, at Aston Cantlow. Agnes Arden, widow, made her will in 1578. The opinion that there was no great friendliness with her husband's family is strengthened thereby, yet there was not the absolute estrangement some writers have supposed. Halliwell Phillips states that she does not mention a member of her husband's family. She left legacies to the poor, to her godchildren, to her grandchildren, and the residue to her son and son-in-law in trust for their children. She left 12 pence to John Lambert, her stepdaughter Joan's son, and 12 pence to each of her brother Alexander Webby's children, one of whom, at least, was the son of her stepdaughter Margaret. She left nothing to any of her stepdaughters, and nothing to any of the young Shakespeares. The overseers were Adam Palmer and George Gibbs, so she had been able to keep friendly with her husband's friend. The witnesses were Thomas Edkins, a stepdaughter's husband, Richard Pettifair, and others. She was buried on December 29, 1580, and the inventory of her goods was taken January 19, 1580-81. The low rate at which it is calculated is remarkable. Item 38 sheep £3, 5 score pigs £13 4s, etc. The sum total was £45. The will was proved on March 31, 1581. The friendliness between the Shakespeares and the other Arden families seems to have been unstable. Aunt Joan's husband, Edmund Lambert, of Barton on the Heath, and their son John, through rather sharp practice for cousinly customs, became owners of Aspies. There is a hazy suspicion even about the bona fides of the Edkins. Agnes had settled rather far off at the home of the Stringers, in Stockton, Co-Salop. In February, 1569, Thomas Stringer devised to Alexander Webby his share of Snitterfield. John Shakespeare was one of the witnesses to the indenture. Alexander Webby, it is true, made John Shakespeare, his brother-in-law, the overseer of his will at his death in 1573. Joyce Arden and Alice Arden seem both to have died unmarried, without leaving a will. There is no further mention of Alice, the wealthier of the two maiden sisters, resident at Aston Cantlow, neither has there hitherto been made any suggestion concerning Joyce, and her death does not appear in the parish registers. Now, it was an exceedingly common custom of the time for poorer single relatives to enter into the service of wealthier members of the family, for superfluous women even, who were not poor, to go where they were wanted in other homes. Might she not have gone in such a capacity to one of the houses of the Ardens of Park Hall? In Worcestershire, near Stourbridge, there is a parish called Piedmar, and a hall of the same name, then inhabited by the Arden family. The registers there record the death of a Mistress Joyce Arden in 1557, to whose family there is no clue, and I cannot but think she was Shakespeare's aunt, as the Joyce of Park Hall was married. The Webbys 93 gradually bought up the reversionary shares of the other Arden sisters in Snitterfield, and held the whole as tenants under Mrs. Arden, widow. But the story of the Shakespeare's transfer is so curiously mixed up with their other actions that they must be taken together, in order to get a contemporary view of the matter. We find that John Shakespeare had apparently pinched himself in 1575 to purchase 2 houses in Stratford-on-Avon for £40, believed to be in Henley Street 94. By 1578, for some reasons not explained, he was excused his share in municipal charges 95, and by a will of Roger Sadler Baker in that year, we know that he was in debt to him, and under circumstances that necessitated a security. Item of Edmund Lambert and Cornish for the debt of Mr. John Shack Esperville 96. John Shakespeare mortgaged Aspies to Edmund Lambert for a loan of £40 on November 14, 1578-97, the fine being levied Easter, 1579, the mortgagee treating the matter as a purchase 98. There is a curious complexity caused by a lease of the same property being apparently granted to George Gibbies, and a double fine levied 99, i.e., parties brought in who were strangers to the title, and a double fine appears to have been levied for technical purposes when the estate was entailed 100. These other names were Thomas Webby and Humphrey Hooper 101. The mortgage loan was made repayable at Michaelmas, 1580, when the lease commenced to run, and things seemed to have been made safe for the Shakespeares. Then they proceeded to sell a parcel 102 of the Snitterfield property to Robert Webby for £40 on October 15, 1579. The description is worded loosely: John Shakespeare yeoman and Mary his wife, all that their moiety, part, and parties, byt more or less, of and in 2 messuages, etc. The indenture is long 103, and written in English, and would seem to have been signed at Wilmcote 104. A bond was drawn up on the 25th of the same month, carrying a penalty of 20 marks against the Shakespeares if they infringed the above conditions, also signed in the presence of Nicholas Knowles, the vicar of Austin or Alveston 105. Another deed, the final Concord 106, is drawn up in Latin, in Curia Domini Rugine apud West Monasterium Adi Pasci in quindecim dies anno regorum Elisabeta, vice simo secundo, inter Robertum Webby quarentum et Johannem Shakespeare et Mariam Uxarum Aegis, defortients de sexta part duorum partium deorum messuagiorum, idem Robertus dedit predictus Johannes et Marie quadraginta libras sterling orum. On this sale Robert Webby paid a fine of six. 8d for license of entry to the sheriff of the county 107. Now, this apparently second sale has puzzled many Shakespeareans, as well as the fraction. Even Halliwell Phillips 108 supposes that John Shakespeare had some small interest in Snitterfield of his own, which he parted with for £4, and that Mary Shakespeare was entitled to a share through an earlier settlement. Others have thought, however, that the first was but a draft deed of the indenture, the £4 the earnest money, and the final concord for £40 the conclusion of the whole. This is supported by the absolute indefiniteness of the first as to part or parts in two messuages, and by the apparent definiteness of the second. But the peculiar wording has further puzzled many writers. In referring to Robert Arden's settlements, we find that one tenement is settled upon 3 daughters, and the other tenement settled upon other 3 daughters, Mary's name not being mentioned. How, then, was she empowered to sell any share? It could only be by inheritance or by gift from some of her other sisters. The course of events showed it was not a free gift. But Joyce and Alice had apparently vanished from the scene. If they left no will, their shares would be divisible into equal parts among their surviving sisters by common law, and through her fraction of their shares Mary Shakespeare could step in as part owner of Snitterfield. Now, it is quite possible that the first sale of 1579 was an indefinite sale of Mary's share of Joyce's portion, and it is possible that Alice died in that year, and increased the share of her sisters, so that the two portions were treated together in the deed of 1580. Seeing that the two portions of the property had long been held together by the Webbys, it is quite natural to read the 6th part of 2 rather than the 3rd of 1, as each sister originally read her share. Now, if Mary had lost both of her sisters, it is quite natural to read her share as the 6th part of 2 parts or portions of 2 tenements. This has not yet been thus simply explained. But it is not strictly correct, for while the share of the first sister would bring Mary the 6th part of 1 part of 2 tenements, the death of the second sister should have secured her the 5th part of 1 part of 2 tenements, plus the fraction already inherited by the second from the first, or, more simply, the 5th part of 2 parts of 2 tenements. It was near enough, however, for all practical purposes, and Robert Webby seems duly to have handed over the money to John Shakespeare. Robert Webby's eagerness to buy, and the Shakespeare's need of the money, seems to have determined the price. £40 was a large sum for such a fraction of the whole. Robert Webby's readiness may be accounted for, because he was on the eve of marriage. There was a new settlement 109 of estates at Snitterfield on the occasion of his marriage to Mary, daughter of John Perks, September 1, 23 Elizabeth, and an agreement between Edward Cornwall 110, stepfather to Robert Webby, and William Perks, respecting an estate in Snitterfield, and a proviso against any claim from the Ardens. But it was not from the Ardens that any difficulty arose. Before the death of Mrs. Agnes Arden, she was called to support her claim and that of all her stepdaughters, based on a supposition of entail, against the descendants of the Mayow who had sold his property to Thomas and Robert Arden in 1501. Being described as old and infirm, a commission was directed to Bartholomew Hales, Lord of the Manor of Snitterfield, and Nicholas Knowles, Vicar of Alveston, to take her deposition concerning it. In July, 1580 111 she died in December of that year, and in 1582 John Shakespeare 112 and his brother Henry, and Adam Palmer, with others, were called on to give evidence in the case between Thomas Mayow and Robert Webby, before Sir Fulk Greville, Sir Thomas Lucy, Humphrey Peto and William Clopton, commissioners. Their depositions in support of the deed of transfer seem to have been sufficient, and we hear no more of Mayow. The newly married couple settled down on the inheritance of the Ardens, and the old home of the Shakespeares. Concerning Mary Arden's special inheritance at Aspies, there is a sadder story to tell. Whether John Shakespeare could read or not, he was certainly not a Latin scholar, and though not ignorant of many points of common law, was not up to all the technicalities used at times to confuse the truth. It is evident that there had been some verbal agreement between him and Edmund Lambert on which he relied, but that the written deed was all that John Lambert accepted 113 on selling the main portion of his wife's property at Snitterfield. John Shakespeare seems to have walked right off with the money to Edmund Lambert, of Barton on the Heath, to redeem his mortgage, and reinstate himself as owner of Aspies, free to grant a lease or sale on his own terms. But through a quibble, which was not in the bond, Edmund Lambert refused to accept this until certain other debts were also paid. Thereby he gained the shelter of time, which was in the bond, and put Shakespeare at a legal disadvantage, though it is evident from the later papers that a verbal agreement had taken place to extend the time, seeing that the money had been tendered. We may be sure that the property was worth more than £40 in hard cash to either, and more, in romantic associations, to the Shakespeares. For it was a part of Thomas Arden's original property. How he came by it, no one is sure. French 114 suggests it might have been given him by the Beauchamps of Bergavany, who had intermarried with the Ardens, and had been more than once known to have been in friendly relations. The guardian of Robert Arden, his grandfather, had been the Lady of Bergavany, and Elizabeth Beauchamp was godmother to Elizabeth Arden, daughter of Walter and sister of Thomas, whom we take to be the Thomas of Aston Cantlow. Edmund Lambert died in 1587, and his son John seems to have been threatened by the Shakespeares with a lawsuit for the recovery of Aspies, and proposed as a compromise to pay a further sum of £20, thereby securing Aspies as by purchase. To this, however, the consent, not only of Mary, but of William, her heir, was necessary, and the poet is supposed to have come down to Stratford on the occasion to act with his parents. But probably there was some other hitch. The £20 may have been held to be covered by the other debts, which already had done service for Edmund Lambert, or the Shakespeares weighed their desire to have back the land, which they probably then wished, with their growing family, to farm themselves. Nothing seems then to have been settled, and they were too poor to risk the perils of a great lawsuit. Doubtless, with sad hearts and bitter retrospect, they regretted their unlucky purchases in 1575, which seemed to have pinched them so, and wished at least they had been contented with the half, with the one tenement in Henley Street that formed part of their residence. For, had they only spent £20 then instead of £40, they could have repaid their hard-dealing relative not only the smaller mortgage, but the other debts, out of the £40 they received for Snitterfield from the more liberal Robert Webby. Finding John Lambert even harder to deal with than his father, John Shakespeare brought a bill of complaint against him in the Court of Queen's Bench 115 by John Harborne, attorney, in which his wife and son are mentioned. Nothing seems then to have been done. On November 24, 1597, backed by their son's influence and money, John and Mary Shakespeare, plaintiffs, without associating their son's name, made a formal complaint to the Right Honourable Sir Thomas Egerton 116 stating that Edmund Lambert was to hold it only until repaid the loan, that the money had been duly tendered to him on the agreed date, that he had refused it, and that his son John holds the land still, and makes secret estates of the premises, the nature of which they cannot describe, as the papers have been withheld them, that their papers and evidences are open to the court. They add further that the said John Lambert is of great wealth and ability, and well friended and allied amongst gentlemen and freeholders of the county, and your said orators are of small wealth and very few francs and aliens in the said county. They pray a writ of subpoena to be directed to John Lambert to appear in the Court of Chancery. John Lambert, pointing out the uncertainty and insufficiency of the plaintiff's bill, also that the bill had already been exhibited against him in the same court, and he had fully answered it, asserts that the arrangement was a deed of sale, with the conditional proviso that if John Shakespeare should pay £40 on the feast of Saint Michael the Archangel, 1580, to Edmund Lambert, in Barton on the Heath, the bill of sale should be void. He did not pay the money on the day, and therefore his father was legally seized of the estate. To this John and Mary Shakespeare replied, and again explained that the money was tendered at the date, and that Edmund Lambert refused to receive it unless other monies also were paid, of which no condition had been fixed, that on the death of Edmund, John had stepped into possession, and refused to hear anything from them. 117 John Lambert had another quibble, that John Shakespeare had exhibited two bills against him, one in his own name, and one associating his wife's. On July 5, 1598, July 10, 1598, and May 18, 1599, further steps were taken, but still no decision was reached. Therefore, on June 27, 1599, a commission was appointed to examine both parties. In the Index Trin. Term, 41 Elizabeth, there is the entry Shakespeare contra Lambert, but the page that contained further notice is lost. On October 23, 1599, another entry of the case is recorded, yf the defendant show no cause for stay of publication by this day sevennight, then publication ys granted, but nothing more has come to us. Probably delay helped the more powerful, certainly possession proved 9/10 of the law, and the expenses of legal action even then were paralyzing. 118 It is strange that the fate of Aspies as a property is unknown. There are traces of its being in the possession of Adam Edkins in 1668, of one John Smith after him, and of Clement Edkins in 1699. 119 But the name seems to have vanished, and with it all remembrance of the boundary of the inheritance of the Ardens of Wilmcote. Footnotes: 83C Survey of Birmingham, 1553, Clement Throckmorton, p. 3, edition by Mr. W. B. Bickley. 84 Stratford Miscellaneous Records, number 436. 85 Ibid 86 Halliwell Phillips mentions Elizabeth Scarlett as an eighth, surely in error. 87 I believe that I have found the register of her death in association with the Ardens of Park Hall, cp 41. 88 The supposition is strengthened by the language of the lease which Mrs. Arden granted her brother of a farm in Snitterfield, May 21, 1560, of which estate was made to me the said Agnes by my late husband in the 4th year of the reign of the late King Ed VI, 1550, now in tenure of Richard Shakespeare, John Henley, and John Hargrave. 89 See Records of Stratford-on-Avon. 90 Ibid 91 Worcester Wills. Consistory Court. 92 See Sir George Nicholls' History of the English Poor Law. 93 See Release from Thomas Stringer of Stockton, Co-Salop, to Alexander Webby of Snitterfield, husbandman, February 12, 11 Elise, witness John Shakespeare, confirmed after the marriage of Margaret to Edward Cornwall, October 16, 18 Elizabeth. A transfer from John Shakespeare and Mary his wife of her shares of Snitterfield, 21 Elise, for £4, October 15, 22 Elise, for £40, and 23 Elise, SIXS. 8d Release from Thomas Stringer and Thomas Edkins to Robert Webby, December 23, 21 Elise. A grant from Edmund Lambert and Joan his wife to Robert Webby of their interest in Snitterfield, May 2, 23 Elise. Stratford-on-Avon Records. 94 Stratford-on-Avon Miscellaneous Papers. 95 Chamberlain's Accounts, Stratford-on-Avon. 96 Worcester Wills. 97 Reply of John Lambert in 1597, Chancery Proceedings. 98 Note of the Fine, Halliwell Phillips Outlines, 2, 11 and 202. 99 Notes and Queries, 8th Series, Volume V, pages 127, 296, 498. 100 West Symbolography Concords, pages 10, 11. 101 Halliwell Phillips, Outlines, 2. 202 Wilmcote Fines, Hillary Term, 21 LEs. 102 Halliwell Phillips points out that it is for £4, which is an evident error, Outlines, 179. 103 Ibid, p. 179. 104 Sealed in the presence of Nicholas Noailles, Vicar of Austin. 105 Halliwell Phillips, Outlines, 2. 182 Dugdale, Alveston. 106 Ibid, 2. 176 107 War. Fines. In 1 Georgii Digby Army Jerry Vice Gumitis Comi Tatu Predicti de Anno Vice Simo Tertio Regina Elisabeta, Fines de Banco Anno Vice Simo Secundo Regina Elisabeta Pro Termino Pasci, etc. Recepta per me Johannem Cooper sub Vice Comitum. 108 Halliwell Phillips, Outlines, 2. 179 109 Stratford-on-Avon Miscellaneous Documents. 110 Ibid 111 Stratford Miscellaneous Papers. 112 Ibid 113 Court of Chancery Records. 114 French, Genealogica Shakespeariana, p. 484. 115 Coram Reg Rolls, Term Michigan, 31 and 32 Elizabeth, also Halliwell Phillips, 2. 11 116 Chancery Cases, 40 to 41 Elizabeth, SS 24, 21, Stratford, PRO, also Halliwell Phillips, 2. 14 117 Chancery Papers, SS 24, 21, Stratford, in Dorso, 40 to 41 LEs, Halliwell Phillips, 2. 204 118 Notes and Queries, 8th Series, V 127, 296, 478. 119 Halliwell Phillips, 2. 205 Chapter 7 John Shakespeare Richard Shakespeare was in tenure of the property at Snitterfield, which Robert Arden settled on his wife and daughters July 17, for Edward VI, Adam Palmer and Hugh Porter being trustees. On November 26, 1557, he, along with the executors of Robert Arden and Thomas Stringer, was returned as indebted to the late Hugh Porter of Snitterfield. On September 13 he prized the goods of Richard Maids, and on June 1, 1560, of Henry Cole, of Snitterfield. He is believed to have been the father of John, Henry, and possibly of Thomas Shakespeare. John Shakespeare must have come to Stratford-on-Avon, probably from Snitterfield, sometime before 1552, for in that year he is described as a resident in Henley Street, and fined for a breach of the municipal sanitary regulations, along with Humphrey Reynolds and Adrian Quinney, 12 pence apiece 120. This relatively large sum implies that he must have been even then a substantial householder. The determination of the house he then dwelt in becomes interesting in its bearing on the tradition as to the poet's birthplace. Nothing is recorded of John for the next few years, but he seems to have prospered in business, trading in farmers' produce. In a lawsuit of 1556, with Thomas Sich of Arscott, Worcester, he was styled a Glover. In that year he bought from George Turner a freehold tenement in Greenhill Street, with garden and croft, which is not mentioned in any of his later transactions, and from Edward west a freehold tenement and garden in Henley Street, the eastern half of the birthplace Meswich. Each of these was held by the payment of sixpence a year to the lord of the manor and suit of court. Whether he had previously lived in this eastern tenement, or in the western half, as a tenant has not been absolutely decided. He was summoned on the Court of Record jury this year, and was party to several small suits, in all of which he was successful. In 1557 he was elected ale taster, and curiously enough he was amerced for not keeping his gutters clean, in company with Francis Harbage, Chief Bailiff, Adrian Quinney, Mr. Hall, and Mr. Clopton. He is believed to have married Mary Arden in 1557. The registers of Aston Cantlow, where it is likely that Mary was married, do not begin so early. She was single at the time of her father's death in 1556, and on September 15, 1558, Joan 121 Shakespeare, daughter to John Shakespeare, was christened at Stratford by Roger Devos, minister. In 1558 John Shakespeare was elected one of the 4 constables of the town 122 and, in 1559, one of the ephorers or officers appointed to determine the imposition of small arbitrary fines. In 1561 he was elected one of the chamberlains, as well as one of the ephorers. He remained chamberlain for 2 years, and apparently so well did he discharge his financial duties in that office that he was called on to assist later chamberlains in making up their accounts. It is generally supposed that he could not write, because in attesting documents he made his mark. But I am not sure that this habit is a certain sign of his ignorance of the art. Camden himself chose a mark as a signature based on his horoscope. See his letter to Ortelius, September 14, 1577. In 1561 Richard Shakespeare of Snitterfield died, and his goods were administered by his son, John Shakespeare, Agricola, of Snitterfield, February 10, 1561-62 123. Many doubt that, even if he had any interest in Richard's property, such a description would have been given of the Chamberlain of Stratford-on-Avon. It must not be forgotten that there had been a John Shakespeare presented and fined 12 pence on October 1, 1561, in Snitterfield Court, but he may have been the Stratford John. In the description of a neighbouring property in 1570, we learn that there was a John Shakespeare of Ingon, a farm in the neighbourhood of Snitterfield, and John Shakespeare of Ingon was buried September 25, 1589, according to Mr. Halliwell Phillips 124. Hence arose reasonable doubts of the identity of John of Stratford with John, the heir of Richard Shakespeare of Snitterfield. Still, the evidence is much stronger in support of his identity than against it. On December 2, 1562, the Stratford Baptismal Register records the christening of Margaret, daughter of John Shakespeare. At the making up of the Chamberlain's accounts for 1562-63 in January, 1563-64, the chamber was found in debt to John Shakespeare 25s. 8d, as if he had been the finance chamberlain of the two. Both of his daughters were dead when, on April 26, he christened his firstborn son William. That summer the plague raged in Stratford, the council meetings were held in the garden, to avoid infection, and collections were made among the burgesses for the relief of the poor, to each of which John Shakespeare contributed. In 1565 he was chosen alderman, and not only rendered the chamberlain's accounts, but seems to have borne their financial liabilities, as in the accounts for the year is noted, item, paid to Shakespeare for arrest of old debt £3, 2, 7-1/2, the sum which was really entered as a debt in favour of the acting chamberlains. The following year he again made up the accounts for the chamberlains, and the chamber was found to be in debt to him 6. 8d, a sum that was not repaid until January 1568. From the number of petty actions for debt in which he appeared, either as plaintiff or defendant, one would believe that the businessmen of Stratford did not care to pay up until they were obliged to do so. In 1566 there occurs an interesting suit, which shows that John Shakespeare was even then acquainted with the Hathaways. In two actions against Richard Hathaway, one for £8, and one for £11, John Shakespeare had been security, and his name was substituted in the later proceedings for that of the defendant. On October 13, 1566, his son Gilbert was christened. In 1567 he was assessed on goods to the value of £425 for the subsidy 3s. 4d, and in another entry on £3, 2s. 6d. This was not at all a small entry for a tradesman of the time. Everyone tried to make his estimate as small as possible, as men do today, when taxes depend on it. He was nominated that year, though not elected, to the post of High Bailiff, to which office, however, he was elected on September 4, 1568. In the precepts that he issued he is styled Justice of the Peace and Bailiff of the town. 126 In the Chamberlain's accounts of January 26, 1568-69, there is mentioned, item to Mr. Bailiff that now is 14/ a sum not explained or accounted for, and in 1570 the Chamberlain's pray allowance of money delivered to Mr. Shakespeare at sundry times £6, during their year 1569-70, as if he had been doing work for the town. 127 On April 15, 1569, another daughter Joan was christened, and on September 28, 1571, his daughter Anna. After his year of office, John Shakespeare was always called Master, a point to be remembered in determining the meaning of various little records in a town where others of the name came to reside. In 1571 he was elected chief alderman, and in 1572 he attained what may really be considered as his chief honor. At this hall it is agreed by the assent and consent of the aldermen and burgesses aforesaid, that Mr. Adrian Kenny, now bailiff, and Mr. John Shakespeare, shall at Hilary term next ensuing deal in the affairs concerning the commonweal of the borough according to their discretions. This was an important consideration to devolve on the shoulders of a man if he could not read or write, and it very probably involved a visit to London. 128 In 1574, March 11, his son Richard was born, and in 1575 we find the locality of his house in Henley Street determined by William Wedgwood's sale, September 20, to Edward Willis for £44, of his two tenements between the tenement of Richard Hornby on the east part, and the tenement of John Shackespeare Yeoman on the west part the street. On the south, and the waste ground called Gilpits on the north. This shows, therefore, that the east tenement of the birthplace was then in his occupation, and that somehow he was entitled yeoman. But in October he himself also bought two houses for £40 from Edmund and Emma Hall, the locality not specified. One of these has been supposed by some to have been the birthplace, or perhaps both, seeing that later entries make John Shakespeare responsible to the lord of the manor for 13d. for his western tenement, and the garden or toft to the west of it, as against the 6d. due for his eastern tenement. Present view of Shakespeare's birthplace. To face p55. We must then face the question, either John Shakespeare owned the birthplace in 1552, and resided in it until he added the wool shop in 1556, or he rented the wool shop in 1552, which he purchased in 1556, or he rented the birthplace in 1552, which he purchased in 1575 from the Halls. Under whatever circumstances he secured these, both remained free to him during all his financial difficulties, and descended to his son. But these uncertainties create the doubt that remains in the mind of some: was the poet really born in the birthplace which tradition has assigned to him, or not? To me it seems that the balance of all considerations remains in favor of the birthplace. It is hard to account for a purchase in 1575, that evidently galled him, of any other premises save those in which he resided. Little is known of John Shakespeare or his family during 1576 and 1577, but in 1578 begin the records of his temporary poverty, which I have noted under the account of his relations to his wife's relatives. For the town council, doubtless in consideration of his past services, excused him paying 3s. 4d, as his share of the furniture of the pikemen, etc., and, along with Mr. Robert Bratt, the poorest member of the corporation, he was excused the 4d. A week imposed on the aldermen for relief of the poor. Then came the mortgage of Aspies in 1578-79 129. The following year he again left unpaid his share of the levy for armor 3s. 4d, and he began, probably through shamefacedness, not to show himself at the halls, though the state papers still enter him among the gentlemen and freeholders of Warwickshire. But another influence began to affect his circumstances prejudicially about this time, and that is, the evil fortunes of his brother Henry of Snitterfield. How his biographer, in the Dictionary of National Biography, could call this brother a prosperous farmer, I know not. In 1574 there had been a free fight, wherein blood was drawn, between him and Edward Cornwall, who afterwards became the second husband of his brother's sister-in-law, Margaret Webby, née Arden. In the year 1580 there was an extra-long series of actions against him for debt, threats of excommunication for withholding tithes, fines for refusing to wear the statute caps on Sunday, fines for not doing suit of court. Altogether he seems to have been a high-spirited fellow, who brought on himself, through lack of prudence, much of his ill luck, and who had the unfortunate knack of involving other people in his troubles. In 1582 both brothers were summoned as witnesses in support of Robert Webby against the Mayo appeal. In November of that year John's eldest son William, of whom no earlier direct mention had been preserved, added to his embarrassments by a premature marriage, and in the following year John was made a grandfather by the birth of Susanna Shakespeare. In 1584 the twins Hamnet and Judith were added to his anxieties. About this time the Stratford records notice how a John Shakespeare was worried by suits brought against him by John Brown, in whose favor a writ of distraint was issued against Shakespeare in 1586. But the answer was returned that he had nothing whereon to dist rein. There are several reasons for believing that this John was not the poet's father. The prefix Mr. is not used in the entries. It is certain that he retained his freeholds in Henley Street all his life, and if he had no goods whereon to dist rein, he could hardly have been received as sufficient bail at Coventry, on July 19 of that year, for Michael Price, tinker, of Stratford-on-Avon, or as security for his brother Henry's debts. In 1586 he was removed from his office of alderman 130 just in the year of the death of Edmund Lambert, when the possession of money would have given him power to have renewed his efforts to regain Aspies. Henry Shakespeare became a defaulter, and Nicholas Lane, by Thomas Trussell, his attorney, sued John Shakespeare in his place, 1587. William Court was his attorney in a weary case, which must have led both sides into heavy costs, over the recovery of £22 131 on September 1, 1588, he paid a visit to John Lambert at Barton-on-the-Heath, in the vain hope of inducing him to surrender Aspies, instituted proceedings against those who owed him money in Stratford, and, in 1589, against Lambert in the Queen's Bench at London, probably acting in the latter case through William. From the Inquisition post-mortem of the Earl of Warwick, in 1590, we know Mr. John Shakespeare still owned the two houses in Henley Street. In 1592 Mr. John Shakespeare appraised the goods of two important neighbours of Ralph Shaw, wool driver, July 23, and Henry Field, tanner, August 21. Thomas Trussell, the attorney, drew up the inventory, and denominated his associate as Mr. John Shakespeare, Sr., for no clear reason, but possibly to distinguish him from the shoemaker John. The attestation is witnessed only by a cross. During this year Sir Thomas Lucy and others were drawing up the lists of Warwickshire recusants 132 that had been heretofore presented. Among these they included several members of the sorely oppressed family of the Ardens of Park Hall, and in Stratford-on-Avon Mr. John Shakespeare and 8 others. Probably some friendly clerk, wishing to spare them fines, added, "It is said that these last 9 come not to church for fear of process for debt." But it is quite possible it might refer to John Shakespeare the shoemaker, who, having been master of the shoemakers' company, might have been called Mr. 133 in the earlier undated draft from which this was taken. The commissioners state, "We suspect these known persons next ensuing absent themselves for fear of processes, Mr. John Wheeler, John his son, Mr. John Shakespeare, etc." Away up in London in 1593 the tide was beginning to turn for the family through the efforts of the poet and the affection of the Earl of Southampton. In this year Richard Tyler sued a John Shakespeare for a debt, but it is not at all certain it was not one of the others of the name. In a case brought by Adrian Quinney and Thomas Barker against Philip Green, Chandler, Henry Rogers, Butcher, and John Shakespeare, in 1595, for a debt of £5, the absence of a trade after Shakespeare's name has made Mr. Halliwell Phillips suppose that he had retired by this date. A John Shakespeare attested by a cross the marriage settlement of Robert Fulwood and Elizabeth Hill in 1596, which represents probably the name of the poet's father. In 1597 he sold, to oblige his neighbour, George Badger, a narrow strip of land at the western side of his Henley Street garden, 1½ feet in breadth, but 86 feet in length. For this he received £2 10s, and his ground rent was reduced from 13d to 12d, the odd penny becoming Badger's responsibility. He also sold a plat, 17 feet square in the garden, behind the wool shop, to oblige his neighbor on the other side, Edward Willis. The application made for coat armor, initiated in 1596, ostensibly by John Shakespeare, but really by William Shakespeare, as well as the Lambert case, dragged on through the later years of the century. That he had not lost credit with his fellow townsmen may be seen by John's latest recorded piece of work. Early in 1601 an action was brought by Sir Edward Greville 134 against the corporation respecting the toll corn, and John Shakespeare, with Adrian Quinney and others, assisted to draw up suggestions for the use of the counsel for the defendants. On September 8 of that year the funeral of the old Burgess took place at Stratford-on-Avon, but there is no trace now left of any sepulchral monument or memorial of any kind. No will or inventory, or even inquisition post-mortem, has come down to us. It is quite possible that the Henley Street houses were entailed upon his eldest son, or that he may have bought up all rights during his father's lifetime to such an extent that inheritance could hardly be talked of. He seems to have indeed supported all the family, as there is no trace 135 of any of them, except Edmund the player, engaging in any trade or profession. Whether his mother resided in Henley Street or at New Place is not clear. There is nothing further known of her save the register of her burial, September 9, 1608, Mary Shakespeare widowy. No sepulchre or memorial of her has come down to our time. We only know that somewhere in the consecrated ground by Stratford Church lies the dust of John Shakespeare and Mary Arden, the parents of the poet. Shakespeare's birthhouse before the Restoration in 1857. Footnotes: 120 Stratford-on-Avon Chamberlain's Accounts, April 29, 6 Edward VI. 121 Stratford-on-Avon Baptismal Register. 122 All these references are from the Chamberlain's accounts, and accounts of the halls at Stratford-on-Avon. Those who have not had access to them may refer to Halliwell Phillips's Outlines, I-29, 2. 179 ETSEQ 123 Worcester Administration Bonds, 1561. Notes and Queries, 8th Series, 12. 413 124 The statement is, however, evidently erroneous. 125 Roll for Stratford, Longridge Ms. 126 Stratford Borough Records. 127 The first notice of municipal employment of players appears during his year of office, the Queen's Company and that of the Earl of Worcester having performed before the Council. A case was tried at the Warwick Assizes, Easter, 11 Elizabeth, concerning the tithes of Rowington, and John Shakespeare, of Stratford-on-Avon, was on the jury. Ryland's Records of Rowington. 128 See Chamberlain's accounts for the expenses of Mr. Queenie in London, also for the expenses of the dinner given to Sir Thomas Lucy and others, at which Queenie and Shakespeare presided. 129 In 1579 he buried his daughter Anne with the pall and the great bell. On May 3, 1580, his youngest child Edmund was christened. 130 At this Halley William Smythe and Richard Court are chosen aldermen in the places of John Wooler and John Shaxborough, for that Mr. Wooler doth desire to be put out of the company, and Mr. Shaxborough doth not come to the Halleys when they be warned, nor hath not done of long time. Borough reports. It is noteworthy that he was never fined for absenting himself as others were. 131 Controlment Rolls, 29 Elizabeth, Stratford-on-Avon. 132 State Papers, Domestic Series, Elizabeth. It may be noted that there was no Mrs. Shakespeare among the recusants. Other wives were noted, as Mrs. Wheeler. 133 It remains a fact that John Shakespeare, shoemaker, is heard of no more in Stratford-on-Avon, and shortly afterwards his house was tenanted by another man. 134 Stratford Corporation Records. 135 Halliwell Phillips is in error in stating that Gilbert was a London haberdasher. Chapter 8 William Shakespeare was 37 when he became head of the family in 1601. His previous life must have been a stirring one, though we know only too little about it. Still, certain inferences may be soundly based on known facts. He must have been educated at the Stratford Grammar School, free to the sons of the Burgesses, a high-class school for the time. Its headmaster had a salary then double that of the Master of Eton. A taste for learning had certainly imbued William's spirit even in early years, but he doubtless warmly shared in the difficulties of his father's life, and knew the anxieties of debt, the oppression of the strong hand, the cares of bread, as Mazzina calls it, and the sickening weariness of the law's uncertainty and delay. Most of his relatives were farmers, and his actions show that he would gladly have followed the same course of life, with the relaxation of field sports, of course, if he could have attained his desire. But the genius within him was to be welded by fiery trials, and he was driven on a course that seemed at discord with his nature, and yet led to its own fulfillment. In the enthusiasm of a first love, he married early, not, it must emphatically be noted, over early for the custom of the period, when the means of support were assured, but over early, as it would then have been considered, solely from a financial standpoint. He had no assured means of support. His hope of securing his inheritance of Aspies was fading. He did not marry an heiress. Many vials of wrath have been poured on the devoted head of Anne Hathaway by those who do not consider all sides of the question. Harrowing pictures of the relations of young Shakespeare and his aged wife are drawn, even by such writers as Dr. Furnivall. Now, it is a well-known fact that almost all very young men fancy girls older than themselves, and it is an artistic fact that a woman under 30 does look younger, and not older, than a man of the same age, if she has led a natural and simple life. It is much more than likely that the well-grown, responsible eldest son of anxious John Shakespeare looked quite as old as Anne Hathaway, 7 years his senior, especially if she was slight and fair and delicate, as there is every reason to believe she was. And the masterful spirit marks its own age when it goes forth to woo, and determines to win the first real fancy of his life. It must not be forgotten, in association with the situation, that Richard Hathaway of Shottery, for whom John Shakespeare had stood surety in 1566, had made his will on September 1, 1581, and died between that time and July 9, 1582, when it was proved, leaving his daughter Agnes, or Anne, the small but very common marriage portion of £6 13s. For a break had come into her home life, doubtless she went off to visit some friends, and the young lover felt he could not live without his betrothed, and determined to clinch the matter. Much unnecessarily unfavorable comment has been made on the peculiar circumstances of the marriage. People forget the complexity of religious and social customs of the time, the binding force of betrothals, the oppression of Catholics. In Robert Arden's settlement of July 17, 1550, he speaks of his daughter Agnes as the wife of Thomas Stringer, though she did not marry him until October 15, 1550. 136. The perplexity is increased by the entry of the marriage license of a William Shakespeare and Anne Whately of Temple Grafton, the day previous to that of William Shakespeare and Anne Hathaway of Stratford, November 28, 1582. 137. It all seems possible to explain. Traveling was inconvenient on November roads, will set out for the license alone, as bridegrooms were often wont to do, when they could afford the expense of a special license. He might give his own name, and that of his intended wife, at a temporary address. The clerk made an error in the spelling, which might have been corrected, but meanwhile discovered that Shakespeare was underage, was acting without his parents, that the bride was not in her own home, and that no marriage settlement was in the air. No risk might be run by an official in such a case, the license was stayed, sureties must be found for a penalty in case of error. So poor Will would have to find, in post haste, the nearest friends he could find to trust him and his story. And who so likely to ask as Fulk Sandals and John Richardson, friends of the Hathaways, the one supervisor, and the other witness to the will of Anne's father Richard. They might have been at Worcester Market with him. They were both good men in the financial sense, and their bond for £40 was accepted at the Bishop of Worcester's registry in support of the assertion that there was no impediment against this marriage by ground of consanguinity or pre-contract. If this were all right, and if the bride's friends were willing, by which must have been intended her mother and brothers, then the marriage might be solemnized. It was clearly a question in which the woman's friends were the proper parties to summon. The bond of John Shakespeare would not then have been good for £40, and the would-be bridegroom had nothing of his own. The place where they were married has not yet been discovered. It is quite possible to have been at a private mass, as was the case in another marriage with a similar bond at the same registry 138, but they were married somehow, and William probably brought home his fatherless bride to his father's house, and there her little portion of £6 13s. 4d might go the further. but a wife and a family of 3 children sorely handicapped, a penniless youth, not yet of age, bred to no trade, heir to no fortune, whose father was himself in trouble. The after-date gossip of wild courses, deer stealing, and combats with Sir Thomas Lucy, are, I think, quite unfounded on fact. I have discussed this fully in my article in the Athenaeum 139 on Sir Thomas Lucy, and in my chapter on the traditional Sir Thomas and the real. 140. It is much more than likely Shakespeare was concerned in the religious turmoil of the times, was somewhat suspected, and was indignant at the cruel treatment of Edward Arden, head of the house, the first victim of the Royal Commission 141 in 1583. Eventually he went to London, probably with introductions to many people supposed to be able and willing to help him. There were both Ardens and Shakespeares in London, and many Warwickshire men, and they thought that some place might be found even for him, the landless, unapprenticed, untrained son of a straitened father. But there were so many in a similar case. It is evident he succeeded in nothing that he hoped or wished for. His own works prove that. He was unable to act the gentleman, but was determined to play the man. He may have dwelt with, and certainly frequently visited, his old Stratford friend Richard Field, the apprentice, son-in-law, and successor of Vauttralier, the great printer. In his shop he learned not only much technical detail of his art, but refreshed his education, or, rather, went through another course, reading with a new inspiration and a kindled enthusiasm. I have shown elsewhere how very much his mental development owed to books published by Vauttralier and Field, 142 sole publishers of many Latin works, including Ovid, of Puttenham's Art of Poetry, of Plutarch's Lives, and many another book whose spirit has been transfused into Shakespeare's works. We know that he had tried his hand at altering plays, at rewriting them, and making them popular. We know that he had translated them upon the stage before 1592, because of Green's notice then published by Chettle, of the upstart crow. 143. And he probably had written some. But his first firm step on the staircase of fame was taken in the publication of his Venus and Adonis by his friend Richard Field in April, 1593, and his first grip of success in his dedication thereof to the young Earl of Southampton. The kindness of his patron between 1593 and 1594 had ripened his admiration into love, and the dedication of the Rape of Lucerus in the latter year placed the relations of the two men clearly before the world. A careful study of the two dedications leads to the conviction that the sonnets could only have been addressed to the same 144 patron. A study of the poems and sonnets together shows much of the character, training, and culture of the author, love of nature, delight in open-air exercise and in the chase, sympathy with the Renaissance culture, and a moral standard of no common order. In his first poem he shows how preoccupation preserves Adonis from temptation, in the second how the spiritual chastity of Lucerus is triumphant over evil. The one poem completes the conception of the other, and both lead into the sonnets. In these the author explains much of his thought and circumstance. Alas, 'tis true, I have gone here and there, and made myself a motley to the view, gored mine own thoughts, sold cheap what is most dear, made old offences of affections new. Oh, for my sake do you with fortune chide, the guilty goddess of my harmful deeds, that doth not better for my life provide than public means, which public manners breeds. 145. Southampton did not only chide with fortune, but took her place. Through his stepfather, Sir Thomas Heneage, who had succeeded Sir Christopher Hatton in 1589-146 as Vice-Chamberlain of the royal household, he was able to assist the players, and Shakespeare is for the first time recorded as having played twice before the Queen, at Greenwich on St. Stephen's Day, December 26, 1594, and on Innocents' Day, December 28 of the same year 147 on the latter day at night, amid the turmoil of the Gray's Inn revels, Shakespeare's play of the Comedy of Errors was represented by his company, doubtless through the interest of the Earl of Southampton, then a student at Gray's Inn. At his coming of age in October, 1594, the young nobleman would be the better able to assist his poet. Tradition has reported that he gave Shakespeare a large sum of money, generally said to be £1,000. The Guild Chapel, from the site of New Place. To face p. 67. However it was, the tide of Shakespeare's fortunes turned with his introduction to the Earl of Southampton, and his exertions during the remaining years of the century began to tell in financial returns. It is significant that the first known use to which he put his money was the application for the coat of arms. In that same year fortune gave him a cruel buffet in the death of his only son 148. Nevertheless, he went on with his purchase of the largest house in his native town, so that, if the bride of his youth had waited long for a home of her own, he did what he could to make up for the delay by giving her the best he could find. 149. That he was cautious in his investments was evident. He had seen too much suffering through rashness in money affairs not to benefit by the experience. Thereby he made clear his desire for the rehabilitation of himself and family in the place where he was born. By 1598 we have irrefragable testimony to the position he had already taken, alike in the world of letters as in the social life of Stratford. In the autumn of that year appeared the perennial advertisement of Mears, the professor of rhetoric at Oxford, master of arts of both universities, who ranks him among the first of his day, as an epic and lyric poet, and as a writer of both tragedy and comedy. As the soul of Euphorbus was thought to live in Pythagoras, so the sweet witty soul of Ovid lives in mellifluous and honey-tongued Shakespeare. As Plautus and Seneca are accounted the best for comedy and tragedy among the Latins, so Shakespeare, among the English is the most excellent in both kinds for the stage, witness his Gentleman of Verona, his Errors, his Love's Labour's Lost, his Love's Labour Won, his Midsummer Night's Dream, and his Merchanti of Venice. For tragedy his Richard II, Richard III, Henry IV, King John, Titus Andronicus, and Romeo and Juliet. 150. On the other hand, the Quiney correspondence shows the estimation in which his fellow townsmen held him, that he had money, that he wanted to invest, and was already styled master. He was considering the policy of buying an odd yard land or other in Stratford, when Richard Quiney, who was in the metropolis, was urged by his brother-in-law, Abraham Sturley, to induce Shakespeare to buy one of the tithe leases. By the friends he can make therefore, we think it a fair mark for him to shoot at, it obtained, would advance him indeed, and would do us much good. Richard Quiney was in the metropolis at the end of 1598 on affairs of the town, trying to secure the grant of a new charter, and relief from subsidy, but either on his own account, or the affairs of the town, he applied to Shakespeare for a loan. As there are no letters of Shakespeare's extant, and this is the only one addressed to him, it is worth noting very specially. It could hardly have been sent, as it was found among the corporation records. Mr. Halliwell Phillips suggests that Shakespeare may have called to see Quiney before the letter was sent off, and given his reply verbally. Lovinga contractamen, I am bolda of yo, as of a friend, cravinga your help with thoroughly upon Mr. Bushels and my security, or Mr. Mittens with me. Mr. Roswell is not come to London as yate, and I have a special cause. Yo shall friend me much in helping me out of all the debits I owe in London, I thank God, and much quiet my mind, which wolde not be in bet. I am now towards the cart, in hope of answer for the dispatch of my business. Yo shall neither lose credit nor money by me, the Lord willinge, and now but persuade yourself so, as I hope, and you shall not need to fear, but, with all hearted thankfulness, I will hold of my time, and content yar friend, and if we bargain farther, you shall be the paymaster yourself. My time bids me hasten to an end, and so I commit these, to, yar care, and hope of yar help. I fear I shall not be back these night from the cart. Haste. The Lord be with yo and with us all, Amen. From the Bell in Carter Lane, the October 25th, 1598. Yars in all kindness RYC. Quinny. To my loving a good friend and Count Raymond Mr. W.M. Shakespeare deliver these. 151 And Shakespeare then befriended the man whose son was to marry his daughter. The reply seems to have been as prompt as satisfactory, for on the very same day Quiney wrote to his brother-in-law Sturley, who replied on November 4, "Your letter of the 25th of October came to my hands, the last of the same at night per Greenway 152, which imported that our countryman Mr. William Shakespeare would procure us money, which I will like of, as I shall hear when and where and how, and I pray let not go that occasion, if it may sort to any indifferent conditions." It is evident that Shakespeare had at some time or other associated himself with Burbage's company. Now, James Burbage was the first builder of playhouses who had planned in 1576, and in spite of evil report and professional rivalry, of municipal and royal restrictions, legal and other expenses, had successfully carried on the theatre in Finsbury Fields. In 1596 he had purchased the house in Blackfriars, against the use of which as a theatre was sent up to the Privy Council a petition, which Richard Field signed 153. The Burbages let this house for a time to a company of children, but eventually resumed it for their own use, and in it placed men players, which were Hemmings, Condell, Shakespeare, etc. On Burbage's death in 1597, there was a dispute about the theatre lease, and his sons transferred the materials to Southwark, and built the Globe in 1599. On the rearing of the Globe at heavy cost, they joined to themselves those deserving men Shakespeare, Hemmings, Condell, Phillips, and others, partners in the profits of what they call the house, but making the leases for 21 years hath been the destruction of ourselves and others, for they, dying at the expiration of 3 or 4 years of their lease, the subsequent years became dissolved to strangers, as by marrying with their widows, and the like by their children. See the papers concerning the shares in the Globe, 1535, 1. Petition of Benfield, Swanston, and Pollard to the Lord Chamberlain Pembroke, April. 2. A further petition. 3. The answer of Shank. 4. The answer of C. Burbage, Winifred, his brother's widow, and William his son. 5. Pembroke's judgment thereon, July 12. 6. Shank's petition, August 7. 7. Pembroke's final decision. 154. Burbage, Shakespeare, Condell, Hemmings had been housekeepers with 4 shares each. These originally died with the owner, but in later years could be inherited. Shakespeare's income therefore arose from, 1. Possibly some small sum allowed him by Richard Field and the publishers for various editions of his poems, as well as the liberality of the Earl of Southampton on their account. 2. Direct payments by the proprietors for altering and writing plays. Shares in their publication he never seems to have had. 3. His share as a player of the money taken at the doors. 4. His share as a partner in the house of the money taken in the galleries, etc. 5. His share of royal largesse in performances before the Queen, or similar gifts from noblemen 155. 6. His share of performances in various performing tours. And thence he acquired money enough to buy new plays, to appeal to the heralds for his father's coat of arms, and to pay the costs, to contest the Lamberts' claim through successive applications for aspies, and to buy land and tithe leases. The death of his only son Hamnet did not deter him in his earnest efforts to regain social position, and to restore the fortunes of his family. An almost exact parallel may be found in the efforts and aims of Sir Walter Scott. But Shakespeare, having borne the yoke in youth, had acquired the experience and prudence necessary to steer himself past the dangers of speculation and the rashness of exceeding his assured income, which proved fatal to the less severely trained novelist. In May, 1602, he purchased from the Combes for £320 about 107 acres of land near Stratford-on-Avon, of which, as he was not in the town, season was granted to his brother Gilbert. On September 28, 1602, Walter Getley transferred to him a cottage and gardens situated in Chapel Lane, opposite the lower gardens of New Place, quite possibly intended for the use of his brothers. It appears from the roll that he did not appear at the manorial court in person 156 then held at Rowington, there being a stipulation that the estate should remain in the hands of the lady of the manor, the Countess of Warwick, until he appeared to complete the transaction with the usual formalities. On completing these, he surrendered the property to his own use for life, with remainder to his two daughters, a settlement rearranged afterwards in his will. It is mentioned as in his possession in a subsequent subsidy roll of the town 157. The only time in which he touched politics and state affairs he was unfortunate. There is no doubt he must have trembled at the time of the Essex conspiracy, not only for his friend Southampton's life, but even for his own, for Phillips, the manager of his company, was called before the Privy Council to account for the performances of the obnoxious play of Richard II. The danger passed. Probably the Privy Council thought it futile to attack the puppets. Nevertheless, after fulfilling their engagements they hastened from the metropolis 158. Some of his company went to play in Scotland, as far north as Aberdeen 159. I am inclined to think Shakespeare went with them. The scenery in Macbeth 160 suggests vivid visual impressions, and the favor of James VI must have been secured before his accession to the throne of England, for almost the first act the king did on his arrival at the metropolis, May 7, 1603, was to execute a series of acts that practically gave his company a monopoly. Pat. I. JAC. I. P2, M4. Pro Laurencio Fletcher et Willielmo Shakespeare et alias 161 James by the grace of God, etc., to all justices, mayors, sheriffs, constables, head boroughs, and other our officers and lovinge subjects, greetinge. Know ye that we, of our special grace, certain knowledge, and mere motion, have licensed and authorized, and by these presents do license and authorize these our servants, Lawrence Fletcher, William Shakespeare, Richard Burbage, Augustine Philippes, John Hemmings, Henry Condell, William Sly, Robert Armin, Richard Cowley, and the rest of their associates freely to use and exercise the arte and faculty of playing comedies, tragedies, histories, interludes, morals, pastorals, stage plays, and such others like as thy have already studied or hereafter shall use or study, as well for the recreation of our loving subjects as for our solace and pleasure, when we shall think good to see them, during our pleasure, and the said comedies, tragedies, histories, interludes, morals, pastorals, stage plays, and such alike, to shew and exercise publicly to their best commodity, when the infection of the plague shall decrease, as well within their now usual house called the Globe within our county of Surrey, as also within any town halls or moot halls, or other convenient places within the liberties and freedom of any other city, university, town, or borough whatsoever, within our said realms and dominions. Willing and commanding you and every of you, as you tender our pleasure, not one ally to permit and suffer them herein, without any your lets, hindrances, or molestations, during our said pleasure, but also to be aiding and assisting to them if any wrong be to them offered, and to allow them such former courtesies as hath been given to men of their place and quality, and also what further favor you shall show to these our servants for our sake, we shall take kindly at your hands. In witness whereof, etc. Witness ourself at Westminster the 10th day of May. Per breve de privato sigillo. The privy seal for this issued on May 17. As James made more stringent the laws concerning vagabonds, as he took from the nobles the power of patronage of players, reserving it only for the royal family, this passport gave enormous power to the players, favoured by the king in Scotland. Shakespeare's early patron, the Earl of Southampton, had been released from the Tower on April 10, and had gone to meet his new sovereign, doubtless speaking a good word for the company of players. His later patron, the Earl of Pembroke, was recalled to court favour. The king visited him in his royal progress August 30 and 31, 1603, and held his court at Wilton, Winchester 162 and Basing during most of October, November 163 and December, during which time the players were summoned on December 2. To John Hemans on December 3, for a play before the king, by the king's men at Wilton, and for coming from Mortlake in Surrey, £30. 164 on March 15, 1603 to 1604, the king's players were summoned to the triumphant royal procession, received robes for the occasion, and took rank at court 165 with the grooms of the chamber. Henceforth Shakespeare's genius revelled in the opportunities fortune had made for him, and in the taste he had himself educated. The world appreciated his work the better that so did take Eliza and our James. 166 The snarls of envy witnessed his success, the eulogiums of admirers perpetuated his appreciation. On May 4, 1605, Augustine Phillips died, leaving by will to my fellow William Shakespeare a 30-shilling piece in gold. In July of that year, July 24, 1605, Shakespeare completed his largest purchase, in buying for £440 the unexpired term of the moiety of the tithe lease of Stratford, Old Stratford, Bishopton, and Welcombe. In that year John Davenant took out the lease of the Crown Inn at Oxford, where the following year his son William was born. Gossip, supported, if not originated, by himself, suggests that William Davenant was the son rather than the godson of Shakespeare, an unfounded slander disposed of by Halliwell Phillips. On June 5, 1607, Susanna Shakespeare married Dr. Hall. Elizabeth, their only child, and the only grandchild Shakespeare saw, was born in February, 1607 to 1608, and in September of that year John Shakespeare's widow Shakespeare's mother died. It is probable Shakespeare returned home to his mother's funeral, as he was chief godfather on October 16 to the William Walker of Stratford to whom he bequeathed 20s. in gold in 1616. In 1608 and 1609 Shakespeare instituted a process for debt against John Addenbrooke and his security Hornaby. His attorney was his cousin, Thomas Green, then residing, under unknown conditions, at New Place. In the latter year he instituted more important proceedings concerning the tithes. The papers of the complaint by Lane, Green, and Shakespeare to Lord Ellesmere in 1612, concerning other lessees, give details of the income he derived therefrom. 167 In 1610 he purchased 20 acres of pasture land from the Combes to add to his freeholds. The Concord of the Fine is dated April 13, 1610, and, as it was acknowledged before the commissioners, he is believed to have been in Stratford at the time. In a subscription list drawn up at Stratford September 11, 1611, his name is the only one entered on the margin, as if it were a later insertion, towards the charge of prosecuting the bill in Parliament for the better repair of highways. A Parliament was then expected to meet, but it was not summoned till long afterwards. In 1612 Lane, Green, and Shakespeare filed a new bill of complaint concerning the tithes before Lord Ellesmere. In March, 1613, he made a curious purchase of a tenement and yard, 1 or 200 yards to the east of the Blackfriars Theatre. The lower part had long been in use as a haberdasher's shop. The vendor was Henry Walker, a musician, who had paid £100 for it in 1604, and who asked then the price of £140. Shakespeare, however, at this raised price secured it, leaving £60 of it on mortgage. The date of the conveyance deed is March 10, 1613, 168, probably signed on the 11th, on which day it was enrolled in the Court of Chancery. Besides the witnesses to this document, there was present Henry Lawrence, the scrivener who had drawn it up, who unfortunately lent his seal to the poet, which still exists, bearing the initials H.L. Shakespeare is believed to have written 2 plays a year while he was a shareholder. On June 29, 1613, the Globe Theatre was destroyed by fire while the history of Henry VIII was being enacted. Burbage, Hemmings, Condell, and the Fool were so long in leaving the theatre that the spectators feared for their safety. It is not known whether this fire would prove a loss to him. In June of that year a malicious piece of gossip was circulating in Stratford against the good name of Shakespeare's daughter, Susanna Hall. The rumour was traced to a man called Lane, who was summoned to appear before the ecclesiastical court at Worcester on July 15, 1613. He did not venture to appear, and he was duly excommunicated for perjury. It was the custom for the corporation then to make complimentary offerings of wine to those whom they wished to honor, and thus they honored an itinerant preacher, quartered at New Place, in the spring of 1614, with a quart of sack and another of claret, and this has been supposed to prove that the poet had turned Puritan. John Combe, one of the chief men of the neighborhood, died in July, 1614, leaving Shakespeare £5. Shakespeare would probably never receive it. The will, dated January 28, 1612-13, was not proved till November, 1616. It is clear, however, that these men were friendly at that time, and that the mock elegy, attributed to Shakespeare, could not then have been written, or, if written, was only laughed at. The Globe Theatre was rebuilt at great cost that year. Chamberlain, writing to a lady in Venice, said, "I hear much speech of this new playhouse, which is said to be the fairest that ever was in England," June 30, 1614. In the same year, William Combe, the new squire of Welcombe, attempted enclosure of some of the common fields, a design resisted by the corporation. This scheme materially affected Shakespeare through his tithes, and much discussion has been waged over the true meaning of the entries of his cousin, Thomas Green, the town clerk of Stratford-on-Avon, and his attorney. Unfortunately, these are badly written, and the composition is dubious, but to my mind it seems clear that Green meant to say that Mr. Shakespeare could not bear the enclosing of Welcome 169 in the opening of 1615-16. Shakespeare found himself in perfect health and memory, God be praised, and yet, for some reason, he wished to make a new will, revoking all other wills, and his solicitor, Francis Collins of Warwick, drew up a draft. Halliwell Phillips thinks this was done in January, and that it was intended to have been signed on the 25th of that month. I own that the date, erased to be replaced by March, looks to me more like February. An important difference it would be, because in January he might not have known that his daughter, Judith Shakespeare, aged 32, had made up her mind to marry Thomas Quiney, aged 28. By February 25 she had already done it. On February 10, 1616, Thomas Quiney was married, at Stratford-on-Avon, to Judith Shakespeare without a license, an irregularity for which both the parties were summoned to appear 170 before the ecclesiastical courts some weeks afterwards, and threatened with excommunication, but probably the fact of Shakespeare's illness and death would act as an excuse in high quarters. Though it seems to me that the will must have been drawn up before Judith's marriage, the possibility of such a change of state is clearly considered. There is no sign of indignation at the later date of the signing of the will, and £300 was a large portion, and there are no alterations in his bequests to her, except a curious one. The first bequest was originally intended to have been in favor of my son and daughter Judith, but the son was erased. Of course, this possibly arose from the scrivener intending to start with the Halls. But the less important bequests came first. £150 was to be paid to Judith within a year, in 2 installments, the £100 in discharge of her marriage portion, and the £50 on her surrendering her share in the copyhold tenement in Stratford-on-Avon, once Getleys, to her sister, Susanna Hall. Another £171 was to be paid Judith, or any of her heirs alive at the date of 3 years after the testator's death. If she had died without issue at that date, £100 thereof was to go to Elizabeth Hall, and £50 to his sister Joan and her children. If Judith were alive, the stock was to be invested by the executors, and only the interest paid her as long as she was married, unless her husband had assured her in lands answerable to her portion. Sister Joan was to have £20, the testator's wearing apparel, and a life rent in the Henley Street house, under the yearly payment of £1. £5 apiece were left to her sons. Elizabeth Hall was to have all the plate, except his broad silver gilt bowl, which he left to Judith. £10 he left to the poor, his sword to Mr. Thomas Combe, £5 to Thomas Russell, £13 sixs. 8d to Francis Collins. Rings of the value of 20 sixs. 8d each were left to Hamnet Sadler, William Reynolds, Gent, Anthony Marsh, Gent, Mr. John Marsh, and in interpolation to my fellows John Hemming, Richard Burbage and Henry Condell, and to William Walker, his godson, 20s. In gold. To enable his daughter Susanna to perform all this, she received the capital messuage called New Place, wherein I now dwell, 2 messuages in Henley Street, and all my barns, stables, orchards, gardens, lands, tenements and hereditaments whatsoever lying in Stratford-upon-Avon, Old Stratford, Bishopton, and Welcombe, in the county of Warwick, and that messuage in Blackfriars in London near the wardrobe wherein one John Robinson now dwelleth. The descent was to be to her sons if she had any, failing whom to the sons of his granddaughter Elizabeth, failing whom to the sons of his daughter Judith, failing whom to the right heirs of me William Shakespeare forever. Item interpolated, I give unto my wife my second best bed, with the furniture. Everything else to his son-in-law John Hall, Gent, and to his daughter Susanna, his wife, whom he made executors. Thomas Russell, Esq., and Francis Collins, Gent, were to be overseers. There were several witnesses. It was proved June 22, 1616, by John Hall, at Westminster, but the inventory is unfortunately lost. Much discussion has taken place over Shakespeare's legacy to his wife. It may very simply and naturally have arisen from some conversation in which a reference had been made to giving her the best bed. But that was the visitor's couch. The second best would have been her own, that which she had used through the years, and he wished her to feel that that was not included in the residue. That was to be her very own. As to any provision for her, it must have taken the form of a settlement, a jointure, or a dower. There is no trace of the first or second. But the English law then assured a widow in a third of her husband's property for life and the use of the capital messuage, if another was not provided her. The absence of all special provision for Mrs. Shakespeare seems to have arisen from her husband's knowledge of this and his trust in the honor of Mr. John Hall, and the love of his daughters for their mother. It also supports my opinion of her extreme delicacy of constitution. She was not to be overweighted by mournful responsibilities. The indefiniteness of the residuary inheritance leaves room for surmise. A curious reference, not, it seems to me, hitherto sufficiently noted, occurs in the Burbage case of 1635. Cuthbert, Winifred, the widow of Richard, and William his son, recite facts concerning their father James, who was the first builder of playhouses. And to ourselves we join those deserving men, Shakespeare, Hemmings, Condell, Phillips, and others, partners 172 in the profits of that they call the house, but making the leases for 21 years hath been the destruction of ourselves and others, for they dying at the expiration of 3 or 4 years of their lease, the subsequent years became dissolved to strangers, as by marrying with their widows and the like by their children. If Shakespeare's lease had not then expired, which seems to me implied, it would have been dissolved to a stranger in the person of Dr. Hall. Some ready money would be required for the carrying out of the will. £300 left to Judith, and £73 13s. 4d in smaller bequests, would certainly run up to £400 by the payment of debts and funeral expenses. The eagerness to leave all land to his own children is another proof of Shakespeare's earnest desire to found a family. Shakespeare did not immediately die after the signing of his will. Probably the devoted care of his wife and daughters and the skill of his son-in-law soothed his dying moments. But one cannot but have a lurking suspicion of maltreatment through the crude medical notions of the time, of bleeding when there should have been feeding, of vile medicines when nature should have been supported and not undermined by art. At all events, Dr. John Hall had not the happiness and honor to record the name of his illustrious father-in-law in his book of cures. 173. This was the one great failure of his life. The chancel, Trinity Church. To face p. 83. The April 23 on which Shakespeare closed his eyes completed his cycle of 52 years, according to ordinary reckoning. But strangely enough there is entered on his tombstone Aetatis 53, and this suggests that he had been born on April 22. No records of his funeral have come down to us, but it must have made a stir in his native place. He was a native of the town, known to all in his youth, and loved by many. Yet, on the other hand, he had offended all the traditions of the borough. He had descended from the safe levels of trade to the vagabond life of a common player, especially detested in Stratford-on-Avon. See notes. He had made money somehow in the city, and had returned to spend it in his native town, but he had never taken office, and had never been one of them. And at the end he was to be buried in the chancel, the select spot for nobles and prelates and great men. Verily the tongues of the gossips of Stratford would wag on April 25, 1616. The authorship of the doggerel lines on his tomb has been attributed to various people. Probably they were a part of the stock-in-trade of the stonecutter, that satisfied Shakespeare's widow as expressing a known wish of her dear departed. Rude as they are, they have fulfilled their end. Good friend, for Jesus' sake forbear to dig the dust enclosed here. Blessed be the man that spares thes stones, and cursed be he that moves my bones. Meanwhile, Shakespeare's friends had been planning a monument to be placed on the northern wall of the chancel. The bust is said to have been prepared from a death mask, and to have been sculptured by one Gerard Johnson, son and successor of the Amsterdam tomb maker, whose place of business lay between St. Saviour's Church and the Globe Theatre. He may be presumed to have frequently seen Shakespeare in his lifetime. The exact date of its erection is not known, but it would seem to have been some time before 1623, as Leonard Digges refers to it in his poem prefixed to the first folio, to the memory of the deceased auteur, Master W. Shakespeare. Shakespeare, at length thy pious fellows give the world thy works, by which outlive thy touche thy name must, when that stone is rent, and time dissolves thy Stratford monument, here we alive shall view thee still. Crude and inartistic as it is, the bust must have had some likeness in its earlier days to have satisfied critical eyes, but it has passed through so many vicissitudes, and suffered so much restoration, that the likeness may have entirely vanished by this time. Nevertheless, it remains a witness to the affection of the surviving, and a witness, Puritans though they were, that it was on account of the power of his pen that he deserved special remembrance. Upon a mural tablet are other verses, which would seem not to have been composed by his own friends, as they speak of Shakespeare's lying within this monument. Whoever wrote them, the family accepted them, and the world has endorsed them. William Camden had finished his Britannia by 1617, commenced in 1597, printed in 1625. He says of Stratford Church, in the chancel lies William Shakespeare, a native of this place, who has given ample proof of his genius and great abilities in the 48 plays he has left behind him. It is evident that the first folio, 1623, was intended by his fellows at the Globe to stand as their monument to his memory, built of the plays that had become their private property by purchase. The verses that preface it, written by W. Bass, suggest that Shakespeare should have been buried by Chaucer, Spenser, Beaumont, in the Poets' Corner of Westminster Abbey. But the author withdraws his wish. Sleep, brave tragedian, Shakespeare, sleep alone thy unmolested rest, unshared cave possess as lord, not tenant to thy grave, etc. Archie's Banquet of Jests, printed in 1630, tells of one travelling through Stratford, a town most remarkable for the birth of famous William Shakespeare. In the same year is said to have been written Milton's memorable epitaph, printed 1632, a noble testimony from the Puritan genius to the power of his play-acting brother. What needs my Shakespeare for his honoured bones, the labour of an age in piled stones? Or that his hallowed relics should be hid under a star-pointing pyramid? Dear son of memory, great heir of fame, what needst thou such weak witness of thy fame? Thou, in our wonder and astonishment, hast built thyself a livelong monument, etc. By 1651 had already been suggested an annual commemoration of his life in Samuel Shepard's epigram on Shakespeare, verse 6, where thy honoured bones do lie, as Statius once tomorrow's urn, thither every year will I slowly tread and sadly turn. The state papers even show the appreciation of his age 174, but I was pleased to find that the first recorded student of Shakespeare was a woman. On January 21, 1638, 175 Madame Anne Merrick, in the country, wrote to a friend in London that she could not come to town, but must content herself with the study of Shakespeare and the history of women, which seemed to have constituted all her country library. The judges of King Charles I reproached him with the study of Shakespeare's plays 176. These records also contain a bookseller's, Mr. Mosley's, account 177 for books, probably provided to Lord Conway, among which are Ben Jonson's poems, 60, Beaumont's poems, 60, Shakespeare's poems, 1/, etc. Other references to Shakespeare's works occur in the same records. But as this is not intended as a literary biography, I forbear to reproduce them now. Footnotes: 136 barely registers. 137 Worcester marriage licenses. 138 Francis Throgmorton, son and heir of Sir John Throgmorton, of Feckenham, to Anne Sutton, alias Dudley, daughter of Sir Edward Sutton, June 3, 1571. See My Shakespeare's Warwickshire Contemporaries, p. 111. 139 See July 13, 1895, p. 67. 140 Shakespeare's Warwickshire Contemporaries, 2, p. 12. Sir Thomas had no park, and Justice Shallow bore no resemblance to him, etc. 141 Ibid, 6, p. 48, also Athenaeum, February 8, 1896, p. 190. 142 Shakespeare's Warwickshire Contemporaries, I. Richard Field, Stratford-on-Avon Press. 143 Green's Groatsworth of Wit. 144 See my articles The date of the sonnets, Athenaeum, March 19 and 26, 1898, pages 374, 403, and Mr. W. H., August 4, 1900, p. 154. 145 Sonnets CX and CXI. 146 See my English article, reprinted, the earliest official record of Shakespeare's name, Shakespeare Jarbook, Volume XXXII, Berlin, 1896. 147 Declared Accounts, Treasury Chamber, Pipe Office, 542. 148 August 11, 1596, Stratford Burial Register. 149 William Underhill, the Lord of Idlecote, by Barton on the Heath, conveyed new place to Shakespeare at Easter, 1597, and died in July of that year. His son Fulk died without issue, and his brother Hercules, who succeeded, being under age, did not complete the transfer till 1602. 150 Mears Witt's Treasury, second part of Witt's Commonwealth. 151 From the original at the birthplace, Stratford-on-Avon. 152 Greenway was the Stratford carrier. 153 State Papers, DOMSER, Ellies, CCLX. 116 154 The Burbage and Benfield Case, the Lord Chamberlain's Papers, 1635, PRO. See also Halliwell Phillips, Outlines, I. 312, and Fleay, History of Stage, p. 325. 155 See Accounts of Treasurer of the Chamber, etc. 156 Halliwell Phillips, Outlines, I. 205, 2. 19 Court Rolls of Rowington. 157 State Papers, DOMSER, Ellies, Subsidy List, 1605. 158 The title page of Hamlet, Statreg, July 26, 1602, implies that the company had been travelling to Oxford and Cambridge. 159 See Dibdin's History of the Edinburgh Stage. 160 See my own paper on the Scottish and English Macbeth. Transactions of the Royal Society of Literature, 1897. 161 Reimer's Foedera, v16. 505 162 Nichols's Progresses of James I, Volume I 163 See Letters and Proclamations in State Papers, Domestic Series, of the time. 164 December. ACC Treasurer of the Chamber, November, 1603-4. 165 Halliwell Phillips, Outlines, I 212. 166 Ben Jonson's Verses, 1623, folio. 167 Fleece Life of Shakespeare, p. 7. 168 This deed is preserved in the Guildhall Library, and an account of it appears in the Antiquary, New Series, 4. 204 169 See Dr. Ingleby, Shakespeare, and the Welcome Enclosures. 170 Worcester Bishop's Books. 171 Justice Shallow tells N. Page that his cousin Slender will maintain her as a gentlewoman, he will make you £150 jointure. The Merry Wives of Windsor, 3, 4. 172 See Halliwell Phillips, Outlines, I 312. 173 See Next Chapter, p. 98. 174 See Dr. Ingleby's Century of Praise, and my own Bacon Shakespeare Question Answered. 175 State Papers, Domestic Series, Charles I, 409, 167. 176 J. Cook's Appeal to All Rational Men, 1649. 177 Ibid, 478, 16. Chapter 9 Shakespeare's descendants William Shakespeare married Anne Hathaway, of a respectable family, supposed to be of Shottery. He had 3 children, Susanna, and Hamnet, and Judith, twins. The boy died young, in 1596, before the grant of arms was completed. Anne Hathaway is described as of Stratford in the marriage bond, but so were Fulk Sandals and John Richardson, the bondsman, known to be of Shottery. Indeed, the village lay within the parish of Stratford. Gwillem mentions arms 178 sable, a bugle or hunter's horn, garnished and furnished argent. This coat armor is of very ancient erection in the church of Rewarden, in the forest of Dean in Gloucestershire, and pertained to the family of Hathaway of the same place. Again he says, pale ways of 6, argent and sable, on a bend or, 3 fans 179 of the second, by the name of Hathaway. 180 The Hathaways from whom Anne Shakespeare descended have not been proved to be of the Gloucestershire stock, nor is it absolutely certain to which of the 3 Shottery families she belonged. In the Warwickshire Survey, Philip and Mary, it is stated that John Hathaway held part of a property at Shottery, called Hewlance, by copy of court roll dated April 20, 1542. He was possibly the same as the archer of that name, mentioned in the muster roll 28 Henry VIII, and was probably father of the Richard befriended by John Shakespeare in 1566. The Stratford registers record the birth of Thomas, son of Richard Hathaway, April 12, 1569, John, February 3, 1574, and William, November 30, 1578. Anne Hathaway, we know, from the words on her tombstone, must have been born before the register commenced, 1558. There is not another Agnes, or Anne, recorded that could represent the legatee of Richard Hathaway's will of September, 1581. To his eldest son, Bartholomew, he left the farm 181 to be carried on with his mother. To his second and third sons, Thomas and John, he left £6 13s. 4d each. To his fourth son, William, £10, to his daughters, Agnes or Anne, and Catherine, £6 13s. 4d, to be paid on the day of their marriage, and to his youngest daughter, Margaret, £6 13. 4d when she was 17. Witnessed by Sir William Gilbert, clerk and curate of Stratford. The farm was not a freehold. Bartholomew did not become its owner until 1610, when he purchased it from William Whitmore and John Randall. Richard Hathaway mentions in his will his shepherd, Thomas Whittington of Shottery. This man died in 1601, and by his will bequeathed to the poor 40 shillings that is in the hand of Anne Shaxborough, wife unto Mr. William Shaxborough, and is debt due to me. It was a common custom of the days before savings banks, for poor earners to deposit their savings in the charge of rich and trustworthy friends, and this little link seems to associate Anne Shakespeare doubly with that particular family of Hathaways. Anne Hathaway's cottage. To face p. 88. Shakespeare does not mention any of his wife's relatives in his will, but that does not necessarily imply coldness of feeling. Dr. John Hall, his son-in-law, was made overseer of Bartholomew Hathaway's will in 1621, and in 1625 he was one of the trustees at the marriage of Isabel, his granddaughter, the daughter of Richard Hathaway of Bridge Street. A Richard is mentioned in the registers as being baptized in 1559, but it is not clear that he was the son of this Richard or of Bartholomew, who became a baker in Bridge Street, an important member of the town council, and constable in 1605. He was elected High Bailiff of Stratford in 1526, and was styled Gent. Many of the name are buried in Trinity Church, Stratford. In the rather remarkable testament of Thomas Nash 182, first husband of Shakespeare's only granddaughter, Elizabeth, he left £50 to Elizabeth Hathaway, £50 to Thomas Hathaway, and £10 to Judith Hathaway. His wife also remembered them, as will be afterwards shown. William Hathaway, of Weston upon Avon, in the county of Gloucester, yeoman, and Thomas Hathaway, of Stratford upon Avon, joiner, were parties to the new place settlement of 1647. All this shows that the Shakespeares were not ashamed of their mother's relatives. We do not know anything about Anne Shakespeare after her husband's death until we reach the record of her own, August 8, 1623, Mrs. Shakespeare. 183 tradition says that she earnestly desired to be buried in her husband's grave. The survivors were not able to secure this, but they buried her as near him as they could. Her daughter Susanna's grief is recorded in touching lines, probably Latinized by Dr. Hall, placed on her tombstone: "Thou, my mother, gave me life, thy breast and milk, alas! For such great bounty to me I shall give thee a tomb. How much rather I would entreat the good angel to move the stone, so that thy figure might come forth, as did the body of Christ, but my prayers avail nothing. Come quickly, O Christ, so that my mother, closed in the tomb, may rise again and seek the stars." 184 of Anne Shakespeare's children we have already spoken. Susanna was born May 26, 1583, Hamnet and Judith, February 2, 1584–85. Hamnet, surely the model of Shakespeare's sweet boys, had died on August 11, 1596. So the name Shakespeare had glorified was doomed to die with himself, and was not to be borne by lesser men. His property the poet could and did devise. Much discussion has taken place concerning the poet's views of his younger daughter and her marriage. I do not think these views at all supported by his will. £300 was a very large portion indeed at the time. It was demise to her doubtless before her marriage, but it was not altered in relation to her after her marriage. It would be hard indeed to believe that such a ceremony, even without a license, could be performed in the gossipy town of Stratford without the news of it somehow reaching the father's ears, if there had been any attempt really to deceive. There is no reason to imagine Shakespeare disapproved of the alliance. The young man came of an old Stratford family. It is possible, however, that the poet foresaw a certain degree of instability of character in the youth, and therefore wished to make his will act as a marriage settlement that would secure his daughter from starvation. The second half of his bequest might only be touched by her husband, if he had settled on her land of equal value. This Thomas Quiney does not seem to have done. Richard Quiney had died 1601-2, and his widow Elizabeth kept a tavern, in which she was probably at one time assisted by her younger son Thomas. In December, 1611, she conveyed a house to William Mountford for £131, and Judith Shakespeare was a subscribing witness. But neither she nor her future mother-in-law signed their names, nor even the customary cross, but a strangely penned device of their own. Thomas Quiney lived in a small house in the High Street until after his marriage. It was probably his wife's money that enabled him to lease the larger house on the other side, called the Cage, and to start therein business as a vintner. At first he was successful. He was made a burgess in 1617, and was chamberlain from 1621 to 1623. His accounts for the latter year are headed by a French proverb, as to the happiness of those who become wise through the experience of others, that might have had an opposite meaning to his contemporaries. It shows us that he could not only read and write English, but at least a little French. By 1630 he was involved in lawsuits, left the town council, and tried to dispose of the lease of his house. In 1633 Dr. Hall and Thomas Nash acted as trustees for his estate. His fortunes seemed to have become worse and worse. In 1652 he went to the metropolis, where his elder brother Richard was a thriving grocer in Bucklersbury, in company with Roger Sadler. Richard, in August, 1655 made a will, in which he left, besides handsome provision for his children Richard, Adrian, Thomas, William, and Sarah his brother Thomas £12 a year for life, and £5 for the expenses of his funeral, out of his messwages at Shottery. The Quiney coat of arms is entered among those of the London burgesses at Guildhall 186 Mr. Quiney of Yared Leon in Bucklersbury. The family of Thomas Quiney and his wife Judith was not a large one. In the year that the poet died they christened their eldest son, Shakespeare, filius Thomas Quiney gent, November 23, 1616. But the child died in a few months. On May 8, 1617, was buried Shakespeare, filius Thomas Quiney, gent. On February 9, 1617-18, Richard filius Thomas Quiney was baptized, and on January 23, 1619-20, Thomas, filius Thomas Quiney. These lads may have followed to the grave their grandmother, Mrs. Shakespeare, and their uncle, Dr. Hall, and they may have been present at the marriage of their cousin, Mrs. Elizabeth Hall, to Mr. Thomas Nash. But they died within a month of each other, probably of some infectious fever, the younger first Thomas filius Tomé Quiney, January 28, 1638-9, Richardus filius Tho. Quiney, February 26, 1638-9. There were no other children, and no prospect of more, and these early deaths affected the devolution of the poet's property, as may hereafter be seen. Unfortunately, we know nothing concerning Dr. John Hall before his marriage to the poet's elder daughter Susanna on June 5, 1607, he being then 32 and she 25. He cannot have been the son of Dr. John Hall, of Maidstone, Kent, whose translation of Lanfranc's Chirurgery, with portrait of the translator, appeared in 1565. He would have been an eminently suitable father, distinguished alike in his art and his character, author of The Court of Virtue, and many metrical Bible translations, but he died in 1566, and the Stratford Dr. John Hall was born in 1575. Halliwell Phillips 187 suggests that he may have been connected with the Halls of Acton, Middlesex, because he left his only daughter his house and meadow at Acton. A John Hall was married in that parish, it is true, on September 19, 1574 188 to Margaret Archer. But he had a daughter Elizabeth christened on June 5, 1575, about the very date at which the Stratford John must have been born. Any connection, therefore, must have been further off than filial, and the name is too common to be easily followed. There were halls in Worcester 189 in Rowington, and in Coventry, and it may be remembered that a John Hall supplanted Richard Shakespeare as bailiff of the Priory of Wroxall during the last year of its existence. There was a Richard Hall of Stratford in the list of the gentry 12 Henry VI, 1433. There was also a Richard Hall, gentleman 190 of Idlecote, in the 16th century, who seems to have moved about a good deal, as there is a record of Elizabeth, daughter of Richard Hall, Generosus, Baptist February 14, 1560, at Idlecote, and of Maria Filia Riccardi Hall, Generosus, March 17, 1561, in Stratford. I have not traced any of the name of John christened in Idlecote or elsewhere at the date. The Idlecote halls were suspected recusants, as may be proved by the search made in their house when Edward Arden was dragged away from Park Hall in 1583-191. There was a Mr. Hall, alderman of Stratford 1558, and in 1575 Edmund Hall and Emma his wife sold 2 messuages to John Shakespeare. Were they contemplating going abroad at the time? They are not further referred to in Stratford records. In a manuscript of the British Museum a table is sketched of the halls of Henwick in Hallow. John Hall of Henwick had a son Thomas, who married, first, Anne, daughter of William Staple, and, second, a daughter of Hardwick. He had at least 2 sons, John, who married Margaret, daughter of William Grovelight, of London, and Edmund, who married Emma, daughter of John. Had Edward, Anne, Elizabeth, and Emma, and the descendants of Edmund are not entered 192. Catholicism might have been a reason for realizing their property and going abroad. Now, John Hall expressly calls himself a Master of Arts, though his name is not recorded in the books of the English universities. He would not have done so had he not taken his degree. It possibly might have been in Paris, and he might have followed it up with foreign study. This would quite accord with his appearance in Stratford after the death of Elizabeth. A Warwickshire gentle origin 193 may somewhat account for the degree of intimacy he seems to have had with the county families, both Puritan and Catholic. His fame as a physician rapidly spread. He resided in a house in Old Town, on the way from the church to the chapel. His only daughter, Elizabeth, was baptized at Stratford on February 21, 1607-8 194 during her grandfather's, William Shakespeare's, life. His name occurs in the town records in 1611 195 among the supporters to a highway bill, and he leased from the corporation a small stretch of wooded land on the outskirts of the town in 1612. He must have remained on friendly terms with his father-in-law, as he and his wife Susanna were left residuary legatees and executors of Shakespeare's will, which he proved in June of that year, in the Archbishop of Canterbury's registry at London. He shortly afterwards moved to New Place, beside his mother-in-law, where the vestry notes of February 3, 1617 to 1618, record him as resident. He was elected a burgess of Stratford in 1617, and again in 1623, but was excused from taking office on account of his professional engagements. On April 22, 1626, Mr. Thomas Nash married his daughter, Mrs. Elizabeth Hall. Hall gave the church a costly new pulpit, and in 1628 was appointed a borough churchwarden, in 1629 a sidesman, and in 1632 was compelled to become a burgess, and was soon after fined for non-attendance at the council meetings. In 1633 he was made the vicar's churchwarden, and in that year the vicar, Thomas Wilson, induced him to join in a chancery action against the town. He was already in trouble with his fellow councillors, who in October of that year expelled him for his breach of orders, sundry other misdemeanors, and for his continual disturbance at our Halleys. Evidently Dr. John had opinions of his own, and had the courage to express them. He was a deeply religious man, and, though he has been supposed to have shown Puritan tendencies in later life, it was a Puritanism that did not eschew Catholicism. His was a religion of constant reference to the unseen. He was always a helper of those in trouble for conscience sake, and probably this was the reason he supported the unpopular vicar. Shortly after, in 1635, there was a petition sent up from the Corporation of Stratford for their wives to have the pew in Stratford Church occupied by Dr. Hall, his wife, and his son-in-law and his wife. Each family had a pew at each side of the church, while there was not room for the burgesses' wives to sit or kneel in. It was true that the said Mr. Hall had been a great benefactor to the church, and the bishop of the diocese had appointed him his pew, but his family were asked to choose which of their large pews they preferred to keep, along with Mrs. Woodward and Mrs. Lane, so that they might allow the aldermen's wives to have the other. John Hall died on November 25, 1635, and was buried next day in the chancel of the parish church, though he had already disposed of the lease of the tithes purchased by his father-in-law. The burial register of the next day describes him as medicus paritassimus. By a nuncupative will, he left a house in London to his wife, a house in Acton and a meadow to his daughter Elizabeth, and his study of books to his son-in-law Thomas Nash. The manuscripts he would have given to Mr. Bowles had he been present, but Nash was to keep them and use them as he pleased. It is probable that Mr. Bowles was Richard Bowles, rector of Whitnash, not far from Stratford, an eccentric person, a writer of epitaphs, who had set up his own in his church while he yet lived. 196 On the monumental slab of Dr. Hall is a shield of arms, sable, 3 Talbot's heads erased or for Hall, impaling Shakespeare, or on a bend sable, a spear of the first, the point steeled. Here lieth ye body of John Hall, gent, Hemar, Susanna ye daughter and co-heir of Will, Shakespeare, gent, he deceased Nov. 25, anno 1635, aged 60. Halleus excitus est, medicus elaboramus arte expectans regna gaudia laeta dei, dignus erat meritus qui nestora vinceret annis, in terris omnes, sed capit equidies, ne tumulo quid desideratus fides sima conjux est vidi comitem nunc quoc. Mortis habet. 197 It has been thought that this proves the epitaph was not written until after Mrs. Hall's death. She may have wished the words set up, to determine her resting place, or Mr. Bowles may have helped Thomas Nash with the Latin. After his death his son-in-law, Thomas Nash, came to reside at New Place, and took the position of head of the family. Indeed, in one of his letters he speaks of Mrs. Hall, my mother-in-law, who lives with me. But the house and everything in it, saving the study of books, belonged to Mrs. Hall, of course. We know nothing of the nature or the fate of the bulk of these manuscripts, though many have longed to trace them. Possibly among them, though it is not likely, being in bound volumes, were 2 notebooks of Dr. John Hall's observations, from which James Cook, a physician introduced later to Mrs. Hall, translated the materials for a little book entitled, Select Observations on English Bodies, or, Cures both empirical and historical performed on very eminent persons in desperate diseases, first written in Latin by Mr. John Hall, physician living at Stratford-on-Avon in Warwickshire, where he was very famous, as also in the counties adjacent, as appears by these observations, drawn out of several hundreds of his as choicest, now put into English for common benefit by James Cook, practitioner in physic and surgery, 1657. Cook, in the introduction, relates the strange manner in which he became possessed of them, Mrs. Hall not knowing they were in her husband's handwriting, and, believing they were part of a poor scholar's mortgage, transferred them to him with other books. Cook used the books as guides in his own practice, and then expanded the contractions, translated and published them, being acquainted with his apothecary. It is no slight compliment to a physician to have his cures published 22 years after his death, and to have them run through more than one edition. Cook mentions, Mr. John Hall had the happiness to lead the way to that practice almost generally used now by the most knowing of mixing scorbutics to most remedies. It is to Cook we owe information concerning Hall's education abroad, concerning the physician, his relative, on terms of intimacy with Mrs. Hall, who introduced him to New Place, and concerning the other book of Dr. John Hall, also prepared for the press. We wonder what it contained. The book published by Cook records only cures. We are inclined to echo, where are they that were drowned? Doubtless Hall had attended his father-in-law in his last illness, but his skill and affection were not sufficient to save him. And because of this failure, we do not know the symptoms shown by the poet after the traditional merrymaking with Ben Jonson and Drayton, when later gossips say he drank too much. The earliest dated cure is 1617. But is it too much to imagine that the undated illness of Drayton, recorded in OBSXXII, occurred at the same time as the death of the poet? Was he at any later time ill in Warwickshire, and likely to be attended by Dr. John Hall? Mr. Drayton, an excellent poet, labouring of a tertian, was cured by the following treatment. Let us suppose it was April, 1616, and it may account for the poet's illness, otherwise than by overdrinking. In OBS 19. Hall mentions without date an illness of his wife, Mrs. Hall. OBS 30 concerns his only daughter, and supports my opinion of a constitutional delicacy of Anne Hathaway and her family. It is not insignificant that her grandchild should suffer from tortura oris, or convulsions of the mouth, and ophthalmia. She was cured of one attack on January 5, 1624. In the beginning of April she went to London, and on returning on the 22nd of the same month, she took cold, and fell into the same distemper, which affected the other side of her face. This second time, by the blessing of God, she was cured in 16 days. But on May 24 of the same year she was struck down with an erratic fever. Sometimes she was hot, by and by sweating, again cold, all in the space of half an hour. Her father's treatment again healed her, the symptoms remitted daily till she was well, thus was she delivered from death and deadly diseases, and was well for many years. Many other familiar names occur in this volume: Mrs. Queenie, Mrs. Smith, Mr. Wilson, Mrs. Throgmorton, Mrs. Sheldon, Mrs. Green, John Nason, the Underhills, Mrs. Baker, Dr. Thornberry, Bishop of Worcester, aged 86 on February 1, 1633, Mrs. Coombe, Catherine Sturley, Mrs. Gracecourt, wife to my apothecary. In OBSLXIV he speaks of treating the only son of Mr. Holyoake, which framed the dictionary. OBSLXI, Book 2, records the restoration from the gates of death of Mr. John Trapp, minister, and OBSLX. Book 2, gives an account of Hall's own dangerous illness in 1632, when his anxious wife sent for 2 physicians, who pulled him through, and he records his prayer to God on the occasion. We must not forget that this was the date of his quarrel with the corporation. The death of the young Quines in 1638-39 affected the details of the poet's will, for it may be remembered the property was settled on Susanna Hall and her heirs male, failing whom, on the heirs male of Elizabeth Hall, failing whom, on the heirs male of Judith, in default of such heirs male, on the right heirs of William Shakespeare forever. The failure in the heirs male of Judith therefore entitled Elizabeth Nash to the full inheritance as heir general, and within a few weeks after the unexpected death of her cousins, Susanna Hall, widow, joined with Mr. and Mrs. Nash, May 27, 1639, in making a new settlement of Shakespeare's entails on Mrs. Hall for life, after whom on Mr. and Mrs. Nash, and the longer liver of them, after them, to the heirs of their body, and in default of such, to the heirs of the said Elizabeth. Should she die first without heirs, the property was secured to the heirs and assigns of the said Thomas Nash, a reversion certainly not fair to Joan Hart, the poet's sister, and her children. Still, it all seemed too far off to consider. To this document Mrs. Hall appended her signature and her seal, with the arms of Shakespeare impaled with those of Hall. Thomas Nash seemed to have believed this fully settled everything on himself, and that he was likely to outlive his mother-in-law and his wife, for on August 20, 1642, he executed, without his wife's sanction or knowledge, a mysterious will, that afterwards led to trouble. The importance of New Place, the largest house in the town, and the liberality and loyalty of its owners, were curiously signalized in the following year. Queen Henrietta Maria, in July, 1643, marched from Newark to Kyneton by way of Stratford, where she was reinforced by Prince Rupert and 2,000 men. She held her court for 3 days 198 in Shakespeare's house, probably accompanied by only her immediate personal attendants. On July 13, the Queen and Prince Rupert moved off to meet the King in the Vale of Kyneton near Edgehill 199. Thomas Nash died on April 4, 1647, and was buried in the chancel beside Shakespeare. Here resteth ye body of Thomas Nash esq he march. Elizabeth, the dog. An heir of John Halley, gent. He died April 4, a 1647. Aged 53. Fata monent omnes, hunc non virtut carentum ut nec divits, abstulit atra dies abstulit et referet lux ultima, sist, viator, si peri dura pares per male parta pares. The coat of arms was double quarterly of 4, first, 1 and 4 argent on a chevron between 3 ravens' heads erased azure, a pellet between 4 crosslets sable, 4 Nash, 2 and 3 sable a buck's head cabochet argent attired or, between his horns a cross petit, and across his mouth an arrow, bull strode. Second, 1 and 4, 4 Hall, 2 and 3 Shakespeare. When the notable will was opened, and proved in the following June, the widow declined to follow out its provisions as concerned her own property, which Thomas Nash had treated as if entirely his own. Item, I give, dispose and bequeath, unto my kinsman Edward Nash, and to his heirs and assigns forever, one messuage or tenement with the appurtenances commonly called or known by the name of the New Place, together with all and singular houses, outhouses, barns, stables, orchards, gardens, etc., esteemed or enjoyed as thereto belonging, also fower-yards of arable land meadowy and pasture, in Old Stratford, and also one other tenement with the appurtenances in the parish of London, called or known by the name of the Wardrop, and now in the tenure of one Dix. Mrs. Nash had soldiers quartered on her at New Place during the very month of her husband's death, one of whom was implicated in the robbery of deer from the park of Sir Greville Verney on April 30, 1647. But she did not fail in legal knowledge of what she ought to do under the unexpected provisions of her husband's will, of which she was left sole executrix and residuary legatee. She and her mother combined in levying a fine on the property 200 and reconveying it to the sole use of her mother and herself, and their heirs forever. She was not yet 39 years of age, and did not feel inclined even then to take it for granted she would not marry again, even if Edward Nash agreed, as he could be made to agree, that his inheritance could only come to him on her decease without issue. But Edward Nash did not like her proceedings, and filed a bill in Chancery on February 1647-48, against Elizabeth Nash, and other legatees, to compel them to produce his uncle's will in court, and execute its provisions. Mrs. Nash admitted its contents, but averred the testator had no power to demise property which had belonged to her grandfather, and had been left to herself. She explained that her mother was still living, and that in conjunction they had levied the fine. She only disputed that part of her husband's will concerning her own property, and mentioned her deeds and evidences. Her answer was taken by commission, at Stratford, in April, 1648, and in June it was ordered that the defendants should bring into court the will and other evidences, and the writ was personally served on Mrs. Nash. The will of Thomas Nash was produced before the examiners in Chancery in November, but Mrs. Nash defied all orders concerning the other evidences, as may be seen from the affidavit filed at the Six Clerks' Office in December, 1649. She was brave in her determination that her own rights and her mother's should not be assailed, and she was perhaps prudent in her opinion that the fewer papers that were produced the shorter time would the suit last. No replication or decree is recorded. The litigation apparently terminated in a compromise, doubtless hastened by Mrs. Nash's second marriage. Perhaps Edward Nash by this time realized the injustice or the impracticability of his claim. The only further allusion to it occurs in Lady Barnard's will 201. She directs her trustees to dispose of New Place with the proviso that my loving cousin, Edward Nash, Esq., shall have the first offer or refusal thereof, according to my promise formerly made to him. Elizabeth Nash married Mr. John Barnard, of Abington, Northamptonshire, at Billesley, a village 4 miles from Stratford, June 5, 1649, where the Trussells resided. Why did she go there to be married? A puzzling question indeed, which cannot be answered by the register, as it is lost. Whether her marriage weakened her mother's health, or whether the state of her mother's health had hastened her marriage, we know not, but a month later, on July 11, 1649, Mrs. Hall died, and, being buried beside her husband on the 16th, made his tomb complete. The Latin scholars of the family were all gone, and it is not too much to suppose that Elizabeth herself, Shakespeare's grandchild, composed her mother's epitaph, "Here lieth the body of Susanna, wife of John Hall, gent, the daughter of William Shakespeare, gent. She deceased the 11th day of July, Anno 1649, aged 66. Witty above her sex, but that's not all, wise to salvation was good Mistress Hall, something of Shakespeare was in that, but this wholly of him with whom she's now in bliss. Then, passenger, hast ne'er a tear to weep with her that wept with all that wept, yet set herself to share them up with comforts cordial? Her love shall live, her mercy spread when thou hast ne'er a tear to shed. A lozenge bore the arms of Hall and Shakespeare impaled. In the early part of last century these verses were erased to make space for the record of the death of one Richard Watts, who owned some of the tithes and had the right to be buried in the chancel. But they, fortunately, had been preserved by Dugdale 202, and in 1844 the Watts record was erased and Mrs. Hall's verses restored. Her death limited Shakespeare's descendants to two: Judith Quiney, daughter, and Elizabeth Barnard, granddaughter. A fine was levied on New Place in 1650, in which John Barnard and Henry Smith were made trustees to the settlement of 1647, instead of Richard Lane and William Smith. In 1652 a new settlement was made, devising it to the use of John Barnard and his wife, and the longer liver of them, to the heirs of the body of Elizabeth, failing whom to any persons she might name. In default of such nomination, the property was to go to the right heirs of the survivor. A fine was again levied on this settlement. Mr. John Barnard was knighted by Charles II. In 1661. The Stratford Register of 1661-62 records the death of Elizabeth's aunt, Judith, uxor Thomas Quiney, gent., February 9, 1661-2. The use of the word uxor is no certain proof that he was alive at the time. Judith's death, at the age of 77, left Lady Elizabeth Barnard the poet's sole survivor. She had no children by her second marriage, about which we have no other detail. It has been surmised that it was not a happy one. Sir John Barnard was a widower, and had already a family. There is no mention of this family in Lady Barnard's will, and a limitation to the barest law and justice towards her husband, whom she did not leave her executor. The will was drawn up on January 29, 1669-70, and she died at Abingdon in February. Madame Elizabeth Barnard, wife of Sir John Barnard, Knight, was buried February 17, 1669-70. 203 No sepulchral monument was raised in memory of the granddaughter and heir of Shakespeare, but she probably lay in the same tomb as her husband, who died in 1674. A memorial slab still remains to his memory in Abingdon Church, but the place of his burial is unknown, and the vault below the stone is used by another family. By his death his wife's will 204 came into force, written while she was still in perfect memory, blessed be God, and mindful of mortality. She recounted the settlement of April 18, 1653, to which the trustees were Henry Smith, of Stratford, gent., and Job Dighton, of the Middle Temple, London, Esquire. Henry Smith, her surviving trustee, or his heirs, 6 months after the death of her husband, Sir John Barnard, was to sell New Place, giving the first offer to her loving cousin, Edward Nash, and the money was to be used in legacies. Her cousin, Thomas Wells, of Carlton, in County Bedford, was to have £50 if he be alive, and if he be dead, her kinsman, Edward Bagley, citizen of London, was to receive the amount. How she was connected with these men I have been unable to find out. Judith Hathaway, one of the daughters of my kinsman, Thomas Hathaway, late of Stratford, £5 a year or £40 in hand. Unto Joan, the wife of Edward Kent, another daughter of the said Thomas Hathaway, £50, failing whom to her heir, Edward Kent the younger, at his coming of age. To this same Edward Kent she left £30 for his apprenticeship. To Rose, Elizabeth, and Susanna, 3 other daughters of my kinsman, Thomas Hathaway, £40 apiece. Henry Smith was to have £5 for his pains, and Edward Bagley to be residuary legatee. To my kinsman, Thomas Hart, the son of Thomas Hart, late of Stratford, all that my other messuage or in commonly called the Maidenhead, with the next house thereto adjoining, with the barn belonging to the same, now in the occupation of Michael Johnson, to Thomas Hart and his heirs, failing whom to his brother George Hart and his heirs, failing whom to her own right heirs forever. She made her loving kinsman Edward Bagley executor, in witness of which I set my hand and seal. It may be seen that she retained absolute power of the poet's purchases, but justly left his inheritance from his father John to his sister's descendants. But she did no more than justice. It is not clear how the connection is traced between her and her other legatees, but it is very noticeable her preference for the Hathaway connections to those of the Shakespeare side. Ere she died, the poet's Blackfriars tenement had been reduced to ashes in the Great Fire of 1666. What right in it or its site remained, accrued to Edward Bagley, citizen of London, her executor and residuary legatee, who proved her will, March 4, 1669, though it is stated to have been sold in Shakespeare's biography in the dictionary. Edward Nash did not buy New Place, after all. It was bought by Sir Edward Walker, at one time Secretary of War to Charles I, and then Garter King-at-Arms. Halliwell Phillips states 205 it was sold by the surviving trustee, but Sir Edward Walker's own will 206 puts it a little differently. He left to his dear daughter Barbara, wife of Sir John Clopton, various bequests, among which appear a yard land in Stratford Field I bought of Mr. Hall, of the value of £12 10s. By year, FYFTLY land I bought of Sir John Clopton in the manor of Clopton, of the yearly value of £10. Sixthly 4 yard land lying in Stratford and Bishopton Fields which I bought of Mr. Bagley, and a house called the New Place, situated in the town of Stratford upon Avon, of the yearly value about £50 my dear daughter and her husband Sir John Clopton, sole executors, June 30, 1676. He died early the following year, and his will was proved March 10, 1676-77. Thus, the property Shakespeare had put together became dispersed shortly after his family became extinct, and New Place came back to the heirs of the Cloptons, from whom it was purchased. I had hoped we might find something from the will of Edward Bagley, but he died INTE state 207 and the administration mentions nothing of interest to Shakespeare. It is therefore quite clear that the whole period covered by Shakespeare's life and that of his descendants was 105 years, i.e., from 1564 to 1669, and that no lineal descendants can survive. Yet, as if in illustration of the methods of fabrication of tradition, when it is desired, I have heard of many of the name who boast a lineal descent from the poet, and of one even who boasts of having inherited not only the Shakespeare's dinner service, but his teapot. Yet that the presence of the name is a certain bar to the descent, as above shown, no such claimants seem to have taken the trouble to find out, as they easily might do. I am told that in Verona, by the tomb of Romeo and Juliet, a modern visitor has described himself as Shakespeare, descendant of the poet who wrote the play. William Shakespeare's poems alone are his posterity. Even under another name they are not to be accepted. 208 in the Cambridge Chronicle obituary, January 1, 1842, appears, died on the 28th ultimate at Exning, Suffolk, aged 87, Mrs. Hammond, mother of Mr. W. M. Hammond, of No. 8, Scott's Yard, Cannon Street, London, indigo merchant. The deceased was one of the few remaining descendants of Shakespeare. So lately as June, 1857, there was recorded the death of William Hammond, Esq., of London, one of the last lineal descendants of Shakespeare. Dr. Bigsby says that Colonel Gardner, descendant of the Barnards, had some Shakespeare letters, and claimed descent from Lady Elizabeth Barnard. 209 a correspondent remembered to have seen when a boy the Shakespeare Inn, Lower Northgate Street, Gloucester, kept by an old gentleman named Smith. Outside the passage to the inn was a signboard, "The Shakespeare Inn, by William Smith, descendant from and next of kin to that immortal bard." 210 footnotes, 178 Gwillim's Display of Heraldry, p. 315. 179 Ibid, pages 378, 420. 180 Hathaway is also a name in the Beaverstone Registers, Notes and Queries, 5th Series, 12, 101. 181 French, Shakespeareana Genealogique, p. 376. 182 Will dated August 26, 1642, proved April 4, 1647. He also left rings to his uncle Nash and his aunt, his cousin Sadler and his wife, his cousin Richard Quiney and his wife, his cousin Thomas Quiney and his wife. 183 Stratford Burial Registers. 184 The inscription would imply that she was born in 1556, but, as in her husband's case, it may be she was reckoned as 67 very shortly after completing her 66th year, or even before she completed it, as was done in the case of Lady Joyce Lucy. We may note, at least, that Shakespeare, 53 in 1616, is only 7 years younger than one reckoned 67 in 1623. 185 Henry Waters, Genealogical Gleanings. 186 See Coats of Arms of the Burgesses, Guildhall Ms 491. 187 Outlines, I 219. 188 Acton Registers. 189 See Worcester Wills and Marriage Licenses. 190 See List of Noblemen and Gentlemen of Warwick, 1577, by Henry Ferrers, Nichols a Coll top. Et General, 7, p. 298, and State Papers, Domser, Elise, 137, 38. 191 State Papers, Domser, Elise, Lz. 55 192 The arms of these halls were 3 Talbots heads erased sable, between 9 crosslets azure. Shakespeare's son-in-law bore the Talbots heads only, which may merely have been a mark of cadency. A suit in Chancery in the time of Elizabeth was brought by Giles Fletcher, Doctor of Laws, Joan his wife, and Phineas his eldest son, against John Hall, not the physician, concerning the site of the manor of Henwick and the land of Hallow. In the chapel is a mural monument to Edward Hall, Esq., who married Anna, eldest daughter of Sir Paul Tracy, having by her 4 sons and 7 daughters. He died September, 1616, aged 54. Added. Manuscripts, British Mus, 19816. 193 It has been suggested by Mr. A. Hall that he might have been son of the John Hall who married Elizabeth Carew, niece to Sir Nicholas Throckmorton. He had a son of the name. 194 Stratford Registers. 195 Miscellaneous Documents and Corporation Records, Stratford-on-Avon. 196 Notes and Queries, 5th Series, 7. 287 197 Dugdale's Warwickshire Antiquities, ed. 1656, p. 518. This may be translated thus: here is the dust of Hall, most famous in medical art, awaiting the glorious joys of the kingdom of God. Worthy was he to have surpassed Nestor in well-earned years, in every land, but impartial time has snatched him away. Lest anything be wanting to the tomb, his most faithful spouse is there, and he has the companion of life now also in death. 198 Sir Hugh Clopton to Theobald. 199 Halliwell Phillips, Outlines, 2. 108 200 Easter Term, 23 Car. I 201 Somerset House, 96, Alcan, also in Jixon. 202 Warwickshire Antiquities, ed. 1656, p. 518. 203 Abington Parish Registers. 204 Somerset House, 96, Alcan, also in Jixon. 205 Halliwell Phillips, Outlines, 2. 119 206 Somerset House, 36 Hale. 207 Admin, October, 1686, Somerset House. 208 Morning Herald Obituary. 209 Notes and Queries, 5th Series, 7. 287 But she had no children, as proved both by the registers and the wills. She was Sir John Barnard's second wife. 210 Ibid, 519. Smith really descended from the Harts. Chapter X Collaterals. John Shakespeare had other sons than William. There were 3: Gilbert, Richard, and Edmund. These all died comparatively young, and none of them was married. Edmund, the youngest child of John and Mary Shakespeare, seems to have been the only one who followed his eldest brother to London. He also chose the stage as a profession, but we never hear of any success. From London registers we know that on August 12, 1607, in the parish of St. Giles, Cripplegate, was buried Edward, the base-born son of Edward Shakespeare, player, and that on December 31 of the same year was buried within the Church of St. Saviour's, Southwark 211 Edmund Shakespeare, player, with the forenoon knell of the great bell. 212 The poet paid every honor he could to his brother. Gilbert, born 2.5 years after William, seemed often to have been his practical helper and representative in Stratford-on-Avon. Some writers have imagined that because the clerk added the word adolescens to the burial entry in 1611 of Gilbert Shakespeare, 213 that it could not have been this Gilbert, but some other, probably a young son of his. But there is no record of a marriage, of the birth of any child, of the death of his wife, or of his own death, if this entry be given another translation than the natural one. We may well imagine the clerk did not fully understand the meaning of the word. Shakespeare often satirizes the ignorant use of learned terms at his time. There is no saying what hazy notions might have floated through the writer's brain of the age or position of the defunct. He would be no worse than a Mrs. Malaprop if he intended adolescence to represent deeply regretted. Of the last surviving brother, Richard, born 1573, we know nothing, except that he died February 12, in the year 1612-13. 214 The negative evidence of the registers is supported by the negative evidence of the Shakespeare wills. There is no mention of a Shakespeare in the wills of William Shakespeare, so anxious to perpetuate his family and his name, or in those of his descendants. We may therefore hold it as proved that there are no collateral lines of Shakespeare's descending from the poet's brothers, and therefore none entitled to bear John Shakespeare's famous coat of arms without a new grant. Yet we find some bearing the arms, and many claimants of such descent. Sir Thomas Winnington asks if the Shackspeares of Philongley are a branch of the poet's family, as the well-known armorial bearings appear on the tomb of George Shakespeare, who died there in 1690. 215 The Reverend Mr. Dyer wrote to Mr. Duncombe from Coningsby, November 24, 1756, "My wife's name was Ensor, whose grandmother was a Shakespeare, descended from the brother of everybody's Shakespeare." 216 Such claims may be explained by a natural error. Another John Shakespeare has often been mistaken for ours, and real pedigrees have been traced back to him. But there were collateral descents from Shakespeare's sister. The only person who might have impaled the new Shakespeare arms, had he himself borne arms to make this possible, was William Hart, the hatter, who married Shakespeare's sister Joan, and who lived in Shakespeare's old house in Henley Street, and died a few days before the poet. 217 The pedigree of the Harts is printed in French's Shakespeariana Genealogica, 218 and need not be repeated here. The Reverend Cornelius Holland 219 also gives a genealogical table of the various connections, and thus provides us with the collateral descent nearly up to date. Though the early members of this family seem to have been content with a very modest position and very unromantic occupations, the later members have become more ambitious. The Harts thought of contesting the will of Lady Barnard, who, with her mother, Mrs. Hall, had cut off the entail, or rather altered, as they thought, the proviso of Shakespeare's will regarding his heirs. But, as she left them the Henley Street house, and a contest for more would have been attended with certain expense and uncertain results, they on full consideration let the matter drop. Even from this family sprang claimants for lineal descent. On a tombstone in Tewkesbury appears, in memory of John Hart, the sixth descendant from the poet Shakespeare, who died January 22, 1800, aged 45, etc. Snitterfield Church. To face p. 113. Footnotes, 211 Registers of St. Saviour's, Southwark. 212 Churchwardens' Accounts, St. Saviour's, Southwark. 213 Stratford-on-Avon Registers. 214 Stratford-on-Avon Registers. 215 Notes and Queries December, 1865, 3rd Series, 8. 501 216 Ibid, 6th Series, 12. 424 217 April 17, 1616. 218 p. 296. 219 C. Descent of Holland and Shakespeare. Chapter 11 Cousins and Connections. It is certain that Shakespeare had many cousins on the Arden side. A notice of the Stringers, the Lamberts, the Edkins, and the Webbys has been already given. The Hart family, as has also been noticed, provided a large number of relatives not of the name. On the Shakespeare side the poet may have had cousins, though we are not able to prove their descent from records at present in hand. More than one family claimed to have descended from cousins, and presumably from Shakespeare's grandfather Richard. But we must not forget there were other Richards at his time. The Richard of Wroxall, Mr. Yeatman insists, must be the same as the Richard of Snitterfield, though it seems hardly possible, seeing we find the one officially associated with the Priory of Wroxall 26 Henry VIII, 1535 220 and the other presented for non-suit of court at Snitterfield 20 and 22 Henry VIII, for infringing the rights of pasture there, October 1, 1535, and receiving a legacy from a friend that suggested continued residence, unto Richard Shakespeare of Snefield my 4 oxen, which are now in his keeping, will of Thomas Atwater, alias Taylor, of Stratford-on-Avon, 1543. 3 successive Richards lived in Rowington. 1. Richard Shakespeare, of Rowington, Waver, died in 1560, and mentioned his sons William and Richard in his will drawn up the year before, on June 15, and proved on June 30, goods prized by John Shakespeare and Richard Sanders. Another Richard of the same place made a will in 1591 and died in 1592, whose children were John, Roger, Thomas, William, and Dorothy Jenkins. His wife's name was Joan. There was also a grandson, Thomas, son of John 221. Another Richard died in 1614 222, whose eldest son was William. But each of these Richards, from his family and connections, can be proved to be a different man from the Richard of Snitterfield. We are reasonably sure that our John was the son of the latter, if he administered his goods after his death in 1560-61 223, and if so, we are sure that Henry also was his son, as Henry was the brother of John. This is mentioned in the declaration of 1587 224, when Nicholas Lane proceeded against John as surety for his impecunious brother Henry. Henry was also summoned with John to appear as witness in the Mayo and Webby case, 23 Elizabeth. He had a wife called Margaret, whose death immediately follows his own in the register of Snitterfield 225, but we are not sure that he had any children. Henry Shakespeare was buried the 29th day of December, 1596. Margaret Shakespeare, widow, being times the WYFF of Henry Shakespeare, was buried 9 February, 1596. It is quite probable that when Robert Webby married and settled in Snitterfield, or Edward Cornwall came into power there, that Henry moved thence 226, just about the time we find in the registers of Hampton-on-Avon or Bishophampton, Letice, daughter of Henry Shakespeare of Ingon 227, Baptist June 4, 1583. James, son of Henry Shakespeare, Baptist October 15, 1585. Yet he appears as one of the pledges at the baptism of Henry Townsend, of Snitterfield, September 4, 1586. James Shakespeare, of Ingon, buried October 25, 1589, 228, is also mentioned by Malone. This is the correct reading of the Jonas mentioned by Halliwell Phillips as being buried in the same place so near the same date as September 25, 1589. A William Shakespeare appears once in Snitterfield as prizing the goods of John Pardoe in 1569, but we do not know his age and residence, and there is no clue to any relationship with him. A William prized the goods of Robert Shakespeare of Wroxall, 1565, and the goods of John Shakespeare of Rowington, 1574. An Anthony occurs among the billmen of Snitterfield in the muster book of 1569. John Shakespeare of Rowington, who held land at Wroxall 22, Henry VIII, had a son Antonio, rather an unusual name. Tradition says the poet had an uncle or granduncle, Antonio. But we must beware of using tradition as a staff to lean upon. No Anthony appears in any family papers. An Anthony Shakespeare married Joan Whitruff at Budbrook, in which parish is Hampton Corley, November 14, 1573, and in the register we find, Henry Shakespeare, son of Shakespeare, and Joan his wife, baptized March 24, 1575. Elizabeth, daughter to Anthony Shakespeare of Hampton, baptized February 10, 1583, in the Stratford registers, and Henry, son of Antonio Shakespeare, buried June 18, 1583, in Clifford Chambers. This wandering makes his life rather confusing to us. Thomas Shakespeare might have been an uncle. Thomas was presented as a regrader or forestaller of barley and wheat at Snitterfield Court, held April, 1575. A Thomas, probably the same, appears in Stratford records between 23 and 28 Elizabeth. He was sued for the price of malted barley in 23 Elizabeth. He had a son named John, baptized at Snitterfield March 10, 1581-2. Of this child we know nothing further, but I make a suggestion in a later chapter that may interest readers. There was a Johanna Shakespeare 229 whose burial record in Snitterfield, in 1595, makes no allusion to any male relative. She might have been an aunt, a great-aunt, or even a grandmother of the poet, and the widow of Richard. Similar entries of wives and widows have been found in the neighborhood. Joan was an important name in John Shakespeare's eyes, and he gave the name to two of his daughters. Richard had probably a daughter who became Mrs. Green. A Thomas Green, alias Shakespeare, was buried in Stratford-on-Avon, March 6, 1590. He was probably the father of Thomas Green, solicitor, in whose diary and correspondence we find allusions to his cousin Shakespeare. "My cousin Shakespeare has come in yesterday to town, I went to see him how he did." 230 Jovies, November 17. It was he who conducted the Addenbrooke prosecution, 1608, at which time, we know not for what reason, he appears to have been living in Shakespeare's home, New Place, in Stratford-on-Avon. There might have been an indefinite number of cousins by marriage among the Hathaways. I only mention this now in relation to one strange example of the desire of association somehow with Shakespeare. In the catalogue of the Shakespeare Library of Warwick Castle is the title of a book written by a Hathaway clergyman of Tewkesbury, said to be a descendant of Anne Hathaway, ignoring the fact that Anne Hathaway was Mrs. Shakespeare. Yet he might after all have been a cousin twice removed. Footnotes: 220 See Valor Ecclesiasticus, Warwickshire, at dissolution, Henry VIII. 221 Worcester Wills. 222 Ibid. 223 Admin Bond at Worcester. 224 Henricus Shakespeare, Frater Dicti Johannes, February 1, 29 Elizabeth, 1587. 225 Snitterfield Registers. 226 Henry had a fight with Edward Cornwall, and drew blood, October 12, 1574. See Halliwell Phillips, Outlines, Volume 2, p. 209. 227 Ingon is in the parish of Hampton-on-Avon. 228 Malone's Life, Volume 2, p. 23, ed. 1821 229 Johanna Shakespeare Mortua est et sepulta January Quinto, anno 1595. No record has been found of the death of Richard's wife, if this be not she. 230 Green's Diary, November 17, 1614, Stratford-on-Avon Records. See also Ingleby's Shakespeare and the Enclosure of Welcombe. Thomas Green was a councillor of Middle Temple and a solicitor. See Quinney's Town Accounts, January and February, 1600-1. He was appointed steward of the Court of Record, Stratford-on-Avon, on September 7, 1603. There was no town clerk then, and the steward did the duties until the charter granted to the town by James I, July 8, 1610, created the office of town clerk. He held part of the remainder of the tithes, the half of which were held by Shakespeare. Chapter 12 Contemporary Warwickshire Shakespeare's outside the immediate family of the poet. There were many contemporaries in Warwickshire, who may have been connected in some far-off degree. There was the John Shakespeare, shoemaker, who came to Stratford about 1580, probably as apprentice or journeyman of Roberts, the shoemaker, in whose house he dwelt till 1594, and whose daughter Marjorie he married 231. He became member of the Company of Shoemakers and Saddlers, paying £3, in 1580, and master of the Shoemakers' Company, and was elected ale taster for the town in 1585. He paid 30s. For his freedom January 19, 1585 to 86, and became constable in the autumn of 1586. His wife was buried on October 29, 1587, but he must shortly afterwards have married again, as he had 3 children christened 232 in the parish church. On February 17, 1587, he was in receipt of Thomas Oaken's money, and in 1588 became guardian to Thomas Roberts's sons. The poet's father, after 1570, was always mentioned as Mr. John Shakespeare. This other appears simply as John, or John the Shoemaker, or Corvisor, or some other epithet. See records of Stratford-on-Avon. Hunter thinks that he was the 3rd son of Thomas Shakespeare, a shoemaker, of Warwick, who held land under the manor of Balsall, and mentioned in his will, 1557, 4 children William, Thomas, John, and Joan, ux Francis Lay, mentioned in Warwick registers. This John of Stratford seems to have left the town before 1595, as his house was inhabited by others then, and no further mention appears of him in record or register. Beside John Shakespeare's double of Stratford-on-Avon, there was a John Shakespeare of Clifford Chambers, a village a mile or 2 out of Stratford, who has also been confused with him. He married there, on October 15, 1560, Julian Hobbins, widow. He sued William Smith, of Stratford, for debt, in 1572, and in the will of John Ashwell, of Stratford, 1583, it is stated that John Shakespeare, of Clifford Chambers, was in his debt. It is quite probable he was the John often in debt, who had no goods to seize, in Stratford-on-Avon, generally supposed to be the poet's father. Other notices of the name, besides the Henry and Antonio above mentioned, appear in the Clifford registers. Charles Malory and Alice Shakespeare were married in 1579. Catherine Morris, servant to John Shakespeare, was buried in 1587, Julian Shakespeare buried July 22, 1608, John Shakespeare buried October 20, 1610. His will was proved at Gloucester in 1611. These latter dates set the question of identity at rest. An agricultural John was in occupation of Ingon in 1570. 233 I believe him to be our John, the brother and surety of Henry. We must not forget that as Ingon was so near Snitterfield, John of Ingon may be the John Shakespeare, Agricola, of Snitterfield, who administered Richard's goods, and was fined, October 1, 1561, at the Snitterfield court. And there are many Johns of Rowington, fully entered in Mr. Ryland's records of Rowington. Just as his father had doubles, so had William. There was a William Shakespeare drowned in the Avon, and buried at St. Nicholas, Warwick, July 6, 1579. 234 The world would not have known what it had lost had this fate overtaken our will, but it makes us shiver now as we think of it, even as a past possibility. It has been thought that this youth was the son of Thomas Shakespeare, shoemaker, of Warwick, and brother of John the shoemaker of Stratford. But he seems rather young for that relationship. Another contemporary William seems to have been in a small way of business as a farmer's agent, sometimes as a lender, and sometimes as a borrower. Among the Shakespeare manuscripts at Warwick Castle are preserved bonds for 2 seconds. 6d for a quarter of a year's use of £5 by William Shakespeare in 1620, 1624, and 1626. Another of 3 quarters of oats to Will Shakespeare for a quarter's use of £5 due upon the 10th of May last, 1621, and some for the sale of malt 235. It has seemed to me much more than probable that this was the William who sued Philip Rogers in the court of record at Stratford-on-Avon 236 in 1604 for the price of a strike of malt sold and other money due. The declaration filed by William Shakespeare in the court has been accepted by Halliwell Phillips and all the Baconians as concerning the poet. But, in the first place, any such declaration at that date would then have designated our Shakespeare gent; in the second, he would have employed his cousin, Thomas Green, as his attorney, and not William Tetherton, and Thomas Green would have spelt his name otherwise than it is written. In the third place, there is no corroborative testimony that the poet ever sold malt, and there is concerning this contemporary William. The early registers of Rowington are lost, but we have shown from the wills that there were Shakespeares there bearing this Christian name. The Richard of Rowington who died in 1561 mentions a son William in his will. The second Richard of that place had a son William mentioned in the will of 1591. The third Richard and his wife Elizabeth had 4 sons William, Richard, Thomas, John, and a daughter Joan. William had worked as a laborer without wages on his father's property, with expectation of succeeding to it. But some years before his father's death he went, with his father's permission, out to service, and married a certain Mrs. Marjorie. His father was incensed against him, and left the little property to his youngest son, John, November 13, 1613, proved in 1614. 237 legal proceedings were commenced in 1614 at Worcester by William about the property of his mother, Elizabeth. A chancery suit between the brothers was instituted in the Star Chamber 238 and the case was heard at Warwick, in 1616, before 4 commissioners, one of whom was Francis Collins, gent., the overseer of the will of the poet. William the plaintiff was then about 40 years old. This is probably the same man who felt injured by his family while supported by his wife's money in his lawsuits. The mark of a William Shakespeare is found on a roll of the customs of the manor of Rowington, confirmed by the jury in 1614. Was he the same? And if not, which of these was the William Shakespeare whose name appears in the list of the trained soldiers of Rowington 239 taken before Sir Fulke Greville at Alcester, September 23, 1605, erroneously by some believed to be the poet? 240 There is preserved a petition of William Shakespeare, Richard Shooter, and others of Rowington, Co. Warwick, to the Committee for the Safety of Coventry and Warwick. About St. Andrew's Day they had some sea coal which lay at Barford, near Warwick, which they had sold to Lady Lucy, but the soldiers of the city finding fuel scarce, had burnt £5 tens worth of it. They pray satisfaction for their coals. Underwritten by Mr. Basnet is an order to pay this sum, April, 1646 241 A William Shakespeare, of Hatton, married Barbara Stiff in 1589, styled gent at baptism of his daughter Susanna, 1596. John Will granted to Job Throgmorton the cottage in which William Shakespeare dwelt at Hazeley, March 4, 1597 242 In the Star Chamber proceedings is the notice of a fine levied inter Williamum Shakespeare et Georgium Shakespeare, K.R. et Tomum Spencer, Arm. Christopherum Fleckno et Tomum Thompson de Fork. De octo acres pasturi cum pertinentius in Clay Verdon, alias Clarendon, 12 JAC. I. 1615. 243 I have collected these illustrations in order to show that the name William was not by any means rare in the Shakespeare family, and to account for some of the errors made concerning descents. In 1589, also in the Star Chamber proceedings, we find there is a case brought by Mary Rosewell against John Vale and Catherine his wife, and Elise Shakespeare. This Alice Shakespeare was John Vale's mother-in-law and a widow. Is it not possible she might be the sister Alice Shakespeare referred to in the Griffin Wool? In most of the Warwickshire districts where the name is found in the earlier half of the 16th century it is found in the latter half, and also in the 17th century, though sometimes branches migrated to new neighboring localities. It would be impossible to work out every family in detail in a work such as this. And yet some notices are necessary to complete the rapid survey. The Shakespeares appear in two groups, one north and east of Stratford-on-Avon, as at Ingon and Snitterfield. One family had settled at Tatch Brook, 9 miles northeast by east from Stratford. There was baptized Roger, son of Robert Shakespeare, April 21, 1557. Robert was a weaver, and was probably son of Richard Shakespeare, of Hazeley, weaver, in the reign of Henry VIII. He had also a son John, born 1574, a daughter, Alice, buried 1559, another, Isabel, baptized 1560. Roger married Isabel Parkins in 1592, and Alice Higgins in 1595, and seems to have had a son, John, not in the register. But on April 22, 1628, Elizabeth Shakespeare, the daughter of John and Christian his wife, was baptized, and on April 4, 1630, Judith Shakespeare, the daughter of John and Christian Shakespeare. Later generations of the families of Roger, John, and Walter are recorded there 244. A few Shakespeares have been found in Alcester, but the older centre lay further north. By far the greatest number of names are found in the villages to the west of a line drawn between Coventry and Warwick, including Meriden, Hampton in Arden, Berkswell, Knowle, Balsall, Kenilworth, Packwood, Lapworth, Bad Esley Clinton, Wroxall, Hazeley, Hatton, Rowington, and Budbrook. The early parish registers of Wroxall are lost, and only begin with 1586. On December 9, 1588, Francis Shakespeare was buried. May 29, 1592, Nicholas Shakespeare and Alice Edmonds M. March 25, 1593, Peter, Phil. Nicholas and Alice Shakespeare, Bap. November 17, 1594, Susanna, da. Of Nicholas and Alice Shakespeare, Bap. September 17, 1595, Elizabeth, UX William Shakespeare, buried. September 10, 1596, Cornelius, Phil. Nic and Alice Shakespeare, Bap. February 3, 1599, Anna, DAU. Of Nic and Alice Shakespeare, Baptist April 9, 1600, Anna, DAU. Of Nic and Alice Shakespeare, buried. June 15, 1603, Hester, DAU. Of Nic and Alice Shakespeare, Baptist, no registers from 1604 to 1641. 1641, Peter Shakespeare buried. May 17, 1642, William Smith and Catherine Shakespeare, M. September 25, 1645, Nicholas Shakespeare buried. May 16, 1665, Ralph Stokes and Margaret Shakespeare M. January 26, 1670, Robert Shakespeare and Anna Vierne M. October 4, 1678, Jane, DAU. Of Robert Shakespeare the Elder, buried. March 29, 1681, Robert, Phil. Richard Shakespeare and his wife, Baptist May 30, 1714, and UX Robert Shakespeare, buried. May 13, 1719, Robert Shakespeare buried. From the Hatton and Hazeley registers, which recorded the death of Roger Shakespeare, 1558, and of Domina Jane, 1571, We also find, Isabel, Uxor Thomas Shakespeare, formerly wife of John Tybotes, buried April 4, 1570. November 5, 1570, Catherine Shakespeare, Philia Nicholas Shakespeare, Baptist January 6, 1579, Elizabeth, DAU. Of Nicholas Shakespeare, Baptist January 6, 1589, William Shakespeare and Barbara Stiff, married. March 25, 1593, Peter, son of Nicholas and Alice Shakespeare, Baptist September 8, 1593, Thomas, son of Nicholas and Elizabeth Shakespeare, Baptist March 14, 1596, Susanna, DAU. Of W. M. Shakespeare, gentleman, and Barbara, Baptist, March 6, 1597. This child was buried. July 23, 1598, Catherine, DAU. Of W. M. and Barbara Shakespeare, Baptist Ist. September 21, 1606, Thomas Shakespeare buried. December 26, 1607, Nicholas Shakespeare of Buzel buried. January 26, 1607, Elizabeth Shakespeare of Buzel buried. August 28, 1608, Marie, daughter of Thomas Shakespeare, Baptist February, 1610, Barbara, wife of Mr. William Shakespeare, buried. January 20, 1612, John Hastings and Susanna Shakespeare, married. The parish registers of Hazeley and of Hatton are mixed. There are many Shakespeare wills preserved in Lichfield. Christopher Shakespeare of Packwood, August 31, 1551, proved August 15, 1558, mentions a wife Isabel and sons Richard, William, Roger, Christopher, and John, and daughters Alice and Agnes, Elizabeth Shakespeare of St. Werburgh's, Derby, 1558, Roger Shakespeare of Tatchbrook, August 2, 1605, wife Alice and son John, William Shakespeare of Coventry, shoemaker, March 18, 1605-6, administration of John Shakespeare's goods, 1606, Thomas Shakespeare of Packington Parva, April 28, 1610, had a wife, Philip, and sons, George, who was to have Coleshill lands, Thomas, Andrew, and a daughter, Alice Croft, and Shakespeare of Knowleswool, 1743. There has been a group entered in the calendar in relation to the Shakespeare and Ensor connection, Nichols's Herald and Genealogist, Volume 2, p. 297. Thomas Shakespeare of Coventry, Administration 1693. George Shakespeare of Philiongley, Will 1700. Sarah Shakespeare of Penn, Administration 1712. Thomas Shakespeare of Arley, 1720. William Shakespeare of Coventry, 1724. William Shakespeare of Arley, 1729. George Shakespeare of Coleshill, 1734. And Shakespeare of Coventry, 1751. George Shakespeare of Philiongley, 1754. Mary Shakespeare of Aston, 1768. There was an administration granted to Elizabeth Shakespeare, widow, of the estate of Roger Shakespeare, of Chesset Wood, in the parish of Hampton in Arden, April 15, 1597. John Shakespeare, of Knowle, Warwickshire, left to his eldest son, Henry, £5, and to each of his children £5. John, Elizabeth, Henry, Thomas, to his granddaughter, daughter of John, £5, his property he left to his youngest son, John, 33 Charles II, September 30, 1681 245 A William Shakespeare 246 of Knowle, is mentioned in 12 George II, as tenant to the precipe. The will of Robert Shakespeare, of Wroxall, March 19, 1565, shows that he had a son Nicholas, that another Nicholas owed him money, and that his goods were prized by a William Shakespeare. John Shakespeare, of Wroxall, labourer, leaves his goods between his son Edward and his wife, mentions his sister Alice, his brother Woodham's children, his cousin, Lawrence Shakespeare, of Balsall, or Bosall, his brothers, William and Nicholas, and his daughter, Alice Wind Miles, December 15, 1574. William Shakespeare, of Wroxall, husbandman, in his will, dated November 17, 1609, left legacies to brothers and sisters not named. John Shakespeare of Budbrook, left his best suit to Nicholas Shakespeare, to his father-in-law, Thomas Burbage, his best boots, to Mary Shakespeare, 2 shillings, to Isabel Poole, late servant to Nicholas Shakespeare, 10 shillings. Anne Burbage, now the wife of William Shotswell, sole executrix, December 28, 1642 247. He was buried December 30, 1642 248. Nicholas Shakespeare 249 of Budbrook 250. Being aged and weak, leaves £4 to the poor, £10 to his mother-in-law, Penelope Parks, £40 to his brother-in-law, Richard Parks, £10 to his cousin, Richard Naso, £10 to William Saddlewell, of Packwood. Residue to his dear wife Marie, sole executrix, October 23, 1655. John Shakespeare 251 Yeoman, of Lapworth, made his will October 30, 1637, proved by his wife Dorothy 1638. He had no children, and his nephew, John Twycross, came in for most of his possessions. He left his brother Christopher sixpence a week. Christopher's son John, and his 2 grandsons, John and Thomas, had each 20 shillings. There was another brother not named, whose 3 sons, Edward, William, and Thomas, and 3 daughters were to have £3 six. 8d each. Edward's 2 sons had also legacies. The testator also mentions his sister, Catherine Shotswell, Catherine, Elizabeth, Winifred, Humphrey, Thomas, and John Shakespeare. Overseers, John Featherston, of Packwood, Esq., and John Shakespeare, of Ringwood. Dorothy Shakespeare left no will. Letters of administration were granted to her nephew, Anthony Robbins, July 13, 1655. 252. In the table of benefactions in Lapworth Church, near Knowle, it is recorded that John Shakespeare and John Twycross gave each 2 shillings a year to the poor of Lapworth and Packwood. Humphrey Shakespeare gave 20 shillings to the poor of this parish, and the like to the poor of Rowington, 1794. Thomas Shakespeare, of Lapworth, Fuller, February 21, 1655, desires to be buried in Rowington. He leaves to his kinsman, Richard Shakespeare, of Kenilworth, his implements, and £5, to his kinsman, Thomas Shakespeare, of Lapworth, £5, to his kinsman and godson, Thomas Shakespeare, of Rowington, £5, to his kinsman, Richard Shakespeare, £6 13. 4d, to his kinswoman, Mary Shakespeare, £5, to his kinsman, John Shakespeare, £5, to his brother William's son's daughter Elizabeth, 6pence, if demanded, to the poor of Rowington, 40 shillings. The executrix was his kinswoman, Elizabeth Shakespeare, and the overseers, Thomas Sly, of Lapworth, and his kinsman, Thomas Shakespeare, of Whitley-gate in Rowington, proved May 18, 1658 253. It may be seen that Rowington was the central source of most of these Shakespeares. Besides those already mentioned, we may note that there was a case of John Shakespeare versus William Skinner, farmer, of the Church of Rowington, an answer of William Skinner to the Bill of Complaint, a document relating to Thomas Shakespeare, of Rowington, 1571, Mark Skinner, and another concerning John Shakespeare. John Shakespeare of Rowington's will was drawn up in 1574. 254. He left his property called Mady Wottons, at Shrawley, to his son George, with remainder to his daughter Annis, and £20 to his son Thomas. He left legacies to his brothers Nicholas and Thomas and his aunt Leigh, the midwife. His wife's name was Eleanor. His goods were prized at £8 six. 8d by Thomas and William Shakespeare, among others. The will of Richard Shakespeare, of Rowington, November 13, 1613, which caused so much heart-burning, showed that his son William had a son John, and that his son Richard had 4 sons, Thomas, William, Richard, and John. Thomas and John's children are not mentioned. Another will 255 in the same year of Thomas Shakespeare, of Moseley and Rowington, October 13, 1613, mentions sons John, Thomas, and Richard, and daughters Eleanor, Joan, and Annis. John had 2 sons William and John. John Shakespeare de Le Hill, Rowington, made his will January 20, 1652, his wife was Mary, his children, William, John, and Margaret Vernon. The Shakespeares from the Register of Rowington, printed by Mr. Rylands, are given in the notes. In 1593 Thomas Shakespeare and Florence, his wife, with her sister, Alice Grace, sued Thomas Grace 256 and John Harding for certain lands not specified, settled by their father on them. Thomas Shakespeare, of Rowington, was assessed for the subsidy of 1597 257. Thomas Shakespeare, Sr., of the same place, in 7 Jac. I. 1610. A survey of Crown lands in Warwickshire, 4 Jac. I. 1607, in the Land Revenue Office shows Thomas, George, Richard, and John as holding property there. A Thomas Shakespeare was presented in 1632. 258. Thomas Shakespeare, of Rowington, Temp. John Pickering, Lord Keeper, and Maria, his wife, daughter and heir of William Matthews, deceased, filed a bill in Chancery concerning various tenements in Hatton, Shrawley, Rowington, Pinley, and Clendon. 259. Hill, 16 Elizabeth, Hugo Walford, K.R., and Thomas Shakespeare and Marie, his wife, defendants, concerning cottage and 5 acres of land in Norton Curlew. Easter, 20 James I, Thomas Shakespeare, K.R., and John Hall and Joyce, his wife, defendants, of 12 acres of land in Rowington, which were sold to the said Thomas Shakespeare. 41 Elizabeth 260. There was a license granted to a Thomas Shakespeare, aged 23, to pass beyond the sea, June 13, 1632, to the Low Countries, to serve as a soldier. 261 At a court of the Queen's Majesty, Henrietta Maria, Thomas Shakespeare paid a fine of six. 8d for admission to lands surrendered by himself, to himself, and others, 1647. Among the manuscripts of the Free Library at Birmingham there remains a fine, 7 Charles I, between Adrian Shakespeare, K.R., and Thomas Green and Anna, his wife, about land in Old Filliongley, a bond for £40 of Adrian Shakespeare, of Meriden, Yeoman, and another fine, Easter, 26 Charles II, between Thomas Brearley, Gent, and Thomas Shakespeare, Gent. There were Shakespeares also still at Bad Esley Clinton. In the diary of Henry Ferrers of that place, we find him speak of napkins received from Henry Shakespeare, November 4, 1620, of Peter Shakespeare, November 5. Iou Shakespeare none, November 6 th. Henry Shakespeare sent his boy for a mark for his napkin. November 12, 1628-9. Shakespeare of Kingswood, February 4 th. Shakespeare of Roath, February 18. John Shakespeare came hither about his court. 262 This is the Henry Ferrers who wrote the catalogue of all the noblemen and gentlemen resident in Warwick in 1577-78. 263 There is a tombstone on the walls of Rowington Church, in memory of John Shakespeare, of Bad Esley Clinton, and Mary his wife, who died, he, August 26, 1722, 61, she, September 3, 1722, 56. They were lovely and pleasant in their lives, and in their deaths they were not divided. There seems to have been a large number of Shakespeares in the town of Warwick. A John Shakespeare was assessed 1d. a week for relief of the poor, 1582, in Market Place Ward, and a Thomas Shakespeare at the same time in West Street Ward 264 in the Inquisition's post-mortem of Ambrose Dudley, Earl of Warwick, 32 Elizabeth, a Thomas Shakespeare was one of the witnesses. A Thomas Shakespeare had a grant from Mr. Henry Ferrers of 2 messuages, 1 orchard, 4 gardens, and 4 acres of pasture in Warwick for £80, Michaelmas, 39 Elizabeth, 1597. There was a Thomas Shakespeare, probably the same who married on June 21, 1598, Elizabeth Leatherbarrow, daughter of the Mayor of Coventry. He became bailiff of Warwick November 1, 10 Jac. I. 1613. The only notice of the name in the Visitation of Warwickshire in 1619 is that of Thomas Shakespeare, Gent, one of the principal aldermen of Warwick. It is not clear whether or not he was the son of Thomas Shakespeare, the shoemaker, who held land of the manor of Wroxall, and died in 1557, leaving William, Thomas, John, and Joan, Ux Francis lay 265 in Birmingham registers. There was a William, 1637, and an Anne Shakespeare of Knowle, 1743. More might be said of the Shakespeares of Coventry and Filliongley. There is a tablet recording Shakespeare benefactions in Filliongley Church, and many still bear the name among the neighbouring peasantry. But to complete the pedigrees of the Warwickshire families, we must follow them to other abodes. Footnotes: 231 November 25, 1584, Stratford-on-Avon Register. Mr. R. B. Wheeler, writing in the Gentleman's Magazine, September, 1816, takes for granted the poet's father had 3 wives, a belief which Rowe also held. See Reed's ed., Volume I, p. 136. 232 Ursula, daughter of John Shakespeare, Baptist March 11, 1588-89, Humphrey, son of John Shakespeare, Baptist May 24, 1590, Philip, son of John Shakespeare, Baptist September 21, 1591. Stratford-on-Avon Register. This Humphrey was ancestor to the George Shakespeare living in Henley in Arden in 1864, and since in Wolverhampton. See French's Shakespeariana Genealogica. 233 C. Rot. Clause, 23 Elizabeth. 234 See St. Nicholas Churchwarden's accounts, transcribed and printed by Mr. Richard Savage, of Stratford-on-Avon. The register states, 1579. July sexto die huius mensis, sepultus fut Gulielmus Shakespeare, qui demursus fut in rivulo aquae, qui vel vocator avena. 235 A collection of 35 manuscripts containing the name of Shakespeare. Besides these of William, there are papers of Thomas Shakespeare of Tamworth, 1679, Edward Shakespeare in the Manor of Solihull, October 2, 1688, and in 1690, John Shakespeare, 1707, 1709, 1710, 1711, 1712, Widow Shakespeare, 1712 to 1714, Benjamin Shakespeare, 1713, Benjamin Shakespeare's Barn, 1714. 236 Stratford-on-Avon Records. 237 Notes and Queries, 3rd Series, 12, pages 81 and 161, August 3, 1867, contains all the papers. A draft bill of their chancery suit is preserved among the miscellaneous documents of Stratford-on-Avon. 238 See Ms. Episc, Worcester, and Halliwell Phillips, Outlines, 2. 256 239 DOMSER, State Papers, James I, 15. 65, September 23, 1605. 240 Mr. Collier says we have intelligence regarding no other William Shakespeare than the poet at that date, French, Shakespeariana Genealogica, p. 526. 241 DOMSER, State Papers, Car. I. Ziv. 242 History Ms. Commander Republic, Appendix 2, Davenport Manuscripts 243 French, Shakespeariana Genealogica, p. 540. 244 Communicated in full by the Reverend E. T. Codd to Notes and Queries, 3rd Series, Volume 8, December, 1865, p. 185. 245 Somerset House, 88 Drax, proved July, 1683. 246 Notes and Queries, 1st Series, Volume 12, p. 123, August 18, 1855. 247 Somerset House, 131 Fines. 248 Budbrook Registers. 249 7 St. John, and 168 Aylett, Somerset House. 250 The name of Nicholas Shakespeare of Budbrook appears in a recusant roll of 16 Charles I. 251 Somerset House, 51 Lee. 252 Admin 1654, F 127, July 13. 253 Lib 7, 318, Wotton, Somerset House. 254 Worcester Wills. 255 Worcester Wills. 256 Chancery Cases, SS 25. 257 Subsidy Rolls, Warwick, 35 Elizabeth, 193/235, and 39 Elizabeth, 193/247, PRO 258 C. Rowington Court Rolls, 65. 259 Mr. Yeatman's Gentle Shakespeare, p. 146. 260 Chancery Cases, SS 2. 261 Exchequer QR licenses to pass beyond seas, number 17, June 13, 1632. 262 Dr. Macrae's transcript, notes, and queries, 7th series, v. 190. 263 published in Nichols's Collectanea Topographica et Genealogica, Volume 8, p. 298. 264 See Book of John Fisher, p. 81. 265 Ajonlay was buried in St. Nicholas, Warwick, the same year. The administration of the goods of Mary Shakespeare, Warwick, was granted 1723. Chapter 13 Shakespeares in other counties. The Warwickshire Shakespeares overflowed into the surrounding counties. There were Shakespeares in Stafford 266, Worcester 267, Gloucester 268, Northampton 269, Leicester 270, Berkshire 271 and Oxford. The three latter are worth noting. In 1597 there resided at Lutterworth, only a few miles from Stratford, a Thomas Shakespeare, who was employed by William Glover, of Hill Endon, in Northamptonshire, Gent, as his agent to receive and give an acquittance for a considerable sum of money 272. It is not clear whether it was the same person or a son who was the Thomas Shakespeare, Gent, of Staple Inn, Middlesex, who presented a certificate to some unnamed court, October 12, 1604, accounting for his non-appearance in a case 273. John Perkins was the plaintiff, Thomas Shakespeare, William Perkins, William Terry and others, defendants. He had been summoned at the suit of Perkins to appear, in the Octaves of Trinity, but he had been required to be 70 miles out of London on the Saturday of the Octaves of Trinity in a chancery case. He only rested on the Sabbath at home, started on the Monday, and appeared in court on Wednesday. The other defendants were allowed the explanation, that it was denied to him seemed to be of malice. I cannot find the decision. I searched the lay subsidies of Leicester 3 in Lutterworth and elsewhere, for this Shakespeare in vain, but I find that in 1594 a William Perkins paid in bond for Richard Perkins in Wigston Parva 274 a bond of Thomas Shakespeare, of Lutterworth, November 27, 1606, to James Whitelock for 26 seconds. 8d, is mentioned in the historical manuscripts. Commander 275 a letter addressed to the mayor of Leicester by certain leading inhabitants of Lutterworth about the plague is signed first by Thomas Shakespeare 276 and Mr. French found in the admission books of Staple in 277 Thomas Shakespeare, of Lutterworth, in Commander Laic, Gent, etc., February 15, 5 JAC. I. 1607. Does the following entry refer to him or to Thomas Shakespeare of Warwick? John, son of Thomas Shakespeare, Gent, baptized July 18, 1619. 278 John Shakespeare, 1774 to 1858, 279 Orientalist, was born at Lount, near Ashby, in Leicestershire, son of a small farmer there. He became professor of Hindustani, and gave £2,500 towards preserving the birthplace at Stratford-on-Avon. He did not marry, and his property came to his nephew, Charles Bowles, who took the surname of Shakespeare. A William Shakespeare was convicted at Leicester Assizes of night poaching 280. The Oxford Shakespeares deserve fuller attention than they have yet received. The Saunders alias Shakespeare, already mentioned 281 was possibly a native of another county. But we find some in the Shire, contemporary with the poet. Among the original wills at Somerset House there is one of Thomas Shakespeare, innkeeper, in the suburbs of Oxford. He wished to be buried in the Church of St. Giles, Oxford, bequeathed property to his 4 children Robert, Ellen, Mary, and Elizabeth, £10 each when they came of age, and left his wife Elizabeth residuary legatee and sole executrix, overseers, Mr. Ralph Shillingworth and Henry Hedges. A remembrance was left to the preacher of his funeral sermon, and to his loving friend Mr. Harris, of Yarnton, and he set his hand and seal thereto, May 27, 1642. 282 witnesses, Thomas Champ and Nathaniel Harris. It is curious that the seal used should represent a winged heart bleeding, surmounted by a ducal coronet. Curiously enough, a notice of this one family is preserved in Notes and Queries 283, though it is not mentioned in the index. It was transcribed from St. Mary Magdalene's, Oxford, by Dr. Macrae while he was yet curate. Thomas Shakespeare, the son of Thomas Shakespeare, was baptized as the 19th day of August, 1628, Marie, April 15, 1630, Elizabeth, June 29, 1632, Robert, the son of Thomas Shakespeare, innkeeper, was baptized September the 24th, 1634. Among the burials appear, Thomas, the son of Thomas Shakespeare, was buried November 4th, 1642, Thomas Shakespeare, innkeeper, buried November 11th, 1642, Eleanor Shakespeare was buried May 2nd, 1643. The earlier records of the church are lost. It is a pity the other Oxford registers have not been thoroughly searched for the name, or printed. A John Shakespeare 284 of St. Mary's Hall, took the degree of B.A. in 1666. The Oxford Chronicle 285 of April 20, 1765, mentions a Richard Shakespeare as being committed to Coventry Jail as a forger. Some of these Shakespeares gravitated towards London. In the will of Leonard Wilmot, of Clanfield, Co-Oxon, Gent, 1608, there is a bequest to Leonard Shakespeare, my godson, servant to John Prince, of Abington, Vintner, 5 Lee, and to John Shakespeare, of Newnham, 5 Lee. 286 This John may be father of Leonard, and may be the John referred to in the note. John Shakespeare, of Nunningham Courtney, Co-Oxford, an old feeble man, had been drinking in his house, November 25, 1633. 287 A Leonard is mentioned in the Register of Sunningwell, Berks, as being married to Alice Parks of Abingdon, September 12, 1614. This is probably the Leonard of Isleworth, Middlesex, Vintner, who at an advanced age made his will 288 March 26, 1664. He left his wife Elizabeth 2 tenements in Isleworth for life, then to his son John and his heirs, to his son William, 12d, to his son Ralph, 12d, to his daughter, Elizabeth King, £20 after his wife's death, to his son William 2s. 6d, to his daughter Elizabeth, a feather bed, to his daughter Sarah, 12d, to his daughter Robina, 12d, if John died without heirs, the tenements to go to his sons Ralph and William. His wife Elizabeth executrix, his friend, Mr. William Dance, and his son-in-law, Robert Parsons, overseers. Was it a stepmother's influence that made him cut off his 2 sons with a shilling, 289 working for another purpose at a later date? I found Shakespeare's in the little village of Southstoke in Oxfordshire. Among the baptisms are, John, April 8, 1751, Mary, October 22, 1752, Hannah, September 29, 1754, Elizabeth, August 24, 1756, and, July 6, 1760, all children of Robert and Mary Shakespeare. Susanna, base-born daughter of Catherine Shakespeare, December 24, 1784. Elizabeth, daughter of John Shakespeare, and Eleanor his wife, November 12, 1786. Among the marriages are John Burt and Mary Shakespeare, December 7, 1773. Among the burials are William, March 13, 1768, and Robert, July 20, 1786. In the same volume are Richard and Thomas, sons of Richard Burbage, 1577 and 1579, who both died in infancy, and there are many other Shakespearean names. In counties still further from Warwickshire the name is also found, as we may note in Hertfordshire, Derbyshire 290, Hampshire, Surrey, Bedfordshire. There was administration granted to Lucy Shakespeare, widow, of the goods of her deceased husband Thomas, of the town of Hertford, October 10, 1626, and Luke Shakespeare, of Leiston, Cohorts, fishmonger, made his will 291 May 7, 1707. His wife was Joyce, and he had a sister and two brothers not named. In Leiston 292 churchyard there are the tombs of Mr. John Shakespeare, late citizen and founder of London, 1732, and of Henry Mond Shakespeare, citizen and Loriner of London, 1784. In Portsmouth, 1662, William Shakespeare was contractor for the Old Gun Wharf. A public house, called Shakespeare's Head, is supposed to have been the place where he paid his men 293 on April 25, 1747, in St. Gregory's by St. Paul's, were married John Shakespeare of Portsea, and Mary Higginson of St. James, Westminster. Joseph Champ and Martha Ham, married at Portsmouth April 22, 1736, had John Shakespeare, of Portsmouth, as one of their bondsmen, and George Pote and Anne Locke, October 6, 1802, had Samuel Shakespeare one of their bondsmen 294. The London Shakespeares seem to have had a residence in Hampshire also, for Mrs. Shakespeare, widow of Alderman Shakespeare, of London, died at Bramdean, Cohants, aged 80, in March, 1807. 295 Aubrey speaks of the wife of John Shakespeare, of Worplesdown, in Surrey, who made as good butter there as she ever did at Wroxall or Bitheston. She was a North Wiltshire woman 296 at Walton upon Thames, Surrey. Tombstones remind us of Matthew Shakespeare and George Shakespeare, who died August 8, 1775, also of John Shakespeare, of Weybridge, January 13, 1775, of William Shakespeare of this parish, 1783, and of George Shakespeare, architect, Oxford Street, London, 1797. 297 On March 13, 1663, William Shakespeare of Fawcett was buried, and on July 23, 1668, Anne Shakespeare, daughter to Will Shakespeare, was buried in Toddington, Co. Beds. 298 There were Shakespeares also in Essex. Mr. Velley collects a few particulars regarding them from the unregistered wills of the Archdeaconry of Essex. 299 The oldest is that of Thomas Shakespeare, priest, August 26, 1557. He leaves legacies to 8 priests of Jesus Commons wherein I now dwell, to sing masses, and something to the maintenance of Jesus Commons, and to poor people, to the Sisters of Zion, the Fathers of Sheen, the observant Friars of Greenwich, the Black Friars of St. Bartholomew, Smithfield, the Nuns of King's Langley, and to the Parish Church of St. Mildred in Bread Street in London, towards the buying of a pyxt or monstrat to carry the blysssyd sacrament, vili. To my brother, Robert Shakespeare, my brother, Harry Wilson, my brother, John Cook, my sister, Grace Stark, my sister, Joan Shakespeare, my sister, Cicely Richardson, to John Cook, of Jesus Commons, to Mother Agnes, of the Commons, and good whip blower. The strange thing about this will is that it seems to have been made by the same Sir Thomas Shakespeare, clerk, whom I enter among the pre-Shakespearean London Shakespeares in August 22, 1559 300. His will is preserved at Somerset House 301. The 2 years that intervened between the drafting of the two wills were years of great import. Mary had died, Philip had vanished, and Elizabeth was seated on the throne. Therefore it is not surprising that there are fewer priestly legacies in the later will, that it mentions also fewer relatives, and no brother Robert. But there are still sisters, Thomasine Cook, Grace Store Eaton, Joan Shakespeare, and a relative, Anne Wilson, and the legacy to the Church of St. Mildred's, Bread Street, London 302. Mr. Velleidy does not know of this later will, which is the one that was proved. He takes it for granted Thomas was an Essex man, though he lived in London. He probably was so. Mr. Velleidy also mentions a Joseph Shakespeare of Havering, who made his will 1640. He had a brother Samuel, of Hornchurch, whose widow Susan made her will in 1678, a Samuel, of Romford, her son, who married Judith, had a daughter Anne, and died in 1707, a Thomas, of Hornchurch, also son of Susan, who made his will in 1702, and a William, probably a third brother, who married Susanna, was father to John of Roreth, and made his will March 2, 1723. John of Roreth's goods were administered by his daughter Judith, wife of Asser Vassal, 1731. Mr. Velleidy also finds a John and Elizabeth mentioned, but unfortunately does not print the contents of these other wills. It may be noted that there is a considerable gap between the date of the priest and his brother Robert and these later Shakespeares. I was glad to find among the administrations at Somerset House 303 the name of Alice Shakespeare, widow, of Ginge Margareting, Essex, 1581. She might have been the widow of this Robert, and might also have been, at an advanced age, the sister Alice Shakespeare mentioned in the will of Francis Griffin, of Braybrook, 37 Henry VIII, who, Mr. Yeatman insists, must have been the poet's grandmother. Francis Griffin remembers another sister, Agnes Crossmore. The goods of this Alice Shakespeare were administered by her sister, Agnes Williams, of Barking. I have made a prolonged search among the subsidy rolls of Essex to locate this family. Nowhere have I found the spelling of the name so varied, from Shakespeare to Shakespeare, Saxper, and even Shucksby and Shucksby. Cross-references prove these to be intended for the same name 304 in 3 JAC. In Foulness, Essex, a Nicholas Saxper, in Rockford 305 21 JAC. John Shusby, and in Stambridge Magna, 4 Car. Both Shakespeare and Shakesby. The Hearth Tax 306 Essex, Car. 2, mentions Samuel Shakespeare, and the subsidy rolls of 14 Car. 2, Samuel Shakespeare, of Haroldswood Ward. In 1666 307 there appear in the hundred of Whittam Thomas Shakespeare and Edward Shakespeare, a Samuel Shakespeare of the north end of Hornchurch, and a Samuel Shakespeare of Haroldswood Ward. In the hundred of Chafford, William Shakespeare, gent, of Langdon Hills, appears among the collectors of the subsidies. It is possible there may have been many more of the name assessed, but some of the rolls are lost and many are decayed in various ways. I have searched several of the outlying registers without success, but others have found the name in Romford, Barking, Hornchurch, Roreth, and Rochester. In the county where we find an early notice of the family, the name occasionally appears. Mr. J. M. Cooper, Canterbury, tells us that Judith Philia Leonardi Shakespeare was baptized February 27, 1596-7, at Warehorn, Kent. 308 The name does not occur again. In Rucking, Kent, February 24, 1599, John, son of Reginald Shakespeare, was baptized, and on May 30, 1600, Reginald Shakespeare was buried. 309 Mr. W. J. Lightfoot, the transcriber, says that he is acquainted with several other neighboring parishes, and that the name does not occur in their registers, a statement which, curiously enough, Mr. French reproduces without the not. George Austen and Margaret Shakespeare, of Biddenden, Kent, widow, were married July 26, 1639. 310 In the north, where the early Shakespeares were attached to land, they seem to have survived and spread, as may be seen from the directories of northern towns today. 311 Ireland, 2, owns Shakespeares, possibly descended from the Thomas of Ewell. Footnotes, 266 Notes and Queries, 2nd Series, 6. 285, 3rd Series, 8. 33 George, descendant of Humphrey, etc. Mr. Dickinson tells me there are many of the name in the parish of Bredon. 267 By Fine Levied Hill. 1655, Shakespeare conveyed tenements in Ink Barrow, Worcestershire. Notes and Queries, 2nd Series, 7. 336 268 There is the will of John Shakespeare, of Newington Bagpathy, Cook, among the Gloucester Wills, Index Library, and in the Shakespeares of Disley, by John Henry Blount, we find James Shakespeare buried at Bisley, March 13, 1570, Edward, son of John and Marjorie Shakespeare, Baptist at Beaverstone, September 19, 1619. Thomas Shakespeare, weaver, was married to Joan Turner at Disley Church, March 3, 1677-78, and of their children, Edward was Baptist July 1, 1681, Mary, 1682, Thomas, 1685, and Mary, 1691. John Shakespeare was a mason in Disley from 1704 to 1739, and Thomas Shakespeare had a seed place allotted him in 1739. Betty Shakespeare received poor money from 1747 till 1754. Some still exist in the adjoining parish of Newington Bagpathy, and claim kindred with the poet. 269 Edward Shakespeare of Siresham, 1626-30, Thomas Shakespeare of Lichborough, 1610-41, Northamptonshire and Rutland Wills, Index Library. 270 Notes and Queries, 1st Series, 7. 405 and 546. 271 A John Shakespeare of Finchampstead, Berkshire, made his will in 1644. See Berkshire Wills. 272 Notes and Queries, 1st Series, 7. 405 and 546. 273 State Papers, Domestic Series, JAC. I, 9. 72 274 Lay Subsidies, Leicester, Goodlaxton, 39 Elizabeth, Wixton Parva, 134/235 and 134/254. 275 History Man Commander, Volume 3, Report 1872, p. 190. 276 Ancient Records of Leicester, Transaction Lit. And Philosophy Society, 1855, and Notes and Queries, 3rd Series, v. 383. 277 Admission Books, Staple Inn, Volume I, f. 58, and French, Shakespeareana Genealogica, 542. 278 From the Register of St. Gregory by St. Paul's, London. 279 Dictionary Nat Biography. 280 Notes and Queries, 5th Series, 8. 386 281 CP 15. 282 Proved November 4, 1643, by His Relict Elizabeth. 283 Notes and Queries, 3rd Series, 8. 124 284 Catalogue of Oxford Graduates, Clarendon Press. 285 Notes and Queries, 2nd Series, 12. 469 286 French, Shakespeareana Genealogica. 287 Notes and Queries, 7th Series, 6. 344 C. Liber Actorum, Bodleian Library. 288 Somerset House, 88 Bruce, proved July 1, 1664. 289 The Hearth Tax for Isleworth, 1666, 252/32, notes Ralph Shakespeare 2 hearths, widow Shakespeare 1 hearth. 290 Elizabeth Shakespeare, of St. Werburgh's, Derby, made her will 1558. Peggy's collection for the history of Derbyshire contains a sheet of printed verses on the death of the Reverend Mr. Shakespeare, Nichols's Colonel Top. And General, 3. 244, 291 Wills of the Prerogative Court of Canterbury. 292 See Genealogical Magazine, January, 1898. 293 Notes and Queries, 4th Series, 4. 275 294 Hampshire Marriage Licenses. 295 Gentleman's Magazine, Volume LXI, p. 280. 296 Aubrey's Natural History of Wiltshire, 1680. 297 Manning and Brays Surrey, Volume 2. 298 Miscellaneous General E.T. Harold, 2nd Series, Volume 2. Register of Toddington, Co-Beds. 299 See the Shakespeares of Essex by Augustus Charles Velleighty, Registrar of the Archdeaconry of Essex, Essex Archaeological Society's Magazine, Volume 3, p. 70, 1865. 300 See my article in the Athenaeum, April 23, 1892, entitled Pre-Shakespearean London Shakespeares. 340 Cheney. 302 Auditors Patent Books, Volume 6, 1538-1553. Thomas Shakespeare, formerly Minister of Colebrae, in the parish of St. Mildred's, in the ward of Bread Street, London, on September 1, 2 ed. 6, received a patent for 100 shillings per annum. There is no absolute proof, but every probability, that this is the same Sir Thomas Shaftesbury mentioned in the will of Joan Johns of Bristol, and other Bristol wills. See the abstract contained in the Great Orphan Book, and Book of Wills in Council House at Bristol, 1886, by the Reverend J. P. Wadley, Rector of Naunton Beecham. 303 Admin Vicar General's Books, number 268, 1574 to 1583. 304 Lay Subsidies, Essex, 111/575. 305 Lay Subsidies, Essex, Rockford, 112/602, 112/634, 112/642. 306 Subsidy Rolls, Chelmsford, Essex, 112/707, do. 112/708. 307 Subsidy Rolls of several hundreds in Essex, a paper book, 246/19. 308 Notes and Queries, 3rd Series, 6. 324, and French, Shakespeareana Genealogica, p. 541. 309 Notes and Queries, 3rd Series, 6. 324, and French, Shakespeareana Genealogica, p. 541. Mr. C. G. Dickinson tells me his will is at Canterbury, v. 52, f. 36. 310 Registers of Sutton Valence, Kent, kindly sent by a correspondent. 311 Miscellaneous General E. T. Harold, New Series, I 143. Chapter 14 London Shakespeare's by far the most interesting search can be made in London, that great centre where congregate representatives of all the families and counties of the kingdom. It is strange that a William was one of the earliest recorded burials in the registers of St. Margaret's, Westminster. William Shakespeare was buried April 30, 1539. A comparatively modern hand has written against this the foolish scribble, query if this be the poet or not. He may have been in the service of the court, but there are no signs that he was a man of wealth. In the churchwarden's account 312 he was only charged 2d. For the candles at his funeral, a common charge, but not for great people. He may have been the son of the 15th century William, or of Peter of Southwark, and father or brother of Roger the Royal Yeoman. The discovery that Shakespeare lived in St. Helens Parish, Bishopsgate, has been claimed for an American, though Hunter mentioned in his Life of Shakespeare, 1845, that in the subsidy rolls of London a William Shakespeare was assessed in 1597 in that district. 313 Transcriber's note, click on map for a larger image. Norton's Map of London, 1593. Between pages 142-143. The entry is, Affid. William Shakespeare on Veely Goods 314 assessed 1330 The affid affixed to it shows that the Shakespeare name tried to avoid payment on some grounds. It has surprised many, and satisfied others as suitable, that the poet should have lived in this neighborhood, near so many of his theatrical friends. But I do not think it is certainly proved that it was our Shakespeare at all. Two references of Collier seem to locate him in Southwark in 1596, and in 1609, near the site of the Globe Theatre. Several of the name lived near Bishopsgate before and after his death. John Scatcliffe, of St. Botolph's, Aldersgate, cook, bachelor, 24, and Mary Shakespeare, of the same, spinster, 24, at St. Botolph's, December 20, 1637. 315 In later years, Nathaniel 316 Shaxborough and Elizabeth, widow, married August 18, 1663, in St. Botolph's, Bishopsgate, Henry Shakespeare, of St. Botolph's, Bishopsgate, bachelor, 25, and Elizabeth Hartwell, of same, spinster, 20, her parents dead, with consent of her grandmother, Elizabeth Gay, of same. At St. Botolph's, March 26, 1663, William 317 Winch and Abigail Shakespeare, married September 30, 1680, Francis Hill and Saray Saxespere, September 28, 1682, John Shakespeare and Edith Murray, married at St. Botolph's, Bishopsgate, January 2, 1699, William Shakespeare and Anna Maria Carter, both of this parish, July 9, 1733. There was a Matthew Shakespeare who, on February 5, 1566-67, married Isabel Peel in Christ Church 318 Newgate Street. She was probably daughter of James Peel, clerk of Christ's Hospital from 1562 to 1585, and sister of George Peel 319 the dramatist, educated in the grammar school there. They seem to have had a large family. 320 On January 18, 1569, Johanna, daughter of Matthew Shakespeare, was baptized, and buried on February 11. On March 1574, Francis, son of Matthew Shakespeare, baptized. On August 27, 1578, Jane. On April 7, 1583, Thomas. There was also a Humphrey entered as son of Hugh Shakespeare, August 5, 1571. But as among the burials there appears Humphrey, son of Matthew Shakespeare, August 30, 1571, it would seem to be an error. Johanna, daughter of Matthew Shakespeare, was buried December 26, 1572, the second of the name, Jane, on September 5, 1577, the first of the name. Robert, son of Matthew Shakespeare, was buried May 5, 1580. Besides these were buried Francis Shakespeare, October 7, 1571, and Robert Shakespeare, May 24, 1577. These might be grandfather and uncle of the family, which might have reckoned a William among its members. There was a Thomas Shakespeare, royal messenger, in 1572, payments to whom I have found in the State Papers 321, and in Archaeology there is printed his request for payment, in 1577, for carrying letters from the Privy Council to the Bishop of London at Fulham, the Bishop of York at Tower Hill, the Bishop of Chichester at Westminster, the Bishop of Durham in Aldersgate Street, and to the Bishop of Worcester in St. Paul's Churchyard 322. Mr. Hunter and many others supposed that at the time of the poet there was only one other of the name in London, John of St. Martin's in the Fields. In the churchwarden's accounts there were found notices of a John Shakespeare about 1605. Mr. French thinks that he might be the John, son of Thomas, of Snitterfield 323. I have worked through these books and the registers, and have gleaned a good many scraps about him. He appears there too early. John of Snitterfield was born in 1581-82. John of St. Martin's, on January 22, 1589, was married 324 to Dorothea Dade, daughter of the vestry clerk. Her sister Jane had, the year before, married a Christopher Wren, of that parish, and on December 23, 1593, it is to be supposed he had a daughter, Maria Shakespeare, christened, mentioned there, as is customary in that register, without the name of her father. In 1594 Mrs. Shakespeare's sister was staying with her, as among the burials is entered, Elizabeth Dodd, from Shakespeare's. John 325 Shakespeare, on the land side of the parish, in 1603, contributed to the new casting of the bells 5 shillings, and in 1605 was one of the sidesmen. Paid to John Shakespeare, one of the sidesmen, that he laid out at the register's office for putting in the recusants bills 3s. 4d. In 1609 Dorothy Shakespeare was buried, and her expenses brought into the church warden's 32s. 2d, relatively a large sum, as Sir Thomas Windybank's funeral cost only 16s. In that same year John contributed also 10 shillings to the repair of the church. On June 20, 1613, the church wardens received from John Shakespeare, by the hands of Edward Thickness, the sum of £10, given as a legacy by Mrs. Dimbleby, deceased, which suggests that he was her executor, and in 1617 they gave to John Shakespeare's daughter 7s. 6d. A curious entry, which I cannot explain. She may have done some work for the church wardens, as they often employed women. It may have been a debt due her father, a present on her marriage, or an aid in sudden poverty. The death of a John Shakespeare, a man, is noted in 1646, in apparent poverty, as the funeral cost only 1s, a different cost from that of Mrs. Dorothy Shakespeare in 1608. I had thought it possible that this sum represented only a fee for a burial in another parish, but I find that theory is untenable. Whether the John of 1646 was the same as the sidesman of 1605 or not, he was certainly buried in the parish. From the vestry books I found many notices of John Shakespeare as contributing to the expenses of the poor, first on the water side of the parish, and then on the land side, and I believed, reasoning from a state paper bill, that he was referred to in the entry, received for a peewee, from the Prince's Bitmaker 30s, 1639-40. His name disappeared from the books long before 1646, and I fancied he had gone farther east to the parish of St. Clement's Danes, which joined that of St. Martin's at several points. Paid to William Wright for a stone engraved with letters on it, which is set in the wall of the Earl of Salisbury at his house at Ivy Bridge to divide the two parishes of St. Martin's in the Fields and St. Clement's Danes in that place. I gave up theorizing until I could see the registers of St. Clement's Danes, and from various causes 3 years passed before I had an opportunity of clearing up the puzzle. These registers prove that in London, as in Stratford-on-Avon, I had been confused by double entries, and that there was another John Shakespeare. This St. Martin's John lost his wife Dorothy in 1608, this St. Clement's John married his wife Mary in 1605. 3 RD February 1604-5, Johnny Shakespeare and Mary Godtheridge. He was the wealthy bitmaker to the king, of whom I had discovered notices in the state papers and wills that turned my attention to St. Clement's Danes, a hitherto unsuspected locality for Shakespeare finds. I thought at first that he might have been John the shoemaker who vanished from Stratford. But it was hardly likely that he should have changed his trade from shoemaking to bitmaking, or that he would have been successful in it. This St. Clement's John might have been a son of the St. Martin's John, but there is no christening of a John in that parish, or in any other London parish that I know. So here I thought I might justly theorize, and state my opinion that he really was the John, son of Thomas, of Snitterfield, born 1581-82, of whom is no record of further life or burial in his own neighborhood. He would be of a suitable age, and there was in his case a reason for court success. William Shakespeare the poet had by this time made his mark, not only in literature and the drama, but in court influence and financial possibilities. His patron, the Earl of Southampton, was in favor with the king. Supposing this John was Shakespeare's first cousin, as I believe he was, what more likely than that the poet, who had lost his only son, would help, as far as he could, his nearest male relative? I trust to find further proof of this some day, but I may state what I do know about the St. Clement's John. He had a large family. The registers record in the baptizings, John Shaxby son of John 28th August 1605. Susan Jasper, daughter of John 19th February 1607. Jane Shakespeare, the daughter of John 16th July 1608. Anthony Shakespeare, son of John 23rd June 1610. Thomas Shakespeare, son of John 30th June 1611. Ellen Shakespeare, the daughter of John 5th May 1614. Catherine Shakespeare, daughter of John 25th August 1616. Now, to set against these we have the burials of Anthony Shakespeare, the son of John 26th June 1610. Thomas Shakespeare, the son of John 1st July 1612. Susan Shakespeare, daughter of John 3rd August 1612. Catherine Shakespeare, d. of John 26th August 1616. Of two of the remaining children, John and Ellen, we have further information. Concerning the other, I believe we have an interesting error, bearing on the credibility of parish clerks. Among the burials appears that of Jane Shakespeare, daughter of Wilm, 8th August 1609. Now, this might have been a daughter of the Bishopsgate William, or of some country William up in London for a holiday. It might even have been a hitherto unknown daughter of the poet himself. But I believe that the clerk's mind was wandering when he wrote, and that he was thinking of William when he should have written John, because John's family seemed to have been delicate and have chiefly died young, and his daughter Jane would have been just about a year old at the time. No other notice of William or of Jane appears in the register. The phonetic varieties of the spelling of the name may have been noticed, but it is as well I copied all such. Among the Bishop of London's marriage 326 licenses I find on May 28, 1631, John Shakespeare of St. Clement's Danes, Bitmaker, Bachelor, 26, had a license to marry Margaret Edwards of St. Bride's Spinster, 28, at same parish church. 327 The age of John Shakespeare coincides with the age of John Shaxby, which is the only resembling entry near the date, and the trade and the parish are the same. He was duly married in St. Bride's 328 and soon afterwards christenings began in St. Clement's Danes. April 12, 1632, John Shakespeare, son of John Shakespeare Jr., and Margaret, UX. May 4, 1633, Mary Shakespeare, daughter of John Shakespeare, and Margaret, UX. August 17, 1634, Mary Shakespeare, daughter of John Shakespeare and Margaret, UX. 3rd March 1635 to 6 John Shakespeare, son of John and Margaret his wife. The reason for the repeated names lies in the burials. John Shakespeare, son of John, May 17, 1632. Mary Shakespeare, daughter of John, 16th July 1633. Mary Shakespeare, infant, 1st May 1635. The more important entry of the burial of their grandfather is fortunately clear. John Shakespeare, the king's bitmaker, January 27, 1633. 329 The name of trade or profession was but rarely mentioned in this parish, and in this case it fixes the state paper entries. A large sum, £1,612 11s, due to her husband by the Crown was paid to a widow Mary after the death of her husband, John Shakespeare. 330 His Majesty's bitmaker, 1,638, for wares delivered to the royal stables, and she had already been paid £80. Warrant to pay to the Earl of Denbigh, Master of the Wardrobe, £1,612, 11/0, to be paid to Mary Shakespeare, widow and executrix of John Shakespeare, His Majesty's bitmaker, deceased, in regard of her present necessities, in full of a debt of £1,692, 11 for sundry parcels of wares by him delivered for His Majesty's service in the stables, as by a certificate appeareth, whereof there has been already paid unto her £80. Subscribed by order of the Lord Treasurer, procured December 18, 1637, and paid January 21, 1637-8. For some reason her daughter Ellen was made her heiress. Among the state papers at Dublin Castle relating to settlements and explanations after the Restoration there is a reference to this lady, and there was some dispute about what she was entitled to receive. It appears by an order of the revenue side of the Exchequer 331 that Ellen, daughter and heiress of Mary Shakespeare, of Yestrand, widow, was married to John Milban. In Mary Shakespeare's will, December 24, 1553, she left to her daughter, Ellen Milban, £60, money to her grandchildren Milban, £50 to her grandson, John Shakespeare, son of her son John, tens. To her sister, Anne Brewer, fives. To her daughter-in-law, Margaret Shakespeare, twos. 60 to Sarah Richardson, her brother's daughter, and the same to Mary Shakespeare, wife of Thomas Allon, proved March 2, 1654. 332 The Mary Shakespeare of St. Martin's Parish does not seem to have died there. She may have been the Mary Shakespeare, wife of Thomas Allon, of the above will, or the Mary Shakespeare who was buried in the Church of St. Thomas Apostle 333 November 14, 1644. There was a John Shakespeare, who might have been one of those three now mentioned, or who might have been a fourth of the name, not very far off, mentioned as one of the defaulters by the collectors of the loan in the 100 of Edmonton, and part of the 100 of Osselton, County Middlesex. In 1627 334 there were Shakespeares further west and further east than the Strand. Adrian Shakespeare, of St. James's, within the Liberty of Westminster, left £550 on trust with his brothers-in-law, William Gregory and William Farron, for his daughter Elizabeth and an unborn child, his father, Thomas Shakespeare, and all his brothers and sisters to have a guinea apiece, residue to his wife Christian, November 26, 1714 335. Perhaps he descended from the William of 1539. At St. George's, Hanover Square, William Fellows, widower, and Margaret Shakespeare, spinster, were married May 28, 1730 336 at St. George's, Hanover Square. William Guy and Rebecca Shakespeare, of St. Mary Le Bone, March 29, 1758 337 at St. George's Chapel, Hyde Park Corner. William Shakespeare and Mary Waite, of St. Giles, Cripplegate, July 29, 1751 338 James Barnett, of St. James's, Westminster, and Elizabeth Shakespeare, February 9, 1760 339 a George Shakespeare, of Westminster, Arm. Matriculated at Wadham College, June 10, 1785, aged 27 340 Manasses Shakespeare, of St. Andrews, Holborn, widower, and Mary Goodwin, spinster, of same, married at St. James's, Duke's Place, April 27, 1710 341 Benjamin Shakespeare, of the parish of St. Christopher, painter, made his will 1707, and bequeathed to his father, Benjamin Shakespeare, of Tamworth, in Warwickshire, his wearing apparel, and left a legacy to his mother Joyce, his wife Judith being sole executrix 342, proved. December 4, 1714. In the records of the Leather Sellers Company is preserved the apprenticeship of George, son of Thomas Shakespeare, of Arley, County Warwick 343 October 12, 1693. George, son of William Shakespeare, also of Arley, was apprenticed 1732. Thomas Shakespeare, son of George, citizen and leather seller of London, was apprenticed to William Jeffson, vintner 344, an important branch of the family settled in the East. John Shakespeare, of Rope Walk, Upper Shadwell, appears in 1654. His father has still to be found, but his posterity believe he descended from the poet's grandfather. I had hoped to satisfy them through the St. Clement's Danes registers. But his age at his marriage precludes this, for it gives the year of his birth as 1619. The only John that I know to be born in that year was John, son of Thomas Shakespeare, gent., baptized July 18, 1619, in St. Gregory by St. Paul's. I had taken him to be the son of Thomas, the Staple Inn student and lawyer of Leicester, but I cannot prove it. On June 14, 1654, John married Martha Seeley 345 and had 4 sons and 4 daughters, of whom survived Martha, Samuel, Benjamin, Mary, John, and Jonathan. A trade token of his still exists. 346 rope maker Shakespeare was summoned, with others, to appear before the Admiralty regarding a breach of contract for ropes, January 26, 1656-57. 347 John Shakespeare, son of John of Shadwell, rope maker, was apprenticed to John Grange, of Upper Shadwell, chafferer, 1663-64. 348 Jonathan, the youngest son, born February 6, 1670, succeeded his father, who died 1689. He married 349 April 26, 1698, Elizabeth Shalett, of Clapham, aged 19, and had 13 children. Samuel Wilton was apprenticed to Jonathan Shakespeare, citizen and broiderer of London, April 7, 1725. He died 1735. The business of rope making was carried on by the eldest son, Arthur, born 1699, who died 1749, leaving the property and business to his youngest brother John, on condition he brought up his heir to rope making. This John, 12th child of Jonathan, born 1718, married, 1745, Elizabeth, daughter of Colin Currie, and Anne, daughter of the Honourable John Campbell, and had 11 children. He became rope maker to the Board of Ordnance in succession to his brother Arthur, May 12, 1749, trustee of Middlesex Turnpike Roads 1751, ranger of Waltham Forest 1761, deputy lieutenant for Middlesex 1763, alderman of the ward of Aldgate 1767, sheriff 1768. He was originally of the Broiderers' Company, as was his father, but was translated from that guild to the Ironmongers, of which he became master 1769. 350 He died 1775. The alderman used the same coat of arms as the poet, there being but the one known. It is engraved in Northowk's History of London, ed. 1773. The Shakespeare tomb in Stepney Churchyard records his death, and that of Bennet Shakespeare, son of Jonathan, 1756, and Jonathan, son of Jonathan, 1768, brothers of the alderman, also Mrs. Elizabeth Shakespeare, his widow, February 15, 1807, aged 80, at Bramdean, Cohance, Arthur Shakespeare, eldest son of the alderman, MP for Richmond, in Yorkshire, 1818, aged 70, his wife Jane, 1805, aged 55, Matthew John Shakespeare, son of Arthur, April 2, 1844, and several children, who died young. The sons of the alderman John Shakespeare and Elizabeth his wife were I. Arthur, 2. John, 3. David, 4. Samuel, v. Colin. I. Arthur, the MP for Richmond, married Jane, daughter of Sir Matthew Ridley, and had 2 sons, Matthew John and Arthur William. His wife died in Pall Mall in February, 1805 351, and he died June 12, 1818, in Albemarle Street 352 aged 70. His son, Matthew John Shakespeare, willed away the Shadwell property to his cousins, the children of Mary Oliver, 1844. The rope factory was destroyed by fire in the autumn of 1860, but a street in the neighborhood is still called Shakespeare's Walk 2. John, the second son of Alderman John, was born May 6, 1749. He married, in 1782, Mary, daughter and heir of the Reverend William Davenport, of Bredon, Co-Worcester, and of Lacock Abbey, Co-Wilts, by his wife, Martha Talbot, of the old family famed by Shakespeare the poet. The sons of John Shakespeare and Mary Davenport, his first wife, were, 1. John Talbot, 2. William Oliver, 3. Henry Davenport, 4. Arthur. 1. John Talbot Shakespeare entered the East India Company's service, and had 4 sons by Emily, eldest daughter of William Makepeace Thackeray. 1a. John Dowdeswell Shakespeare, Lieutenant Colonel of the Bengal Artillery, who married Margaret, only daughter of Joseph Hodgson, F.R.S. He died without issue, April 6, 1867, aged 6353. 2a. William Makepeace Shakespeare, 3a. George Trant Shakespeare, who both died unmarried. 4a. Sir Richmond Campbell Shakespeare, 1812–61, youngest son of John Talbot Shakespeare, of the Bengal Civil Service. He came to England with his cousin, William Makepeace Thackeray, for his education. He served with distinction in India, was knighted in 1841, the only occasion on which he returned to England. His cousin, Thackeray, in the Roundabout Papers, Letts's diary, paid a tribute to his chivalry and liberality. He married Marian Sophia Thompson in 1844, and died at Indore, October 28, 1861, leaving a family of 3 sons and 6 daughters. 354 A memorial stone is raised in memory of him in the cloister walls of Charterhouse Chapel. 355 Thackeray drew the portrait of Colonel Newcome from his elder brother, Colonel John Dowdeswell Shakespeare. His eldest son, Richmond Shakespeare, Captain H.M. 36th Regiment N.I., died in India, August 12, 1865. His daughter, Selina, married, in 1868, Lieutenant Ninian Lois, Bengal Staff Corps. Mr. John Talbot Shakespeare had also 4 daughters: Emily, Augusta, Charlotte, Mary Ann. 2. The second son of John Shakespeare and Mary Davenport, William Oliver Shakespeare, was judge of the Provincial Court of Appeal in the Madras Presidency. He married Charlotte Maxton, and had 5 sons and 2 daughters, 1b. William, who died young, 2b. Henry, a lieutenant in the Royal Navy, who was shipwrecked in a frigate in the Indian Seas, 1833, 3b. Charles Maxton Shakespeare, Lieutenant Colonel in the Madras Army, 4b. Arthur Robert, who died in 1844, 5b. George Frederick Shakespeare, Lieutenant Colonel Madras Staff Corps, who was married, and had a son born in 1865. 356 3. The third son, Henry Davenport Shakespeare, was member of the Supreme Court of India. He married Louisa Murson, and had 3 sons and 7 daughters. 1c. Henry John Child Shakespeare, Commandant of the Nagpuri Irregular Horse. 2c. Alexander Shakespeare, a judge in India. 3c. William Ross Shakespeare, Madras Cavalry, who married Fanny Isabella, daughter of Sir Robert Northcote Hamilton, of Alveston, Co-Warwick, 1854, and had 2 sons, William and Robert. He died in 1862. The daughters of Henry Davenport Shakespeare were Louisa, Harriet, Augusta, Jane, Agnes, Mary, Henrietta. He died in 1838. For the 4th son of John Shakespeare and Mary Davenport, Arthur Shakespeare, was captain in the 10th Hussars, served as aide-de-camp to Lord Cromer during the Peninsular War, and was brigade major of the Hussars at Waterloo. He married, April 19, 1818, Harriet Sophia, daughter of Thomas Skipdiot Bucknall, of Hampton Court. He died in 1845, leaving 6 sons and 2 daughters. 1d. George Bucknall Shakespeare, Colonel Royal Artillery, who married Henrietta Panet. His eldest son was Arthur Bucknall Shakespeare. 2d. William Powlett Shakespeare 357 was a lieutenant in the 2nd Bombay Fusiliers, and lost his life at Samangur in trying to save a wounded sepoy. 3d. Colonel John Talbot Shakespeare, who married Emma Waterfield, and had a son, Leslie, born 1865. 4d. Lieutenant Colonel John Davenport Shakespeare, served in the Crimean War. He married, in 1855, Louisa Caroline, daughter of Robert Sayer, of Subton Park, Co-Suffolk, and had a son, Arthur Franklin Charles Shakespeare, 1864, and a daughter, Idenia. He claimed descent from the poet's family in 1864. 358, 5d. Reverend Wyndham Arthur Shakespeare, 5th son of Arthur Shakespeare, of Boxwell, Co-Gloucester, Arm Exeter College, matriculated May 29, 1855, aged 19, B.A. from Lytton Hall, 1860, and M.A. He has held various cuirassies. 359, 6d. Robert Henry Shakespeare, who married, in 1858, Octavia, daughter of Charles Fenwick, Consul General for Denmark. He has a son, Lionel Fairfax Shakespeare. His elder daughter, Harriet Blanche, married, 1868, Lieutenant Colonel James Edward Main, Deputy Judge, Madras. The younger, Rosalind, married William Sim Murray, M.D., surgeon, 66th foot, 1867. To John Shakespeare's first wife, Mary Davenport, died in 1793, and he married, secondly, Charlotte, the daughter of Fletcher, Esq., by whom he had a son 5. Owen, who died unmarried, and 2 daughters, Georgiana and Henrietta Matilda. His second wife, Charlotte, died in 1815, and he died January 16, 1825, and was buried at Lacock Abbey. 3. The alderman's third son, David, settled in Jamaica, and left a family, whose descendants still exist there. In 1867 the Honorable John Shakespeare, grandson of David, was a member of the legislature and proprietor of Hodges Pen, St. Elizabeth's Parish. 4. I have been unable to find particulars of Samuel, the 4th son. V. Colin, the 5th son of the alderman, was in the East India Company's civil service, as collector at Saharapur. He married Harriet Dawson, and his daughter Harriet married William Woodcock, Esq. The alderman's eldest daughter Sarah married Joseph Sage, his second daughter, and John Blagrove, of Cardiff Hall, Jamaica, his third; Martha, the Reverend John William Lloyd, of Aston Hall, Co-Salop, his fourth; Mary, Laver Oliver, Esq., to whose children the rope factory descended. Whatever may have been the fortunes of the other branches, it is very clear that the chief modern Shakespeares have descended from the Shadwell stock. John Shakespeare, the second son of the alderman, left a memorandum declaring his belief that the family was derived from the poet's grandfather. There has as yet, however, been found no proof of any such connection, though it is perfectly possible that it existed. If Richard, of Snitterfield, was the father of John, Henry, and Thomas, there were two possible lines of descent. Henry may have had children christened at other places than Snitterfield, whose descent no one has traced. Thomas had a son John, born in 1581–82, clearly too old to have been the first John of Shadwell. He may have had a son of the proper age, but, as I have stated above, I have found no John of the right age, except John, son of Thomas. A Hannah 360 Shakespeare, born 1777, is mentioned in the pedigree of Esterby and Southeron. Henry Shakespeare, of London, was a broker lauriner, 1775, connected with Hertford, CP 137. On June 29, 1794, was baptized Joshua 361, son of Thomas and Anne Shakespeare. A warm eulogy of the charity and virtues of William Shakespeare, Esq., of Hart Street, Bloomsbury, who died in January, 1799, aged 73, is given in the Gentleman's Magazine 362 of that date, and in May of the same year the death is noticed, in Paddington, of George Shakespeare, Esq., son of the late George Shakespeare, Esq., of Walton upon Thames and Pimlico, Middlesex 363 ml Jenny, in L'Intermédiaire, March 25, 1889, states that he had read in La Bile du Cher of Friday, November 18, 1836, that a poor old man of 77, named George Shakespeare, was found dying with cold and hunger in the middle of the frightful night of Wednesday preceding, in Clarence Street, London, and was taken to the hospital, and died there. He was one of the poet's descendants. 364. So late as November, 1880, there was a Mrs. Anne Shakespeare who died at Brighton, aged 102. 365. There are several American branches of Shakespeare's, some of them literary, and two of the name are settled in Vancouver's Island. 366. Among the list of authors 367 we find the names of Alexander Shakespeare, on the northwest provinces of India, 1848, Edward Shakespeare, A Book of Divinity, 1740, and Sophia Shakespeare, 1753, A Biography, Henry Shakespeare, Province of Bengal, 1824, and Wild Sports of India, 1860, H. W. Shakespeare's Refutation of Mr. Tryon, 1847, John Shakespeare's Hindustani Books, Emily Shakespeare's Tennyson Birthday Book, 1877, and Mrs. O. Shakespeare, a novel, in 1895. Edward O. Shakespeare, of Washington, USA, has a medical work on inflammation. Mr. Russell French, from whose pages I have gleaned the bulk of the facts concerning these modern Shakespeares, expatiates on the glories of the later Shakespeare marriages. By the Curry alliance he traces back descent to the royal Scottish families of the Bruces and the Stuarts. By the Talbot alliance he traces back their pedigree to Edward I. By the Davenport alliance he again connects them with the Ardens, through Sir Thomas Layton and the 8th Lord Zouche, who married Joan, daughter of Sir John Denham, by his wife Joan, daughter and heir of Sir Richard Archer, who married Joan, the second daughter and co-heir of Giles de Arden, grandson of Sir Robert de Arden, the descendant of Churchill, but these rather tend to glorify the modern branches than the poet's name. It were to be desired that there were more concerted study of registers and other records concerning the name. Much more might thus be found, and much of the energy now dissipated in futile searches might be utilized in connecting the scattered links, because the study of genealogy is the ancient form of the very modern inquiries into heredity which interests so many followers of Mr. Francis Galton. It is after all worth knowing who were the ancestors of William Shakespeare, what heroic, chivalric, poetic, philosophic strains went to form the nature of the perfect poet, and it is of mildly sentimental interest to us that we should know whether any of his line is left on the earth. Of sentimental interest, I say, for rarely, if ever, does genius repeat itself, nor do different environing circumstances weld and mold genius in the same way. Its nature is very easy to kill, or dwarf, or distort, but it is our excuse for being concerned with those who bear the honored name. In the unsatisfactory inquiries relating to Shakespeare's ancestors I have exhausted all that I can find concerning his father's family, but so much remains to be said concerning his mother's family, that in consideration of the old proverb, like mother, like son, it has seemed to me worth incorporating into this volume some account of the Ardens. Footnotes: 312 Churchwardens' accounts of Thurston Amere and William Combes, from June 8, 1538, to May 8, 1540, 48th week, 1st year. 313 Notes and Queries, 7th Series, 7. 483, June 22, 1889. Compare 3rd Series, 3. 318, 3rd Series, 8. 418, Savage's Genealogical Dictionary of the First Settlers in New England, 2. 528, John Timb's Curiosities of London, ed. 1855, p. 238, and ed. 1867, p. 297, Annals of St. Helens, Bishopsgate, 221, 322. 314 Subsidy Rolls, London, Ward of Billingsgate and others, 39 Ellies, 146/369, PRO 315 Marriage Licenses, Faculty Office, Harl. PUBL 316 Bishop of London's Marriage Licenses, Harl. PUBL 317 Register, St. James's, Clerkenwell. 318 Registers of Christ Church, Newgate Street, Harl. SOC PUBL 319 He died 1598, and was at one time connected with the theatre as shareholder. Notes and Queries, 7th Series, 7. 188 320 Registers of St. James's, Clerkenwell, Harl. PUBL 321 Account of the Treasurer of the Chamber, 1572, ETSEQ 322 Archaeologia, Volume 13, Appendix, p. 403. 323 Notes and Queries, 7th Series, 2. 247 324 Registers of St. Martin's in the Fields. 325 Churchwardens' Accounts, St. Martin's in the Fields. 326 Bishop of London's Licenses, Harl. SOC PUBL 327 Registers of the Church of St. Brides. 328 Registers of the Church of St. Brides. 329 among the expenses of the royal household are entered, 1621 to John Shakespeare for 1 gilt bit for the saddle aforesaid £3 13. 60 to John Shakespeare for 14 bits, gilt silvered and chased, at £5 10s. apace. For 1 pair of bosses, richly enamelled, 52s. 60, £73 12s. 60 for 7 bits for the saddles aforesaid at 52s. 60 each, £18 7s. 60. Early illustrations of Shakespeare, published by the Shakespeare Society. 330 State Papers, DOMSER, Car. I. Uckelsiv. 20, Docket. 331 State Papers, Irish, Dublin Castle, Volume M, p. 338. Notes and Queries, First Series, 6. 289, 495. 332 Somerset House, 268, Aylett. 333 The Registers of St. Thomas Apostle, London. 334 State Papers, DOMSER, Car. I. Lsxi. 41 335 Somerset House, 249, Aston. 336 Lick. FAC Office, Harl. PUBL 337 REG of St. George's, Hanover Square. 338 Marriage Licenses, Bishop of London, Harl. PUBL 339 Bishop of London's Licenses, Harl. PUBL 340 Foster's Alumni Oxonienses. 341 Bishop of London's March. Lick, Harl. PUBL 342 Somerset House, 248, Aston. 343 Notes and Queries, 3rd Series, 7. 175 344 Book of Apprentices, 1666 to 1736, f. 756 345 His son stated that he was 77 at the time of his death, in 1689, but his marriage certificate makes him younger. Publications and Marriages, 1654, John Shakespeare, of Ratcliffe Highway, ropemaker, aged 35, and Martha Seeley, of Wapping Wall, maid, 19 years. Married before John Waterton, Esquire, on June 14. Richard Matthews, Robert Connolly, Witnesses, French, 547. He might have been a son of John, son of Thomas of Snitterfield, B 1582. 346 Notes and Queries 2nd Series, X 188, 402, 3rd Series, 7. 498 347 State Papers, DOMSER, 1656 to 57, Commonwealth, Clyene, NOS 55, 56. 348 Miscellaneous General E.T. Herald, 2nd Series, v. 371, and Merchant Taylor's Book of Apprentices. 349 Bishop of London's Marriage Licenses, Harl. PUBL 350 Herbert's 12 Livery Companies. 351 Gentleman's Magazine, 1805. 352 Ibid, 1818. 353 French, 551, and Times, April, 1867. 354 Dictionary Nat Biog. 355 Register of Charterhouse Chapel. 356 French, p. 556. 357 A Writer in Notes and Queries, 6th Series, I 494, speaks of a large silver salver bearing a lion passant and a leopard's head crowned. In the center are the arms and crest of Shakespeare, and on an escutcheon of Pretin's 3 stags' heads cabochèd. It bears the inscription, William Powlett Powlett, Esq, D.D. William Powlett Shakespeare, 1821. There is a legend this was made from plate owned by the poet. What is the date of the salver? 358 times, June 13, 1864, and Notes and Queries, 3rd Series, 7. 498 359 Foster's Alumni Oxonienses. 360 Miscellaneous General E.T. Herald, New Series, I, p. 143. 361 Register of St. Bartholomew the Less. 362 Gentleman's Magazine, Volume 6, p. 83. 363 Manning and Brays Surrey, Volume 2, under Walton upon Thames, mentions the tomb of Matthew Shakespeare and of George, aged 15, August 8, 1775, John Shakespeare, of Weybridge, January 3, 1775, aged 67, William, January 23, 1783, aged 77, also of George Shakespeare of Oxford Street, London, late of this parish, architect, who died March 29, 1797, in the 74th year of his age. 364 Notes and Queries, 7th Series, 8. 89 365 Ibid, 6th Series, 2. 53 366 Ibid, 3rd Series, 9. 346, 398. 367 British Museum Catalogues. Part 2 Chapter I The Park Hall Ardens No St. George was born in England, he was but an Eastern saint, and the dragon never vexed him, as the later legends paint. But our saint was born in Berkshire, and to Warwick linked his name, 'twas Saint Guy who killed the dragon quenched the giant Colbrand's fame. CCS few families in the country have a descent so nationally interesting as that of the Ardens. Great Norman families who came in with the Conqueror are numerous enough, but there are few that claim to be merely English, and have such a record to show. The fables that have grown around the memory of the hero do not invalidate the pedigree. Rahand was Earl of Warwick in the days of King Alfred and King Edward the Elder, when the title was an official one, not necessarily hereditary, save of the king's will. Rahand was a great warrior, and was enriched with great possessions. He dwelt in the royal castle of Warwick 368 said by Rouse to have been founded by the British King Cymbeline, enlarged by his son Gydrius, and repaired by Ethelfleda, daughter of King Alfred, the Lady of Mercia. Rahand had one fair daughter and heir, Phyllis or Felicia, who demanded great proofs of valor in her suitors. She at last consented to marry the famous hero Guy, slayer of the Northern Dragon 369 son of Siward, Baron of Wallingford, whom the Welsh claim as British by descent. Dugdale 370 says that in her right Guy became Earl of Warwick, though of course this was only possible through the king's favour. Some difficulties are brought forward by Mr. Peggy 371 some time after his marriage, says the legend, Guy went on a pilgrimage to the Holy Land, and on his return, in the 3rd year of King Athelstan, 926, he found the kingdom in great peril from an invasion of the Danes. They were, however, secure in their faith in their champion, Colbrand the Giant, willing to leave the issue to the result of a single contest between him and any of the king's knights. King Athelstan's chief warriors were either dead or abroad, and he mourned in his spirit. A vision revealed to him that he must welcome at the gate of Winchester an unknown pilgrim as the defender of the country. The king obeyed the vision in faith, unwittingly welcomed Guy, and laid on him the responsibility of becoming the national champion. Warwick Castle. To face P 162. Footsore, half-starved, and far from young, the pilgrim required rest before he dared prudently attack the Danish opponent. At the end of 3 weeks, however, he triumphantly encountered the giant, and the Danes kept their promise and retired. The pilgrim, who refused to reveal his name or receive any reward, also departed. He found that his son and heir, Rainborn, had been stolen away, and that his faithful servant Herod was abroad in search of him. Affected by the strange religious notions of the day, he returned to Warwick, not to gladden the heart of his sorrowing spouse, but to receive charity at her hands among other poor men for 3 days, and then to retire to a hermitage at a cliff near Warwick, since called Guy's Cliff. There he remained till his death in 929, in the 70th year of his age 372. He sent a herdsman with his wedding ring to tell his wife of his death, bidding her come to him and bury him properly, and she should shortly afterwards follow him. She fulfilled his wishes, set her house in order, left her paternal inheritance to her son Rainborn, and within a fortnight was laid beside her ascetic hero. Herod succeeded in finding young Rainborn in Russia, to whom, on his return, the grateful King Athelstan gave his beautiful daughter Leonetta in marriage. He, too, seems to have been of a wandering disposition. He died abroad, and lies buried in an island near the city of Venice. He left a brave son, Wegete, or Wigitus, at home to succeed him, who was noted for his liberality to the church, in which virtue, however, his son and successor, Huva 373 or Uva 374 seems to have exceeded him. Huva died about the beginning of the reign of King Edward the Martyr, and Wolja, his son, succeeded him. In early life 375 he enjoyed the special favor of King Ethelred, but was deprived, at least for a time, of his honors and possessions about 1006. It was probably during the disorganized state of the earldom, in consequence of his evil courses, that the Danes ravaged it so frequently. Wigod, or Wigitus, his son, a potent man and a great warrior, succeeded to the earldom, and enjoyed it during the latter part of the reign of King Ethelred, and through the reigns of King Edmund and the Danish kings. He married Ermenhild, the sister of the famous Leofric, Earl of Coventry and Leicester in the time of Edward the Confessor. His son, Aelwin, Earl of Warwick, was contemporary with King Edward the Confessor and William the Conqueror. Turchil, son and heir 376 of Aelwin, Harlean Mis, 853, says grandson, was Earl at the Conquest. His first wife was the Countess of Perche, his second, Leverunia, granddaughter of Leofric. In the Conqueror's survey he is called Viscomes rather than Comes, but this seems to have arisen from the royal interest in the castle, and the direct service he owed the king, though some authorities state that he was under Leofric, Earl of Mercia. He fought with William against Harold, and was ostensibly left in full possession of all his lands, rights, and privileges. He is called Turchil of Warwick by the Normans, but Turchil of Airden, or of the woodland, by himself, being one of the first to adopt the Norman habit of local names. In Domesday Book, begun in the 14th year of the Conqueror, he is entered as in possession of 49 manors in Warwickshire, among which were Curdworth, Cotton, Totley, Rodburn, Compton, Winyate, Nuneaton. Warwick town and castle were recorded as belonging to the king. He had but a life interest, however, his son, Siward, receiving none of them as his heir, but by favour of the king. The title of Earl of Warwick was given by William the Conqueror to Henry de Novo Borgo, or Newburgh, younger son of Roger de Bellomont, Earl of Mellant, and William Rufus added to the gift the whole of Churchill's lands, including even those given away by himself and his ancestors to the church. It was a hard lesson to friendly Saxon noblemen. A gloss of justice, or at least of consideration, was shown in the marriage of Henry de Novo Borgo to Margaret, one of the daughters of Churchill, and sister of Siward de Ardern. 377 Churchill's sons were Siward de Ardna, Ralph of Hampton. 378 William, and Peter the Monk of Thorney, by his first wife, and Osbert by his second wife. Some of their lands were left to the Ardens by grace of the Novo Borgos, who became their overlords. These lands were gradually diminished by devotion to the church, by the increase of the family, and division of the properties, though this was somewhat balanced by wealthy marriages. Siward by his wife Cecilia had a large family, Hugh de Totley 379, Dapifer or Sewer to his kinsman William de Newburgh, Henry de Arden, Joseph, Richard, Osbert, Gaffridus, a monk of Coventry, Cecilia, Felicia. Osbert, his step-brother, was the father of Osbert, Philip 380 Peter de Arden, and Amicia, who became the wife of Peter de Bracebridge, and the ancestress of the Bracebridges of Kingsbury, seat of the Mercian kings. Her brother Osbert had daughters only, Amabilia and Adeliza, who left no children. The main line was carried on by Henry de Arden, son of Siward, who married Oliva, and whose eldest son and heir was Thomas de Arden, of Curdworth, 9 John. He had also William de Arden of Rodban, Herbert, and Laetitia. Thomas de Arden married Eustaquia, widow of Savaricius de Malalione, and had a son of his own name, Sir Thomas de Arden of Totley and Stratton, who took part with Simon de Montfort and the rebellious barons, 48 Henry III. This cost him dear. In 9 Edward I he handed over, either in sale, lease, or trust, his lands in Curdworth to Hugh de Vienna, to the Knights Templars the interest he had in Reeton, in 15 Edward I, to Nicholas de Eaton the manor of Totley, and to Thomas Arden de Hanwell and Rose his wife, Pettymore, Curdworth, Norrell, Wineworth, Eschnowers, and Overton, and made a covenant with William de Beauchamp and Maud, his wife, of all his fees throughout England. It is not probable that Churchill, the last Saxon Earl of Warwick, bore anything that might be strictly called armorial bearings. When the heiress of the Novo Borgos married into their family, the Beauchamps added to their own the Newburgh arms. But they used them in a peculiar way, as if they considered they were associated, not so much with the family as with the earldom. Only the eldest sons bore the chevron chequy, the rest of the family bore the Beauchamp crosses crosselt. In some such way the Ardens also seem to have made a similar distinction, though in later times the meaning was occasionally forgotten, and the usage became confused. Drummond suggests that the Ardens might also have borne these arms to suggest that they, too, had a claim to the earldom of Warwick. The arms Thomas bore were chequy or an azure, a chevron gules, which his ancestors assumed to show they held their lands from the Earls of Warwick, whose chevron was ermine on the like field. 381 The descendants of William of Rodburn 382 the second son of Henry de Ardern, were more fortunate than their cousins. Thomas de Drayton was the elder, and William de Rodburn the younger. Thomas married Lucia, 6 John, and had Thomas de Arden of Hanwell, Sir Robert de Ardern de Drayton, and Ralph 383 Thomas 384 who bore as arms ermine a fess chequy, or an azure, as now born, married Rose, daughter of Ralph de Vernon, with whom he obtained the lordship of Hanwell. He was living in 1287, and had a son, Thomas, who presented to the Church of Holdenby, 1334. This Thomas married Johannida, and had an only daughter, Joan, who married Sir John Swynford. Ralph married Alicia de Bellocampo. Sir Robert de Ardern de Drayton married Nicola 385, widow of William de Boutevillien. His son, Sir Giles, had a son, also Sir Giles. This latter had an only daughter, Margaret, who married Ludovic Greville, and carried Drayton into the possession of that Warwickshire family. Ralph, son of Ralph, the second son of Thomas of Hanwell, married Isabella, daughter of Anselm de Bromwich, and lived at Piedmar, Warwickshire, 16 Edward II. In 17 Edward II, he was certified to be one of the principal esquires in the county. His son, Sir John, was knighted 33 Edward III, and bore for his arms the same as his ancestor, Thomas of Hanwell, Ermine, of Feschecke or Nas. He had only one daughter and heir, Rose, who married Thomas Pakison, afterwards an outlaw. To John succeeded in Curdworth his brother Henry, whose wife was Elena, the first to establish himself in Park Hall, which was confirmed to him by Sir John de Boutcourt, 47 Edward III, releasing him of all service, save only of an annual red rose. He was devoted to Thomas de Beauchamp, then Earl of Warwick, who granted him several other manors, also on payment of a red rose. In for Richard II. His niece, Rose, released to him her interest in Piedmar, Curdworth, Wineworth, Sutton, and Norrell, of her father's inheritance. Sir Henry bore the Feschecke or Nas, with 3 crescents for difference 386 before his brother's death, see roll, Edward III, and arms in Lapworth Church. He left his son, Sir Ralph, heir, who served under the Earl of Warwick at the siege of Calais. Ralph settled on his mother, Elena, for life, the manors of Wappenham and Sulgrave, in Northamptonshire, with remainder to his brothers Geoffrey and William. He married Sibylla, to Henry V, and left by her 2 sons, Robert and Peter 387. Robert was from the age of 8 years a ward of Joan Beauchamp, Lady of Bergavany. He married Elizabeth, daughter and heir of Richard de Claude's Hall, was in the king's service, was sheriff of the county, and knight of the shire. He sided with the Yorkists in the Wars of the Roses, was taken, attaint of high treason by James, Earl of Wiltshire, and other judges appointed to try such cases, and was condemned. He was executed on Saturday after the feast of St. Lawrence the Martyr, 30 Henry VI. The custody of his lands was granted to Thomas Littleton, Sergeant at Law, Thomas Greswold and John Gamel, Esquires. 2 years after his death his son Walter obtained the king's precept to his escheator to hand over the lands of his mother's inheritance to him, and shortly afterwards he secured his father's also. He married Eleanor, daughter of John Hampden of Hampton in Buckinghamshire, and appears in the Register of the Guild of Knowle, 1457, with his wife Alienoer. He had a large family, each of them in some special point interesting to the genealogist, and therefore worthy of some attention and of careful detail. It must not be forgotten that his father's attainder and the Wars of the Roses had temporarily crippled the resources of the family. Walter Arden's will, July 31, 1502, is preserved at Somerset House 388, an interesting will in many ways. His eldest son and heir was John, Esquire of the body to Henry VII, who was to pay 20 marks for his funeral. Item. I will that my son Thomas have during his life X mark, which I have given him, and that my son Martin have the manor of Nafford during his life, according as I thereof made him estate yf it can be recorded, and yf not, the nay I will that the same Martin and every of my other sons, Robert, Henry, and William have each of them 5 mark by year during each of their lives, and that my fefes of my laundus make each of them a sufficient estate of lawns and tenements to the yearly value of 5 mark during every of their lives. He left his wife, Eleanor, executrix, Edward Belknap, and John Bracebridge, squires, and John Boteler of Solihull, overseers, Richard Slyster, vicar of Aston, John Charnell 389 and Thomas Ardern 390 squires, witnesses. Dugdale seems to have read the will, and is interested in the mortuary bequest, but, curiously enough, supposes Martin to be older than Thomas. Perhaps this error arose from the testator's desire to settle Netford upon Martin. This does not seem to have been so settled. Martin had his 5 marks, married an heiress, Marjorie East, settled at Euston in Oxfordshire, and appears in the visitations there, associated with the Easts and the Gibbons. Robert was the Arden made yeoman of the King's Chamber, a presumption made definite by Leland's 391 remark that Arden of the Court was younger brother to Sir John Arden, of Park Hall. On February 22, 392 17 Henry VII, he received a royal patent as keeper of the park at Altcar, Lancashire, another, as bailiff of Codmar 393 Derby, and keeper of the royal park there, a third gave him Yoxall for life 394 apparently, however, for a payment of £42. A Robert Arden, who had been escheator to the crown for Nottingham and Derby under Henry VII, received a new patent to Henry VIII 395 on June 28, 7 Henry VIII, order to cancel 5 recognizances amounting to £200, one made by Robert Ardern, of Holme, Connaughts, may concern the same gentleman 396 Henry seems to have died young. William settled at Hans 397 in Bedfordshire, bore as arms 3 crosslets Fichy or, on a chief of the second, a martlet for difference. He seems to have died before his eldest brother. He married Elizabeth, daughter of John Franklin of Thurley in County Bedford, and widow of George Thrall. His son Thomas married Anne, daughter of Richard Bowles of Wallington and widow of Thomas Gonell. His daughter Joan married John Moore, his daughter Elizabeth married John Lee of Harlington. Thomas certainly survived Sir John, Henry, and possibly also William. Sir John married Alice D. of Richard Bracebridge of Kingsbury, and died in 1526. His will was drawn up on June 4 of that year 398 after various bequests to churches. He left some special heirlooms to his son and heir, Thomas, to his son John an annuity from Netford of 5 marks a year for life, with other land, and gifts to him, his wife, and their heirs. Item. I will that my brothers Thomas, Martin and Robert have their fees during their lives. That is, it may be remembered, 10 marks for Thomas, and 5 marks each for the other 2. Item. I will that Ralph Vale and Hugh Collins 399 have their fees as they have had during their lives. Bequests of furniture were left to my daughter Guvies Brayleys, my daughter Katrine Muckloe, 400 my daughter Brown, my daughter Margaret Camber, my sister Margaret Abel, my sister Alice Buclonde, my son Thomas Brullis. To Joan Hughes, Agnes Abel, John Charnell, various remembrances, his son Thomas to be sole executor, Sir John Willoughby overseer, witnesses, Martin Ardern, Robert Ardern, Simon Broke, clerk, John Charnell, John Croke, Ralph Vale. The will was proved June 27, 1526. Where was Thomas, son of Walter, meanwhile? I have only been able to find 2 of the name contemporary with the cadet of Park Hall. A Thomas Arden of St. Martin's Outwich, London, citizen and cloth worker, on November 29, 1549, drew up a short will 401 leaving his wife, Agnes, his sole heir and executrix, proved January, 1549. I endeavoured to learn if by chance he had come from Warwickshire, but the apprentice books of the company do not begin early enough. There was a commercial family of Ardens in London, of whom he more probably was a member. The possibility of his being a Warwickshire man I thought worthy of careful consideration, but have been able to bring no further facts forward. There was also a Thomas Arden of Long Itchington mentioned in the subsidy lists, whose will is preserved at Lichfield. The other Thomas Arden was settled at Wilmcote, in the parish of Aston Cantlow, on lands formerly owned by the Beechams. There is no record how he acquired them. Aston Cantlow 402 had been settled, with the castle and honour of Burgavany, upon Sir William de Beauchamp, second son to Thomas, Earl of Warwick. He died 12 Henry IV, and Richard Beauchamp, Earl of Worcester, his son and heir, inherited all his lands. Richard's daughter and heir, Elizabeth, married Sir Edward Neville, a younger son to Ralph, Earl of Westmoreland, who was forthwith summoned to Parliament as Lord Burgavany. Dugdale gives us the arms depicted on the roof of the chancel of Aston Cantlow Church, 3 varieties, gules, a fess betwixt 6 crosslets or, Beauchamp, Earl of Warwick, argent 6 crosslets feci sable, upon a chief azure 2 mullets or, Clinton, Earl of Huntingdon, argent, 3 crosslets feci sable upon a chief azure a mullet and a rose or. But Dugdale does not know the family this represents. Could it be a variety of the Ardens? The Thomas Arden who resided here paid subsidy of 20 six. 8d on £10 land, being one of the largest landholders in the parish. He bought certain lands at Snitterfield on May 16, 16 Henry VII, associated with certain gentlemen whose names are suggestive, as I have shown on page 28. John Mayow transferred his property to Robert Throgmorton, Armiger 403 afterwards Knight, Thomas Trussell 404 of Billesley, Roger Reynolds of Henley in Arden, William Wood of Woodhouse, Thomas Arden of Wilmcote, and Robert Arden, the son of this Thomas Arden. We know that Robert Throgmorton was an intimate friend of the Ardens of Park Hall, and his association with Thomas of Wilmcote strengthens the supposition that the latter was the son of Walter. We know that this Thomas was the father of Robert Arden, who was the father of Mary, Shakespeare's mother, and her 6 sisters. It does not seem unlikely he bore arms, and was the esquire witness of Walter Arden's will, who has never been located elsewhere. If he bore arms, it is more than likely that, as a younger son, they were derived from the Beauchamps, and might even have been those found by Dugdale in the Aston Cantlow Church, where he was buried. It is probable that Robert bore the crosslets with a difference, as did his contemporary, William Arden of Hans. We have at least Glover's 405 testimony that among the arms of Warwickshire and Bedfordshire are Arden or Arderngu, 3 crosslets fichi or, on a chief of the second a martlet of the first. Crest, a plume of feathers charged with a martlet or. When, therefore, John Shakespeare made application to impale the arms of his wife in his new coat, it might seem natural that the fescechi, arms of the head of the house, should be struck out, and those substituted more customary for a younger son, and probably borne by Thomas, his wife's grandfather, or by Robert Arden, his wife's father. Thomas Arden, the son of Sir John, succeeded to Park Hall and the other family estates in 1526. He married Mary, daughter of Sir Thomas Andrew of Charnelton, by whom he had a large family, William, the eldest, Simon, the second, George, the third, slain at Boulogne, Thomas, a student of law, and Edward. His daughter Jocosa, or Joyce, married Richard Cade, of London. See Visitation of Hertfordshire, 1634. Elizabeth married Beaupre, Cicely married Henry Shirley, Mary married Francis Waferer. William, the eldest son, died before his father. Simon, the second son of Thomas of Park Hall, was a wonderful man, of whom there will be more to say elsewhere. He was elected sheriff of the county in 1569, and bore, while in Warwickshire at least, the arms 3 crosslets 406 and a chief or, without a difference. Shortly after that time he purchased the property of Longcroft, in the manor of Yoxall, Staffordshire, and his descendants bear the Feschecky, and are noted in another county history. The will of William Arden does not seem to have been noted by the family genealogists, probably because it was drawn up in London. The calendar at Somerset House enters it as William Arden 407 of St. Brigid, London, and Saltley 408 Warwickshire, July 7, 36 Henry VIII. Its details shed much light on the fortunes of the family, especially in relation to the other family wills. He had married Elizabeth, the daughter of Edward Conway, of Arrow, and left 2 sons and 8 daughters. He desired to be buried in the parish church of St. Brigid in Fleet Street, within the suburbs of London, and left to my youngest son, Francis Arden, all my purchased land, which I purchased of my grandfather's youngest son, John Arden, and another part lying within the lordship of Saltley 409 item. I bequeath to him the lease I have taken of my Lord Ferrers for 31 years, which also lieth within the lordship of Budbrook, so that he come to his full age, and during his nonage, the profits thereof to be taken up by mine overseers to the use of my daughters. If it happen the said Francis to die without lawful issue, then I will my eldest son and heir, Edward Arden, when he cometh to his full age, to enjoy the said purchased land and lease to his heirs. Item, I bequeath to the said Francis £6 13. 4d, to be paid yearly during the term of his natural life, by the hands of my eldest son, Edward Arden, when he cometh to his lands. Item, I give unto my 8 daughters, and 410 Ursulae, Bridget, Barbara, Joyce, Jane, Ursley, and Frances Arden the whole rent that my firm beareth me, etc. I bequeath to my brother, Edward Arden, my black satin coat. I bequeath my long gown egged with velvet to my father, Thomas Arden, in recompense of the money which he lent me, whom I make the overseer of this my will, with my father-in-law, Edward Conway. Edward Arden, his son and heir, was to be sole executor. The witnesses were, Christopher Dray, Francis Waferer, his brother-in-law, and John Taylor, vicar of St. Brigid, and it was proved April 14, 1546, by John, afterwards Sir John Conway, uncle of the heir. William's father, Thomas, died in 5 Elizabeth, 1563. I have not traced his will. Edward, son of William, succeeded him. This Edward had been ward to Sir George Throckmorton, of Cotton, though his grandfather was alive, and he married Mary, third daughter of Sir Robert Throckmorton. Broad Esley 411 Dudston, and Highbarns were delivered to him 7 Elizabeth, and in 15 Elizabeth he was called upon to prove his title to Curdworth and to Bearwood 412 Hall, which had been given by Hugh Arden to the canons of Leicester, Henry II, and after the dissolution purchased by his grandfather, Thomas, and uncle, Simon, for £272 10s, with a yearly rent of 30s. 4d, and settled on William, 37 Henry VIII. Various purchases of land are recorded in Coke's entries. 413 he impaled the park of Minworth on the other side of the Tame, To add to that of his own Park Hall 414, Edward seems to have been highly respected in his time, and was sheriff of the county in 1575 415, but he had offended Leicester 416 by refusing to wear his livery, as many of the gentlemen of the county were proud to do, and by disapproving openly of his relations with the Countess of Essex before her husband's death. Leicester waited his time. Edward Arden's sons were Robert, who married Elizabeth, daughter of Reginald Corbett, Justice of the Royal Pleas, about 1577, Thomas, Francis. Of his daughters, Catherine married Sir Edward Devereux, of Castle Bromwich, Margaret, John Somerville, of Edreston, Muriel, William Charnels, of Snareston, Leicestershire, and Elizabeth, Simon Shugborough, of Napton, Co-Warwick. Edward Arden bore the family arms, ermine, a fess checky or an azure crest, on a chapeau azure, turned up erm, a boar passant or motto, quomi cunc vocet patrium. He appointed Edmund Lingard to Curdworth Church, 1573. Edward Arden was a temperate follower of the Old Faith, but his son-in-law, John Somerville, an excitable youth, seemed to chafe under the increasing oppression of the Catholic Church and its adherents. 417 The evil reports concerning the Queen and Leicester increased the friction. Shut out from travel or active exercise, as all Catholics then were by law, he studied and pondered, and his mind seemed to have given way in his sleepless attempts to reconcile faith and practice. He started off suddenly one morning before anyone was awake, attended only by one boy, who soon left him, terrified, and when he reached a little inn on the lonely road by Ainhoe on the hill, he spoke frantically to all who chose to hear that he was going to London to kill the Queen. 418 Then followed arrest, examination before Justice D'Oyley, a march to London with 12 guards. 419 Examination in the Gatehouse, imprisonment in the Tower. Thereafter went forth the mandate to arrest Edward Arden, his wife, Frances Arden, of Piedmar, his brother, Somerville's wife, and sister, and the priest, Hugh Hall. Sir John Conway, his wife's granduncle, was also commanded up to London, and seems to have been confined for a time. Examinations, probably under torture, followed fast on each other. John Somerville, Edward Arden, his wife, and brother, and the priest, Hugh Hall, were tried, found guilty, and condemned to the traitor's death. Hugh Hall is said to have turned Queen's evidence, but I have found no proof of it. Somerville and Arden were carried forth from the Tower on December 19, 1583, to Newgate, in preparation for their execution on the morrow. Somerville was found 2 hours afterwards strangled in his cell. Edward Arden suffered the full penalty of the law. December 20, 1583. 420 Robert of Leicester had his revenge. Mrs. Arden and Francis 421 seem to have suffered a term of imprisonment, and then to have been released. This first noble victim of the tyrannical Royal Commission was praised by all the writers of his time, and pitied by all Europe. Burleigh lived to be ashamed of his part in his death, and in his life one can still read in the index on the case of Arden an explanation which has been excised from the text. It is more than probable that the active part that Sir Thomas Lucy took in his arrest told more on the fortunes and feelings of young Shakespeare than the fabulous deer-stealing story. The touching tragedy, to which Froude has given but little attention or study, is given in full detail in the state papers. The traitor's lands, of course, fell to the Queen, and were granted to Edward Darcy 422, but Robert Arden 423, who was a prudent person, doubtless fortified by his brother-in-law's interest, and his own knowledge of the law, by virtue of an entail executed on his marriage, got back by degrees most of his father's lands. He found, however, every tree in his parks had been cut down by Darcy, who seems to have been a difficult person to deal with, as may be gathered from Simon Arden's petition, p. 185. This Robert lived to a great age, dying on February 27, 1635. His son and heir, Sir Henry, who had been born April 1580, had predeceased him in 1616. 424 he had married Dorothy, daughter of Basil Fielding, of Newnham, and had one son, Robert, and 4 daughters. Robert seems to have been a brilliant youth, but he died single at Oxford. In the Bodleian 425 are some verses deploring his loss. His 4 sisters were his co-heirs, Elizabeth, wife of Sir William Pooley, of Boxted, in Suffolk, Goditha 426 wife of Herbert Price, Dorothy, wife of Hervey Bagot, and, wife of Sir Charles Adderley, of Lee. In Worcestershire, near Stourbridge, there is a parish of Piedmar, and a hall of the name that seems at one time to have belonged to the Ardens, as well as the Piedmar Manor, near West Bromwich, Warwickshire. By the kindness of Mr. W. Wickham King, now a resident there, I am told that Mistress Joyce Arden was buried there in 1557, Jane Arden and Hugh Hall were married in 1560, Alice Ardini and Thomas Carter married 1578, while John Arden, son of Mr. Robert and Mistress Elizabeth, was christened there in 1578. Francis Arden and Edward Whale married 1658, Arthur buried 1668, and Judith Arden, widow, 1682. The arms in the church are those of the Park Hall Ardens, and Mr. Robert was the heir of Edward, p. 41 and notes. The Packingtons of Worcester quarter ermine on a fess compone or, an az. An annulet for Arden. Footnotes, 368 Dugdale's Warwickshire, 372, Drummond's Noble British Families, Guy of Warwick, ed. Zupit Sa, Early English Text Society, etc., Harl. Ms. 1167, f. 57, Dictionary of National Biography. 369 Guy of Warwick, I understand, slew a dragon in Northumberland. Romance of Sir Bevis of Hampton. In Warwick the truth ye shall see in Eris wrought full craftily. Romance of Sir Guy. G. Y. de Werwick ad Anoun qui oxus le dragoon. Legend round the Mazer Bowl, at Harbledon Hospital, Canterbury. 370 Warwickshire, p. 374, Drummond's Noble British Families, Leland's Iden, 4. 63, Heylon's History of St. George, p. 63. 371 Nichols's Bibliotheca Topographica Britannica, 4. 29 372 Dugdale's Warwickshire, 372 to 374, Drummond's Noble British Families, Cox and Jones Popular Romances of the Middle Ages, pages 63, 64, 297 to 319, Ward's Catalogue of Romances in British Museum, I 470. 373 Dugdale's Warwickshire, p. 373. 374 Drummond's Noble British Families, 2. 375 Harley and Ms., 853, ff 113, 114. 376 Guthmund, Aylwin's second son, held Packington under Churchill. His son was Sir Harold de Arden, Lord of Upton, French, Shakespeareana Genealogica, p. 432. 377 According to Dugdale and Drummond, Harley and Ms., 853, differs. 378 Ralph and William are witnesses to a charter from Henry de Clinton to Kenilworth Priory, Henry I, Monast Icon, 6-3. 379 Hugh de Arden and Adela, William de Arden and Agnes were witness to Henry's gifts, Monast Icon, v 210-212. 380 Philip, Osbert's second son, who took the name of Compton, Drummond, Dugdales, Warwickshire, 549. 381 Novo Borgo, or Naz, er. Thomas Arden de Totley, or Naz, Gu. A fess betwixt 6 crosslets or Beecham. The Warwickshire Visitation gives the coat of Sir Harold de Arden as 3 crosslets Fichy and a chief or. C. Drummond, p. 5. 382 Wally's Northampton, p. 464, Baker's Northampton, Parliamentary Roll of Arms, 862. Sire. Ilm de Ardern, de Ermina un fes Shekerador e de Azure, Genealogist, New Series, 13. I do not know which William this refers to. 383 He married Isabella, daughter of Sir Roger Mortimer of Chirk. She afterwards married John Fitzalan, Barry's Essex Genealogies. 384 Dugdales Warwickshire, p. 927. 385 This lady seems to have married for a third time. Robert de Wykeham sued Thomas Wake and Nicola, his wife, and Giles de Ardern for the next presentation to the Church of Swalcleve. Robert, father of plaintiff, had given the advowson to John de Ardern, and John had enfeoffed Robert de Wykeham and Elizabeth his wife. Nicola had been married to Robert de Ardern, genealogist, New Series, 9. 386 See Visitation, 1619. 387 Dugdales Warwickshire, p. 928, Harley and Ms., 1992, f. 121, The Ancient Family of Ardern. Ralph died 8 Henry V 388 17 Blamer. 389 Walter Arden son-in-law. 390 The decision of the residents of this Thomas would solve a knotty question. 391 Leland's itinerary, 6. 20 See also Administration of goods, granted to his sister Alice Bucklonde and his nephew John, son of Sir John. 392 Patent 17 Henry VII, February 22, 2nd part, MEM. 3393 Same series, September 9, MEM. 35394 Patents 23 Henry VIII, September 24, 1st part, MEM. 12395 Pat. Henry VIII, P1, M16. 396 Letters and Papers, Henry VIII, Gairdner. 397 Bedfordshire Visitation, 1566. C. Glover. There was in Edward VI's reign a William Ardern, clerk of the market of Stroughton Oscalyswade, Bedford, est of office, Edward VI to Elizabeth. And in the accounts of the treasurer of the chamber there are mentioned among the extraordinary yeomen of the guard, 1570, William Arden and his son Robert Arden. 398 Somerset House, 8 Porch. 399 The name Collins appears in connection with the Ardens in Wiltshire also. 400 See Visitation of Worcester, 1569, Richard Muckloe of Houghton, Worcestershire, married Catherine, daughter of John Arden. The Gloucester Visitation records that Richard Cotton of Seddonton, married Agnes, daughter of Sir John Arden of Park Hall, sister of Thomas. 401 Commissary Wills, Somerset House, 31 A Cliff. 402 Dugdale's Warwickshire. 403 Stratford-on-Avon Missal. Papers, CP 410, Genealogical Magazine, 1897. He was also trustee in a settlement made by Sir John Arden of Park Hall, in association with Sir Richard Empson and others. See Petition of Simon Arden, p. 184. 404 It is curious that in a will of Sir William Trussell of Cubleston, 1379, there is a bequest mentioned as having been made to him by his cousin Sir Thomas D. Ardine, Sir N. H. Nicholas, Testamenta Vetista, I 107. 405 Glover's Heraldry, Volume 2, ed. 1780 406 Fuller's Worthies. 407 7 Allen. Inquis. P.M. at Warwick, June 27, 37 Henry VIII, Edward, son and heir, aged 12. 408 See Close Roll, 32 Henry VI, M11. Saltley came into the family with Elizabeth Clods-Halley, who married Robert Arden in the time of Henry VI, and remained in it till the death of Robert Arden, 1643, when it fell to the share of his sister Anne. 409 By some family arrangement, the old family seat of Piedmar seems to have been settled on him, as he was always styled Francis Arden of Piedmar. 410 And married John Barnsley of Barnsley, see Visitation of Worcester, 1569, Bridget, Hugh Massey, Barbara, Richard Neville, son of the last Lord Latimer, and claimant of that title and the earldom of Westmoreland, Joyce, John Ladbroke. Was this Jane Arden the lady of this name who married into the Brownlow family about 1553? See Pedigree of Brownlow. 411 Originalia et Memoranda. Lord Treasurer's side of the Exchequer, Hilary I Recorda, 7 Elizabeth, Rod. 82 412 Ibid, Hilary I Recorda, 15 Elizabeth, Rod. 55 413 Coke's Entries, F39b. 414 In an account of the Grevelys, when the eldest son still resided at Drayton, it is noted, though a great part of the lands of Sir Giles Arden came to Lewis Grevely through his wife, yet there is one Arden at this time in Warwickshire that is a man of 300 marks land by the year. Added. Ms. 5937, F88, British Museum. 415 See Liber Paces, e.g. Ms. 2345. 416 Dugdale's Warwickshire, 884, 927. 417 See Athenaeum, February, 1896, p. 190, and my little volume on Shakespeare's Warwickshire Contemporaries, Stratford-on-Avon Press, p. 48. 418 State Papers, DOM Series, Elizabeth, Cls. 21 ETSEQ 419 Accounts of Treasurer of the Chamber, 1583-84. 420 Burke makes an extraordinary error in stating that Shakespeare's mother was a daughter of Sir Edward Arden, of Park Hall, History Landed Gentry, edition 1882, volume I, p. 34. Now, Edward was never knighted, and must have been born about the same year as Mary, daughter of Robert Arden, who married John Shakespeare. 421 The accounts of the wardens of the Tower mention Francis Arden's board, up to June 24, 1585, and he sued shortly after for Piedmar, on the death of Sir George Digby, to whom it had been granted, State Papers, DOM Series, Elizabeth, Key, 40. 422 State Papers, DOM Series, Elizabeth, Kelsey. 35, also patents, Elizabeth, 28, C10. 423 Dugdale's Warwickshire, 927. I find also several pensions allowed by the Crown to a Robert Arden, early in James I. These may refer to Robert of Park Hall, Book of Patents, 11212. 424 Inventory of his property is at Lichfield, where also is that of his wife, Lady Dorothy Arden, 1635-36, and will of his son, Robert Arden. 425 Ashmolean Manuscripts, 36, f. 125, Robert Arden, Colonel and Sheriff of Warwickshire. An elegy upon his death in Oxford of smallpox, August 22, 1643, seeing these tapers and this solemn night, etc. Signed, Peter Halstead. 426 She was a lady of the Privy Chamber to the Queen Mother, and survived her husband. See the burial of her daughter, Mrs. Henrietta Maria Stanhope, October 23, 1674. Chapter 2 The Ardens of Longcroft. This main line of Ardens having thus become extinct, we have to go back some generations to find the younger branch that carried on the name. Simon, the second son of the Thomas Arden who died in 1563, brother of the William Arden who died 1546, and uncle of Edward Arden, who was executed 1583, seems to have been an important man in his own day. He was much trusted by his father and nephew, and was elected Sheriff of Warwickshire in 1569, when he bore as arms 3 cross let's and a chief or 427. His first wife was Margaret, his second Christian 428 widow of Thomas Bond, of Ward End. In a catalogue of all the noblemen and gentlemen resident in Warwickshire, 1577-78, by Henry Ferrers, of Bad Esley, is mentioned Edward Arden, of Park Hall, and Simon Arden, of Saldley, his uncle 429, and in the subsidy for Warwickshire, 1581, he is mentioned as one of those collecting, and not assessed themselves. 430 During the first half of Elizabeth's reign he purchased Longcroft, in the parish of Yoxall, Staffordshire, a property that had previously been in the family. In 18 Elizabeth, 1576, he found one light horse for the royal service there, and paid to the subsidy of 1590, 20 sixs. 8d for his lands at Yoxall, valued at £10 431. He seems, however, to have got into trouble in his old age. The draft of a petition of his, circa 1595-98, is preserved among the Longcroft Papers 432, which is well worthy of being transcribed, to the Most Honourable the Lord High Treasurer of England. The most humble petition of Simon Arden, of the age of 100 years or thereabouts, praying your good lordship's aid in his old age against the great wrongs and oppressions offered by Edward Darkey, Esquire, one of the grooms of Her Majesty's Privy Chamber. As by the enclosed may plainly appear, the pedigree. John Arden had issue Thomas. Thomas had issue William, Simon, George, Edward, Thomas. William had issue Edward and Francis. Edward had issue Vivens Robert. The said John Arden did infef John Kingsmill, Sergeant at Law, Sir Richard Empson, Sir Richard Knightley, Sir Robert Throgmorton 433 knights, and others, of the manor of Crudworth, and other lands in the county of Warwick, to divers uses, the said Thomas, being seized in fee, granted to me, and his said other sons, divers several annuities, being all the patrimony he provided for the same his younger sons. The said Thomas did afterwards make other assurances to the said William. The said annuities were paid unto all the said younger sons during their lives, and unto me till the attainder of Edward Arden. By which means the premises came into the hands of her Majesty, in what time that the same remained in her hands, by your honour's order I was paid mine annuity, being 20 marks by the year. And after that the same was granted to the said Edward Darkey, your lordship did likewise very honourably appercien how much thereof should be yearly paid unto me by the said Edward Darkey, and how much otherwise, according to which appercienment the said Edward Darcy paid his part thereof unto me 4 or 5 years, and about 6 years sith instined so to do, urging me with suits in the Court of Requests, and in the Honourable Court of Exchequer Chamber, and at the Common Law. Also for the space of 6 years now together seeking by this countenance to oppress me. The said Robert Arden payeth unto me the portion of the said annuity appointed by your lordship's order, or rather more thereof than he was charged with by your order, and I have desired but ye residue of Mr. Darkey. I have had judgment against him in the common place, he hath removed the record into the King's Bench by writ of error, so yt by injunction out of the Court of the Exchequer Chamber to entertain time and delay me till death hath wholly interred my ancient body already more than half in grave, knowing, mors solvit omnia, by my death my cause will be remodulus. Be therefore so much, my good lord, as to take my cause into your own hands, and for God's sake to end it. I protest mine adversary hath caused me to spend more than such an annuity is worth to purchase. Age wold habeas, which is expedition in causes of suit and molestation, and expedition in justice is the most honour that may be, which is no small part of your honour's commendation. Almighty God long preserve you in all felicity, that this realm of England may more and more long take profit of your most wise and grave counsels. Perhaps on his coming to Longcroft he found the old Arden arms there. Before the grant to his grand-uncle Robert there had been Ardens in Yoxall 434. Certain it is that after that date they appear in Longcroft Hall and in the parish church. The headship of the family fell to his heirs in 1643. Simon's son 435, Ambrose 436, married Mary Wedgwood 1588, and died 1624. His son Humphrey 437 married Jane Robotham at Marchington, December 1, 1630. Of his family, Henry married Catherine Harper, but died without children, November 26, 1676. John of Wisbeach married Anne and died without heirs, April 2, 1709. Aged 84. 438 Humphrey, of Longcroft, who married the daughter of Lassell, and died January 31, 1705, aged 74. His daughters Elizabeth and Catherine died unmarried. His son Henry married Anne Alcock, and died 1728, aged 63. Humphrey's son and heir, John, was born 1693, and died 1734, aged 40. He married, first, Anna Catherine Newton, and second, Anne, daughter of the Reverend John Spat Eamon, rector of Yoxall, 1730. He was High Sheriff of the county in 3 George II. His son, Henry Arden, of Longcroft, married Alethea, daughter of Robert Cotton, Esq., of Worcester, and died June 22, 1782. The full pedigree is given, and the monuments at Yoxall are described in Shaw's Staffordshire, and in French's Shakespeareana Genealogica. Descendants still survive in this country and the colonies. Footnotes: 427 Fuller's Worthies. 428 Administration of goods of Christian Arden, wife of Simon, 1563, Lichfield Wills. 429 Nitch, Colonel Top. E.T. General, Volume 8, p. 298. 430 Lansdowne Ms., XXX. 27, 30. 431 Subsidy Rolls, Yoxall, 1590, Shaw Staffordshire, I, pages 100 to 102 and 499, and Talbot Papers, Herald's College, Dugdale p. 932. 432 See also Manuscript Notes on the copy of Shaw's Staffordshire, by Samuel Pipe Wolferstan, Esq., of Statfold, preserved in the British Museum, p. 102. 433 Note that this is the same man appointed trustee by Mary Shakespeare's grandfather. 434 Nicola, D. of Gifta. Shenton, Sue Joan, formerly wife of Ralph de Andern, of Yaxley, for a messuage in Yaxley, de Banco, Trin, 23 ed. 3. 435 His will proved 1625 at Lichfield. Simon's daughter Elizabeth became second wife of Clement Fisher of Wincote, addressed by Sir Aston Cockine in verses alluding to Shakespeare, Dugdale's Warwickshire, 1140. 436 Shaw's Staffordshire, p. 102, Ms. Notes of the author, British Mus 437 Ambrose had another son Ambrose, whose family appears in the registers of Barton, Frances, daughter of Ambrose Arden, Baptist February 19, 1631, buried June 7, 1634. Humphrey, son of Ambrose Arden, Baptist November 2, 1634. Henry October 7, 1637. Benjamin July 19, 1642. John September 3, 1643. William January 8, 1647, buried September 18, 1666. Robert Masson and Elizabeth Arden were married December 22, 1644. Ambrose Arden, Gent, buried July 15, 1656. 438 His father had been married twice, but this second Humphrey is the son of Jane Robotham. See Registers of Marchington. Chapter 3 Other Warwickshire Ardens. It would be interesting to know more of some of the other Warwickshire Ardens, particularly those mentioned in the Register of the Guild of Knowle, as some have suggested that Shakespeare's mother may have descended from them. 1460. John Arden and Agnes, his wife, of Longhickington. 1504 Richard Arden and Margaret, his wife, and for the souls of John and Johanna, their parentes, of Longhickington. 1506 For the souls of John Arden and his wife, of the same. Richard Silway, and Estelle his wife, and for the soul of John Ardern. 1512 Alicia Ardern, and for the soul of William. On turning to the subsidy rolls to find any further notice of the Ardens of Longhickington, I found only the following, 14 and 15 hen. 8 Cowar, Knighton 100, built in the next parish to Longhickington. 439 Thomas Ardern, land, 4 marks, 2/6. Solks. Henry Ardern in goods 40/4d. The latter is twice repeated. In the same guild register appears as member, 1496. Robert Ardern, Master of Arts, Rector of Lapworth. He does not appear in the preserved pedigree, as Robert, the son of Walter, who died 1502, was in the king's service. The warden and scholars of Merton College appointed Robert Ardern, Master of Arts, to the Rectory of Lapworth, January 10, 1488. On the rood loft of the church are the arms of Sir Henry Arden 440 ermine, a fess checky, or an AZ, with a crescent for difference, arms, by some thought to be the parson's. Henry de Arden 441 in the time of Henry II, had two sons, Thomas of Curdworth III and William de Rodburn 442. The descent of Thomas we have already noticed, as well as the descent of Thomas Arden, of Drayton, elder son of William Arden de Rodburn. The second son of William was another William of Rodburn, killed in 17 Henry III. He married Avisia, daughter of Robert de Kingiston, and had also a son, William of Rodburn, whose heir was William, who sold the manor in 1369. Dugdale says that Little Grafton was called Arden's Grafton because it was bought by William de Arden in 10 John. In 52 Henry III. William de Arden was certified to hold it of the Earl of Warwick, but he transferred it to Edward I in exchange for Offord, near Aston Cant Low, in the parish of Wootton Vaughan. A seal used by William D. Ardern, clerk, of Offord, Warwickshire, is preserved in the British Museum 443, appended to a deed in which he and John D. Ardern were concerned, 1366. It has a shield of arms, 3 crosslets fichi, on a chief a lion passant, on the border, S. Nicolai de Ardna. I have not traced a Nicholas. But Nicola de Arden presented John de Arden to Coatsbrook Church, Northampton, May, 1361, CP 195. Among other charters in the same collection occur the seals of Thomas de Ardern, of Newton, Co Warwick, 1280-90, on a shield, a fess checky Ardern, sigillum secreti. 444 Thomas de Ardern, Lord of Pettymore, Co Warwick, 1281, on a shield checky, a chevron, sig Thome de Ardern. 445 Thomas de Ardern, 1286, a shield checky, a chevron, s Thome de Ardern. 446 William de Ardna de Hampton, i.e., Hampton in Arden, Warwickshire, used a seal with a pointed oval shield thereon, a lion rampant contorn, circa 1188-98. 447 Dugdale says concerning Hampton in Ardern 448 that it is not quite certain that Ralph de Ardern was a son of Churchill. 449 He is mentioned in 5 Stephen and in 33 Henry II. As a justice itinerant. Hampton in Arden was not altogether his own, but his son Robert purchased it for 500 marks. Robert was a clergyman, Archdeacon of Lisieux in Normandy, and gave his estate here to his brothers Peter and Roger. Peter became a clerk also, and gave his share to Roger, whose sons were William de Ardna, 5 Henry III, Walter, a clerk, Roger, a clerk. William's children were, Hugo de Ardna, a justice of assize, 35 Henry III, Oliva, who married Robert Lemigre, and Hoisia, who married Richard Pecci. Hugh's sons were William and Richard. William sided with the Montforts, was pardoned, but was soon after slain by Richard de Lisle. He left no family, his brother Richard was an idiot, and his estates went to the heirs of his aunts, John Pecci and William Lemigre. 450, plea rolls, edi. There is so much confusion regarding the most distinguished of these early Ardens, that I would like to examine his story more closely. Dugdale, as I have already noted, is not absolutely certain that Ralph de Ardern, of Hampton, was a son of Churchill, but believes it sufficiently to put him in the pedigree. Yet he goes on to state that this Ralph was a justice itinerant in various reigns. Now, it is not only dates that make this impossible, Churchill had married, first, the Countess of Perchy, and, second, Leverogne, and Ralph de Ardern, of Hampton, is given as of the first family. But the mother of Ralph the Justice was a de Bohun. I propose, therefore, tentatively, to consider that the first Ralph de Hampton married a de Bohun, and hope to find the records true of an eldest son Ralph, brother of Robert, the Archdeacon of Lisieux, of Peter the Clerk, and of Roger of Hampton. This view is supported by many facts, and it gives time. Ralph was at the height of his power in 1188, the very date at which William de Ardenne, of Hampton, the son of Roger, draws up a deed and affixes his seal 451 according to Dugdale. This should be his grandson. The name of Ralph's son and heir is Thomas, not Roger. It was very unusual for a noble family to bring up the eldest son to the church, and yet the Archdeacon of Lisieux is considered by Dugdale as the eldest son of Ralph, who gives up his inheritance to his brothers. But if we find a Ralph to be the eldest son, we can easily account for his giving up the Hampton in Arden home. He had made his fortunes elsewhere. Ralph was in high favour with the king 452 Henry II, and had married Amabilia, daughter and co-heir of Ranulph de Glanville 453, the great lawyer, author, statesman, soldier and crusader, who, while Sheriff of York, had made prisoner William the Lion of Scotland, and laid the King of England under an obligation. Ralph's mother was a daughter of Savaric Fitzcana, and sister of Ralph, Gelduin, and Savaric Fitz-Savaric. Ralph Fitz-Savaric having died without heirs, on the death of his uncle Savaric, Franco, the son of Gelduin, laid claim to his vast possessions in England and the fief of Bohun in Normandy. It is believed that Gelduin had married within the forbidden degrees, without dispensation, and that this was the reason that Ralph de Ardern put forward his mother's claims. Henry II decided in his favour at a court at Caen in 1187. But on the accession of Richard I, Ralph fell into disgrace, ostensibly through some delay in rendering his accounts at Westminster while Sheriff of Hereford, and Henry's decision was reversed 1189-454, but it was evidently a doubtful question. Franco died in 1194, and when his son and heir Ingelger came of age, 1198, Ralph de Ardern revived his claim, which was settled by a compromise. After the disturbances in Normandy, 1208, a new dispute arose between Ingelger, the son of Franco Fitz-Savaric, and Thomas, the son of Ralph Arden, which ended in a new compromise. The offices held by Ralph were numerous. He was Sheriff of Hereford 1184-89-455 and also Justice Itinerant. He married a second wife in 1194, Agnes de la Mara, heiress of the barony of Holgate in Shropshire, after which he regained royal favour. He received a gift from the King of Land in Essex, for which he paid £456,362.16. 8d. He was made custodian of the temporalities of Canterbury at the time of the troubles there, bailiff of Pontarmar in Normandy, 1198, in 1202 attended King John at Losses in Anjou, in 1203 was sent on an embassy to Otho, king of the Romans, in 1204 went to Flanders on the king's service. He was said to have acted as justice at Shrewsbury, 1208, but Foss 457 believes this was his grandson, and states that Coke says so. Ralph de Ardern endowed the Priory of Beauty, Sussex, founded by Ralph de Glanville, with half the town of Bawdsey. He founded the Priory of Shoolbreed, near Midhurst, and endowed it with half a knight's fee in Lavington. His son Thomas was engaged in a lawsuit 458 with his aunt about the partition of his grandfather Glanville's property. Thomas de Ardern, et Radulfius filius Roberti ponent loco suo mag will. De Lecton versus Will. De Auberville et Matilda Uxaramegis, etc. There is no mention of Thomas after 14 John, 1213. Lands in Hereford, Sussex, Essex, and Yorkshire were known to have belonged to him, and many scattered branches in later periods may represent his descendants. I have not found his arms. Were they the same as William de Ardern of Hamptons, already referred to? Though Shakespeareans are only concerned with the Ardens who remained in their own county, genealogists are interested in the fortunes of the whole family. A volume would be necessary for a complete account, and at present I only attempt to collect and preserve the scattered facts I have found in various printed and manuscript authorities. It is too often taken for granted that individuals do not belong to a family because their names do not appear in the pedigrees collected at the visitations. We know that the descendants of younger sons and daughters are frequently omitted, and the sons and daughters themselves occasionally ignored. For instance, the Sir Robert Arden who was executed in the time of Henry VI, 1451, is stated 459 to have left 7 children, but the name of his heir, Walter, is alone preserved. Such omissions are more likely to have occurred in earlier times. The Ardens frequently held land in more counties than one, and thus may appear in county histories as doubles, while their general use of common Christian names at other times makes it difficult to separate recorded incidents. Wills, inquisitions, and other records often strangely bring into closer relationship individuals not known to be connected, and the severe test of dates often separates those supposed to be near in blood. The main line had estates in Northampton. Robert de Arden had a charter of Free Warren in Wapenham and Sudborough 460 in 7 Henry IV. Wapenham was assigned as dower to Elena, widow of Sir Henry de Arden, by Ralph his son, with remainder to Geoffrey de Arden, his brother, CP 170. After the death of Elena and Geoffrey it reverted to Ralph, and to Robert, his son, who in 20 Henry VI. Received the king's pardon for alienating it without license. The manor of Sulgrave 461 was sold by the Traffords to Sir Henry Arden, and it remained in the family until Sir Robert sold it in 20 Henry VI. Lawrence Washington, mayor of Northampton 1538, had a grant of the dissolved priory of St. Andrews there. On April 26, 1564, William Ardern of Sulgrave 462 left to his sister Mary all the portion his father, Richard Arden 463 had left her, and all his own goods. He left a legacy to Robert 464 son of Lawrence Washington, and Lawrence was the overseer of his will. There is preserved a bond by John Ardern, Lawrence Washington, and others for £100, July 4, 1587. And Adam de Arden, clerk, was incumbent of Crawton 1218. Another Adam was rector of Thornhack and Bolwick 1336 and of Barby 1361. Nicola de Arden presented John de Arden to Coatesbrook Church, May, 1361. Thomas de Ardern was incumbent of Laxton, July 9, 1310, and of Clopton on the Wold, 1325. Robert de Ardern, clerk, is mentioned August 16, 1322. Thomas de Ardern, diac, was presented to Nether Hayford, 1455. Eustacia de Ardern, patron of Holdenby, 1263, presented Ralph de Ardern, and Thomas, son of Thomas Ardern, of Hanwell, recognized as co-patron Thomas Ardern, of Totley. Footnotes: 439 The will of Thomas Arden of Long Itchington was proved 1552, at Lichfield. Sons, Edmund, William, and Thomas, and 6 daughters. 440 Dugdale, 926. 441 Bakers Northampton, Wally's Northampton. 442 Dugdale's Warwickshire, 927. 443 Ad. Charters, 21, 492. 444 Cotton Miss Charters, XXII. 15445 Edgerton CH, 368. 446 British MUS, CH LSCE. 15447 Cod. CH, 11. 36 448 Dugdale's Warwickshire, 952. 449 I think the dates show that there must have been 2 generations of Ralphs. One appears in another county. 450 See Genealogist, New Series, 13. 451 A Lion Rampant Contorn. See British MUS, CH LSCE. 15452 Nichols's Herald and Genealogist, 6. 432, and 7. 299 to 311 453 Foss's Lives of the Judges, I 379. Camel's Lives of the Chief Judges, I 19. 454 Pipe Roll, 1 Richard I, pages 208 and 145, Charter, Richard I, signed at Gorin in Maine, March 31, 1190. 455 Fuller's Worthies of Hereford. 456 Pipe Roll, Essex, 6 Richard I 457 Foss's Lives of the Judges, I 338. 458 Coke, 8th Report, 2. 29, and Blomfield's Norfolk, 8. 341 459 Harley and Ms., Visitation of Warwickshire, 1167, f 57. 460 Concerning Forest Rights Enclave, Northamptonshire, Gilbert de Arden appeared for the Prior of Markyate, Churchy Hull, Kinesbury, 26 Edward I, 55, Inquis. P.M. William de Lazush de Haringworth and Feft Adam de Ardern and Simon Ward in Burley Manor of the Honour of Peveril, Northampton, Eton, Weston, Ing, Houghton Manors, Bedford, Calston Manor, Wilts, Totney's Castle, Devon, Weston in Arden Manor, Wolfershall, Falkshall, and Kelpesham Manors, Warwick, probably as trustees, 33 Edward III. 79, Inquis. P.M. 461 Wally's Northampton, I 25, 263. 462 7, Crimes, Somerset House Wills. 463 of Whitfield, 29, Street, Somerset House. 464 Robert's son Lawrence sold Sulgrave, went to America, and became the great-grandfather of George Washington. Chapter 4 The Ardens of Cheshire. In the Conqueror's time the manor of Watford, Northamptonshire, was recognised as belonging to Gilbert the Cook, to whom his son Baldwin succeeded. But the next owner was Eustace de Arden 465, son of Alexander and Agnes Arden, in the time of Henry II. The first Eustace, born about 1140, was probably the Eustachius de Ardern who granted Watford Church to the Abbey of St. James. His son, also named Eustace 466, died in 1213. The dower of his widow Hawisia was in Watford and Silvesworth, and Ranulph III, Earl of Chester, became her security that she would not marry again without license from the king. 467 Her two sons were Eustace 468 and John de Ardern. Eustace died in 4 Edward I, 1221, leaving a son Eustace. The line ended with 4 daughters, co-heiresses of Eleni, Mary, Jane, Elena, 1275. The arms of Eustace were, gules, on a chief argent, a label azure. 469 I have wondered if the following entries concerned younger sons of this family: to Master William of Watford 50 marks for his expenses going as a messenger to the king beyond the sea. 470 and, paid to William de Watford, keeper of the Queen's palfreys. 471 John, the second son of the second Eustace and brother of the third, received either an original grant, or the confirmation of a grant, from the Earl of Chester of the manor of Aldford, in Cheshire. He was probably the son-in-law of the Richard de Aldford who preceded him. 472 As the Earl of Chester was Hosea's surety, he may have been her son John's guardian. John afterwards granted part of this fee to Peter, the Earl's clerk, and another part to Pulton and Chester Abbey. On November 28, 1213, he compounded with the king for his father's annual payment for lands in Watford, and granted to Eustace, his brother, the lands he had received there from his father. He executed this deed in Aldford, August, 1216. In that year he received, as a knight of Ranulf, Earl of Chester, then in the Holy Land, a grant of the lands of Geoffrey de Sautamaris. Sir Walk Ellen, his son, succeeded him in or before 1237–38. Through his wife, Agnes de Orby, he acquired Elford in Staffordshire, with Alvanley, Upton, and other manors in Cheshire. He was frequently at court, as his attestations to various charters prove, about 41 Henry III. In 1264–65 he granted the manor of Alvanley to his eldest son, Sir Peter, who succeeded to all the family estates on the death of his father, about 1268. He bore arms based not on those of Eustace de Watford, or on those of the Earl of Chester, from whom he held land, but on those of William de Beauchamp, who had succeeded to the earldom of Warwick in 1257, as if to claim descent from the Warwickshire family. His seal appears first in 17 Edward I in a release to Sir John de Orby of a debt due 473. It bore a shield with 3 crosses crossled patties, a chief ardern, with the motto, Frange, Legtage. See also the charters in the British Museum. 474 His son and heir by Marjorie, his wife, was Sir John, who married Margaret, daughter of Griffin ap Maddock, Lord of Bromfield, of royal Welsh extraction. 475 Sir John de Ardern at the tournament at Stepney, to Edward II, in the retinue of the Earl of Lancaster, bore gules, 10 crosses crossled, and a chief or. 476 But it is said that after his marriage the Arden arms were temporarily varied to gules, crucial or, and a chief or. 477 In 9 Edward II. He purchased part of Hayes-Lover from Geoffrey Salvain. 478 In that year the nominate of Ilarum gives the name of Sir Henry de Ardna as Lord of Elford. John's name, however, is given in the list by the Lieutenant of the Knights and Men-at-Arms of the county, 17 Edward II, 1324, and he was one of the knights summoned to attend the Great Council at Westminster, 17 Edward II. John and Margaret had 2 sons: John, who succeeded to Aldford, Alderley, Alvanley, and Elford, 19 Edward III, and Peter, afterwards of Over Alderley. John married, first, Alice, daughter of Hugh de Venables, and had by her 2 sons, John and Peter, and a daughter Margaret. His second wife was Joan, daughter and heiress of Sir Richard de Stokeport, by whom he had no issue, and his third wife was Ellen Wastneys, by whom he had two sons, Thomas and Walk Ellen, born before marriage, and two daughters, Isabel, wife of Sir Hugh Wriothesley, and Maud, wife of Robert Lee of Adlington, and a son, born after marriage, about 1341, who evidently died soon. Then occurred an extraordinary hitch in the history of primogeniture. His eldest son, John, had died without issue before his father. Peter, the second son, and natural heir of his brother and father, then aged 24, on his father's death found by the Inquisition 479 that he died possessed of no lands, 480 all his vast possessions being settled on himself and his wife Ellen only for life, and secured by a deed of gift, in reversion to Thomas, the elder illegitimate son of Ellen Wastneys. By an appeal, however, to the courts, based on the previous settlement on his great-grandfather, Peter, the legitimate heir recovered Alvanley. He married Cicely 481, daughter and heiress of Adam de Bredbury, who inherited Hawarden from her father, and henceforward Alvanley and Hawarden were the chief seats of the Cheshire Ardens. It is evident, therefore, that the root meaning of Hawarden, or Harden, has no relation to the family name. The favoured Thomas received Aldford, Hels, and Nether Alderley, Cheshire, and Elford, Staffordshire. He was knighted before 1359, and died 1391. He married Catherine, daughter of Sir Richard Stafford, heiress of Clifton Campville, Pipe, Hayslover, and Statfold, and was buried in Elford Church, where his beautiful marble monument still remains. He is represented in full knightly armour, wearing a rich collar, with the letters SS interwoven, his bassinet bearing the words "The Nazarene." His wife lies by his side, richly robed, and also wearing a collar with SS. His son and heir, John, born at Elford, March 12, 1369, was over 21 at his father's death 482. 15 Richard II. He married Margaret Pilkington, and died in 1408, leaving no male heir 483. A large monument in memory of him in Elford Church is almost decayed. In his Inquisition, his nearest male relatives are stated to be Robert de Legge, of Adlington, aged 40, and Hugh de Wriothesley, aged 8. His only daughter was Matilda, aged 12, who was granted Alderley and Hels only. She married Thomas de Stanley 484. John's widow, Margaret, took for her second husband Sir Robert Bobthorpe, and died 1423. Her Inquisition post-mortem is very interesting. She died seized of Nether Alderley only, which reverted to her daughter, Matilda Stanley. The Prince of Wales as Earl of Chester versus Margaret, formerly wife of John, son of Thomas de Ardern, to determine the right to the manors of Aldford, Alderdeleg, and Eschels, the advowsons, and 10 marks a year from the manor of Upton, in Wire Hale. It mentions that Thomas and Walk Ellen were illegitimate, but Walk Ellen died sp. and pleaded the settlement. Chester Pleas, 10 Henry IV, M9, Genealogist, New Series, Volume 15. Another Chester plea roll records the suit of Richard, son of John de Radcliffe and Matilda his wife, against Isabella, formerly wife of John de Legge, Chevalier, for land in Modberleg, which John de Ardenne gave to John de Legge for his life, with remainder to John, son of John de Legge and Matilda, daughter of John de Ardenne, and to the heirs of the bodies of John de Legge and Matilda. Genealogist, New Series, Volume 13. Sir Thomas Arden and Sir John bore as arms the 3 crosses crosselt, and the chief or, the same as the legitimate family. Hugh, the son of Peter Arden of Alvanley and Hawarden, carried on the main line, and had full possession of his estates by 1372. He married twice, first, Agnes Hume, by whom he had Peter and Ralph 485, and second, Cicely de Hyde 486, by whom he had John, who lived in the service of the king. The seal of Peter, son of Hugh de Ardern, of Macclesfield, Colchester, 1372-487 is preserved in the British Museum, and bears 3 crosses crossed and a chief Ardern. Old and infirm, Hugh was granted exemption from military service in 1408. Charles Arden, son of John, son of Peter, married Elizabeth Radcliffe in Edward III's time, and through her inheritance became owner of Timporley, and founded the Timporley branch of Ardens. The pedigree of the family is given in extenso in Drummond, Earwaker, Ormerod, and the Visitations of Cheshire, so that it is unnecessary to repeat it here. Further intermarriages with the Hydes 488 are recorded. Ralph Ardern, of Harden, led his tenantry against the Royalists, 1642, and died 1657. Sir John, head of the family, in 1660 was Sheriff of Cheshire. One of his brothers was the Reverend James Arden, Dean of Chester, 1691. John, who was sheriff in 1760, married Sarah Pepper, who brought Pepper Hall into the family. Their son, Richard Pepper Arden, Chief Justice of the Common Pleas, was created Baron Alvanley 489-1801. He had 3 sons, John, William, and Richard. The title became extinct 1857. 490. The arms were the 3 crosses crossed and a chief or crest, a double row of ostrich feathers out of a ducal coronet. There is a curious will at Somerset House 491, January 9, 1614, of Thomas Arden, of Hornsey, gentleman, who seems to have been connected with this family. After trifling legacies, he leaves his lease in Cheshire of Melton Farm to his dear and well-beloved sister, Anne Ardern. Executors, my beloved sister Anne Ardern, ever faithful friend, and Richard Drape of Hornsey Gent. Proved January 17, 1614. But another similar will of the same man was again proved, 1615, by Anne and another co-executor. In Barry's Sussex genealogies we find that George Ardern, son of George Ardern, born in Chester, came to Chichester, married Catherine, daughter and co-heir of Robert Palmer, Esq., and had 3 sons, George, John, and Richard. Richard married Margaret, daughter of Thomas Green, and had 3 sons and a daughter, Thomas, George, Richard, and Catherine. An important official Arden was John, who in the reign of Henry V was Clerk of the Works 492. His patent was renewed under Henry VI, and payments are recorded to him for making the tomb of King Henry V 493 in St. Peter's, Westminster, of Constone, £23 six. 8d, for repairs in the Tower, in the Palace of Westminster, and in the Castle of Wallingford. He was also Clerk of the Works at York, and in 22 Henry VI was made Baron of the Exchequer, and had various grants. Foss believes him to be the father of Sir Peter Ardern 494, also in royal service. In 18 Henry VI, he was deputy of William de la Pole, Earl of Suffolk, Chief Seneschal of the Duchy of Lancaster. He took the coif February 14, 1443, and was made King's Sergeant and Chief Baron of the Exchequer May 2, 1448. Dugdale does not mention him as a judge of common pleas, but he received his patent July 7, 26 Henry VI, and must have held double office. In 1461 his patents were renewed, but in the following year there was a new chief baron, though Sir Peter retained his other offices. He had a ton of wine annually for life. His will 495 is so interesting from a literary point of view, as well as a genealogical one, that it is worthy of fuller notice. He and his wife Catherine had founded a chantry in Netswell, Essex, and a chapel in the parish of Latton, Essex, where they resided. He left to these and many other charitable purposes handsome legacies, and to his wife, Dame Catherine, he left his daily primer, much plate and furniture, a crucifix, the furniture of a chapel, his book of legends in English, and his English translation of Bonaventura de Vita et Passione Christi. To his son, John Bohun, armor, and his book in English of Boys de Consolatione Philosophia, with the book of hunting therein. To his daughter, Anne Bohun, furniture, and a French book, Giles de Reginum Principii. To his daughter, Elizabeth Screen 496 furniture and a mass book. To his son, John Screen, mine own volume of old statutes with the register, and ye new laws therein, my new statutes and a book of terms of parchemen, and a good book compiled of law with a yellow leather covering, and a book of law of terms of 2 ed 2. In parchemen, a great book of grammar, with the siege of Troy board, a great book called Catholicon board, and a good new bounden fair little book compiled of assesses. To my ward, Thomas Bibsworth, his own marriage free to himself 497 my best register of law, my own great compiled book of law covered with red leather, and a horn upon it, a book of law in parchemen compiled and bocled, a book of terms of law on paper, with AO 32 AO 39 and other years therein. To my niece, Margaret Newport, a table of ivory with the salutation of Our Lady in images of silver. To my brother, Master Thomas Arden, my scarlet gown furred, my book flowered Bartham. His own book of Lucerna, Conscience, his solder glossed, my book of the life of Saint Thomas of Canterbury. To his cousin, Master John Radcliffe, a hoodie, to his brother, Parson of Hadham, a cloak, to his nephew, Guy Arden, a gown. Other remembrances follow. His interest in the forest of Galtus, in Yorkshire, in the towns of Hobey and Esmswold, to be sold to pay his debts. His wife to have all the residue if she remain unmarried. The manors of Monkhall and Anfield to his wife, reverting to his daughters, the manor of Swale in Godilston to his wife, and to any heir she chooses. Executors, Dame Catherine Arden, his wife, and Master Thomas 498 Ardern, his brother, and others, February 20, 1466, proved July 10, 1467. A rubbing of the sepulchral brass in memory of Sir Peter and his wife 499 at Latton is preserved in the British Museum. His arms were, or, 3 pellets azure on a chief gules, 3 lozenges argent 500 Bobbingworth Hall, Ongar, Essex 501 was conveyed to Richard Ardern 1423, and to Sir Peter Ardern 1446. In that year also Gregory Wary released Latton Hall, Harlow 50, to Peter Ardern and his heirs forever 502. The will of the Guy Arden 503 nephew of Sir Peter, was drawn up July 24, 1498. He left legacies to the master, every brother, and every servant of St. John's College, Cambridge, to Sir Christopher Wright, Fellow of St. John's, his journal, to Mr. Bowes, of King's College, his great beads, to the Lady Prioress of Crab House, 2 Portuess of written hand and XS, and to her convent SIXS 8D. The residue to Dr. William Robinson and Master John Bass, Bach. Of civil law. A curious group of wills seem to prove that the Alice Green who married John Holgrave, one of the barons of the Exchequer, must have previously married an Arden 504 and had children by him. Sir John Holgrave's will was drawn up on August 6, 1486 505. After church bequests, he leaves to his son Thomas some plate, of the gift of Elizabeth Green, my mother-in-law, 40 marks to his son John, and 50 marks to his daughter Elizabeth. To the Brotherhood of the Clerks of London, WHER I am a brother, 13/4. To Catherine Colleen, 100s, to Alice Green, 100s, to Richard Arden, towards his learning, 10 marks and one of his best gowns, to Master Walter Ardern, parson of Cheham, 100s, the residue to his wife Alice. Executors, Alice, his wife, Thomas Holgrave, his son, Master Walter Arden, and Richard Ardern. If his sons and daughters die without heirs, his estate to go to Richard Arden, his son-in-law, and Master Walter Arden. His wife Alice made her will in 1487 506. Her son Thomas was to have 50 marks, her son John £100, and her daughter Bess £100. Also to Richard, my son, 100 mark, to Mr. Watt, my son, 100 mark, to Katrine, my daughter £507.40, to Elizabeth, my daughter, 10 mark. Cousin Alice Screen 508 was to have 10 marks also. There were gifts of plate to her sons Thomas and John and daughter Bess, to Richard and Mr. Water, her sons, and her daughter Catherine. Executors, my son Mr. Walter Ardern, my son Richard Ardern, my son Thomas Holgrave. Overseers, Master Lytton and my daughter Catherine. Proved September 21, 1487. The above-mentioned Master Walter Arden 509 parson of Cheham, Surrey, September 13, 1482, left legacies to every household in his parish, and 10 marks each to Richard, my brother, to Thomas, my brother, to John, my brother, to Elizabeth Ardern, my sister, to Elizabeth Holgrave, my sister, to the daughters of my sister Collins, and to various cousins. Also to the daughters of Mr. Codington, and 10 marks to poor scholars. 20 shillings to reparation of St. Mary's, Cambridge. The residue to Richard Arden, my brother. Executors, John Dye, Sir John Norwood, and John Codington, the younger, with 10 marks each. Proved October 2, 1492. 7 years afterwards Richard Arden, of Bosham 510 Sussex, and of Bermondsey, left legacies to various churches, and to his brothers Thomas and John Holgrave. Johanne, his wife, sole heir and executor 511 with reversion to John Holgrave. Overseers, John of Lee, of Addington, Richard Culpeper, of Arthensleigh, and John Challoner, Hewilde, 1499. The name Collins makes one think there may be some connection with the following: Walter Arden 512 of Hampton, in Highworth, Wilts, makes his will on April 1, 1540. He leaves to Thomas Ardern, the elder son of my brother, Richard Arden, £40 and farm stock, to Johanne Arden, my servant, sister to Thomas, £20, to Margaret Sewell, my daughter, £100, and all my lands, to Elizabeth Palmer, my sister's daughter, and to other grandchildren, money gifts. My daughter Elizabeth sole executrix, Simon Yates supervisor. The goods of Edith Arden, Hampton Turville, Wilts, were administered in 1578, and those of Richard Arden, of Chilton, 1641. John Arden 513 of Hampton Turville, Highworth, Wilts, Yeoman, August 16, 1585, leaves half his goods to his wife Amy as long as she is unmarried, reversion to Thomas Arden, his son, to Editha Collins, £6 13. 4d, to Agnes Collins, 20s, to Elizabeth Collins, 20s, to Walter Arden, my godson, 10s, to Elizabeth Arden, the daughter of my brother, Henry Arden, a sheep, to each of the children of my brother Richard a sheep. All the residue to my son, Thomas Arden, executor. Overseers, brothers Thomas and Virgil Arden, who were also witnesses. Proved November 28, 1585. The will was proved of Thomas Arden, of Hampton Turville, Highworth, Wilts, Yeoman, February 3, 1621. His wife Agnes to live in the house in convenient rooms and have £10 a year, payable out of the manor of Westhrop, in the parish of Haynes, or, if she does not like her diet, £20 a year. He stands possessed for a term of 1,000 years in the moiety and 1/2 part of 1/5 of the manor of Westhrop, to be given to eldest son Thomas Arden and heirs male, if no heirs, to John Arden, his second son, then to Edward Arden, his third son, to Nicholas Arden, his fourth son, each of which are to have £100. To Henry Arden, my son, £4 a year, and his dwelling in the house at Hampton and good usage there, and if he does not like his treatment, to have £10 a year. To John, my son, my tenements in Birdlip, Gloucester, to Edward, my son, a house in Highworth and the Chantry House. My kinsman, Thomas Arden, of Fairford, Gloucester, oweth me £40. I give this to Agnes, my daughter, wife of Henry Geeringa. Thomas, his son, sole executor. His loving brother, Thomas Stratton, and Henry Gearing, overseers 514. The Arderns of Cotsford and Kirtlington, Oxford, bore the same arms as the Parkhall Ardens, with a mullet for difference 515, but the relationship is not given in the pedigree of the visitation. It only starts with Robert Arden of Cotsford, whose son William 516 married Agnes Stodesby of Evenley, and he had, first, Thomas, second, John, third, William, fourth, George. His daughter Alice married Thomas Thorne of Northampton. Thomas predeceased his father and John succeeded, who married, first, Isabel Woodward, widow of Richard Swillington, who bore him a son, Leonard, who became a priest, and Eleanor, married to Anthony Yate. John married, second, Isabel, daughter of John Gifford, of Twyford, Bucks, by whom he had John Arden, of Cotsford, who married Catherine, daughter of John Cheney, and whose son was John Arden, Richard, and Anthony, who married Marjorie, daughter and heir of Walter Cox, of Kirtlington, through whom he acquired this property. Anthony's family consisted of John, Thomas 517, Henry 517, Alice, Margaret, and Mary. There were indent years drawn up between Henry VIII and John Ardern, of Cottesford, see Cromwell's Remembrances, 1534. The will of John Arden, of Cotsford, Oxfordshire, gentleman 518, November 12, 1557, furnishes us with some particulars. He wished to be buried before the cross in Cotsford beside his father's tomb. To Catherine 519, his wife, if she claimed no jointure, an annuity of £13 six. 8d, to be paid by brother Richard Arden, in the lordship of Will Aston, 300 marks, and the house they dwell in, with half the furniture, etc. to every of the children of Roger Arndern, of Evenley, now living, 20 shillings. To his cousin, Robert Thorne, to his cousin, Nicholas Thorne's wife, to his sister, Eleanor Yates, Legacies. To John Ardern, son of Anthony Ardern 520 my young brother, tenements, etc., failing whom, they were to pass to Henry Ardern, third son of his said brother. To the wives of Richard and Anthony, his brothers, 4 angels. To Richard, his brother, all his titles to Cotsford and Will Aston, and to Anthony, his younger brother, the title of his lease of Shelliswell. Residue to his brothers, the executors, desiring Mr. Walter Wright, Doctor of the Civil Law and Archdeacon of Oxfordshire, to be overseer. Witnesses, Nicholas Thorne, Walter Pryor, and John Tench. Memer, Lawrence Pate, parson of Harewick, had to hide the will in his coffer till Ardern's death. 521 Robert Arden, of Berwick, writes to the Earl of Leicester about Mr. Arden, of Coatsford, March 1, 1588. John Arden in 1595 prays some court service. But in January, 1595-96, he has been sent to the Marshalsea on suspicion of treason, when he was about to marry. Nicholas Powter, in October, 1601, promises to pay £100 to John Ardern, of Curdlington, in October, 1602. These Ardens are evidently connected with those of Evenley in Northamptonshire. Thomas Arden, of Evenley, died between 1520–26, Roger Arden, of Evenley, 1537–40, William Arden, of Norton, 1548–61 522. The inventory of the goods of John Arden, of Evenley, Gent, was taken November 9, 1559. On the back of this is a settlement, dated 1576, between John and Thomas Arden, and others 523. It is not clear whether the Cotsford Ardens are in any way connected with a family residing at Henley-on-Thames, Co-Oxon. In a will of Robert Arden he left everything he had to his wife Marjorie, August 8, 1493 524, and on February 24, 1525, John Ardern, of Henley 525 drew up a will leaving to his daughter Marjorie £6 13s. And to his wife Johanne all his lands and tenements, with remainder, first to his son and heir, Humphrey Ardern, after him to his son Robert, after him to his son John, after him to his son Edmund or their heirs. His wife Johanne, executrix, James Hales, overseer. Proved May 4, 1526. Beyond the more important habitats, we find Ardens in many English counties. John Yate, the elder, of Bockland, Berks, Gent, in his will, January 12, 1578 526 mentions his son-in-law, Mr. John Ardern, and Anthony Ardern, son of his daughter Bridget, deceased. John Daubeny, of Woomiston, Gent, April 6, 1625, mentions his brother-in-law, Guy Arden, of West Chinnock 527. The state papers mention this family. The names of such of the guard under the Earl of Leicester as have been lately preferred to your Excellency in Holland, and by whom, John Arden, by Mr. Thomas Dudley, January 12, 1585. The names of the household, Flushing, July 21, 1585, Clerk-Controller, Thomas Arden. 528 John Ardern, Will June 5, 1605, OBSP December 17, 1605. INQ at Woodstock, 5 JAC. I Oxford and Berks. Thomas, brother, and heir, AET. 60 Thomas Ardern, OBSP August 31, 9 JAC. IINQ at Oxford, November 12, 14 JAC. I. Oxford. Henry, brother, and heir, AET. 60 Henry Ardern, OB May 4 Ultimate INQ at Oxford. August 22, August 20, 20 JAC. I. Oxford and Somerset. Margaret, D. and H. AET. 10 years 11 months 14 days. Of this family probably sprung the Arden mentioned in Bishop Scory's letter from Whitbourne 529. Messrs. Mogg, Blackstone, Arden, and Gregory, Popish priests, were driven out of Exeter, but received elsewhere, and feasted in the streets with torchlight. August 17, 1561. In a search for Arden and other prisoners who had escaped, Popish relics were found in the house of Francis Yates, of Lyford 530 February 12, 1587. The examination of John Arden 531 Gent, son of Lawrence Arden, of Chichester, concerning an attempt made against the King of Spain, and his dealings with Dr. Hall and other fugitives. His brother Robert had been 24 years a canon of Toledo in Spain. December 27, 1590. A prisoner named Arden is noted for years among the accounts of the Tower for the boarding of prisoners, and a Mr. Arden 532 escaped thence with Father Gerard by the assistance of John Lilly and Richard Fullwood, October 8, 1597. Thomas Arden, Canon of Worcester 1558, was deprived for Catholicism in 1562. See Wood's Atheni Oxonienses, and also John Arden, late Prebendary of Worcester, accused of heresy 1561. Footnotes, 465 Ormerod's Cheshire. Ormerod's Miscellanea Politina, 72. 466 Earwakers East Cheshire. 467 Close Roll, 1213. 468 Bridges Northampton, Wally's Northampton, I 568, Bakers Northampton. 469 Nichols's Top. E.T. General, I 47 to 480. 470 Issue Roll. Michaelmas, 41 Henry III. 471 Ibid, 9 Edward II. 472 Ormerod's Miscellanea Politina, 73, Nichols's Coll Genial. E.T. Topog, I 47. 473 Nichols's Top. E.T. General, 6. 324 474 Charterselsxi, 14. 475 Earwakers East Cheshire, I 324. 476 Nichols's Top. E.T. General, 4, p. 67. 477 Nicholas's Roll of Shropshire, 27 Edward II, p. 98, and Nichols's Top. E.T. General, 6. 324 number 967, Parliamentary Roll of Arms, Genealogist, New Series, 12. 478 Shaw's Staffordshire. 479 Inquis, December 23, 23 Edward III, 1349. See also Shaw's Staffordshire. 480 Ormerod's Miscellanea Politina. 481 Earwakers East Cheshire, I 13, 324. 482 C. Inquis. P.M. 15 Richard II, Sir Thomas of Elford, Hazeleur, Kings Bromley, etc. 483 C. Will at Somerset House, March 17. Inquis. P.M. 10 Henry IV, John of Elford, Lichfield, Kings Bromley, etc. 484 A Cecilia de Ardern also appears as wife to a John Stanley. 485 Ralph married Catherine, daughter of Sir W. Stanley, and had a son Thomas, from whom the Leicestershire Ardens descended. Cheshire Visitations. 486 Drummond's noble British families. 487 Ad. Ch. 20, 492. 488 Ashmolean manuscripts, Bodleian Library. 833, f. 51-59. The family of Hyde and Ardern, 837, f. 128 and 1137, f. 135, Ardern pedigree. Harley and Ms., 2074, f. 113. Francis Marbury, née Ardern, married Thomas Marbury, Esq., Marbury, Chester Funeral Certificates, 1634. Earwakers East Cheshire, I 472. 489 Earwakers East Cheshire, 472. 490 Berks General Armoury. 491 Commissary Court of London, Volume for 1614, ff 387 and 443. 492 Foss's Lives of the Judges, 4. 281 Was he son of Peter of Alvanley and Cicely de Hyde? 493 Issues of the Exchequer. 494 Foss's Lives of the Judges, 4. 495 19 Godin, Somerset House. 496 C. In 1510 Pardon and release to Elizabeth Screen, alias widow of Richard Harpa, alias widow of Andrew Dymock, daughter of Sir Peter Ardern, papers, Henry VIII. 497 Thomas de Bibsworth, who died 1485, held a moiety of the manor of Latin, Morantz Essex, 487. 498 Newcourt, 2. 543 A Thomas Arden, STB, Prebend of Reculverland in St. Paul's, Rector of Hadham Magna, exchanged for St. Bride's, London, Rector of Stambridge Parva 1472. One of the masters of the College of Pleshy was also called Thomas Arden, 1477, but seems to have been another of the name. William Arden was presented to Stambridge, 1474. 499 Admis, XXXII. 490, U9. 500 Morantz Essex, 2. 487 501 Ibid, I 148. 502 Close Rolls, 24 and 25 Henry VI. 503 24 Horn. Vicar of Littlebury, February 16, 1463, Stredhall, April 25, 1467, Upminster, March 2, 1483, Newcourt, 2394. 504 Could it have been John Arden, executor of Walter Green? See Will of Walter Green, Lord of the Manor of Hayes in Middlesex, December 6, 35 Henry VI, 1456, proved on February 12 by Elizabeth his wife, John Gainsford, his son-in-law, John Arden, Robert Green, his son, and John Catesby, his son-in-law. His daughter Alice was wife of Sir John Holgrave, Nichols, I 211. 505 4 Millis. 506 5 Millis. 507 Catherine Collins. See previous will. 508 Sewell of Sir Peter Ardern, p. 203. 509 9 Dojet. 510 Moon. Commissary Wills. 511 Bifflate Manor in Bussillack Parish, Surrey, belonged to John de Ardern, to Edward III. See Close Roll, to Edward III, M24, and Mitcham, Inquis. P.M., 22 Edward III. Lee Place, near Reigate, belonged to the Arderns Temp. Henry VI. John Ardern was Sheriff of Surrey and Sussex in 1432. In Lee Church is a sepulchral brass in memory of John Ardern and Elizabeth his wife and 6 children, without date. Also one to the memory of Richard Ardern and Johanna his wife, which Richard died November 22, 1489. His arms were a fess chequy between 3 crescents impaling a chevron 3 stags. Among gentlemen 12 Henry VI, John Ardern of Lye, arm. Fuller's Worthies of Surrey, 33, in Rod. Capella. Inquis. P.M., 15 Henry VII, Richard Ardern. Brayley Surrey, 4. 282 512 8 Allenger. 513 54 Brudenell. See Berkshire Wills. The Loan, 1523. The Certificate of Simon Yate, Highworth, and of Westrop, Walter Arden. Pap. Henry VIII, Pro. In 1539 Simon and Thomas Yate each find a horse, harness, bill, sword, and dagger, and Walter Arden a horse and harness with bows and arrows, Thomas Arden a harness. 514 53 Dale. 515 C. Harl. Ms. 1095, F. 93. Harl. Public, visit. Oxford. Sir Thomas Phillips Oxfordshire Visitations. 516 Fuller's Worthies of England, Oxfordshire, 343, gives among the county gentry of 12 Henry VI. A William Andern. Fuller thinks the commissioners passed too many gentry for this small shire. In others it was the cream, here the thin milk. 517 Inquis. P.M. of Thomas, 14 James I, of Henry, 20 James I 518 52 Rassley. 519 Catherine, daughter of John Cheney of Wooday, Esq., married to John Ardern of Cotsford, Co-Oxon. See Visitation of Wiltshire, 1565, Genealogist, New Series, 12. 520 He had to prove his right to Kirtlington and Jackley, Oxfordshire, Hill. Rec. 10 Elizabeth, Rod. 38, 521 Anthony's will was proved in 1572, 3 Peter, Somerset House. 522 Northampton and Rutland wills. 523 INQPM, 1 and 2, PH and M 524 11 Vox, Somerset House wills. 525 Ibid, 6 Porch. 526 Somersetshire wills, printed, 4th series. 527 Ibid 528 Cotton Mis, Galba, C8. 529 State Papers, DOMSER, Elise, 19. 24 530 Ibid, Xcayath. 12 531 Ibid, Thursiv. 66 532 Life of Father John Gerard, by John Morris, PCXV. Chapter V branches in other counties. An interesting Arden whom I have not been able to connect with any relatives was John Ardern, of Newark 533, a physician who practiced with distinction at the time of the plague, 1349, and whose medical books were freely quoted by Johannes Argentian and succeeding medical writers. I have not found his arms. There is, indeed, the seal of a John Ardern, son and heir of Sir Adam de Ardern, of Lincolnshire, 1312, in the British Museum, bearing a shield 534 ermine, on a bend 3 crosses crosselt, depending from a tree of 3 small branches, who might have been the same person. Richard Ardern owned a messuage in Stanford, Lincoln, 27 Edward III, Inquis. P.M. As late as 1501 an Edmund Arden 535 of St. Martin's, Lincoln, left a gown to his brother Thomas, a gown to Pierce Arden, and other legacies. John Gedney married Mary, daughter of John Arden, of Sipsey, Co-Lincoln, Visitation, 1592. In the neighborhood there was a noted Robert de Ardern, of Co-Norfolk, 1315, whose seal bears 2 shields side by side in fess, dext. Ermine a fess Checky Arden, Sinist. On a fess 3 garbs with cabalistic letters, explained in Journ. British Arch S, XL. 317 536. Nothing brilliant is recorded of the Ardens of Yorkshire. Sir de Ardern, bearing arms ARG a lion ramp. AZ. Debruised by a bastingu, appears in Planche's roll of arms of Henry III 537. John de Ardern, of Yorkshire, is in the list of gentlemen of 43 Edward III. He is mentioned also as witness for Haselden, of Goldington, 41 Edward III. Thomas Arden, of Marton, near Burlington, 1455, and Margaret, his wife, 1458, were buried in Burlington Priory 538. William Ardern, of Belthorpe, was among the gentlemen of 12 Henry VI 539. John Ardern, of Calayingthorpe, secured an exemption from serving on juries, April 1, 8 Henry VIII, at Greenwich 540. There are many documents in the Record Office concerning the sale of the lands of John Ardern, of Calayingthorpe 541 York, and a receipt from Thomas Perpointment, Draper, London, of £516 paid him by John Arden, also a release to Perpointment and John Arden by Thomas Heneage of the Cardinal's household. To this Heneage, Arden grants the wardship of his son Peter, and, if he should die, the wardship of Ralph, failing whom, the wardship of John, his third son, 1533. His wife was Marjorie. Sir Ralph Ellerker married Jane, daughter of John Arden, Esq., Visitation, Yorks, 1563. There is also noted the Inquis. P.M., of Peter Arden, of York, 22 Henry VIII, 542, and William Arden's lease of Yayersthorpe, Yorks. The Priory of Nuns at Arden, founded 1150, was suppressed in 1536. 543 Swan Theatre, by Dr. Gaidardy. To face p. 214. The Ardens appeared also early in Essex. At the Conqueror's survey, Earl Eustace of Boulogne owned Horndon on the Hill 544, but the next owners were Arderns, who built Ardern Hall. In 1122 Thomas Ardern and his son Thomas gave to the monks of Bermondsey the tithe of the corn in their lordship of Horndon. Sir Ralph de Ardern, of Horndon, was Sheriff of Essex, 39 and 40 Henry III 545. His seal bore on a shield a fess checky between 2 roundels. 546 Sir Thomas de Ardern, the son of Ralph, used a seal, bearing 2 trumpets, mouthpieces in base, between 9 crosses crosselt in Fes, 3 and 3, in Pale Esthome de Ardern. 547 John Loveto, who died in 1295, held land of him in Horndon, by the service of 1 rose of yearly rent, and John de Ardern granted lands in Rockford 33 Edward I 548 The manor of Walkfares, in Clavering, Essex, belonged to Walter Arden some time previous to 1340 549 The property of Timothy Arden, Somerset, was administered 1631 550 There was an inquisition post-mortem of William de Ardern, of Chealsworthy Manor, Devon, in 56 Henry III. 39, another of Adam de Ardern, 53 Henry III. 35, owner of Calverton, Walesworth, and Burton juxta Gloucester. In 1 Edward VI. Inquisition post-mortem of William Arden, Whig, the administration of the goods of Richard Arden, of Worcester, was granted his wife Margaret, 1636, Admins, 1636-38, f. 116, Worcester. William Arden, parson, of Wennington, in 1582, left small legacies to his sister-in-law, Bridget Dolton, and all the rest to his 2 daughters, Alice Arden, who married a Stevenson, and Margaret Arden. 551 In the Visitation of the Cheshire Ardens, it is stated that from Thomas, son of Ralph and brother of John, the Leicestershire Ardens are descended. 552 In the Great History of Leicestershire, edited by Nichols, there are a few notices of the name, and these chiefly of the Warwickshire Ardens, who held property in the shire. Baldwin Ferville owned certain lands at Ratcliffe held by Roger de Ardern 1387 553 Sir Robert of Parkhall was Sheriff of Warwickshire and Leicestershire 16 Henry VI. Thomas Ferrers holds of the heirs of Roger Arden the third part of the feud of Radcliffe, Leicestershire, 37 Henry VI, Inquis. P.M., 34. Simon de Ardern and Hugo de Ardern were priests 1387-554 in Bedford. The earliest entry I have found is the record of lands of Sir Thomas de Ardern, ut lagatus pro felonias et transgressionibus, Roxton Manor and Bareford Cottage in Bedfordshire, 21 Edward III. Inquis. P.M. 60. The Bear Garden and Hope Theatre Swan Theatre. To face p. 216. William Ardern of Stratton, in Oscalyswade, Co-Beds, Clerk of the Market to the King's Household, Cresta Bore Quarterly, or an AZ, granted by Barker, Stowe, 692, Miscellaneous General E.T. Her, Harwood, New Series, 1213, 555 A William Ardern wrote to Cromwell, from Hans, May 27, 1535, on behalf of Mr. Franklin, cited before my Lord of Lincoln, Letters and Papers Henry VIII, Gardner. Can these be the same? Compare pages 171, 172, 188 and notes. There was an inquisition post-mortem on the property of Isabel Arden, idiot, Bedfordshire, 10 Elizabeth. The manor of Liasons, in Kent, was released to Thomas Ardern in 37 Henry VIII 556. There are many notices of the Kent Ardens in Haste's History of Kent. But perhaps public attention was drawn most to the member of the family who was murdered 557. The story is closely followed in the Tragedy of Arden of Feversham, by some attributed to Shakespeare, though with little probability. Burke 558 gives many other branches, as, for instance, Arden of Sunbury Park, Middlesex, and Rickmansworth Park, Hearts, Arms, Ermine, 2 Barulets Compony or an Azure, in chief 3 boars' heads erased of the last, armed of the second, Long Gu. Ardens of East Burnham, Bucks, same arms. Arden of Blackton Hall, Colchester, ermine, a fess checky or an AZ, same crest as the Park Hall arms, but with different motto. Various Ardens drifted to London, but there seems to have been one business family settled there from early times. Thomas of Plumstead left rents and a cellar, called Drinkwater Tavern, in the parish of St. Magnus, to John Ardern, fishmonger, September 26, 1361. 559 John Hanhampstead left the reversion of tenements held for life by John Ardern, Esquire, in the parish of St. Mary Alderman Church, May 4, 1424. 560 An administration of goods of John Ardern, of St. Sepulchres, was granted February 15, 1508. 561 In May, 1534, a pardon was granted John a Powell for abetting John Donne, a thief, who stole a gown and a piece of cloth belonging to Thomas Ardran from the house of Thomas Chief, May, 1534. 562 Thomas Arden, September 29, 1549, citizen and cloth worker, left all his goods to Agnes, his wife, will prove January 27, 1549. 563 Robert Arden, of St. Martin's in the Fields, Vintner, and Agnes Mather of the same, were licensed to be married at any church in the jurisdiction of Westminster, November 27, 1568. 564 Robert Arden was assistant to the clerk of the Accotery, 1577. 565 Several deliveries to him of government victuals are noted in state papers, 1594-97. I do not know whether or not he is the Robert Arden who writes a letter to the government about the composition of ling and cod from the Iceland fisheries, landed in Essex, Suffolk, and Norfolk, September 14, 1593, a letter interesting as showing the relative trade of the towns at that date. 566 At St. Saviour's, Southwark, Robert Stillard and Bridget Arden were married August 21, 1618. 567 Among marriage licenses 568 are those of Richard Bromfield and Jane Arden, February 14, 1564, John Arden and Dorothy Hazard, of the city of Westminster, June 16, 1639. 569 Hugh Phillips, gent, of St. Margaret's, Westminster, and Elizabeth Arden, of same, November 17, 1641. 570 Henry Arden, of Chelmsford, Essex, gent, widower, and Mary Boosey, of Riddle, spinster, at St. Magnus the Martyr, London, February 22, 1664. 571 Thomas Arden, of the city of Westminster, Esq, to Theodosia Long, October 10, 1664, William Ardern, Jr., gent, Bach, of St. Martin's, Ludgate, and Mrs. Margaret Smith, of Great Wigborough, Essex, widow, to be married there, March 21, 1665-66. 572 John Arden, of St. James's, Westminster, widower, aged about 50, and Mrs. Elizabeth Wright, spinster, 22, January 12, 1687-88. Gabriel Jocelyn, gent, of St. Michael, Bassinghall 573 and Elizabeth, daughter of Arden of same, deceased, December 1, 1587. John Brown, of St. Olave's, Hart Street, London, Haberdasher, and Anne Arden, of St. Andrew's 574 Holborn, widow of John Ardern, Fletcher, February 10, 1595. The will of Robert Arden, gent, Deptford, was proved 1579. 575 And Alexander Ardern, of Deptford, wished to be buried in the churchyard beside the hawthorn tree, He had a wife, Elizabeth, a brother-in-law, Williamson, and no children. February 26, 1639. 576 Administration of the goods of James Arden, London, was granted his wife, and 577. 1639. Thomas L. E. Barber, from Peter de Ardern, held tenements in the parish of St. Clements Danes. 578. Alicia Ardern, who was wife of Richard Hampton, left tenements in the parish of St. Mary in the Strand and in the parish of St. Clements Danes. 1466. It seems wiser to group a set of records not generally accessible to students, which, though preserved in London, concern the Ardens of many branches. I mean a set of deeds, charters, and conveyances preserved among the Guildhall records of London. Johanna Arden, wife of Roger de Arden, tailor, 1295. Roll 24. Henry de Ardern, AD 1305. Roll 34, 35. Cecilia, wife of Henry de Ardern, 1307. Roll 36, 26. Agnes, wife of William de Ardern, 1307. Henry, son of William de Ardern. John, son of William de Ardern, 1337 and 1345. Hugh de Ardern, 1321. Roll 50, 5, AD 1342. Roll 70, 2. Alice, wife of Hugh de Ardern. Johanna, wife of Giles de Ardern, 1351. Roll 80, 29. John Arden, called Morden, stockfishmonger, 1363. Roll 91, 87, 93, also 1371, 1373, 1374, 1377. Margaret, wife of John, called Morden. Isabella, wife of Richard Arden, and widow of John Melbourne, co-Surrey, 1392. Roll 121, 143. Alice, wife of Thomas de Arden, brewer, 1371. Roll 99, 83. 1372. Roll 100, 54, 55, 1373, 1376, 104, 145. Alice, widow of Richard de Ardern, 1403. Roll 131, 61. John Arden, ESQ, 1413. Roll 141, 25 to 36, 1421, roll 149. 1426. Roll 154, 50, 1457, roll 185, 32. Margaret, wife of John Arden, Gent, 1413 and 1421, same rolls. Peter Ardern, Chief Baron of the Exchequer, 1459. Roll 188, 37. Thomas Arden, Clerk, 1466. Roll 196, 17. John Arden, of Creechurch, Merchant Tailor, 1625. Roll 302, 15. Francis Arden, son of Richard, Cit, and Loriner, of London, 1646, apprentice. The Royalist Composition Papers 579 1644-57, mention as delinquents, Mr. Arden, John, Robert is mentioned 23 times, Thomas, Anne, Elizabeth, Gedetha, Mary, Mrs. Arden, John and Mary Ardern. And many other allusions could be added to the list of references to the various members of this distinguished family. Colonial Ardens. In speaking of the Ardens of Victoria, Burke 580 disclaims their right to arms, but nevertheless derives them from Humphrey Arden. He says, the first recorded ancestor, Humphrey Arden, of Longcroft, Co. Stafford, died in 1705, and so far from being able to show descent from Seward, they are unable even to prove connection with the extinct family of Arden of Park Hall. Here Burke is clearly in the wrong. If they can prove their descent from Humphrey of Longcroft, they can through him claim descent from the Ardens of Park Hall and from Seward, as can be seen from all pedigrees. Footnotes, 533 Ashmolean Ms., 829, 3, and 1434, I, also Sententiae, 1437, Art. 15, alluded to in Gerard's Herbal, 657. 534 Harl. Chart, 45, D9. 535 23 Moon, proved May 26, 1501. 536 Miscellaneous General E. T. Her, N.S., 4. 21, Yorkshire. Archeo. Journ, 11. 12 537 Burton's Monast Icon Eberescence, p. 250. 538 Fuller's Worthies of Yorkshire. 539 Letters and Papers Henry VIII, 1524, ETSEQ, Gairdner. 540 Pat. 9 Henry VIII, P1, M14. 541 Ad. Chart. 8069 See also Blomfield's History of Norfolk, 8. 533 542 Peter Arden, son and heir of John, O.B. May 20, 21 Henry VIII, INQ at Pocklington, York. Ralph Arden, brother and heir of Peter, then aged 18. 543 Burton's Monast Icon Eberescence, p. 90. 544 Morant's History of Essex, I 216. 545 Fuller's Worthies of Essex, 341. 546 Harl. Charters, 45, D8, British Muse. See also p. 193. 547 Ad Chart, 19967. 548 Inquis. Post. Mort, 33 Edward I, 117. 549 Morant's Essex, I 148. John Ardern was Vicar of Harwich Chapel, March 23, 1388. Will Ardern, Vicar of Tall Shunt Darcy, April 4, 1676. 550 Administrations, Somerset, F4, 1631-33. 551 Consistory Court, F 162, Sperrin, and 291, Bullock. 552 Visitation of Cheshire. 553 History of Leicester, 4. 939 554 Ibid, 19. 555 This William Arden left a son, Thomas, who had no heirs, Grants and Certificates of Arms, Genealogist, New Series, 13. 556 Originalia et Memoranda on the Lord Treasurer's side of the Exchequer. 557 Received of Mr. Arden for a pair of wheels and the head of an old pageant, 2s. 8d 1504. Paid. For the charges of branding Mrs. Arden, and the execution of George Bradshaw, 43s. Chamberlain's Accounts, City of Canterbury, 1550 to 1. 558 Burke's General Armoury. 559 Wills of the Court of Hustings, 2, p. 63. 560 Ibid 561 Commissary Court Admins, 1508. 562 Papers of Henry VIII, PRO 563 31 Accliffe, Commissary Court Wills. 564 Chester's Marriage Licenses of Bishop of London. 565 State Papers, DOMSER, LEs, CXX. 34 566 British MUS, Ad. Ms. 34,729. 567 Registers of St. Saviour's, Southwark. 568 Marriage Licenses of Dean of Westminster, Harl. PUBL 569 Ibid 570 Marriage Licenses of Dean of Westminster, Harl. PUB 571 Ibid 572 Ibid 573 Chester's Marriage Licenses. 574 Ibid 575 35 Bacca. 576 5 Stevenson, Somerset House. 577 Administrations, 1639, F36, Somerset House. 578 Inquis. P.M., 1 Edward III. 12. 579 C. Index Library, 12. 580 Burke's Colonial Gentry, Genealogist, New Series, 13. Terminal Notes. Page 2 Mary, Countess of Southampton, was the mother of Shakespeare's patron, the Earl of Southampton, to whom he dedicated Venus and Adonis in 1593, and The Rape of Lucerus in 1594. In both of these poems, probably corrected by himself, his name is spelt Shakespeare. In 1594 the Countess married Sir Thomas Heneage, the Vice-Chamberlain of the household, and that same year Shakespeare was invited to act at court. Sir Thomas died the following year, after a lingering illness, and his widow had to superintend the making up of his official books, and check the bills. And thus it happened that it was she who introduced the first official record of Shakespeare's name, and probably spelt it correctly, according to the contemporary usage. Page 5 Mr. Nansen, the town clerk of Carlisle, has in his possession the deed which concerns the Shack-Espers of Penrith, 21 Richard II. Page 22 Shakespeare's shield bore an ordinary contéing pattern, or one that was based upon the supposed meaning of the name. But the use of the falcon in the crest requires explanation. French says, the falcon was one of the badges of Edward IV, father of Henry VII's Queen Elizabeth. No person would venture to adopt this without special favor. Shakespeareana Genealogica, p. 523. There is something keenly suggestive of expected objections in the motto, non sans droit. Some day, perhaps, it may be discovered why this crest and motto were assumed. Page 27 Aston Cantlow, with the castle of Abergavenny, was settled on Sir William de Beauchamp, second son of Thomas, Earl of Warwick, 12 Henry IV. It descended to his son, Richard Beauchamp, Earl of Worcester, whose daughter Elizabeth married Sir Edmund Neville, and brought it to him, Dugdale's Warwickshire. Page 27. Another opinion of the derivation of Thomas Arden has been discussed. It has been supposed possible that he might have been descended from Thomas Arden of Leicestershire, son of Ralph Arden of Alvanley, by his wife Catherine, daughter of Sir William Stanley, of Hooton. This would account for the grant of the Cheshire Arms, and would not thrust him out of the Arden pedigree, but the theory is not satisfactory on other grounds. One main objection is that there was no known Thomas of suitable date in that family. But in the Parkhall family there was a Thomas known to be alive during the period between 1502 and 1526, who has never been traced, if he did not go to Aston Cantlow. Members of the Arden family accept him as the missing brother of Sir John, and believe that it was through a careless mistake of the heralds that the fess checky was struck out, and that the Shakespeares resented the substitution of another in place of the arms to which they had a right, and never accepted the grant. During the discussion John Shakespeare died. Page 27. The pedigrees of those associated with the Ardens are worth noting, and their wills might suggest connections. Page 32. It would be interesting to find and group the Warwickshire Ardens who bore the 3 crosslets and the chief or, for it has never been done. Page 35. Thomas Arden was presented for owing suit of court in 1526, 1529, 1531. See Portfolio 207, Court Rolls, No. 88. Page 36. Thomas and Robert Arden's purchase at Snitterfield had been witnessed by John Wagstaff 581. Richard Rushby, of Snitterfield, Richard Atkins, of Wilmcote, John Alcox, of Newenham. The overseers of Robert Arden's will were Adam Palmer 582 of Wilmcote, Hugh Porter 583 of Snitterfield, and John Scarlett, of Wilmcote. The witnesses, Sir William Boughton curate, Adam Palmer, John Scarlett, Thomas Jenkies, William Pitt. Adam Palmer was overseer of Mrs. Agnes Arden's wool, in conjunction with George Gibbies, who had, later, the lease of Aspie's from the Shakespeares at the time of its mortgage to Lambert. Page 45. A Thomas Mayo had a seat in the Church of St. Nicholas, Warwick, 1595, and Elizabeth Mayo was buried there in 1596, and Henry Mayo in 1601. See Churchwarden's Accounts of St. Nicholas, Warwick, edited by Mr. Richard Savage. The Webbies of Snitterfield appear among the gentry of the country in 1580, State Papers, Domestic Series, Elise, CXXXVII 68. Page 51. It is difficult to imagine John Shakespeare making up the bills for the other chamberlains, or conducting so many financial responsibilities, if he was unable to read and write, as well as reckon well as Halliwell Phillips says he was. Page 52. The goods of Richard Shakespeare were prized at £35.17s, and the bond for their just administration entered into by John Shakespeare and Thomas Nichols, of £100, seems disproportionably large, unless there were some unusually heavy responsibilities attached. John Shakespeare may very well have been termed a farmer if he had been brought up as one, and if he had been superintending his father's farm at the time of his death. In the description of a neighboring farm, Ingon is mentioned as now or late in the occupation of John Shaxborough or his assigns. It is quite possible that he was the responsible farmer, and that Henry his brother was his assign. Ingon, though in the parish of Hampton-on-Avon, was very near Snitterfield. Page 56. Henry Shakespeare probably quarrelled with Mr. Cornwall, the second husband of Margaret Arden, about the resettlement of Snitterfield Farm, and went to reside at Ingon, though taken in his brother's name. The court rolls show that he was contumacious in not paying tithes, May 22, 1582, and was excommunicated. Of Henry Shakespeare, for not laboring with teams for the amending of the Queen's Highway, 2/6. Of Henry Shakespeare for having a dike between Redhill and Bermans in decay for want of repair, October 22, 1596. Probably the man was ill and dying then. He was buried 2 months later. Page 58. The petition of the burgesses of Stratford-on-Avon for relief of burdens shows that the borough had fallen into decay through the decline in the wool trade. From this general depression John Shakespeare probably suffered. Page 61. The book of John Fisher of Warwick shows that the master of the grammar school there had a salary of £10 a year. Seeing that the master of Stratford-on-Avon Grammar School had £20 a year, it is probable that the burgesses had a better selection of scholars as candidates. Page 62. It is too often forgotten that Anne Hathaway lost her father in the summer of 1582. It is probable that the betrothal would therefore be a quiet one. It is also more than likely that she went to reside with a friend or relative after her father's death, and that this caused the confusion in the address in the marriage bond. The bridegroom in general only required one guarantee for a bond of the kind, but Shakespeare being underage, the one became his representative, and the other guarantor for that representative. Page 67. The Comedy of Errors was doubtless one of the plays performed before the Queen at Christmas, 1594, seeing that it was ready to be put upon the boards at the Gray's Inn revels on the spur of the moment. I have discussed this at full in my paper, The Earliest Official Record of Shakespeare's Name, Berlin, a copy at the British Museum, also in a long letter to the Times, January, 1895. Page 70. James Burbage bought the part of a house in Blackfriars from Sir William Moore, February 4, 1596, which he afterwards converted into a theatre. Regarding the quarrel with Allen and the theatre lease, see the depositions in the case of Burbage v. Allen taken at Kelvedon, in Essex, August, 1600, reproduced in Halliwell Phillips's Outlines, I 350. Further illustration of the earning proportions of players and proprietors may be learned from the article by Mr. James Greenstreet, The Whitefriars Theatre at the Time of Shakespeare, The New Shakespearean Society's Transactions, 1888. Page 77. In John Coomb's will there is mentioned a field in Ingon Lane, called Parson's Close, or Shakespeare's Close. This may have been one of the poet's minor purchases, or merely a name come down from Henry's time. Page 78. A petition was sent up to the Lord Chief Justice from the Corporation of Stratford-on-Avon, to restrain William Coombe, Esq., son and heir of John Coombe, March 27, 1616. He overthrew the aldermen who came peaceably to hinder his digging, whereof great tumult arose. In spite of orders to the contrary, he continued his enclosures, and another petition was addressed to the Privy Council, describing Mr. Coombe of so unbridled a disposition, etc. On February 14, 1618, a reply came signed, Francis Verulam, Pembroke, Naunton, Fulke Greville, Wooler Collection, Stratford-on-Avon. Page 82. From the town clerk's account of what took place at the halls during Shakespeare's lifetime, we are sure that his position must have been anomalous. The Halley, December 17, 45 Elise. Plays. At this Halley Ytys ordered that there shall be no plays or interludes played in the chamber, the Guild Halley, nor in any part of the house or court, from henceforward, upon pain that whosoever of the bailiff, aldermen, and burgesses of this borough shall give leave or license thereunto shall forfeit for every offence tens. February 7, 1611 to 12, 45 Elise. The inconvenience of plays being very seriously considered of, with their unlawfulness, and how contractory the sufferance of them is against the orders heretofore made, and against the examples of other well-governed cities and boroughs the campaign here are contented, and they conclude that the penalty of tens imposed in Mr. Baker's year, for breaking of the order shall from henceforth be £10 upon breakers of that order, and this to hold until the next Common Council, and from henceforth for ever, excepted that be then finally revoked and made void. This was the period of Shakespeare's retirement to Stratford-on-Avon. Page 84. It may be noted as a coincidence that the plays were published in folio the year of Mrs. Shakespeare's death. Some change among the leases, or the termination of the connection with his family through the death of his widow, may have suggested this. Page 93. Robert Hall rented the old schoolhouse in Stratford-on-Avon, and paved the Guildhall, 1568. A Richard Hall was churchwarden of St. Nicholas, Warwick, in 1552, who died in 1558, and among the churchwarden's accounts are notices of Richard Hall the Younger, Nicholas Hall, John, Alice, Simon and Eam Hall. Received of Rick Hall the Younger for the benevolence that Richard Hall gave unto the poor out of his lands in Church Street, World without end, 1566–67. Richard Hall was churchwarden in 1600 and in 1606, Churchwarden's accounts, St. Nicholas, Warwick, Mr. Richard Savage. Page 99. Michael Drayton frequently visited Sir Henry Rainsford at the Manor House, Clifford Chambers. This gentleman had married Anne Goudier of Polesworth, whose parents were Drayton's patrons. She was the idea of his sonnets. See Introduction to Michael Drayton, by Oliver Elton, 1895. Page 103. Susanna Hall's signature appears on the settlements of 1639, and on that of 1647, in which her daughter joined. Page 104. 15th December, 1648. Tithes, Mrs. Elizabeth Nash for Shottery corn tithes, being of the yearly value of £100, pound 5. June 28, 1650. Mrs. Elizabeth Barnard for Shottery corn tithes of the yearly value of £120, pound 6. Wooler's Notes, Stratford-on-Avon. Page 107. There are many Bagleys in the parish registers of St. Martin's in the Fields, and also Hathaways. It may be they were connections. Page 110. Halliwell Phillips states that in the Coram Rege roll of 1597, Gilbert Shakespeare is named as one of those standing bail for a clockmaker of Stratford, and adds that he is described as haberdasher of St. Bridget's Parish, London. Through the kind permission of the Worshipful Company of Haberdashers, I have been allowed to go through their books at leisure, and find that there is no trace of a Shakespeare anywhere, and in the 16th century, no trace even of a Gilbert, except Gilbert Shepherd, who took up his freedom in 1579. Neither is there any trace of him in the registers of St. Bridget's or St. Bride's, nor in the subsidy rolls, but in both places appear Gilbert Shepherd. I am, therefore, forced to the conclusion that Halliwell Phillips misreads Shepherd as Shakespeare. See my article in the Athenaeum, December 22, 1900, John Shakespeare of Ingon and Gilbert of St. Bride's. Page 112. William Hart, the hatter, died a week before his brother-in-law, probably of the same epidemic. Joan Hart, his widow, survived till November 4, 1646. Their eldest son William was an actor. See Royal Warrant, May 17, 1636, Halliwell Phillips, I-129. In William Hewitt's Visits to Remarkable Places, 1839, he mentions Stratford and a boy whom he had noticed from his likeness to the poet. He turned out to be a descendant of his sister Joan Hart, and was called William Shakespeare Smith. Notes and Queries, 5th Series, 8475. Probably the same referred to on page 109. Page 116. Thomas Shakespeare seemed to have been somewhat like Henry in character. He was entered on the court roll at a rental of £4 in 1563. At the court March 31, 23 Elise, he incurred a penalty of 4d. For not having an exercising bows, for not wearing caps 4d, for leaving his swine unringed in the fields 12d. He appears also as a juror several times in court. Page 121. Mr. Ryland's records of Rowington supply many details, as, for instance, in 1576, a lease by Fefes, among whom was Thomas Shakespeare, was granted Richard Shakespeare of Rowington, weaver of the tyings. In the same year a lease of the Harveys was granted to Eleanor Shakespeare, widow, of Rowington, February 20, 18 Elise. The customary rent of Rowington, 1605, mentions Thomas Shakespeare, 1 close, 2/1 toft and 16 acres, 13/4, 1 messuage, etc., 10/4. George Shakespeare, 1 cottage and 2 acres, 2/. Richard Shakespeare, 1 messuage, half a yd land, 14 acres, 14/. John Shakespeare, 1 cottage and 1/4 yd land, 9 acres, 6/8. The court rolls, 1633, give, imprimis of Jane Shakespeare for default of suit of court fined, 4d. Thomas Shakespeare, victualler, for breaking assize of ale and beer, 4d. 1634, Richard Shakespeare, for encroaching on common, 2d. 1647, fine of admittance to land, Thomas Shakespeare, 6/8. Exchequer lay subsidies, Thomas in 1595, 1598, 1599, assessed on goods valued £4,8/. Lay subsidies 1668, Thomas, assessed on land, 30/ and 4/. In 1674 John Shakespeare, in the name of the other tenants of Rowington, was empowered to bring an action against enclosures. A grant of a fee of 20/ a year by will of Humphrey Shakespeare, 1794, was payable out of premises in Kingswood. This cottage was the subject of a lawsuit in which Jane Lord and John Sly v. Humphrey Shakespeare and 1 Culcup were at variance. Humphrey had a 200 years lease, and left it to the poor of the parish. Shakespeare's from the Register of Rowington. 1616, March 16. Baptisms, Thomas Shakespeare, son of William Shakespeare. 1619, AP 28. William Shakespeare, son of John Shakespeare. August 13. William Shakespeare, son of Thomas Shakespeare. 1621, August 18. Thomas Shakespeare, son of Thomas Shakespeare. November 4. Elizabeth, DAU. Of John Shakespeare. 1622, William Shakespeare was churchwarden. 1624, April 26. Clement Shakespeare, son of John Shakespeare, Baptist. July 23. John Sheldon and Joan Shakespeare married. 1630, AP 4. Baptisms, Elizabeth Shakespeare, D. of Thomas Shakespeare. 1633, AP 20. Thomas Shakespeare, son of Thomas Shakespeare. 1634, December 30. Thomas Shakespeare, son of John Shakespeare. 1635, May 5. Burial, John Shakespeare buried. 1637 Baptisms, July 18, Mary, DAU. Of Thomas and Elizabeth Shakespeare. 1638, August 17. Burial, Christopher Shakespeare buried. 1639, March 8. Baptism, John, son of John Shakespeare and Mary Baptist William Shakespeare Church Warden. 1640, August 3. Burials, N. D. of Thomas Shakespeare, buried. 1641, April 10. Thomas Shakespeare, son of Thomas Shakespeare and Margaret, Burr. October 30. Mary, daughter of Thomas Shakespeare, buried. 1642, February 14. Thomas, son of John Shakespeare, buried. 1643, June 14. Clement, son of John Shakespeare, buried. 1645, September 18. Anne Shakespeare, widowy, buried. 1646, July 12. William Shakespeare buried. July 24. The wife of William Shakespeare buried. February 20. William Shakespeare, Sr., buried. March 8. Thomas Shakespeare buried. 1647, September 20. Mary, DAU. Of William Shakespeare, Jr., and Elizabeth his wife, buried. October 1. Elizabeth, D. of John Shakespeare, buried. November 4. Elizabeth, DAU. Of William Shakespeare, June, and Margaret his wife. 1649, October 5. William Shakespeare, Jr., buried. 1650, December 25. John Shakespeare, Jr., buried. 1651, March 3. Widow Shakespeare buried. A gap in the registers. 1662, February 17. John, son of John Shakespeare of Kingswood, Baptist. 1663, March 29. Thomas, son of John Shakespeare of Yehill, Baptist. 1664, February 8. Josiah, son of John Shakespeare of Yehill, Bap. February 8, buried February 17. 1665, AP3. Richard, son of John Shakespeare of Kingswood, Baptist. 1665, December 3. Mary, DAU. Of John Shakespeare, Baptist. 1666, March 18. John Shakespeare of Kingswood Brook buried. 1667, August 6. Old William Shakespeare of Brook Furlong buried. November 23. Margaret Shakespeare of Whitehall, widow, buried. John Shakespeare Church Warden. 1668, June 1. Samuel, son of John Shakespeare and Rebecca, his wife, Baptist, buried June 6. June 28. Rebecca, wife of John Shakespeare of the Hill, buried. 1669, November 20. Old Thomas Shakespeare of Whitley Elma, buried. 1670, September 29. Widow Shakespeare of Yehill buried. October 20th. Thomas Shakespeare the Weaver was buried. 1672, AP 9. N. DAU. Of Mr. Shakespeare of Yehill, Baptist. 1676, March 18. Mary, the wife of Thomas Shakespeare, of Lowston End, buried. 1677, April 21. Widow Shakespeare of Whitley Elma, buried. 1679, July 31. William Shakespeare and Alice Jennings married. 1679 to 80, January 27. Thomas Shakespeare of Lapworth buried. 1680, November 9. Alice, wife of William Shakespeare, buried. 1682, October 19. William, son of William Shakespeare, of Lowstonford, Baptist, and buried December 27. 1683, AP 24. Thomas Shakespeare and Anne Biddle married. 1686, June 21. William Shakespeare of Brook Furlong buried. December 12. John, son of Thomas Shakespeare, Baptist. February 19. Thomas Shakespeare of Rowington buried. 1687, September 15. William, son of John Shakespeare, June, Baptist. 1688, December 10. Thomas Shakespeare buried. 1693, November 14. John, son of Thomas Shakespeare of Lapworth, buried. 1695, August 10. William Shakespeare, Sr., buried. 1696, November 11. Thomas, son of William Shakespeare, Baptist. 1697, May 12. Henry Shakespeare of London buried. 1707, July 1. Thomas Shakespeare buried. 1710, July 13. John Shakespeare, Sr., buried. 1721-2, January 30. By license, Francis Chernock, of Killingworth, Cowar, Gent, about 24, and Mary Shakespeare, of Rowington, about 24, maiden, his father consenting, her parents dead. He sealed, within, on a bend, 3 crosses crossled 584 in sinister, chief a mullet for difference, see Worcester marriage licenses. From Overseer's Books, buried in Woollen, 1695, August 10. William Shakespeare, Sr. 1697, May 12. Henry Shakespeare of London. 1707, March 24. Edward Shakespeare. 1710, July 13. John Shakespeare, Sr. 1716, December 4. William Shakespeare, blacksmith. Page 131 in the Book of John Fisher, Bailiff of Warwick in 1580, edited by Mr. Thomas Kemp, Deputy Mayor of Warwick, are several notices of Shakespeare. In the first page he is mentioned, and later on we find that he lived in the Marketplace Ward, and was assessed 1d. weekly for relief of the poor. A Thomas Shack Esper lived at the same time in West Street Ward, and was assessed the same amount. These may be the Thomas and John, sons of Thomas Shakespeare, shoemaker, of Warwick, who made his will in 1557. There is also a casual allusion to Shakespeare the Turner, of Rowington, and in 1580-81 John Fisher notes, I paid to Shakespeare, servant to Mr. Humphrey Catherines, for fees for the discharge of 39/7-1/2 charged upon the Church of St. Mary's, in Mr. Boughton's account for subsidy supposed to be due in the 5th year of Queen Elizabeth, 9/. Thomas Shakespeare of Warwick's son John was apprenticed to William Jaggard the stationer of London 1609, Rylands's Records of Rowington. John, son of Thomas Shakespeare of Coventry, Co Warwick, pleb. pp. St. John Coll, Matric. October 18, 1662, aged 18, B.A. from St. Mary Hall 1666, subscribed service. Oxford alumni and graduates. Vicar of Onstree, Co Warwick, 1670, Foster's Index Ecclesiastes. Page 134. The Registers of All Saints, Oxford, date from 1549, St. Michael's, 1559, St. Peter's in the East, 1563, St. Martin's Carfax, 1569, St. Giles, 1576, St. Peter Le Bailey, 1585, St. Mary's, 1599, St. John Baptist's, 1616. Page 134. Thomas Shakespeare and Jane Tup married ye 2nd May, 1625. Register of Mere. Notes and Queries, 9th Series, 3. 109, the county not named. It may be either Cheshire, Wiltshire, or Lincolnshire. Page 141. 1, at least, of the Irish Shakespeares was a suspicious character. William Shakespeare, formerly of Kilmainham, Hibernia, labourer, arrested for suspected felony 6 ed. 6. Chester in the Plantagenet and Tudor reigns, Canon Rupert Morris, also Notes and Queries, 8th Series, X 192. Page 147. I find that Gutheridge was a Stratford-on-Avon name. Mr. Gutheridge was a dealer in leather there, see Will of Joyce Hobday, 1602, and John Milburn was a Rowington man, see the Records of Rowington, which two facts much increase the likelihood of John, of St. Clement's Danes, being at least a Warwickshire man, if not the Snitterfield one. Page 151. Edward Shakespeare, Clare, AB 1728, AM 1736, Cantabrigensis graduating. Jos Art. Shakespeare, Trin, AB 1844, AM 1848, Cantabrigensis graduating. Page 162. The first Earl of Warwick, Arthur, was said to have slain a bear with a blow from a young tree which he had pulled up, and afterwards he used as a badge the bear and the ragged staff, a device borne by succeeding earls. Page 166. Osbert de Ardern granted an estate near Tamworth to Walter de Somerville, to Henry II. Shaw's Staffordshire, I 118. Page 168. Among the Rowington charters is, number 11, a grant by Robert de Ardern, son and heir of Thomas Le Hayward, of Shrewley, to Edward III. Number 12 is a grant from Nicholas Waylemon de Shrewley to his son John of his Shrewley tenements and lands, which Thomas de Ardern formerly held of John, Lord of Shrewley, to Edward III. Mr. Rylands thinks these refer to the same people and property. The Nottingham Visitation, under Blondeston, refers to the pedigree. Sir Thomas Arden, 9 Edward II, married Elizabeth, daughter of Roger Swynford. Their son was Roger Arden, whose wife was unknown, but his daughter and heir Beatrix married William Chamber. Page 171. William may have been the member of the Guild of Knowle for whose sake masses were said in 1512. Alicia may have been his wife, or his sister Alice before she married Buclonde. But I confess I am puzzled with this William. Page 171. The tombs of Walter and Eleanor are well preserved in Erdington's chantry of the Church of St. Peter and Paul, at Aston, near Birmingham. He died August 5, 1502. Page 173. The Shropshire Visitation gives, William de Chettleton M. Catherine, D. of Sir John Ardern, Elizabeth, D. of Reginald Corbett of Stoke, Justice of the Royal Pleas, M. Robert Arden of Park Hall. Catherine Mucklow also is mentioned, and William Wall M. Elizabeth, D. of Thomas Ardren, of Billingsley, in Cosalop. Page 173. Sir John Arden's will is long and interesting. It directs that the furniture of the king's chamber should be kept as heirlooms, also the silver cup. It is said that it was Henry VII who honoured him by staying in his house, and that he then granted Sir John a cap of maintenance, purple turned up crimson, upon which the wild boar is represented instead of on a wreath as before. Arden Manuscripts. Page 175. The indenture of a lease by Thomas Ardern, Esq. and Mary his wife, to William Wilmer, of Longley, Co Warwick, husbandman, of a Meswich, lands, etc., in Wilmer, late in the tenure of Robert Wilmer, deceased, was drawn up July 15, 23. Henry VIII, 1541. The lease was for 30 years, the yearly rent tens. 3d, with a heriot of the best beast, the lessee to furnish a sufficient horse for a harned seaman to ride upon, when the king shall call upon the said Thomas Ardern for harnessing of men. This is Thomas of Park Hall, Wooler Collection, Stratford-on-Avon. Page 178. The tomb of Sir Edward Devereux, died 1622, and of his wife, Catherine Arden, died 1627, are preserved in the church of Aston, near Birmingham, beside those of her ancestors, Walter and Eleanor. Page 181. In the Visitation of Warwickshire, published by the Harleian Society, there are many evident slips in proper names, which must be checked from other sources. It makes one extraordinary statement: the younger house of the Ardens were lords of Upton in Warwickshire, and grew to be surnamed Uptons. The heir Jean Rall of them was married to one Fen of Benbury, who, removing his dwelling to Hungerford in Wiltshire, was there called by the name of Moles, of whom the Moles, ancestors to the Lord Hungerford, seem to be descended. It gives the coat of arms as, Chequy or an azure, a chevron ermine. Stomis 692 contains the arms of the gentry and the grants by Sir Christopher Barker, 1536-49. Among these are, Ardern gules, a chef engrailed and 3 crosslets fichy in gold. Ardern silver, a fess chequy, gold and as a between 3 sards gules. Ardern, Sir Robert, ermine a fess or an as a, Warwickshire. Among the grants is one to William Ardern, of Stratton, Oscalyswade, Bedford, clerk of the market to the king's most honourable household. It omits the shield and only gives, crest a boar quarterly, gold, and silver and fleurs de luce, gules. As the Park Hall Ardens had a boar on their crest, he may have claimed connection. In Dugdale's account of Clochley's chantry, near Birmingham, he says it was founded by Walter de Clodshalley of Saltley, for Edward III. The patronage remained with the Clochalls until Robert Arden's marriage to Elizabeth Clodshalley. Robert Arden, Arm, was patron in 1441, 1449, 1455, Walter Ardern, Arm, in 1468, 1469, 1489, John Ardern de Lodge, presented in 1510, and Nicholas Cotterell, of Yardley, Cowig, through concession of Thomas Ardern, 1537. According to Dugdale, Upton was possessed by the Ardens in Henry II, one Haroldus Filius Gunfridi having made sale to Godfrey de Arden, a monk of Coventry, and son to Seward de Arden, of certain lands for the monastery. In Richard I, Thomas de Ardern granted certain lands there to the canons of St. Sepulchre's, Warwick. A family who assumed their name from their residence there held it of the Ardens, but Thomas de Ardern sold it to Guy de Gillebrock, who passed it to Will de Beauchamp, Earl of Warwick. Page 181. Pettymore, Warwickshire, on the Ebroke, at the north of the Tame, was the chief seat of the Ardens at one time, but was allowed to go to ruin when the family settled at Parkhall on the south side of the river. It was all levelled except its double moat by Dugdale's time. Piedmar, Worcestershire, where Mistress Joyce Arden died in 1557, was part of the possessions of Elizabeth, daughter of Richard Clodshalley, which she brought to Robert Arden, of Parkhall, for Henry VI, 1425. He died, seized of Piedmar, Yardley and Stockton, Worcestershire, 3 Henry VI, 1453. There are entered as residents William Arden, 1455, John Arden, 1468-83, Thomas Arden, 1530, Edward Arden. But in the state papers Edward's brother Francis was entered as Francis Arden of Piedmar, in 1583, at the time of the Attainder, so it may have been granted him as a second residence, or it may have been the ruinous old home in Warwickshire he held. The registers here prove that Robert, Edward's heir, was residing here, and already married, before 1578, an important point to be noted in the family history. Page 183. Simon in Longcroft, according to Shaw, used the Arden arms with a difference, the arms being ermine a fess checky G and B crest on a chapeau, ERM. And gu, a boar passant or. At the north end of the village of Longcroft was an old half-timbered house, which was purchased by John of Wisbeach, who died 1709, and thus became the property of the family of Longcroft. Page 187. Shaw mentions the tombstones. Henry Arden died 1674, Henry Arden died 1698, aged 24, Humphrey Arden died 1705, aged 74, Elizabeth his daughter died 1689, aged 21, Catherine, his eldest daughter, died 1722, John Arden died 1709, aged 84. Henry Arden died 1728, and Anna his wife and Catherine his twin sister. The stone erected by John, his son. John died 1734, aged 40, Anna Catharina, wife of John Arden, and daughter of John Newton of King's Bromley, died 1727, aged 29. Also to the memory of Anne, second wife, daughter of Reverend John Spat Eamon, died 1764, without issue, aged 67. Henry Arden, 1782, aged 59. Alethea, his wife, daughter of Robert Cotton, Esq., died 1783, aged 60. Clement Fisher, of Wincott, married as his second wife Elizabeth, daughter of Humphrey Arden. Ms. Notes in British Museum, Copy of Shaw's Staffordshire. Page 189. The Reverend Robert Arden, of Lapworth, might have been one of the 6 unnamed younger children of the Robert executed during the Wars of the Roses. Nicola was widow of William de Boutevilliers when she married Sir Robert de Ardern de Drayton. After her husband's death she was involved in a contest with Robert de Wykeham about the presentation to the Church of Swaldiv. There is no doubt that the name on the seal mentioned in the last line of p. 189 is in the masculine genitive, but I am inclined to believe that the die cutter made a mistake, and that it was really the seal of Nicola. Page 193. In Blomfield's account of Bossey, Norfolk, he states that it belonged to the family of Glanville in 6. Richard I. Thomas de Ardern and Ralph, son of Robert, impleaded Sir William de Auberville and Maud his wife for their portion in Bossey and Glossthorpe. Maud, the eldest daughter of Ralph de Glanville, married Sir William de Auberville. Amabile, the second, married Ralph de Arden, and Heelwise married Robert Fitzralph de Middleham, Yorkshire, Blomfields Norfolk, 8341-342. Page 194. John Ardern was a priest at Oxburgh in 1386, Blomfields Norfolk, 6191. Mortimer's Chapel, Attleborough. A benefactor thereto was John Ardern, buried therein 1479. Other entries may concern his descendants. Sir Edward Warrenay, of Botone, in 1365 married Cecily, daughter and co-heir of Sir Nicholas de Eton, widow of John, son and heir of Sir John Ardern, 9370. John Ardern, rector of Brinton 1452, 9370. Isolde de Ardern presented to Placet and Attleborough in King John's time, I 503, 523. She was a benefactress to the Abbey of Windham, 516, 525. She was a daughter of Alure de Plesito, and left her body to be buried at Windham, and benefactions to the Abbey, with the consent of William de Ardern, her son. Thurston Holland, of Denton, married Jane, daughter of John Ardern, of Hawarden, I 342. Elizabeth, Duchess of Norfolk, presented Robert Ardern to the rectory of Aldebeg, 149, and at his death, 1504, gave it to Will Taylor, v 353. Peter Ardern, trustee for John Coputdyke, of Whitlingham, in 1432, v 456. Page 196. In relation to the Cheshire Ardens, Burke says that the elder branch of Ardens became extinct by the death of Walk Ellen Ardern, Temp. Richard II. Sir John Ardern, younger brother, became head of the family. A younger branch of Arderns settled at Alderley, Edward III, and ended in a few descents in a female heir, who married into the Weaver family, whose heiress married the ancestor of Sir J. Stanley. The Arderns of Leicestershire descended from Thomas, the younger son of Sir Ralph Ardern of Harden, 1420, and brother of John of Harden. This is confusing and unsatisfactory. Page 199. Does the following notice refer to this Thomas Ardern of Elford, etc.? Thomas de Ardern, Chevalier, who was in Gascony in the retinue of Ed Prince of Aquitaine and Wales, had letters of protection granted him for a year, February 13, 1367 Vasses. Roll, 41 Edward III. Sent me by a member of the family. Page 201. In reading through the books of the Haberdashers' Company, I find that William Arden of Timporley, Co-Sestre, Armiger, apprenticed John Wigg of 1583. Page 202. Debrett states that Baron Alvanley descended from Aylwin de Arden. Vincent's Cheshire collections state that he descended from Ralph de Hampton. Ormerod disagrees with both. Mrs. N. Goldsmith, of Nantwich, Chester, left a legacy to her grandson, John Arden, 1709, Marshall's genealogist, 2. Page 204. The letters of the Reverend Thomas Arden, 1472, are among the manuscripts of the Dean and Chapter of Canterbury. Page 205. John Arden is mentioned in the Inquisition post-mortem of Edward Green, 18 Henry VII, as owning property in London. Page 207. The Visitation of Surrey gives the Ardens' arms as azure, the sun in splendour, argent, but it does not mention the family. Page 210. In the Haberdasher's books I found, Ralph Ardern, son of Robert Ardern de Berwick sub Tweed, in Co Northumberland, general, apprentice to Edmund Walden, citizen and haberdasher, for 8 years from Christmas, 1589, October 30, 1589. Page 211. Edmund Yate, of Bachland, Berks, Arm, appears as a surety in 1583, in the Haberdasher's books. Page 213. Gerard says, John of Ardern hath set down a composition for wounds, etc., from Alcanet, Gerard's Herbal, 1597, p. 657. Page 214. Yorkshire. Thomas Craik M. Jane, D., and co-heir of Thomas Arden of Marton, Visitation of Yorkshire, 1564. And Agnes Arden married John Middleton, son of Sir John Middleton, of Stockhold Park, Co Yorkshire, Visitation of Essex, 1588. She afterwards became the second wife of Sir Thomas More, and her arms may be seen on the Chelsea tomb Ermine of Feschecki, Notes and Queries, 4th Series, 461, Gent. Mag. 1833, 2. 481 to 486, Sir Edmund Talbot married Agnes, third daughter and co-heiress of John Ardern, of Netherdeerwind, Co Lancaster, and quartered the arms of the Cheshire Ardens. See Dugdale's Visitation of Yorkshire, 1665, Surtees Society's Publications, 1859, Volume XXVI, p. 239. Several notices of the name occur in the Yorkshire Archaeological Journal, Volume 11, p. 392, Volume 12, p. 212, etc. Page 215. Among the recusants, 1717, is mentioned Anne Arden, widow of John Arden, late of Grafton, Co Worcester, gentleman. Page 216. Visitation of Shropshire, William de Chettleton, Arm, M. Catherine, D. of Sir John Ardern. Elizabeth, D. of Reginald Corbett, of Stoke, Justice of the King's Pleas, March. Robert Arden, of Park Hall. Catherine Arden, daughter of John Arden, who married Richard Muckloe, of Hawdon. William Wall married Elizabeth, daughter of Thomas Ardren, of Billingsley, in Co Salop. The Visitation of Suffolk, notes, in the Shield of Lady Elizabeth Morrison, daughter of Nicholas Clerk, of Weston, in Oxfordshire, the Ardern arms are quartered, of Feschecki or an azure, at Great Saxham, Suffolk. The will of Robert Arden of Magodafilda, Gloucester, was proved in 1560, 11 lofts, and that of Robert Arden of West Tray, Charlton, Co Gloucester, 1583, 24 row, Somerset House. Visitation of Derbyshire, 1569 to 1611, Robert Ratcliffe of Mellon's second wife was Jane, daughter of Perkin Ardren, from Musgrave's obituary, Harleian Publications. Reverend R. Crewe Arden, of Tarporley, Lancashire, brother of the Master of the Rolls, August 25, 1787, gm. 838. Reverend James Arden, Dean of Chester, FRS 1668, September 18, 1691, Carter's Cambridge, 1235, Naves Fasti, 344. James Arden, Captain in the Army, February 24, 1771, LM, 175, GM, 142. Mary Arden, aunt of Sir Richard P. Arden, the Master of the Rolls, August 17, 1788, GM, 758, EM, 152. Robert Arden, Proctor at Oxford, Clar, 1486, Pointers Oxford, 223. Reverend Robert, Preb. Worcester, October 25, 1768, GM, 542. John Ardern, Harden, Cheshire, May 27, 1703, AET. 40, Naves Mon, 64. Richard Ardern, Proctor, Oxford, Clar, 1538, Pointers Oxford, 226. William Arderin, FRS 1745, at Norwich, November 25, 1767, LM, 687, GM, 610. Sir John Arden, KB, 1399. Arden Wills preserved at Lichfield, 1541. Marjorie Arden. 1552 Thomas Arden, of Long Itchington, 39. 1561 William Ardren, 22. 1562 Henry Arden, 29. 1563 Christian Arden, Administration, 45. 1575 William Arden, 64. 1608 George Ardren, of Barlborough, Administration 1616. Sir Henry Arden, Knight, Administration, 80. 1616 Richard Arden, 182. 1625 Dame Dorothy Ardern, Administration, 306. 1625 Ambrose Arden, Esq, 7. 1634 Humphrey Arden, INV. 1635 Robert Arden, Esq 1647. Joan Arden, of Enville. Berkshire Wills, 1578. Edith Arden, Hampton Turville, Wilts, Administration 1641. Richard Arden, of Chilton. It may interest some to have the following unrecorded entries, from the Register of St. Bridget's or St. Bride's, Fleet Street, London, Marriages, John Hoare and Agnes Arden, June 27, 1596. John Ardern and Dennis Harsted by license, November 8, 1609. From the Register of St. Martin in the Fields, Johannes Arden Duxit Judy Tom Battersby Poor. Lick November 24, 1638. From the Register of St. Clement's Danes, London, in the Strand, Marriages, Edward Arden and Mary Walkner, November 11, 1587. Haymond Wrightwood and Elizabeth Arden, December 3, 1618. John Foxwell and Mary Arden, July 12, 1629. Baptisms, Thomas Arden, son of Thomas and Anne, July 20, 1627. Guy Arden, son of Thomas Arden and Anne, Uxor, October 9, 1632. Burials: Elizabeth Arden, daughter of Thomas, March 25, 1629. Alethea Arden, daughter of John, February 21, 1617. Also from the Diocese of Bath and Wells, Harleian Publications marriage licenses, Thomas Arden of Lippen, bachelor, and Elizabeth Plumer of Same, spinster, March 10, 1755. Bishop of London's marriage licenses, Rich. Bromfield and Joan A. Orden of St. Margaret's, Westminster, February 4, 1564. January 15, 1569–70. John Ardren and Elizabeth Lipula of St. Andrews, Holborn, to marry there. November 9, 1641. Hugh Phillips Gent of Westminster, and Elizabeth Arden, to marry at St. Faith's. December 22, 1623. Luke Yates of St. Sepulchre's, and Francis Arden, D. of Arden of Wethampstead, Herts. June 15, 1639. John Arden and Dorothy Hazard of Westminster. February 22, 1664. Henry Arden of Chelmsford and Mary Boosey. October 16. 1664. Thomas Arden of Westminster and Theodosia Long of Parmenter, Co-Kent. William Ardreen Jr. of St. Martin's, Ludgate, Gent, and Mrs. Alice Smith of Great Wigborough, Essex, widow. March 21, 1665–6. March. Allegations: Reg Vic General Cant, William Elwes of St. Clement's Danes and Mrs. Dionysia Arden of Same at St. Saviour's, Southwark, Surrey. AP 14, 1688. 585. John Arden of St. James, Westminster, and Mrs. Elizabeth Wright of St. Paul's, Covent Garden, January 12, 1687, married at Westminster Abbey. John Arden of St. Giles in the Fields, Gent, and Mrs. Anne Ratcliffe, September 28, 1691. Francis Marlowe of Westham, Co-Essex, and Bridget Arden of St. Sepulchre's, London, September 16, 1674. Register of St. James, Clerkenwell, burials, February 14, 1688. Eleanor Arden. Marriages, January 11, 1561–2. John Arden and Anne Phillips. September 15, 1596. Thomas Jerome, and Helen Arden. Christenings, March 6, 1712. Anne, D. of Richard Arden and Elizabeth his wife. January 29, 1685–6. James, son of Christopher, and Elizabeth Arden. June 25, 1676. Mary, D. of Robert and Jane Arden. Registers of St. George's, Hanover Square, marriages, May 14, 1757. John Hutchins and Miriam Arden, Lick. October 30, 1786. Thomas Ardren, and Elizabeth Head. August 5, 1786. Samuel Ardren, and Mary Bellamy Higdon. March 19, 1787. Thomas Oliver, and Susanna Ardren. Honorable Thomas Walpole and the Right Honorable Margaret Perceval. Specklick. Witnesses Lord Arden, H. Walpole, and M. E. Arden. September 3, 1788. William Carter and Mary Ardren. September 29, 1811. John Exley Adams and Anna Maria Arden, Lick, October 24, 1811. At the marriage of H. F. Compton Cavendish and Sarah Falconer, a witness is Catherine Emma Arden. Also Lord Walpole to Mary Falconer, July 23, 1812, witnesses Catherine Emma Arden and Henrietta Arden. December 28, 1815. John Arden and Sarah West. February 12, 1832. James Ardren and Harriet Pugh. B. R. Arden witness to marriage of Rich Pennefather and the RT Honorable Lady Emily Georgiana Butler, July 26, 1836. Lord Arden witness to Charles Scrays Dickens and the RT Honorable Frances Elizabeth Compton, February 18, 1829. Registers of St. Dionis, Backchurch, marriages, October 16, 1653. Edmund Webb Orley and Elizabeth Arduin. December 13, 1694. John Arden of St. Faith's, London, and Grace Lansdale of the same parish. October 27, 1696. Humphrey Arden of Rotherhithe, Surrey, and Elizabeth Page of St. John's, Wapping. Registers of St. George, Hyde Park Corner, May 7, 1750. John Pierce of Westminster and Mary Arden of St. Margaret's, Westminster. January 12, 1752. William Houghton and Susanna Arden of St. James, Westminster. June 14, 1753. James Arden and Elizabeth Bath. Registers of St. Paul's, Not Feta Place, Esq, of the Middle Temple, London, and Anna Katharina Arden of Longcroft Hall in the county of Stafford, were married by license by me in this cathedral. Thomas Spat Eamon, November 15, 1753. Registers of St. Thomas Apostle, London, burial, Thomas Arden, December 11, 1750. Registers of Kensington Parish, christenings, July 8, 1649. Elizabeth daughter of John and Mary Arden. July 24, 1642. Thomas, S. of John and Mary Arden. December 29, 1644. Thomas, S. of John and Mary Arden. March 14, 1646. Mary, daughter of John and Mary Arden. February 15, 1651. Christening, Edward son of John and Mary Arden. March 27, 1653. James, son of John and Mary Arden. March 27, 1640. Richard, son of John and Mary Arden. April 16, 1656. Daniel, son of John and Mary Arden, at Brompton, buried November 9, 1656. Registers of St. Antholin, marriage, June 22, 1578. Roger Cumber and Joyce Arden. Christ Church, Newgate Street, burial, Anne Arden, a prisoner, January 31, 1733. Registers of St. Michael's, Cornhill, marriage, June 8, 1675. John Arden and Elizabeth Briscoe, by Lick. Robert Ardun and Agnes Holder, August 29, 1565. Christenings, December 6, 1670. Thomas, son of John Arden and Mary his wife, December 6, 1670. Richard, son of John Arden and Mary his wife, December 20, 1672. August 20, 1683. Alice, daughter of John Arden and Elizabeth his wife. May 25, 1686. Ralph, S. of John Arden and Elizabeth his wife. Burials, September 9, 1674. Mary, D. of John Arden and Mary his wife. Thomas, son of John Arden the parish clerk in the churchyard, AP 24, 1679. Thomas Arden, a stranger, in the cloister, May 20, 1705. Chancery proceedings in reign of James I, B.A. 2, 8 Ardern v. Ardern. B.A. 5, 70. Arden v. Escrig. B.A. 7, 49. Arden v. Biddulph and others. B.A. 8, 16. Ardern etal v. Risbrook etal B.A. 9, 28. Arden v. Hodges etal B.A. 10, 26. Arden v. Hodges. B.A. 4, 13. Ardern v. Greenfield, etc. B.B. 20, 28. Brown Mill v. Arden et al. Will in the Public Record Office, 5 GT, p. 20, No. 8. John Arden, May 16, 1718. Footnotes, 581 Robert Arden purchased another tenement from him and his wife Agnes in 1619. 582 Robert Arden purchased another tenement from John Palmer in 1529. 583 Adam Palmer and Hugh Porter were trustees for Robert's settlements on his daughters. 584 in St. Mary's, Warwick, a marble monument bears similar arms sacred to the memory of Franciscus Chernick of General Antiqua. Baronet cognominum in Com Bedford, Familia Arai Undis. Obiat 1727, AET. 69 585 Lieutenant, RN, died, SP, 1691. Mrs. Elwes died, SP, 1718, Marshall's genealogist, I 149. Index. Abel, Margaret, 173 Abel, Agnes, 173 Abington, 105 Adams, John Exley, 237 Addenbroke, John, 76, 117 Adderley, Sir Charles, 181 Lady Anne, 181 Aylwin, 32, 165, 234 Albans, St. Hall, 15 Alcester, 10, 14, 122 Alcock, N, 186 Alcocks, John, 30, 223 Alderley, 198, 200 Nether, 199, 200 Aldford, 197, 198, 199 Aldford, Richard de, 197 Alfred, King, 6, 163 Allen v. Burbage, 224 Aline, 34 Alon, Thomas, 150 Altcar, 171 Alvanley, 197, 198, 199, 201 to 202 Amabilia, 167 de Glanville, 192, 233 Amicia. 167 Andrew, Mary, 175 Sir Thomas, 175 Apowell, John, 218 Archer, Joan, 160 Margaret, 93 Sir Richard, 160 Archivists, Society of, 3 Archie's Banquet of Jests, 84 Arden, Ardern or de Arden Adam, 195, 215 Sir Adam, 213 Adela, 166 Adeliza, 167 Agnes, 166, 173, 196, 208, 218, 220 Agnes, of Wilmcote, M. 1, Hewins, 2, Stringer, 36, 37, 40, 49, Agnes Webby, M. 1, Hill, 2, Arden, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 44, 45, 223 Herwill, 39, 40, 41, 223 Alethea, 186, 232, 236 Alexander, 196, 219 Alienor, 170. Alice, 209, 216, 220, 230, 238 Alice of Wilmcote, 37, 38, 39, 40, 43, 44, 49 Alicia, 168, 188, 219, 230 Amabilia, 167 Amabilia de Glanville M. Ralph de Hampton, 192, 233 Ambrose, 186, 235 Amicia, 167 Amy, 208 Anna, 232 Anna Catherine, 187, 238 Anna Maria, 237 Anne, 172, 177, 181, 186, 202, 219, 221, 234, 236, 237, 238 Anthony, 209, 210, 211 Arthur, 182 Avellini, 196 Barbara, 177 Beatrix, 230 Benjamin, 186 Br, 237 Bridget, 177, 211, 218, 236 Catherine, 178, 202, 232, 238 Catherine Emma, 237. Cecilia, 166, 167, 200, 220 Charles, 201 Christian, 183, 235 Christopher, 237 Cicely, 176, 202 Daniel, 238 Dionysia, Mrs., 236 Dorothy, 181, 235 Edith, 207, 235 Edmund, 188, 211, 213 Edward, 30, 64, 94, 176, 208, 221, 230, 232, 236, 238 Edward, of Park Hall, 1532 to 1583. 30, 64, 94, 177, 178, 179, 180, 183, 184, 185 Eleanor, 49, 170, 171, 209, 230, 231 Elena, 169, 170, 194, 196 Elizabeth, 170, 172, 176, 181, 182, 186, 206, 208, 219, 236, 237, 238 Mistress, 182 Eleanor, 237 Eustace, 196, 197 Eustaquia, 167, 195 Felicia or Phyllis, 163, 164, 167 Francis, 177, 182, 186, 201, 236 Francis, 176, 177, 178, 179, 180, 184, 221 Francis, 177 Gaffridus, 167 Geoffrey, 170, 194 George, 176, 184, 202, 209, 235 Giles, Sir, 160, 169, 220 Godfrey, 232 Goditha, 181, 221 Guy, 204, 205, 211, 236 Harold, 165 Hosea, 190, 196 Helen, 237 Henry, 26, 49, 166, 167, 168, 169, 171, 172, 181, 186, 187, 188, 189, 209, 211, 219, 220, 232, 235, 236 Henry, Sir, of Park Hall, 169, 181, 195, 198, 235 Henrietta, 237 Herod, 164 Herbert, 167 Hugh, 166, 178, 190, 201, 216, 220 Hugh de Vienna, 167 Isabel, 199, 200, 209 Isabella, 217, 220 Isolda, 233 James, Reverend Dean, 201, 235 James, Captain, 235 James, 219, 237 Jane, 177, 181, 186, 196, 214, 218, 234, 235 Joan, 168, 172, 207, 235 Joan. Of Wilmcote, M. Lambert, 36, 37, 39, 49 Johanne, 207, 211 Johanna, 168, 220 John, 169, 171, 172, 176, 182, 185, 188, 190, 195, 196, 197, 198, 199, 201, 202, 203, 205, 207, 208, 209, 210, 211, 212, 213, 214, 215, 216, 217, 218, 219, 220, 221, 229, 230, 231, 232, 233, 234, 235, 236, 237 John, Sir, Park Hall, Esquire of the Body, 26, 49, 170, 171, 172, 173, 174, 184, 223, 230, 231, 232, 234, 236 John, Sir, 169, 233 John, of Pepper Hall, 202 John, Clerk of the Works, 202, 203 John, of Newark, 213. John, of Wisbeach, 186, 232 Joan, 236 Joseph, 166 Joyce, 41, 176, 177, 238 Joyce, of Wilmcote, 36, 37, 40, 41, 43, 49, 111, 181 Joyce, Mistress, 41, 181, 232 Judith, 182 Catherine, 203, 204, 205, 209, 230, 231, 234 Catherine, of Wilmcote, M. Edkins, 36, 37, 49 Lawrence, 212 Leonard the Priest, 209 Letitia, 167 Laverunia, 165 Lucia, 168 Margaret, 166, 169, 178, 183, 198, 200, 209, 212, 214, 216, 220 Margaret, of Wilmcote, M. Webby, 36, 37, 224 Marjorie, 198, 211, 214 Martin, 26, 27, 32, 49. 171, 172, 173 Mary, 175, 178, 179, 180, 185, 195, 196, 209, 213, 221, 231, 235, 237, 238, 239 Mary, of Wilmcote, M. Shakespeare, 22, 23, 24, 25, 28, 31, 32, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 45, 49, 51, 60, 175, 180 Matilda, 200 Maud, 199 Miriam, 237 Muriel, 178, 180 Mr., of Feversham, 217 Mrs., 180, 217, 221 Me, 237 Nicola, 168, 169, 190, 195, 233 Nicholas, 189, 190, 208, 233 Oliva, 167, 190 Osbert, 166, 167, 230 Perkin, 235 Peter, 166, 167, 170, 190, 191, 197, 198, 199, 201, 202, 203, 214, 221. Peter, Sir, of Latin, 203, 204, 205, 206, 221 Philip, 167 Pairs, 213 Ralph, 168, 169, 170, 186, 194, 195, 201, 214, 215, 216, 222, 233, 234, 238 Ralph, of Hampton, 166, 190, 191, 192, 193, 234 Ralph, Sir, of Park Hall, 168, 169 Ralph, Sir, of Horndon, 215 Richard, 167, 188, 190, 191, 202, 206, 207, 208, 209, 210, 213, 216, 220, 221, 235, 238 Richard Pepper, Baron Alvanley, 202, 234, 237 Robert, 166, 168, 169, 170, 172, 173, 176, 178, 180, 181, 182, 189, 190, 194, 195, 209, 210, 211, 212, 213. 218, 219, 221, 233, 235, 237, 238 Robert, of Berwick upon Tweed, 234 of Cotsford, 209, 210 of Henley, 211 de Drayton, 168, 233 of Lapworth, Rector, 189, 233 of Park Hall, 26, 27, 46, 49, 170, 181, 182, 184, 185, 194, 195, 216, 232, 233 of Norfolk, 213 Robert, of Wilmcote, 22, 25, 27, 29, 31, 32, 35, 36, 37, 43, 45, 49, 50, 175, 180, 180 for his will, 37, 38 Robert, of Yoxel, 171, 172, 173, 189 Roger, 190, 191 our crew, Revelation, 235 Rose, 167, 168, 169 Samuel, 237 Sibylla, 170 Simon, 31, 174, 176, 178, 181, 183, 184, 185, 232 of Longcroft, 175 Seward, 168 Susanna, 237 Thomas, 167, 168, 171, 172, 176, 178, 188, 190, 191, 192, 195, 199, 200, 201, 202, 204, 205, 207, 208, 209, 210, 211, 212, 213, 214, 216, 217, 219, 220, 221, 222, 228, 229, 230, 231, 232, 233, 234, 235, 236, 237, 238 Thomas de Drayton, 168 Thomas de Hanwell, 167, 168, 169 of Long Itchington, 173, 188 of St. Martin's, Outwich, 173, 218 of Park Hall, 26, 27, 31, 35, 172, 173, 175, 176, 177, 178, 183, 184, 231 Thomas, of Wilmcote, 24, 26, 27, 29, 31, 32, 35, 45, 46, 49, 174, 175, 184, 222, 223 Thomas, son of Walter, 171, 172 Timothy, 215 Churchill, 165, 166, 167 Ursula, 177 Ursulee, 177 Virgil, 208 Waukeline, 197, 199, 200, 233 Walter, of Park Hall, 26, 27, 28, 35, 49, 170, 174, 208, 215, 230, 231 His will, 26, 170, 171 William, 26, 32, 49, 166, 167, 168, 170, 171, 172, 175, 176, 183, 184, 186, 188, 189, 190, 191, 193, 195, 202, 205, 209, 210, 214, 215, 216, 219, 230, 232, 233, 234, 235 William, son of Thomas of Park Hall, his will, 176, 177 William, of Hans, 172, 173, 175, 216, 231 Arden's Arms, the 26, 31, 32, 33, 168, 169, 174, 175, 176, 179, 182, 189, 190, 193, 196, 198, 201, 202, 209, 216, 217, 221, 223, 230, 231, 232, 234, 235 Implement of the 24, 25, 31, 32, 33, 175, 223 Ardens, the 161, 162, 174, 178, 181, 194, 201, 216, 222, 223 Ardens, the, of Alvanley, 197 Bedfordshire, 32, 216 Burnham, Bucks, 217 Cheshire, 31, 32, 196, 197, 234 Cotsford, 209, 210 Essex, 215 Feversham, Tragedy of 217 Kent, 217 Curdlington, 209 London, 217, 220, 236 Longcroft, 183 Oxfordshire, 209, 211, 212 Park Hall, 25, 26, 28, 31, 32, 33, 36, 40, 41, 45, 58, 162, 169, 175, 209, 222 Victoria, 221 Warwickshire, 188, 189, 190, 191 Wilmcote, 28, 31, 33, 35, 36 Yorkshire, 214 Ardini, Alice, 181 Ardens Grafton, 189 Arderin, William, 235 Arman, Robert, 73 Arthel, 230 Aspies, 37, 40, 41, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 56, 57, 62, 71, 223 Ashby, 134 Ashwell, John, 119 Astley, Isabella, Prioress of Roxall, 11 Aston. Cantlow, 27, 31, 39, 40, 51, 174, 175, 222 Athelstan, King, 6, 33 Athenaeum, 25, 64, 66, 139, 179, 226 Atkins or Edkins, Richard, 30, 223 Atwood, Thomas, 113 Auberville, Matilda de, 93, 232 William de, 93, 232 Auvergne, N, 124 Bobthorpe, Margaret, 200 Sir Robert, 200 Baconians, the, 17, 121 Bad Esley Clinton, 6, 7, 11, 124, 130 Badger, George, 59 Bagley, Edward, 106, 107, 108 Bagleys, the, 226 Bagot, Hervey, 181 Dorothy, 181 Bakers Northampton, 168, 189, 196 Balsall, 7, 14, 119, 124 Barber. John, 9 Barber, Thomas L.E., 219 Barker, Harold, Sir Christopher, 216, 231 Thomas, 59 Barking, 140 Barnards, the, 105, 109 Barnard, Sir John, 104, 105, 106, 109 Lady Elizabeth, 103, 105, 109, 226 Barnsley, John, 177 N, 177 Barnet, James, 151 Barston, 13 Barton, 186 Barton on the Heath, 45, 48, 57 Bassnet, Mr., 122 Bass, Master John, 205 William, 84 Bath, Elizabeth, 237 Battersby, Judith, 236 Bodsey, or Bossy, 233 Barely, 36, 37 Beechams, de, or Bello Campo, 27, 31, 46, 167, 168, 174, 175. Arms, 167, 174, 175 Alicia de, 168 Elizabeth, 46, 174, 222 Joan, 170, 197 Lady, of Burgavany, 46, 170 Lord, of Burgavany, 174 Maud, 167 Richard, Earl of Worcester, 174, 221 Thomas, 169, 174, 221 William, 167, 174, 221, 232 Beaumont, 84 His poems, 86 Beaupre, 176 Elizabeth, 176 Bedfordshire, 26, 32, 172 Belknap, Edward, 171, Bell in Carter Lane 69 Bellomont, Roger de, Earl of Mellant, 166 Benfield, Swanston and Pollard v. Burbage, 70, 71, 81 Bearwood Hall, 178 Berkshire, 132 Berkswell, 13, 124. Barry's Genealogies, 168, 202 Beaverstone Register, 87 Bevis, Sir, of Hampton, 163 Bibsworth, Thomas, 204 Bickley, Mr. W.B., 7, 28, 35 Biddle, N, 228 Bigsby, Dr., 109 Bill Esley, 27, 29, 35, 104 Bilton, 188 Birmingham, 35, 130, 131 Bird, John, 136 Blackfriars Tenement, 76, 80, 107 Theatre, 70, 76 Blagrove, John, 158 Blackstone, Reverend Mr., 212 Blomfields Norfolk, 193, 214, 233 Blount, John Henry, 132 Bodleian Library, 22 Bohun, N, 203 John, 203 Da, 191 Bowles, Reverend Mr., 97 Christian, 183. Thomas, 183 Boozy, Mary, 219, 236 Bort Esley, 14, 21 Boat Court, Sir John de, 169 Boteler, John, 171 Boulogne, Earl Eustace of, 215 Boughton, Sir William, Curate, 38, 223 Boutvilian, Nicolata, 169 William de, 169 Bowes, Mr., of King's College, 205 Bowles, N, 172 Richard, 172 Bracebridges, the, of Kingsbury, 167 Alice, 172 John, 171 Peter, 167 Richard, 172 Bradshaw, George, executed, 217 Brad, Mr. Robert, 55 Brayley Surrey, 207 Brayleys, Guys, 173 Thomas, 173 Brearley, Thomas, 130 Braddon. Worcestershire, 132 Brewer, N, 150 Bridges Northampton, 196 Bridgides, St, Church, 149, 176, 226, 235 Briscoe, Elizabeth, 238 Bristol Wills, 139 Broadspear, 2 Broad Esley, 178 Broke, Simon, Clerk, 173 Brome, Beatrice, 11 Jocosa, Prioress, 11, 12 John, 11 Nicholas, 11 Thomas, 11 Bromfield, Richard, 218, 236 Brooke, Ralph, York Herald, 22, 24, 25 Brown, Daughter, 173 John, 57, 219 Brownlow Pedigree, 177 Bucknall, Thomas Skip Diot, 156 Harriet Sophia, 156 Budbrook, 11, 115, 124, 126, 177. Bucloned, Alice, 171, 173, 230 Burbage, N, 126 Cuthbert, 70 James, 70, 81, 224 Richard, 34, 36, 70, 73, 77, 80, 136 Thomas, 81, 126, 136 William, 70, 81 Winifred, 70, 81 Berks Landed Gentry, 180, 202, 221 Colonial Gentry, 221 Burley, 180 Bushel, Mr., 69 Butler, Lady Emily Georgiana, 237 Bird Sale, William, 9 Cade, Richard, 176 Joyce, 176 Cage, the, 91 Camden, 17, 33, 52, 84 His Britannia, 84 Camels Lives of the Judges, 192 Campbell, Honourable John, 153 Anne, 153 Carew, Elizabeth. 95 Carlyle, 5 Carter, Maria Anna, 143 Thomas, 182 William, 237 Catesby, John, 182, 205 Catherines, Humphrey, Mr., 229 Cavendish, H. F. Compton, 237 Shakespeare, Thomas, 7 Chafford, 140 Chaloner, John, 207 Chamber, William, 230 Champ, Thomas, 134 Champ, Joseph, 137 Chancery Cases, 48, 77, 121, 123, 129, 133 Charles I, a student of Shakespeare, 85, 101 Charnels, John, 26, 173 William, 179 Charterhouse Chapel, 155 Chaucer, 84 Chaworth, Sir Thomas, 9 Chedwins, the, 7 Chealsworthy Manor Devon, 215. Cheney, Catherine, 209 John, 209 Chernock, Francis, 229 Cheshire Collections, Vincent's, 234 Chester, Earl of, Prince of Wales, 200 Ranulph, 196, 197 Chettle, Publisher, 65 Chettleton, William de, 230 Chief, Thomas, 218 Children's Company of Actors, 70 Church End, Rowington, 13 Clarendon or Clayburton, 123, 129 Clement Staines, St., Register, 146, 147, 148, 149, 236 Clerk, Nicholas, 235 Clifford Chambers, 119 Clifton Camvilly, 199 Clinton, Henry de, Earl of Huntingdon, 174 Clods Halley. Elizabeth, 170, 176, 231, 232 Richard de, 170, 232 Walter de, 231 Clopton, Barbara, 107 Sir Hugh, 108 Sir John, 107 Mr., 51 William, 45 Cokes, Elena, 12 Cod, Reverend E.T., 124 Codmar, 171 Bailiff of, 171 Codington, Mr., Daughters of, 206 Coquine, Sir Aston, 186 Colbrand, 163 Cole, Henry, 50 Colin Clouds Come Home Again, Spencer's, 2 Collier, J.P., 143 Collins, Agnes, 208 Edith, 208 Elizabeth, 208 Francis, 80, 122 Catherine, 206 Name of, 207 Collins, Hugh, 173 Coombe, John, 72, 77, 224, 225. Mr. Thomas, 80 Mrs., 100 Mr. William, 78, 225 Comedy of Errors, B, 67, 68, 224 Compton, R.T. Honorable, Francis Elizabeth, 237 Compton, Philip, 167 Compton Wynyard, 166 Condell, Henry, 70, 73, 77, 80, 81 Conway, Edward, 176 Elizabeth, 176 Sir John, 177, 179 Lord, 85 Cook, Gilbert the, 196 Cook, Dr. James, 98, 99 J, 85 Thomasine, 139 Cook, The Herald, 17 Corbett, Elizabeth, 138, 178, 230, 234 Reginald, Justice, 178, 230, 234 Cornish, 41 Cornwall, Edward, 36, 41, 44, 49, 56, 114 Cotgrave. Richard de, 5 Coatesbrook Church, 195 Cotterell, Nicholas, 232 Cotton, Alethea, 187, 232 Robert, 187, 232 Cotton, 166, 169 Court of Virtue, Dr. John Halls, 93 Court, Mrs. Grace, 100 Richard, 57 William, Attorney, 57 Coventry, 5, 124, 131 Cowley, Richard, 73 Cooper, John, Under Sheriff, 43 Cooper, Mr. J.M., 141 Cox, Marjorie, 209 Walter, 209 Crab House, Prioress of, 205 Croke, John, 173 Crolalanza, Goffredo de, 1 Cromwell, Lord, 216 Crossmore, Agnes, 140 Culpeper, Richard, 207 Cumber, Roger. 238 Curdworth, 166, 167, 169, 178, 179, 184 Curry, Colin, 153 Elizabeth, 153 Cymbeline, 163 Dance, Mr. William, 136 Darcy, Edward, 180, 181, 184, 185 Daubeny, John, 211 Davenant, John, 75 Sir William, 75 Davenport, Mary, 154, 157 Reverend William of Bredon and Lacock Abbey, 154, 157 Davies, John, Microcosmos, The Civil Wars of Death and Fortune, 34 Dawson, Harriet, 157 Debrett's Peerage, 234 Denby, Earl of, 149 Denham, Joan, 160 Sir John, 160 Derbyshire, 136, 235 de Thick, Sir William. Garter, 17, 22 Devereux, Lady Catherine, 178, 231 Sir Edward, 178, 231 Di, John, 207 Dibdin's History of the Edinburgh Stage, 73 Dickinson, Mr. C.C., 132, 141 Dickens, Charles Scrays, 237 Deer, Sir Edward, 22 Digby, Sir George, 43, 180 Diggs, Leonard, 83 Dilcock, Henry, of Coventry, 5 Dimbleby, Mrs., 146 Devos, Reverend Roger, 51 Dixon, Thomas, 31 A, Dorothea, Mrs. Shakespeare, 145 Elizabeth, 145 Jane, Mrs. Wren, 145 Doomsday Book, 165 Dunn, John, 218 Donnelly, Honorable Ignatius, 17. Dolton, Bridget, 216 D. Oily, Justice, 179 Dragon, the 163 Drayton, 169 Drape, Richard, 202 Drayton, Michael, the Poet, 99, 225 Dray, Christopher, 177 Drummond's Noble British Families, 31, 162, 163, 164, 167, 168, 201 Dudley, Ambrose, Earl of Warwick, 131 Dudley, Mr. Thomas, 211 Dudston, 178 Dugdale, Sir William, 11 His Monast Icon, 11, 12, 113, 166 His Warwickshire, 11, 12, 42, 97, 104, 162, 163, 164, 167, 168, 170, 171, 174, 175, 180, 184, 189, 190, 191, 222, 231, 232 Duncombe, Mr. 111 Dwale, John, 8 Dyer, Reverend Mr., 111 Ald Street, Prebendary of, Hugh Saunders, or Shakespeare, 15 Earliest official record of Shakespeare's name, 3, 66, 224 Earwakers East Cheshire, 198, 199, 201, 202 Eschnowers, 167 Edgehill, 101 Edkins, or Atkins, Adam, 49 Clement, 49 Richard, 31 Thomas, Senior, 36, 49 Thomas, Junior, 36, 49 Walter, 31 Edmund, King, 165 Edmonds, Alice, 124 Edward I, 160 Edward the Confessor, 165 the Elder, 162 the Martyr, 165 Edwards, Margaret, 148 Alfred, 197, 198, 199, 200 Elizabeth, Queen, 66, 139, 179 Ellerker, Sir Ralph, 214 Ellesmere, Lord, 76 Elton, Oliver, 225 Elwes, William, 236 Empson, Sir Richard, 174, 184 Ingelger, 192 Ensors, the, 111, 125 Ermenhild, 163 Errors, Brooke's Pamphlet of Camden's, 24, 25 Comedy of, 67, 68, 224 Essex, Countess of, 178 Earl of, 72 Forest of, 4 Essex, Shakespeare's of, 7, 138, 139, 140 HLs, 199, 200 Ethelfleda, 163 Ethelred, 165 Eton, the Master of, 61 Eton, Cicelyda, 233 Nicolasta, 167, 233 Euphorbus, 68. Eustace de Arden, 196, 197 Eustaquia, 167 Euston, 171 Evenly, 209, 210 Farron, William, 151 Fauconor, Mary, 237 Sarah, 237 Feckenham, 64 Felicia, or Phyllis the Fair of Warwick, 163 Fellows, William, 151 Fenwick, Charles, 157 Fenwick, Octavia, 157 Fern, Sir John, 17 Ferrers, Thomas, 216 Ferrers, Mr. Henry, 11, 93, 130, 131, 183 Feta Place, Not, ESQ, 237 Field, Henry, Tanner, of Stratford-on-Avon, 58 Richard, his son, Printer, of London, 65 Fielding, Basil, 181 Dorothy, 181 Filiongly, 111. 131 Finsbury Fields The Theatre in, 71st Folio of Shakespeare's Plays, 84 Fisher, Clement, 186, 232 Fisher, John, The Book of, 130, 224, 229 Fisher's Forest of Essex, 4 Fitzalan, John, 168 Fitzcana de Bohun, Ingelger, 192 Franco, 192 Geldwin, 192 Ralph, 192 Savaric, 192 Fitzralph, Robert, de Middleham, 233 Fleece History of the Stage, 71 Life of Shakespeare, 76 Flecknoe, Christopher, 123 Fletcher, Charlotte, 157 Giles, 94 Joan, 94 Lawrence, 73 Phineas, 94 Federa, Rhymers, Patent. To Shakespeare and Others, 73, 74 Foss's Lives of the Judges, 192, 193, 202, 203 Foxwell, John, 236 Franklin, Elizabeth, 172 John, 172 Franklin, Mr., 217 Freeman's Epigrams, 34 French, Gr., Shakespeareana Genealogica, 8, 31, 35, 46, 88, 112, 122, 123, 133, 135, 141, 144, 160, 165, 187, 221 Freville, Baldwin, 216 Frendon, 5 Fuller's Worthies of England, 31, 192, 207, 209, 214, 215 Fullwood, John, 39 Mary, 39 Richard, 212 Robert, 59 Furnival, Dr. F.J., 3, 62 Galton, Mr. Francis, 160. Gamel, John, 170 Garnett, Dr. Richard, 1 Gay, Elizabeth, 143 Gainsford, John, 205 Gearing, Agnes, 208 Henry, 208 Gedney, John, 213 Gentlemen of Verona, 68 George, St, 162 Gerard, Father, 212 Gerard's Herbal, 213, 234 Getley, Walter, 72 Gibbies, George, 40, 42, 223 Nicholas, 31 Gibbons of Oxfordshire, 171 Gifford, Isabel, 209 John, 209 Gilbert, Sir William, Curate, 88 Gilpits, the, 55 Glanville, Amabiliata, 192, 233 Heelwisda, 193, 233 Matilda, or Maudda, 193, 233 Ralphda, 192, 193. 233 Globe Theatre, 70, 77, 78, 83, 84 Glover's Heraldry, 32, 175 Glover, William, 132 Gloucester Wills, 132 Goldsmith, Mrs. N, 234 Gollanch, Mr. Israel, 9 Goodwin, Mary, 151 Goudier, N, The Idea of Drayton, 225 Gotheridge, Mary, 147 Grace, Alice, 129 Thomas, 129 Grange, John, 153 Grays in Revels, 67, 224 Green, Alice, 205, 206 Anna, 130 Edward, 234 Elizabeth, 205 Margaret, 202 Mrs., 116 Philip, 59 Robert, 205 Thomas, 116, 117, 121, 130 Green, Thomas, alias Shakespeare, 76, 78, 116. Walter, 205 Green's Groatsworth of Wit and the Upstart Crow, 65 Greenhill Street House, 51 Green Street, Reverend James, 224 Greenway the Carrier, 69 Greenwich, Shakespeare Plays at, 66 Gregory, Reverend Mr., 212 William, 151 Greswold, Thomas, 170 Gritwin, Thomas, 31 Grevely, Sir Edward, 59 Suffolk, 25, 45, 122 Ludovic, 169, 178 Grevelys of Drayton, 178 Grey, Lord, 9 Griffin, Agnes, 140 Alice, 15, 140 Edward, 15 Francis, 15, 140 Guiderius, 163 Guildhall Library, 77, 92 Gutheridge, Mr., a dealer in leather, 230 Guthmond, 165 Guy of Warwick, 6, 32, 164 Guy's Cliff, 164 Guy, William, 151 Gwillim's Display of Heraldry, 22, 87 Haberdasher's Books, the, 226, 234 Hales, Bartholomew, Lord of Manor of Snitterfield, 45 Hall, Alice, 225 N, 94 Edmund, 55, 94 Edward, 94 Elizabeth, 93, 94. Elizabeth, poet's granddaughter, 75, 79, 80, 92, 95, 99, 100, 101, 105, 109 Eam, 225 Emma, 55, 94 Hugh, 181 Hugh, priest, 179, 180 John, 12, 93, 94, 129, 225 Dr. John of Maidstone, 92 Dr. John, the poet's son-in-law, 75, 80, 81, 82, 89, 90, 91, 92, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 101, 107, 109 His cures, 98, 99, 100 His epitaph, 97 Joyce, 129 Maria, 93 Mr., 51, 94 Mr. A, 95 Reverend Dr., 212 Richard, 93, 225 Robert, 225 Simon, 225 Susanna, the poet's daughter, 77, 79, 89, 93, 95, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 226 Her epitaph, 104 Thomas, 94 Halls, Arms of the, 104 Halls, the, of Hennock, 94 of Idlecote, 94 of Warwick, 225 of Worcester, 93 Holland, Reverend Cornelius, 112 Halliwell Phillips, Outlines of the Life of Shakespeare, 6, 10, 17, 20, 21, 39, 41, 42, 43, 47, 49, 51, 59, 69, 72, 75, 78, 81, 93, 107, 115, 121, 122, 224, 226 Halstead, Peter, 181 Hamilton, Fanny Isabella, 156 Sir Robert Northcolley, 156 Hammond, William, 108 Mrs., 108 Hampton, Eleanor, 26, 49, 170 John, 26, 49, 170. Hampton in Arden, 10, 124, 125 Lucy, 10 on Avon, 115 Corley, 13, 115 Hampstead, John, 217 Harbage, Francis, 51 Harborne, John, 47 Harley, 22 Hargrave, John, 37 Harold, 165 Harper, Catherine, 186 Harstead, Dennis, 236 Hart, George, 106 Joan, Poet's Sister, 49, 54, 79, 101, 107, 109, 226 John, 112 Thomas, 106, 109 William, 109, 112, 226 William Henry, FSA, 4 Hearts, the, 42, 61 Hartwell, Elizabeth, 143 Harveys, The Rowington, 8, 14, 226 Haselden, 214 Hazeley, 10, 13, 14, 122, 124, 125. Haste's History of Kent, 217 Haste Vibrans, 1 Hastings, John, 125 Hathaway, Agnes, or N, Poet's Wife, 62, 63, 64, 80, 81, 83, 87, 88, 89, 90, 99, 117, 224 Her Epitaph, 90 Bartholomew, 88, 89 Catherine, 88 Elizabeth, 89, 106 Isabel, 89 Joan, 106 John, 87, 88 Judith, 89, 106 Margaret, 88 Hathaway, Richard, 53, 62, 63, 88, 89, 224 Rose, 106 Susanna, 106 Thomas, 88, 89, 106 William, 88, 89 Hathaways, the, 87, 106, 117, 224. Hatton, 13, 14, 124, 125, 129 Hatton, Sir Christopher, 66 Havering, 139 Hawarden, 199 Hans, Beds, 26, 172, 231 Hales, James, 211 Hazard, Dorothy, 218 Head, Elizabeth, 237 Hedges, Henry, 100